Chapter 1. Struck by lightning upon resignation. Yilu ran. The one thing that the other party despises most is tardiness in our line of work. The unspoken rule is that one may arrive early, but never late. After all this time, you still cannot adhere to such a fundamental principle. What are you even doing? Yilu Ran found herself mercilessly berated by her team leader. They were in the insurance business, and after finally securing a client, her lateness had ruined everything. Prior to the age of 13, Yilu Ran's life had been fortunate, as both of her parents were civil servants, drawing a stable salary from the state. However, a tragic aviation disaster altered the course of her existence. Forever, both parents perished in an accident while on a business trip, leaving her orphaned from that moment on. She fell into a state of despair, failing to live up to her parents' hopes of her becoming a civil servant, as she could not even gain admission to a prestigious university, ultimately settling for a third-rate institution, while the requirements for civil service positions typically demanded at least a degree from a second-tier university. Due to her father's untimely death while on duty and her mother merely accompanying him, Yilu Ran received a compensation of 3 million long yuan, with her father valued at 2 million and her mother at 1 million. One might think this sum substantial, but in Longdu, purchasing even a modest apartment starts in the tens of millions were it not for the family's existing villa and another apartment. This amount would scarcely afford her a place to call home. Her recent tardiness was not intentional. She had been deceived. A colleague, Chao Di, had deliberately informed her that the client had just called, stating they would be half an hour late to the scheduled CAF meeting, and as Yilu Ran had stepped away to the restroom, Chao Di took it upon herself to answer the call, known for her amiable nature and never having offended anyone. Yilu Ran had complete trust in her team members, and with the genuine call log from the client on her phone, she suspected nothing amiss. In truth, Chao Di harbored feelings for their team leader, Zhiyu, and resented Yilu Ran for her superior capabilities, which earned her Zhiyu's favor. She had long wished for Yilu Ran to leave. Nevertheless, Yilu Ran had no intention of explaining her situation, as she no longer wished to remain in the insurance company. It had become too exhausting. She yearned for a respite, to rent a camper van and embark on a road trip. I apologize, team leader Zhua. It is entirely my fault. Here are the call and message from Sister Wang, along with the plan I prepared for her. Please, could you communicate with her again? She has a strong interest in purchasing insurance. As for me, I am willing to resign. I wish to travel and explore, and I kindly request your approval for my resignation. Yilu Ran had meticulously organized the client information and her resignation letter before entering the team leader's office, clearly indicating her premeditated intentions. This unexpected turn of events caught Zhuyu off guard. He had merely intended to admonish Yilu Ran and apply some pressure to salvage the client relationship, never contemplating her resignation. Are you serious? The client is merely momentarily upset. You still have the chance to rectify this situation. There is no need to resign in the insurance industry. One cannot retreat in the face of adversity. Zhuyu was reluctant to lose such a valuable asset. Yilu Ran had been with the company for 3 years, and at just 25 years old, her performance surpassed that of many seasoned employees. I'm sorry, team leader. I'm not retreating. I genuinely wish to travel in a camper van to refresh my surroundings. Lately, I have felt increasingly restless and discontented, as if I've lost the meaning and direction of my life. It has been overwhelming. Yilu Ran reluctantly unveiled her long-concealed negative emotions before Zhuyu, hoping to persuade him to grant her resignation. Reading the expression on Yilu Ran's face, Zhuyu realized her resignation was inevitable. He quickly signed a resignation letter, gesturing for her to leave. Unwilling to further engage in a futile debate, her heart had already departed, and he could not compel her to stay. Yilu Ran resolutely exited the team leader's office, heading straight to her desk to gather her belongings, not once glancing back at the place where she had worked for 3 years, including the colleague who had betrayed her. Even though she had been keeping an eye on her, she could not muster a single glance in return. Today was truly an inauspicious day, as the rain poured heavily outside, clutching her belongings. Yilu Ran reached the company entrance only to discover she had forgotten her umbrella. Ran here. How could you resign just like that? Really, how could you trust Chao Di? Everyone in the office knows she has feelings for the team leader. She would relish seeing you fail. The one delivering the umbrella was her office mate, Pang Qing, who chattered incessantly. Their desks faced each other, and they would chat during quiet moments, sharing meals, and occasionally dining out together while their bond was not extraordinarily deep. Yilu Ran had not anticipated such a thoughtful gesture from her. It is easy to provide assistance when times are good, but difficult when one is in need. Thank you. Take care, and let's keep in touch. Yilu Ran replied despite her good rapport with others. She was not one to easily open her heart. Her ability to converse casually was merely a facade crafted for work. Sure, I have a client meeting this afternoon, so you should hurry home. I need to prepare some materials. Pang Ching was not truly preparing for a meeting. She was afraid of succumbing to tears. After all, few lasted long in the insurance industry, and apart from the team leader, only Yilu Ran had shared 3 years with her. Yilu Ran nodded, accepting the umbrella and acknowledging her kindness, glancing back at Pang Ching before departing slowly. It was not easy to hail a taxi at the company entrance. One had to walk a few minutes to reach the main road. What should have been a brief walk felt interminable in the downpour. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting Yilu Ran, who was holding the umbrella instantly. Her body went numb, and the documents she clutched scattered chaotically to the roadside as she lost her balance and collapsed just before losing consciousness. She noticed the remnants of her umbrella, reduced to mere ribs. A passerby, witnessing Yilu Ran's distress, instinctively screamed and rushed towards her, drawing the attention of others nearby. Eventually, someone called for an ambulance, and Yilu Ran was transported to the hospital. Given the urgency of the situation, the hospital proceeded with a full examination. Even without a relative present to sign and pay, they discovered that Yilu Ran had sustained minor electric shock symptoms, but no significant issues. She could leave upon regaining consciousness. Under normal circumstances, Yilu Ran would have awakened by now. Yet an hour had passed without any sign of her returning to consciousness. The doctor began to suspect whether the examinations had missed something or if any organ damage had gone undetected. Unbeknownst to them, Yilu Ran's consciousness had entered a peculiar realm, where a slumbering little dragon lay, a child's form with dragon horns adorning its head. Pure and innocent, although the creature was asleep, it could still converse with Yilu Ran. Are you saying you are a system transaction spirit from the heavenly path, sent here to assist Blue Star in joining the Interstellar Alliance, fostering cooperation and development among myriad realms? Yilu Ran was utterly bewildered after years of research into extraterrestrial life. Blue Star had been informed that countless other realms existed beyond their own. How could she not be astonished? Chapter 2. The awakening of the system requires energy indeed. Beyond the Blue Star lies a myriad of realms. After receiving a definitive response from Team Yuan, Yilu Ran, initially bewildered, now felt an overwhelming sense of curiosity. How can I awaken you? How do I commence trading? Am I able to hand you over to the state? Yilu Ran found herself inundated with questions that demanded answers from Tianyuan, caught off guard by this unexpected boon from the heavens. The system possesses a marketplace. A single transaction will awaken me, but you must engage in 3 transactions to establish interdimensional trading friends. Upon reaching a trading level of 10, and provided you have acquired the Spirit Spring Space, you may utilize the time-space portal within to venture into other realms to open a shop.as. For whether you will submit me to the state, that entirely depends on your choice. However, since we are bound by a contract, I cannot sever our ties unless you meet your demise. Should your death not occur naturally, no trading system will manifest on Blue Star for a millennium, and I will be dispatched to another realm. Contracts between systems and individuals are governed by rules, bound by the heavenly Tao, and cannot act recklessly. Very well, she mused, then I can indeed submit the system to the state. Given the constraints, they would likely not dare to dissect me easily. I see. Does the system offer a novice gift pack? In the novels I've read, those who sign contracts typically receive one also. How do I proceed with trading? Yilu Ran was eager to embark on her first transaction. She yearned for the novice gift pack, for who knows what invaluable items it might contain that are only accessible at the super novice level. Items she might not be able to obtain in the short term. Regrettably, her hopes were dashed, though she was presented with a piece of good news. We do not distribute novice gift packs. However, the first 3 transactions for beginners will enjoy a 10% discount. Simply summon the system store, and the trading interface will materialize before you, presenting 100 items available for purchase. After 3 transactions, the system store will refresh, offering 100 basic goods as permanent purchasable items. Opportunities will arise during system upgrades, increasing the quantity of items available for permanent purchase, and discounts may also occur. The system's upgrades depend entirely on transaction volume. 1 million trading cloud coins unlocks level 1, 100 million unlocks level 2, and 1 billion unlocks level 3, and so forth. Is it truly so arduous to unlock these levels? 100 million for level 2. What exactly are cloud coins, and what is their exchange rate with dragon coins? My financial resources may barely suffice for level 2. Fortunately, I plan to collaborate with the state. Alright, open the system store. I shall examine it. Yi Lurin was not one to shy away from challenges. Her resignation was merely a personal choice. As her words faded, a screen roughly 60 inches in size appeared before her, displaying 10 items, all obtainable for a mere few dragon coins. Xiao Yuan, I wish to see how to operate the lithography machine and the medical chamber. You have these 2 items. Yi Lurin's curiosity piqued at the thought of acquiring these particular devices. Her inquiries went unanswered by Xiao Yuan, but the interface before her transformed, revealing the lithography machine and the medical chamber. A 1-nanometer lithography machine was priced at 5 million cloud coins. Yi Lurin counted the zeros in the price and was taken aback. But truly, such valuable items ought to carry a hefty price tag, right? Upon further inspection, she noted that the quantum lithography machine required a staggering 20 million cloud coins, while the 10-nanometer lithography machine failed to capture her interest, as it paled in comparison to the 1-nanometer model. Turning her attention to the medical chamber, she discovered a chamber capable of treating common colds for merely 2,000 cloud coins, one designed for external injuries priced at 20,000 cloud coins. And lastly, a comprehensive surgical medical chamber capable of treating 100 individuals. After treating 100, it would require a replacement energy battery and medication box, costing 1 million cloud coins. This was excellent. Yi Lurin had already resolved what she intended to purchase. Next, Yi Lurin scrutinized the pricing of items from Blue Star within the system, only to find that an apple cost 200 cloud coins. However, Tian Yuan had previously mentioned that the system's selling price differs from the purchasing price, leaving Yi Lurin feeling disheartened. Forget it, I shall address this upon awakening, she thought, as she overheard the doctors outside discussing a series of examinations they planned to conduct on her. Examinations she deemed harmful to her health and thus refused to undergo. You have awakened, the nurse announced, preparing to wheel Yi Lurin for her examination, only to realize she was already awake. Yes, I am awake. Am I in a hospital? My head feels quite dizzy, Yi Lurin honestly admitted, genuinely feeling dizzy, though uncertain if she was indeed in a hospital. Since the patient has awakened, the examination is no longer necessary, the nurse stated, returning Yi Lurin to her original position. You were struck by lightning. Feeling unwell is entirely normal. Please rest for a while. I will fetch the doctor. The examination is likely unnecessary. The specifics will be arranged by the doctor, she added, securing Yi Lurin's bed and advising her to rest. Yi Lurin nodded in acknowledgement. After 2 or 3 minutes, the doctor arrived, conducted a routine examination, and determined there were no significant issues. Rest for a bit, and you may be discharged. Ensure you settle your bill afterward. He instructed, and the nurse returned all of Yi Lurin's belongings to her. Rest was indeed necessary. Yi Lurin wished to lie down for a while, lest she faint upon leaving the hospital and find herself back here. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Lurin dozed off again. The nurse speculated that she might be feeling unwell and, considering the need for a bed fee, opted not to disturb her. Yi Lurin slumbered for 3 hours. Awakening to find herself feeling much improved, she promptly proceeded to pay her bill and discharge herself, realizing it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Feeling hungry, Yi Lurin sought a domestic fast food restaurant and ordered a meal to indulge in. Before departing, she remembered to pre-order 10 portions of the restaurant's specialty meal, totaling 100 portions, to be delivered to her apartment around 5 o'clock. Next, Yi Lurin hailed a taxi and headed straight for the supermarket near her apartment, intending to purchase some items and strategize how to sell goods to the system. The system did not accept direct exchanges of dragon coins for cloud coins, stating that dragon coins were unnecessary. Yi Lurin filled an entire shopping cart with items, feeling somewhat unsatisfied but knowing she could not continue selecting, lest she be unable to carry everything back. An apple cost 80 cloud coins. Xiao Yuan, you truly are a profiteer, Yi Lurin remarked as she placed her first item into the sale basket, unable to resist the urge to complain about the pricing. Any item designated for sale could be placed into the sale backpack by Xiao Yuan, who would then set a price for it. The sale backpack could hold 100 items, and there was also a shopping backpack, meaning the system provided a total of 200 bags. The size of the bags was adjustable, though each could only contain one type of item, with a maximum of 100. The process was quite convenient, though the pricing left much to be desired. Be grateful. If it weren't for the superior quality of your apples, the price wouldn't even be 80. Consider this. Novice buyers enjoy a 10% discount on the first 3 items, and even if the price returns to normal later, the system must earn a certain profit to sustain its energy, Tianyuan explained reasonably. Yet, Yi Liren still felt somewhat cheated by the system. Nevertheless, she was genuinely satisfied that she could acquire the medical chamber. Chapter 3. Purchasing the medical chamber for the state. A pair cost 50 cloud coins, while an orange was priced at 30 cloud coins. Yi Liren had Tianyuan place each item into the sale backpack, setting prices for them. Initially, she intended to jot down the pricing in a notebook, but Tianyuan informed her that the system automatically recorded sales, rendering her notebook unnecessary. Glancing at the sales record, she noticed all her sold items were logged, causing a smile to involuntarily curve her lips. It certainly saved her some effort. Alas, the 2 bags of items garnered only 3,200 cloud coins. What shall I do? She pondered. A medical chamber costs 1 million cloud coins. Even at a discounted price of 100,000, she needed to acquire that item to present to the state as a token of allegiance. Moreover, she couldn't merely buy one. Purchasing 1 unit counted as a transaction, while acquiring up to 100 units counted as another. With the 10% discount on the first 3 transactions, it was evident that even a fool would opt to buy 100 units. Thus, she needed to amass 10 million cloud coins. Clearly, the idea of repeatedly buying items at the supermarket was impractical. Yi Liren resolved to visit a fruit wholesale market, hoping to secure a bulk order of fruits. If that failed, she would explore other wholesale markets. The fruit wholesale market was indeed vast, with a comprehensive selection of fruits. It was almost deserted, as wholesale markets typically catered to bulk buyers and rarely served individual customers, which was quite normal. Provided one has the funds, purchasing goods is never an issue. Yi Liren successfully secured a substantial batch of fruits, spending over 200,000 cloud coins, nearly monopolizing half of the market's supply. Furthermore, one of the owners offered her a warehouse for 3 days as a transit point, making her experience surprisingly smooth. The goods would not be delivered until the following day. Yi Liren took a moment to inspect the warehouse's location, discovering it to be quite favorable, not far from her villa, with excellent security in the vicinity, which put her mind at ease. Noticing the time, she realized it was already past 4 o'clock. The fast food would soon arrive, and she needed to return home before 5 o'clock, hastily riding her electric scooter back to her apartment. Fortunately, there was no traffic, and she arrived at her apartment by 4:50. The fast food had yet to arrive. Upon entering, Yi Liren poured herself a glass of boiled water, feeling parched after an entire afternoon without a drink. Just as she had nearly finished her water, the fast food arrived. 100 boxes delivered by 5 delivery personnel, creating quite a spectacle that caught the attention of her neighbors, though they remained silent, merely casting a glance. Intrigued by the system's pricing for the fast food, she casually selected a box and had Tianyuan set a price for it. No way, 1,000 cloud coins? Am I seeing things? She confirmed the price repeatedly, bursting into laughter. She had stumbled upon a trading shortcut, selling fast food. All fast food items are priced at 1,000 cloud coins per box, with soup, milk, and beverages charged separately. Undoubtedly, fast food has emerged as the most lucrative venture she has discovered thus far. Grabbing her mobile phone, she placed orders for 100 boxes of fast food from each of the 2 nearby competitors, totaling 400 boxes, equivalent to 400,000 cloud coins. Yi Liren felt herself drawing ever closer to her goal. And she also ordered hamburger and fried chicken combos, which surely would not be priced low. If the pricing seemed unreasonable, she planned to keep them in her backpack for herself. Consequently, Yi Liren placed additional orders for 100 boxes from 10 different establishments, to avoid disturbing the neighbors. She instructed all deliveries to be sent to the garage of her villa, where she had a private space. By the time everything was delivered, it was already past 10 in the evening. Yi Liren was utterly exhausted from receiving the goods, but thankfully, everything had been successfully priced and sold. Each hamburger and fried chicken combo was priced at 600 cloud coins, which pleased her greatly. As she sold them all without keeping a single one for herself, one might wonder if the sudden influx of food deliveries in the villa district piqued the curiosity of the security guards and neighbors. They were already accustomed to it. Many residents hosted gatherings that were even more extravagant than Yi Liren's. Glancing at her cloud coin account, which now boasted over 110 million coins. Yilurin felt that all her fatigue was worthwhile. She then spent some time exploring the types of goods available in the system store before finally drifting off to sleep at midnight. In her dreams, she found herself in a world of cultivation, mastering the art of sword flying and reveling in the experience. Although the previous day had been rainy, it did not hinder the beauty of this morning. Yilurin was awakened by the ringing of her phone. The owner of a fruit wholesale shop was preparing to deliver goods and asked her to wait for receipt. Realizing it was already 9 in the morning, she noticed the sun shining brightly outside, the May sun dazzling yet not overly oppressive. Hastily washing up and heading out, Yilurin arrived at the warehouse by 9:30, just in time for the delivery scheduled for 10. To pass the time, she picked up a broom from the corner and tidied the warehouse once more. The wholesale market stock was completely received within the day, filling the small warehouse to capacity, leaving only a small space for Yilurin to turn around. She closed the warehouse door and began to open a box of apples in the central area, selling them one by one. Tonight, Yilurin had no intention of sleeping. She was eager to complete her transaction swiftly, hoping to acquire the medical pod soon in order to save lives. The system had an automatic feature that eliminated subpar fruits. But a cluster of spoiled items appeared among her stock, causing Yilurin to frown. After selling all the fruit, her cloud coin total surpassed 14 million, ample to purchase the medical pods. Without hesitation, she placed an order for 100 of the most advanced medical pods. The first compartment of her shopping backpack lit up, revealing 100 medical pods. Yilurin took one out to inspect. The medical pod measured 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high, just enough for a person to lie inside. Upon opening the medical pod, she discovered that patients were meant to lie on their sides during treatment, rather than flat on their backs. Checking the time, she noted it was now 4 in the morning, and dawn was approaching. Yilurin decided to return the medical pod to her backpack, drive to the entrance of the Dragon Nation's Special Guard, and leave the medical pod there, allowing the state to find her. To her surprise, the guards at the Special Guard were still standing straight at their posts at 4 in the morning. It was impossible for her to simply leave the package at the entrance. She had to place it across the street. The moment she arrived, the guard spotted her and was taken aback by her seemingly magical act of leaving the package. By the time he regained his composure, Yilurin had already sped away. After the guard collected himself, he hurried to the location where the large package had appeared, which bore a note with the words Medical Pod prominently displayed. Medical Pod, the guard mused. Clearly, this was no ordinary situation. He promptly returned to the duty room and activated the alarm. The Special Guard's alarm blared instantly, summoning all members to assemble urgently. Everyone donned their gear without delay. Fully aware that an alarm meant something significant was amiss, and none dared to waste time. "What happened?" inquired Vice Captain Yifeng, who was on duty that night, as he summoned Chu Wei for an explanation. "Report, Vice Captain. Approximately 4 minutes ago, an electric motorcycle arrived at the entrance of the Special Guard, and the owner simply placed a large package on the ground. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it was labeled Medical Pod, which seemed suspicious. I apologize, but I was unable to detain the owner. By the time I reacted, she had already left," Chu Wei recounted, conveying the situation. The mere mention of appeared out of nowhere, and the term Medical Pod was sufficient for the Special Guard to grasp the reason for the urgent assembly. Chapter 4. Successfully meeting the leadership. The content relayed by Chu Wei left the gathered members incredulous, yet they understood that as part of the Special Guard, even the guards themselves would not dare to fabricate reports. Unless they had also been deceived. Team 1, come with me to inspect the large package. Team 2, check the surveillance footage. We must find the recent video to verify Chu Wei's claims. Teams 3 and 4, ensure protective measures and scan for any anomalies in the vicinity. Detain any suspicious individuals immediately. The rest remain on standby, Yifeng commanded, having devised a response plan. Regardless of whether Chu Wei's account was accurate, the Special Guard could not afford to question the authenticity of the situation simply because it exceeded their understanding. Team 1, consisting of 10 members, accompanied Yifeng to the site of the large package. They were skeptical that one electric motorcycle could have transported something of such size. After weighing the package, they found it arduous to lift, suggesting that Chu Wei's description of it as having appeared out of nowhere was not an exaggeration. If true, then the individual responsible was indeed extraordinary. They were relieved to believe that the person likely harbored no ill intentions. Given the considerable size of the package and uncertainty regarding its safety, they were hesitant to carry it back to their office building. Yifeng ordered the team to open the package, revealing a silver rectangular object resembling a coffin. The team circled the box, unanimously agreeing that the red button appeared to be the switch, but they hesitated to activate it without first consulting the bomb disposal unit, ensuring there was no explosive threat before pressing the button. "Welcome to the Silver Wind brand Advanced Medical Pod," a female voice announced as the button was pressed, and the medical pod opened to reveal a sideline configuration for a person alongside various complete components. This was indeed a fully functioning medical pod. Team 1, follow orders and transport the medical pod back to the base, Yifeng instructed, closing the pod's lid and directing his team to carry it back. Daylight was fast approaching, and such a high-tech item must remain classified and hidden from the public eye. Upon returning to the base, Yifeng did not remain idle. He immediately called the captain, who in turn notified higher authorities. The leadership dispatched experts from the Long Science Institute and several top universities to rush to the Special Guard. Several leaders from the Dragon Nation also personally made their way there. The surveillance footage from Team 2 confirmed the extraordinary event. It truly had appeared out of nowhere. Yifeng promptly reported this to his superiors, raising the alarm among the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation's leadership. The highest-ranking officials were eager to arrive but were temporarily held back. With the information provided by Team 2, Yifeng felt a mix of emotions. The data indicated that the owner was an ordinary girl. Both her parents had passed away, and she had little contact with relatives. Her grandparents were temporarily residing at her uncle's home in the countryside, and her job involved selling insurance. While she demonstrated commendable sales skills, she did not seem the type to have engineered something like a medical pod. The only peculiar detail was that she had been struck by lightning 2 days prior and subsequently began making numerous purchases, nearly depleting her savings. The captain instructed Yifeng to proceed to her residence and bring her to the Special Guard, emphasizing the importance of being courteous, or else he would face consequences. The team arranged transportation and discovered she was currently residing in an apartment under her name. As Yifeng took a seat in the vehicle, he repeatedly reviewed her file, still perplexed about the source of her abilities. Could it truly be a result of being struck by lightning? And what about the medical pod? The situation eluded his understanding. Unbeknownst to Yilaren, the Special Guard was conducting their operations in response to her actions. Upon returning home, she washed up and went to sleep, believing that it would take at least a day for the state to verify the medical pod's functionality, providing her ample time to catch up on rest. She never considered that her ability to conjure items out of thin air would warrant immediate attention from the Special Guard. Thus, when Yifeng knocked on her door, he was met by a girl with sleepy eyes, which took him by surprise. "Hello, here are my credentials. May I come in to discuss this?" Yifeng showed his Special Guard identification to prevent her from mistaking him for a threat. Though Yilaren was curious about their prompt arrival, she accepted the credentials, verified them, and invited them inside. "Please come in, make yourselves comfortable. I wasn't expecting you all so soon, so I haven't prepared anything. Just give me a few minutes to freshen up. I worked through the night and am catching up on sleep this morning." Yilaren was composed and courteous, showing no surprise at their arrival. It seemed their speculations were indeed correct. The other party sought them with a purpose. Yifeng and his companions waited for nearly 8 or 9 minutes before Yilaren finally appeared, looking refreshed. For a girl, taking only 8 or 9 minutes to wash up and change was quite fast, and Yifeng could understand that. However, those few minutes left him and the members of Team 1 on edge, as they were eager to uncover the secrets surrounding Yilaren. "Thank you for your patience. Let's proceed to the Special Guard unit. I am willing to disclose all the secrets I possess to the state," Yilaren stated, feeling that the apartment was not an ideal place for such discussions. Although Yifeng and his team had credentials, she feared even the slightest mishap. She simply could not afford to take that risk. "Oh, the Special Guard unit?" Yifeng was momentarily taken aback, impressed by her meticulousness. Nevertheless, he complied with her request and led Yilaren to the unit. Upon arriving at the Special Guard unit building, they found a considerable number of experts and several nearby leaders already gathered inside, some of whom Yilaren recognized as prominent figures frequently seen in the news from Longhua. "Hello, are you the donor of the medical pod? My name is Xiaosong, the captain of the Special Guard unit." Captain Xiaosong instantly recognized the young girl brought back by the team. She was undoubtedly the talented individual they had been seeking. "Hello, Captain Xiao, I am Yilaren, and indeed, I sent the medical pod," she replied confidently, feeling no guilt, as she had nothing to fear. "Please, this way. General Wen Changfeng is awaiting your arrival." As he was the designated individual for this matter, Captain Xia felt it unnecessary to interrogate her further, especially after the report had been escalated to higher authorities, who had dispatched General Wen Chongfeng to oversee the situation. General Wen Chongfeng, Yi Laren thought, recognizing him from the news. His involvement indicated that the state was taking this matter seriously, which put her at ease. Following Captain Xia, Yi Laren traversed the building for nearly 15 minutes before reaching a secure underground chamber, adjacent to which lay the medical pod. 17 experts were already assembled. And with additional specialists yet to arrive, it was evident that the state was acting swiftly. "Hello, Yi Laren. Please take a seat." Upon entering, without waiting for her greeting, General Wen stood up with a smile and gestured for her to sit. The two guards beside him also saluted her respectfully. "General Wen, you are too kind. Please, you sit as well. Our conversation is likely to be lengthy." Yi Laren maintained a calm demeanor, though her heart raced with excitement. As the general was exceedingly courteous. "Well, I suppose I am about the same age as your grandfather, so from now on, I shall call you Laren, and you may refer to me as Grandpa Wen. I kindly ask that you do not withhold any information from us. Please trust us completely." "Understood. I will speak freely." The brief opening remarks initiated a dialogue that could potentially alter the future trajectory of Longhua, propelling it toward the international forefront and even into interstellar development. "Thank you. Now, please share how you acquired the ability to conjure objects from thin air, and from where the medical pod originated." General Wen inquired. "The matter is quite simple. A few days ago, I was struck by lightning on my way home from resigning from my job. During my unconsciousness, I bound myself to an interstellar trading system, which contains a plethora of advanced items, including the medical pod," Yi Laren explained. "Xiao Yuan, please display the interface of the system shop for the medical pod," she instructed. "General Wen, this is the medical pod I purchased here. Each transaction allows for the purchase of 100 units, and the remainder can be retrieved from the backpack at any time. This is how I can conjure items seemingly out of nowhere." Yi Laren spoke passionately, and with the appearance of the system shop interface, the evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for doubt among the four individuals present. They listened intently as she recounted the events, their attention captivated by the shop's backpack interface, almost oblivious to their surroundings. "I see. The system, the backpack, the shop. But how did you purchase the medical pod? Did you use the materials you acquired?" General Wen queried. Coming back to the matter at hand, suspecting there must be a reason behind her sudden bulk purchases. "Yes, the system's currency is called Cloud Coin, which does not accept our Longhua currency but does accept goods. I sold a large quantity of takeout and fruits to acquire over 14 million Cloud Coins. I used 10 million to purchase the medical pods, leaving me with over 4 million Cloud Coins remaining. Given that first-time buyers receive a 10% discount, I could buy a maximum of 100 medical pods at a time. So I took the opportunity to purchase several," Yi Laren clarified. Realizing she was likely one of the rare first-time traders to engage in such substantial transactions. If the medical pods proved effective, 100 units might not suffice, but that would only be confirmed post-experimentation. "Could you explain how the system determines the pricing of the items you sold?" General Wen asked, as the guards prepared to take notes. "There are too many to list. You can review the sales records yourselves," Yi Laren said, readily displaying her transaction history with the system. During this process, they discovered that while they could view the system interface, they had no operational control over it. The system clarified that only the owner could operate it. And once it reached a certain level, they could open a store and hire staff, with Yi Laren's approval being necessary for any actions taken. "Ah, I understand now," General Wen acknowledged. "Please assist us in flipping through the pages." There's no need for detailed notes. Just a cursory glance suffices. They all observed that selling fast food was significantly more lucrative for acquiring Cloud Coins. "All right, I have a general understanding now. Thank you, Laren. Now, let us discuss your intentions regarding collaboration with the government. I assume your delivery of the medical pod signifies your willingness to cooperate with us. Am I correct?" General Wen had long suspected Yi Laren's desire to collaborate, and the discovery of numerous high-tech products within the system shop solidified their determination to pursue this opportunity. "Indeed, I wish to collaborate with the state, assisting in acquiring advanced technology from the system shop and other interfaces. I am willing to do so without any markup. However, I would like to become a civil servant, as it was my parents' wish while they were alive." Yi Laren articulated her request, which was entirely reasonable and quite simple. And she believed the state would acquiesce. Such a straightforward request required no higher-level approval, and General Wen was delighted to grant it. Very well, on behalf of the state, I hereby appoint you as a civil servant of Longhua. I ask that you remain within the special guard unit from this moment onward. I will report this situation to my superiors. Xiaosong, please find a suitable place for Laren to rest. Yu Jia, from now on, you will be Laren's personal guard. Your duty is to ensure her safety at all costs. This is a military order. Rest assured, you will not be alone in this. I will arrange for 9 other female soldiers to join you today. Xiaosong, please dispatch members of your first team to ensure Laren's safety. I understand you are a young lady, and today you may need to endure a bit of discomfort. I trust these rough men will know their limits. General Wen swiftly made arrangements for Yi Laren's safety, and both Xiaosong and Yu Jia accepted their orders. Yi Laren had no reason to object. She believed soldiers could be trusted, and despite being surrounded by men, she felt they would not overstep their bounds. With a phone call to report up the chain, the national government of Longhua commenced a whirlwind of operations, fully convinced that this trading system represented a golden opportunity for the nation's ascent, one that could not be overlooked. Following the special approval from higher authorities, the medical pod was immediately cleared for human trials. The first candidate for the experimental chamber was an academician from the Longhua Institute of Technology, specializing in nuclear fusion energy, who was in the advanced stages of liver cancer and facing imminent death. His son, also a researcher at the institute, had proactively requested that his father be included in the human trials. To him, his father was a deity, and he could never bear to lose him, fearing that his father might not survive until the experiment's conclusion. Professor Tang, are you certain about proceeding with the human trial for Academician Tang? You still have an opportunity to reconsider. The personnel operating the medical pod, Academician Ruan Yin, who was focused on cancer treatment research, asked Professor Tang before activating the pod, following the protocol to confirm his decision. I am certain. Please, Academician Ruan, expedite the activation of the medical pod. Father experienced turbulence on the way here, and I fear time is running out. He has been unconscious for 2 days, Professor Tang asserted emphatically. Anxious that his father might already be beyond help, Professor Tang was visibly trembling with excitement, almost wishing to activate the pod himself, clearly unable to wait any longer. Academician Ruan instructed the attending physician accompanying Professor Tang to carefully place him inside the medical pod. Remove his medical instruments and activate the pod within a minute. The medical chamber's green light illuminated, signaling that the patient was undergoing treatment. Outside, over 20 experts and family members clenched their fists, anxiously anticipating the chamber's outstanding efficacy. Otherwise, they would face the imminent loss of a revered academician or a cherished family member. Chapter 6. The test passes and the plan initiates. 2 hours elapsed without a whisper from the medical chamber, and the accompanying personnel began to feel a rising tide of anxiety. Should the chamber fail to treat Academician Tang, his fate would be sealed on the spot. 3 hours passed, yet silence persisted. Both experts and family members grew increasingly restless, though they dared not disturb the chamber's operations for fear of jeopardizing its work. Fortunately, after 3.5 hours, the medical chamber finally announced the conclusion of the patient's treatment and opened its doors. As the chamber proclaimed the end of the treatment, all experts and family members rose in unison, yet only Academician Ruan Yin and the 2 attending physicians approached the medical chamber. Inside, Professor Tang maintained his original sideline position. The attending physicians promptly checked his heartbeat and respiration. Both were normal, suggesting an improvement in Professor Tang's condition. A series of further examinations would determine the extent of his recovery. Rest assured, the academician's breathing is stable. We will immediately transport him back for further examination, aiming to obtain results within the day. 1 of Professor Tang's attending physicians happened to be the director of the Longhua Military Hospital, and he decreed that all examination rooms in the hospital would be opened for Academician Tang's assessment, ensuring results would be expedited. Where am I? As the attending physician transferred Academician Tang to the hospital bed, he regained consciousness, appearing somewhat drained but devoid of any pallor, leading to a hopeful belief that the examination results would astonish them. Academician Tang, you are currently in the special guard's care. We will now transport you back to the hospital for examination. Please rest for a moment, the attending physician reassured him, cautious not to overstate the situation, informing him that there had been a positive turn in his condition. However, without further examination, no one dared to make any definitive claims. Special guard? Why am I here with so many experts gathered? Jianlong, you are all here too. What has happened? Academician Tang's mind was clear, evidently recognizing all the individuals present. Nearby, Professor Tang contemplated that the last time his father had been lucid enough to communicate with them was over half a month prior. Seeing him now, he was overcome with joy. "Father, please do not rush. Let us first complete the examination. Our nation has made significant breakthroughs in medical science during your period of unconsciousness. Perhaps you will no longer suffer from illness." Professor Tang grasped his father's frail hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of hope regarding his father's recovery. "Is that so? Significant breakthroughs in research, yet surely not for patients in the advanced stages of cancer. How long has he been unconscious?" Academician Tang fell into deep thought. Upon returning to the hospital, Academician Tang cooperated fully with the examinations, attentively listening to the doctors discuss his health status. Observing their astonished expressions, he surmised that his condition had notably improved. Though not entirely cured, his health had certainly advanced beyond mere increments. All research reports were expedited, and General Wen received the results by 9 o'clock that evening. The report indicated that Academician Tang had made a full recovery, albeit with some residual weakness, primarily due to myopia and chronic leg pain, with rheumatism also alleviated. The efficacy of the medical chamber was beyond description. "Wen Tao, please inform Xiaosong to find a spacious location for the medical chambers. Additionally, have him request Luren to extract all the medical chambers. I will promptly arrange for the troops to transport them to various hospitals throughout the night. Furthermore, remind Officer Long to expedite the construction progress of the Interstellar Department. Within 3 days, I want the Interstellar Department to be officially established and operational." General Wen could hardly wait to utilize the medical chambers on patients teetering on the brink of death. Eager for more advanced technology to be procured for the benefit of the Longhua populace, this moment, the Special Guard was already bustling with activity. Xiaosong was coordinating with hundreds of fast food restaurants in Longdu to expedite meal preparations, delivering over 10,000 meal portions that afternoon, thereby amassing over 10 million system cloud coins. Upon receiving General Wen's directives, Xiaosong swiftly cleared out storage rooms and 3 additional rooms, estimating that they would be sufficient to accommodate all the medical chambers. However, fearing damage to the chambers, he consulted Yi Liren to devise a plan for extracting them in batches, with the troops transporting one batch while she retrieved another. They worked tirelessly until 1 o'clock in the morning, successfully dispatching all medical chambers. "Minister Yi, your hard work is appreciated. It's quite late now. Please return to your quarters to rest. I will have someone bring you food shortly. I still need to arrange a portion of the procurement tasks, so I must take my leave for now. Once the items arrive, I will come to request your assistance in receiving them." Xiaosong was already aware that the Longhua Academy had established the Interstellar Department, with Yi Liren appointed as the minister, so he now referred to her as Minister Yi. "All right, you go ahead and take care of your tasks." Yi Liren witnessed firsthand the relentless efforts of the Special Guard members. Realizing that none of them could rest peacefully, and that tonight would undoubtedly be another sleepless night, Yi Liren's intuition was correct. The Special Guard personnel toiled throughout the night, continuing their procurement endeavors the following day. Without disrupting market operations, they needed to order sufficient goods to fulfill the subsequent 2 transactions to At Dawn. Yi Liren was notified to receive 2 delivery trucks, one filled with fruit and the other with self-heating hot pots and instant noodles. With the assistance of 2 teams from the Special Guard, they sold all the goods within 3 hours through the system, accumulating over 23 million cloud coins, leading her to speculate that the nation's purchasing ambitions might far exceed her expectations. Her suspicions were confirmed in the afternoon when General Wen informed her that the nation sought to acquire a spaceship, priced at a staggering 20 million cloud coins each. 100 ships would total 2 billion cloud coins. And with a discount, that would amount to 200 million cloud coins, far more than she had. "Liren, I will have Xiaosong arrange teams to place orders at various restaurants. You may be quite busy today, as we want to test whether the pricing for meal-related items is indeed exorbitant. If so, we will opt to place large banquet orders at fine dining establishments, aiming to complete 300 million cloud coins in transaction volume today. Of that, 200 million cloud coins will be allocated for the spaceship, while 100 million cloud coins will be designated for controllable nuclear fusion energy cells. You have worked hard. This is the nation's recompense for you, containing 200 million dragon coins, partly to reimburse your expenditure on the medical chambers, with the surplus as a reward for your efforts. Please accept it with peace of mind." General Wen broadly revealed the nation's intended purchases and presented her with a reward. 200 million dragon coins? Yi Liren trembled as she accepted the dragon card. She longed to assertively decline the reward, yet her body's reaction betrayed her true feelings. she was inclined to accept it regardless. Chapter 7. Deciding on purchases. The two items you wish to acquire, much like the medical chamber, originate from the stars. I just recalled the system's constraints. Should you purchase these two items, it would imply that my subsequent interface friend matching would yield one interstellar friend, while the other two would be random. In truth, I wish to procure something from the realm of cultivation, as that would allow me to match with a friend from that interface, with one friend being random. We will acquire the spaceship, but would it be acceptable to postpone the purchase of the controllable nuclear fusion energy cell? How about we buy a cleansing elixir instead? One could detoxify the body, optimizing its condition and extending life by 10 to 30 years. Luren ventured her modest suggestion, fully aware of the nuclear fusion battery's significance to the nation, yet also captivated by the allure of items from the cultivation realm. Is there such a rule? They had assumed they could only purchase items from stores. It turns out they could also add friends and engage in mutual trade. Might there be opportunities to add more friends in the future? What assistance do you require from us? General 1, believing he understood Luren's system well, soon realized he was only scratching the surface. The system allows for friend exchanges through barter.as. Transactions are completed and friends are recommended. The number of friends I can add will increase if I reach a certain transaction volume and elevate the system to level 10. I could obtain a spatial portal to venture into other interfaces for commerce under the condition of acquiring the spiritual spring space. Luren elucidated the potential levels of the system, leaving those present in utter astonishment. Spatial portals, spiritual spring spaces, and commerce in external interfaces were concepts beyond their wildest imaginations. I understand now. You will continue receiving goods through the system for sale today. I will report your ideas to my superiors. It should not present any issues. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Having you for our nation is indeed a blessing. General 1 reflected with gratitude, pondering that their future heights might extend beyond outer space and into other star realms. Hoping he would witness such advancements in his lifetime. Due to General 1's phone call, further deployments ensued. The Longwa Academy decided to relocate and reconstruct, stretching for dozens of miles, all conducted in secrecy. Luren, have all the items been received? How are the prices? Are you satisfied? After a 2-hour conference call, General 1 arrived at the Special Guards warehouse to verify whether their assumptions were correct. Grandfather 1. The pricing is quite reasonable. We discovered that all dishes must be paired with suitable staple foods to enhance pricing. A complete banquet priced at 2,000 dragon coins soared to a staggering 150,000 cloud coins. Your ideas are indeed feasible, but please remember to include the staple foods. Luren personally conveyed their experimental results to General 1, who found the outcomes immensely gratifying. Thus, throughout the afternoon, a splendid spectacle unfolded outside the Special Guards office building. As a procession of delivery vehicles appeared at the entrance, all manned by military personnel tasked with the delivery of meals, by evening. All the orders had been successfully delivered, and Luren's system currency had reached 300 million. The state arranged for personnel to escort her to the Lonker Institute. There, she encountered all the research scientists who had signed a confidential agreement to participate in interstellar research, including the recently recovered academician Tang. Luren, hello. Thank you for saving my life. From now on, I am willing to dedicate my life to interstellar research, helping Longwa achieve greatness. Academician Tang nearly rushed to Luren, his gratitude palpable. Luren blushed shyly. Today she was to meet many influential figures, and she felt somewhat nervous. Academician Tang, hello, it is all part of my duty. No need for thanks. Old Tang, don't block the way. Everyone take a seat. We must commence the meeting. General 1 timely interrupted, anticipating that a few words would not suffice to convey Tang's gratitude. If allowed to continue, he might speak for half an hour, which would only add to Luren's discomfort. Very well, we must heed General 1's words. The distinguished guests who had sought to greet Luren retracted their steps and returned to their seats at the conference table. I see everyone is prepared, so let us proceed directly to the main topic. As you all know, Luren has acquired a system store. Prior to this meeting, most of us were aware that we could shop at the system store. But this morning, I received news from Luren. She informed me that after completing 3 transactions, the friend trading feature would become available. This means that after 3 transactions, we can have 3 friends for long-term barter. With friends being the suppliers of our first 3 transactions, if there are fewer than 3 suppliers, the remainder will be random. Therefore, our original shopping intentions have shifted. We will no longer purchase controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries, but will instead acquire cleansing pills. As we require friends from the realm of cultivation, Additionally, as we understand, upon reaching a certain transaction amount, and with the purchase of a spiritual spring space, a time-space portal will appear allowing us to open shops in other dimensions. These are all good news. However, we also have some bad news to share. After completing 3 transactions, the system store will exchange for a brand new 100 basic goods, granting permanent shopping rights for the store's goods. This implies that we may no longer be able to purchase certain desired items at the original price, unless the system upgrades and we attain a certain level to gain purchasing rights for these items through specific opportunities. This summarizes the main points I wish to convey. We will now proceed to the question and answer session. We have only half an hour, and after that, we must complete the remaining 2 transactions and await a 6-hour system update to open the friend barter channel tomorrow morning. General Wen succinctly summarized his points, ensuring that all crucial information was conveyed clearly. Lu Ran, I believe I understand Old Wen's intention. I am researching nuclear fusion energy and have a strong desire for controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries. I wish to respect the state's decision, but I wonder if I will still have the opportunity to acquire these batteries for my research. As the owner of the system, how likely is it that I might fulfill this wish? The question was posed by a silver-haired physicist, Gu Cheng, who, despite being 82 years old, remained active in the front lines of research, dedicating himself to the development of controllable nuclear fusion energy with even greater fervor than he did for his own descendants. I am 80% confident that the supplier of the controllable nuclear fusion energy battery is the same as that of the spacecraft and medical pods. He hails from the stars, and we can add him as a friend. In the future, will we not be able to barter for the energy batteries? Yilu Ran expressed her confidence in successfully trading for the energy batteries. 80% confidence? That is remarkable, Gu Cheng replied. Pleased that I can wait half a month. That is not an issue for me. Chapter 8. Surprising Lottery Opportunity. General 1. Since we can have 3 friend privileges, why not forego purchasing the spacecraft and instead acquire another item to secure a better trading partner? If we can trade controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries with interstellar friends, surely we can trade for spacecraft as well. One individual grasped the state's intentions and suggested exchanging the spacecraft for a more favorable trading counterpart. Absolutely not. The state has considered your proposal, but the spacecraft is crucial for the upcoming national space program. Should the interstellar merchant be unable to provide the spacecraft, there are alternative energy batteries available. The spacecraft, however, is irreplaceable. General Wen firmly rejected the suggestion, asserting that the spacecraft was a definitive purchase by the state, which even contemplated acquiring starships, though the timing was not yet appropriate. Very well, it appears the state has made a decision that cannot be altered. In fact, the state's decision is quite sound, and they have no grounds for opposition. Therefore, the questioning time concluded within 10 minutes, far short of the allotted 30. All right. Since there are no further questions, let us collectively witness the purchasing process for the spacecraft and cleansing pills. All present here will be witnesses to history. Lu Ran, please activate the system store interface, General Wen announced, intending to purchase the spacecraft and cleansing pills in front of everyone to mark this historical moment. Yilu Ran had received General Wen's decision prior to the meeting, so she calmly summoned the system store interface under the watchful eyes of the assembly. A screen resembling a television appeared before everyone, piquing their curiosity, yet no one dared to touch the screen. Yilu Ran skillfully navigated to the spacecraft section, opened the shopping channel, increased the quantity to 100, and completed the transaction, with the spacecraft appearing in her backpack as desired. Next came the cleansing pills. The process was exhilarating yet proceeded smoothly. With both transactions completed, the system voice echoed, announcing that due to the significant transaction volume completed by the system merchant in the first month, they were granted a lottery opportunity. Please proceed to draw a lottery. A lottery? The interface revealed a series of lottery boxes, prompting everyone present to instinctively count them. There were 6 rows of 10 boxes each, totaling 60. Yilu Ran glanced at General Wen, uncertain of which box to choose, and it was evident that General Wen was equally indecisive. Let us draw the first one. We have no idea what it contains. It's all based on luck, General Wen decided. Yilu Ran resolutely pressed the first lottery box, and everyone held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. The inscription revealed a 10-minute period during which all items in the store could be purchased at a 10% discount, with no limit on the number of transactions. Wow, this is clearly a grand prize. The crowd erupted in excitement, nearly leaping for joy. Lu Ran, by the controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries and the lithography machines. Gu Cheng was the first to voice his request. Fortunately, Each cleansing pill cost only 1,000 cloud coins, so purchasing 100 would only amount to 10 million cloud coins, especially at a 10% discount. With over 100 million cloud coins remaining, she could easily accommodate Gu Cheng's request. They were fortunate that the 100 items available in the first lottery box seemed to align with the 100 items previously listed in the system store. Buying 10 boxes of controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries will cost 10 million cloud coins, 10 nanolithography machines will be 5 million cloud coins, 10 quantum lithography machines will be 10 million cloud coins, 10 starships will be 15 million cloud coins, 100 medical pods will be 10 million cloud coins, 100 shark pearls will be 500,000 cloud coins, 100 boxes of gemstones will be 20 million cloud coins, 100,000-year-old ginseng will be 10 million cloud coins, 100 colorful pearls will be 10 million cloud coins, 100 Tian Yin pills will be 500,000 cloud coins, 100 storage mustard seeds will be 5 million cloud coins, 100 water avoidance pearls will be 2 million cloud coins, 100 fire avoidance suits will be 3 million cloud coins, and with the remaining cloud coins, I'll buy another 100 medical pods. Spending the last of my cloud coins on cleansing pills, I can only buy 100 at a time. So I'll make several purchases, totaling 17,000 cleansing pills. It's a pity that the last transaction couldn't be completed in time, and I ran out of cloud coins. Yi Lu Ran hurriedly fumbled. Her haul was decent, but her hands felt foreign, sore and aching. Yu Jia, Academician Ruan, what are you two still doing? You're the only two girls here. Hurry up and help. General Wan, who privately had a fiery temper, noticed Yi Lu Ran's discomfort and the two girls' inertia. Oh, right. The two finally snapped to attention, realizing they could assist. Even if they could not participate in the transactions directly, they could support the one conducting them. With the two assisting her, Yi Lu Ran's hands recovered significantly within 10 minutes. Lu Ran, let us head to the warehouse and collect our items. I can hardly wait. Academician Gu Cheng expressed his impatience. He could only endure waiting for Yi Lu Ran for 10 minutes, as he was exceedingly eager to obtain the energy batteries and lithography machines. Regrettably, the system store did not sell production lines. Understanding everyone's urgency, Yi Lu Ran promptly accompanied them to the warehouse, deciding to leave the spacecraft and starship for another time while retrieving the rest of the items. However, she managed to secure 2 cleansing pills and 2 Tian Yin pills for herself. But when she requested storage mustard seeds, General Wen declined, stating that her backpack served a similar function and there was no need for her to possess the storage mustard seeds. Lu Ran, you should go rest, that I still have many matters to arrange, and I cannot attend to you at the moment. If you have any requests, let Yu Jian form the team to handle them. As long as they are reasonable, they will heed your arrangements. Tonight, retire early, and do not forget the meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. General Wen's conversations with Yi Luren have grown increasingly casual. His tone now resembles that of a grandfather chiding his granddaughter. Very well, Yi Luren pouted as she departed, still yearning for the storage mustard seed, which possesses a capacity of millions of cubic units, capable of accommodating numerous items. Yet, she understood that General Wen would not acquiesce to her request. Luren, do not be disheartened, Yu Jia consoled. General Wen speaks with reason. You have a backpack. Why do you need a storage mustard seed? In the future, you will have the opportunity to acquire a spiritual spring space. What significance does a storage mustard seed hold in comparison to a spiritual spring space? Yi Luren, who had contributed immensely to the nation, felt that her desire for a storage mustard seed was not unreasonable. It was merely that General Wen intended to allocate it to a place where it was more urgently needed. She comprehended the rationale. Given a moment, she would come to terms with it. Yet, she was delighted that Yu Jia was considerate of her feelings and offered her comfort. With few friends, Yu Jia was one of them. Reflecting on friendship, she wondered how Peng Qingqing had been faring these past few days. Jia, I have a colleague named Peng Qingqing. She is my dearest friend. Could you perhaps inquire about her well-being tomorrow? Just a brief check will suffice. I find myself missing her. Yi Luren casually mentioned Peng Qingqing, unaware that her words would save her friend's brother's life and rescue her entire family. Chapter 9. Preparing for trade with friends, all right? I've made a note of it. I will certainly check tomorrow. Hurry and wash up to rest, for you must rise early. Yu Jia busied herself as soon as they entered, searching for clothes for Yi Luren and preparing a bath. Assuming the role of a caretaker, Yi Luren felt a pang of guilt, but was unable to alter the situation for the time being. Yi Luren enjoyed a night filled with pleasant dreams, while General Wan and a group of scientists toiled tirelessly throughout the night. arranging appropriate destinations for all the valuable items, all in a single evening. Fortunately, they were all granted a cleansing pill by the state, which, once consumed, expelled toxins from their bodies, rejuvenating them by more than a decade. After a night of hard work, their energy remained abundant. However, the process was quite painful and somewhat unseemly. It turned out that consuming the cleansing pill truly felt like being gnawed by ants, and the expelled toxins emitted an unbearable stench that could induce nausea. Grandpa One, is that you? Have you taken the cleansing pill? I nearly mistook you for your son, Yi Lurin exclaimed upon seeing General One again, her astonishment surpassing that of encountering a celebrity. They had long been amazed by the effects of the cleansing pill, and witnessing Yi Lurin's speechlessness brought joy to everyone in the conference room, who burst into hearty laughter together. Enough of this. Let us promptly ascertain who the three friends are and what items can still be purchased from the system shop. General One urged Yi Lurin to attend to business. Yi Lurin had yet to check which three friends the system had added, having rushed over as soon as she awoke. Upon opening the system shop, she discovered that spaceships, cleansing pills, energy batteries, and the like were indeed unavailable for purchase. The shop's selection of basic commodities was rather rudimentary, mostly consisting of everyday essentials. The only item she could still purchase from her previous acquisitions was gemstones, but the state had no need for them. She could, however, privately procure some. With anticipation, she opened the friends list, which indeed displayed three friends. One from the interstellar realm, another from the realm of cultivation, and the last from the merfolk realm. The merfolk realm, where they purchased mermaid pearls, left her curious as to whether their surroundings were boundless oceans. All three friend icons were lit, indicating they were online. However, she wondered if they could communicate with one another. Xiao Yuan, how can I communicate with them? They won't understand if I speak or type, Yi Lurin lamented, her face contorted in frustration. The merchant can purchase a linguistic robot, which will assist you in translating and typing, enabling normal communication, Tian Yuan suggested, for the multiverse trading system had anticipated the potential communication barriers between realms and had long provided solutions. A linguistic robot. Yi Lurin returned to the system shop. Searching for one, it was a B-sized, purely linguistic robot, somewhat costly yet cheaper than other high-end models. If one were to ask why they hadn't purchased such robots earlier, their concern stemmed from a fear that an intelligent robot might aspire to dominate the human world. Humans exhibit a certain aversion to intelligent robots, as did the higher echelons of Long Country. Since General One first mentioned acquiring a linguistic robot, he had remained silent, seemingly reluctant to accept such technology. Xiao Yuan, can the system not install translation software? I would prefer if our spoken or typed words could automatically convert into the corresponding language and script of the other party. Yi Lurin was hesitant to delve into the realm of robots, as bringing one to the Long Institute felt akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. The system does indeed possess such software, which will undoubtedly be necessary for future interrealm commerce. Thus, Tian Yuan recommended the robot. While Yi Lurin's desire for software installation was not out of the question, various types of software were available, including one-time use, monthly subscriptions, and lifetime licenses. Which would you prefer? Indeed, there really is. Yi Lurin had not held out much hope. If such software was essential for future dealings, she decided she must purchase the lifetime license point 20,000 cloud coins. Your future transactions will be non-negotiable unless you win a prize, Tian Yuan cautioned. Wary of Yi Lurin attempting to haggle. Very well, Yi Lurin had no intention of bargaining. It was not like buying vegetables at a market. I wish to sell goods first, then purchase the software. Yi Lurin had no cloud coins left in her system. The authorities had anticipated this and had dispatched 2 trucks of fruit that very morning. Soon, at 10 o'clock, there would also be fast food and boxed lunches. Grandpa One, let us postpone the meeting for now. Everyone should assist me in earning some cloud coins. Otherwise, the impending transaction may not proceed, Yi Lurin reasoned, prompting General One to agree without dissent. He prepared to direct the military to assist with the trading. Old One, we shall all aid in the trading. Simply have them bring the items in. Several experts present were eager to participate personally in selling items, having witnessed the buying process the night prior. Agreed. The experts have spoken. General One instructed Xia Song to direct the team to transport the fruit in boxes, while the on-site transactions would be aided by the senior experts, who had consumed the cleansing pill and were in excellent health. Unafraid of straining themselves, Dad, you've just recovered. You should sit by the side. Professor Tang accompanied his father, Academician Tang, to the meeting, concerned that his father might tire and wishing to take on the labor himself. Regrettably, his father was unappreciative, having completely forgotten that just days prior, he had been a critically ill patient. Nonsense. Look at me now, strong as an ox, far healthier than you. Just take a look at your belly. You ought to shed a few pounds. Academician Tang showed no mercy to his son, leaving Professor Tang utterly mortified and unable to retort, turning to find everyone staring at him, his ears flushing red. He wished for nothing more than to burrow into a hole. Old Tang, why do you speak so unkindly of Xiao Tang? Were it not for his tearful pleas to allow you to undergo human trials, you could be anywhere by now. With a body that was once too weak to even remove the monitoring equipment, we would never have dared to proceed with your experiments. Therefore, your life was saved by Xiao Tang. The leader of Huagua intervened, unable to bear seeing Academician Tang embarrass his son. Son, your father was merely caught up in the moment. Do not take offense. You will always be my good boy. I'll assist learn a bit more, and when the time is right, I'll see if I can trade for a few more cleansing pills. Even if it costs me everything, I'll buy you one. With the cleansing pill to expel toxins, you shall naturally slim down. Academician Tang, realizing he had gone too far, hastily attempted to make amends. Yiluran felt compelled to contribute as well, thus she produced her own cleansing pill. Here, Uncle Tang, I have no need for it for the time being. The cleansing pill, which Professor Tang had previously handled, was given to his father by the state. Seeing it once more, Professor Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. Take it, at worst, I'll have Grandpa Tang buy me another one later. Yiluran urged him when he hesitated to accept. Don't be foolish, accept it. If you don't, what if those old fellows nearby snatch it away? Academician Tang nudged his son with his elbow, concerned that if his son continued to refuse, the nearby elders might seize the opportunity. Thank you, Yiluran. I shall accept it. Though Professor Tang was 59, he felt as giddy as a child at that moment. Chapter 10. Trading with the Dan Emperor. At this juncture, the fruit had also been delivered, and everyone collaborated efficiently to assist Yiluran in selling the fruit within the system to earn cloud coins. All done. I have already accrued 20,000 cloud coins. I shall purchase the software immediately. Once installed, we can connect with our friends. What if they log off later? The fruit can always be sold later. Yiluran, now adept at the system trades, thought ahead, garnering nods of approval from the senior experts and the national leader. Once the cloud coins were credited, the software could be installed within a minute. And everyone watched as the unfamiliar glyphs on the icons gradually transformed into recognizable characters. Yiluran took the initiative to reach out to the Dan Emperor from the cultivation realm to ascertain if they could communicate effectively. Greetings, Dan Emperor. I am Yiluran from Long Country, Blue Star. Hello, young friend Is the Dan Emperor busy at the moment? I wish to engage in a transaction involving elixirs with Yiluran, getting straight to the point. I feel apprehensive about establishing rapport with the other party, fearing that I might inadvertently say something displeasing. In a rush, young friend. What elixirs are you interested in trading, and what do you propose as currency? We possess fruits, delicacies, toys, and garments, yet I am uncertain about what the immortal might prefer. Let us present some delicacies and toys for the immortal alchemist to choose from. The delicacies have arrived, but the toys must be procured immediately. Xia Song, realizing this, promptly exits the meeting venue, certainly to fetch the toys. The delicacies are currently stored within the spatial mustard seed of Deputy Commander Yi Feng, which maintains their warmth. Yiluran instructed Yi Feng to retrieve 10 sets of hamburgers and fried chicken, along with 10 signature fast food meals, 4 Tian Yuan to deliver to the immortal alchemist for tasting. Point 1 cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Immortal alchemist, please sample our delicacies. I wonder if you might share some of your culinary delights in exchange. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Yiluran opts for a cautious approach to the transaction. I apologize, but I am currently fasting, and there are no delicacies nearby. However, I possess celestial fruits. Allow me to share some with you. The immortal alchemist promptly transmitted an array of fragrant fruits, each more enticing than the last. Yet, these fruits are oddly shaped. Will consuming them yield any peculiar effects? Yiluran harbored concerns about the potential for mutation. Uncertain of the fruit's unique properties, she inquired while simultaneously bestowing a compliment, choosing to maintain a prudent dialogue in light of her unfamiliarity with the other party's disposition. Indeed, the immortal alchemist was unfazed by her inquiries and responded swiftly. The red fruits, known as fire spirit fruits, heal all external wounds. The yellow ones, called spirit-moistening fruits, awaken the mind, and the snow mist fruits detoxify and beautify. Such remarkable items. General Wen instructed Yularen to hand the fruits to a nearby soldier who possessed a spatial mustard seed to ensure the fruit's preservation. With a joyful heart, Yularen relinquished the fruits, and in a fleeting moment, seized a snow mist fruit to take a bite. General Wen attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The snow mist fruit is delightful. I adore its sweet and tangy flavor. As she savored the fruit, Yularen engaged the immortal alchemist in conversation, disregarding General Wen's stern expression. I too enjoy the snow mist fruit. I shall send you more in the future. Your delicacies are quite exquisite as well. I particularly relish the yellow-skinned meat and the effervescent water, the immortal alchemist replied, providing feedback on his culinary experience, referring to fried chicken and Sprite. Yularen immediately understood. The meat is called fried chicken, and the water is Sprite. I enjoy it too. However, consuming Sprite can cause one to burp, as if gas is escaping from one's mouth. Yularen, concerned that the immortal might experience discomfort while eating, chose to forewarn him of potential reactions. It seems there is indeed gas released, yet it is of no consequence, the immortal alchemist reassured her. Let us proceed with the exchange of delicacies for elixirs. Kindly inform me of your needs in terms of elixirs, while I require 10,000 portions of the delicacies you will provide. The immortal alchemist was straightforward and forthright. Delicacies are not an issue, but I am unfamiliar with the types of elixirs available. Yularen had only encountered 2 types in the system store, the bone-cleansing pill and the heavenly countenance pill, both of which she had purchased. You may choose. I can refine all the elixirs listed, though some may be out of stock. The immortal alchemist transmitted a list of elixirs, which included a dozen varieties. The forefront was the bone-cleansing pill, followed by attribute elixirs, which could only be utilized by those possessing specific spiritual roots. Towards the end were the heavenly countenance pill and the cloud awareness pill, accessible to individuals of all attributes. The cloud awareness pill was intended for those whose spiritual awareness had been compromised, and Yularen pondered whether it could be used for individuals afflicted with cerebral palsy. Immortal, I am not currently cultivating. Do you possess a means to measure spiritual roots? Today, I will select the bone-cleansing pill, the heavenly countenance pill, and the cloud awareness pill for trade. You may determine how many you can provide. I trust your judgment. Although Yularen was aware of the system store's pricing, she understood that being overly calculative in her first transaction could leave a poor impression on the other party. The round gray stone is a spiritual root measuring stone. The colorless stone is a spiritual stone, and the colorless liquid is a spiritual essence, drinkable. It enhances the purity of spiritual roots. The large bottle contains the bone-cleansing pill, the medium bottle holds the heavenly countenance pill, and the small bottle contains the cloud awareness pill. This is the extent of my elixirs. Additionally, I shall gift you some spiritual beast meat. You may prepare it as a delicacy, and should it be delicious, a return offering would suffice. The immortal alchemist transmitted a substantial quantity, with the bone-cleansing pill alone numbering 125 bottles, each containing 100 pills. Yularen did not bother to count the specifics, instructing Yifeng to deliver the fast food meals to her, which she would then transmit to the immortal alchemist, along with an entire feast of 16 dishes and 2 plates of grilled fish. Thank you, Immortal. I shall not forget your kindness once the spiritual beast meat is successfully prepared. Next, she presented her array of small toys, suitable for children and adults alike, intending to illustrate their usage through illustrations. Yularen speculated that the other party might not utilize mobile devices or tablets for single-player games, thus requiring clear instructions. Uncertain if she could send videos, she inquired with Tianyuan, discovering that sending videos was indeed possible, making the task much simpler. A child was chosen to demonstrate a small toy, while a gaming expert showcased the usage of the electronic products, particularly all the single-player games included. The video was swiftly recorded, with quality being of lesser importance than practicality. Upon transmitting the items, the dialogue interface remained silent for an extended period. Although the immortal alchemist promptly accepted the video, he did not respond, likely preoccupied with testing the toys. Yularen and her companions remained patient. Immortal, please enjoy the toys for now. I wish to contact another friend to procure some items. Shall we reconnect later? Yularen bid farewell to the other party, eager to reach out to her next friend. Very well, we shall speak later, the immortal alchemist replied promptly. Chapter 11. Transaction with grandfather as host. Greetings. Daisy, My friend, I am Yularen from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Hello, do you wish to purchase something? Do you have delicious food and fruits? The desire for trade from the interstellar Daisy seemed even more fervent than Yularen's. As he cut straight to the chase, I wish to acquire items. We have delectable food and fruits. Might you possess energy batteries, photolithography machines, drones, flying vehicles, and maglev trains, as well as the relevant manufacturing technology? Yularen mentioned several items available in the system store, while others were drawn from her readings of novels. We have solid hydrogen energy batteries, solar batteries, and controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries. Our photolithography machines range from 1 to 5 nanometers. And we also have quantum photolithography machines. There is a wide variety of drones and flying vehicles, but we do not have maglev trains. We do possess flying vehicles, and we can provide manufacturing technology, even production lines, although they are not inexpensive. Daisy elaborated on the items Yularen sought, nearly all of which were available, save for the maglev trains. I require 100 of each type of battery, 100 units of both the 1 nanometer and quantum photolithography machines, 100 high-end drones and flying vehicles, and the highest quality medical capsules. I also seek high-end technology and production lines. Please provide a price. Additionally, do you sell parts for medical capsules? Mine requires replacement parts. Yularen, backed by her nation, exhibited considerable boldness, though she was careful not to be overly greedy. I possess all the parts you need. Your order is quite substantial. Even with a discount, it would require at least 10,000 tons of food and fruits. Are you prepared for such a quantity? Daisy could hardly believe the extent of her request. Having never encountered someone so audacious in their trading endeavors, as most individuals typically traded one item at a time. 10,000 tons of food and fruits might be excessive, Yularen mused. Inquiring with General Wen if such a quantity was feasible. General Wen affirmed that it was possible, although it would take 3 days to prepare. For now, they would prepay 2 tons of food and fruits, requesting that he send a few sample drones and flying vehicles. Following General Wen's guidance, Yularen negotiated with Daisy, who agreed to transmit 10 drones and 10 flying vehicles. This is the drone, which comes in several forms, and the flying vehicle is quite impressive, Yularen remarked as she received the drones and flying vehicles, releasing a few smaller models. All parties were exceedingly satisfied, solidifying their resolve to proceed with the trade, and they arranged for a transaction on the day after tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Should the nation be unable to supply the items, they would each utilize their ingenuity. With the interstellar transaction concluded, Yularen returned to the dialogue page with the immortal alchemist, who had already replied, agreeing to the trade. He accepted her offerings and prepared to supply 100 items, with the transaction set for 10 days later to allow him time to gather his stock. Yularen acknowledged this. Her final contact was with a merfolk, as Yularen held a fondness for mermaid pearls, rumored to restore the elderly's youth, allowing them to regain decades of vitality. Who wouldn't desire something that enhances beauty? Greetings, Shui Kai. I am Yularen from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. May I inquire if you are available? Yularen routinely checked in with the other party, having had a fruitful day and open to future transactions. Hello, Yularen. I am available, Shui Kai replied promptly. The merfolk living in the water and having ample time for conversation. I am pleased you are free. May I ask what you enjoy? I seek to exchange for some of your local specialties. Yularen cautiously indicated, not daring to explicitly request mermaid pearls, as they were the tears of the merfolk and might be a taboo subject. I enjoy fruits and terrestrial foods. I have mermaid pearls, mermaid silk, and various seafood that dwell in the depths, along with the pearls that humans adore. Why not send me a portion of your food first, so I can ascertain whether I like it? As a mermaid, I prefer not to be deceived by humans and would like to inspect the goods beforehand. The mermaid's request is quite reasonable. Yularen instructed Yifeng to prepare an assortment of fruits for transmission, while opting for a delivery of fried chicken meals for the delicacies. Next came the anxious wait for the mermaid's inspection. As seconds ticked by, the attending experts felt a growing trepidation, uncertain if the mermaid would appreciate their offerings, particularly the precious mermaid pearls. These pearls, developed through extensive research, have been utilized to create an exceptional scar cream, a boon for individuals suffering from extensive burns. Yet the previous purchase of pearls from the system store was merely sufficient for military personnel and could not be widely distributed. Hello, Laren. I am truly fond of your fruits and dishes. Here is my payment for the fruits and delicacies. Please check if you can send me more. Finally, a response arrived, accompanied by a sizable shipment. Yularen meticulously examined the items, gaining a rough understanding of the types and quantities to determine how much fruit and food to send back. A staggering 4,372 pearls. Such a significant investment, and so many fish and crustaceans. Over 20,000 king crabs. Laren, we cannot skimp on the fruits and delicacies. Yu Jia remarked in awe at the vast shipment, feeling quite embarrassed if they were to send less. Determined not to fall short, Yi Laren commanded Yifeng to gather all the fruits and delicacies from his space, which amounted to nearly 2 tons of fruits, yet only over 1,000 portions of delicacies, seemingly still insufficient. Regardless, she decided to proceed with the transmission, and unexpectedly, the recipient expressed overwhelming gratitude upon receiving only the fruits. Thank you, Laren. Next time, I will send you even more pearls and silk. It appeared that matters were secure. And with a smile, Yi Laren continued to send the delicacies, ensuring the mermaid did not feel shortchanged. Thank you, Laren. It has been a pleasure trading with you. I look forward to our next collaboration. I am off to share these delicacies with my dear friends, the mermaid concluded. With that, Laren chuckled, guessing that the recipient was likely a young girl. The transaction had gone exceedingly well. General Wen instructed Yi Laren to transfer the goods to the appropriate individual spaces, assuring her that they would prepare the forthcoming goods for exchange, leaving her with no cause for concern. Grandfather Wen, I believe we should also prepare some cakes and other desserts. I have a feeling the mermaid would enjoy them. Yi Laren mused, contemplating how to further endear herself to the trading partner. General Wen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that desserts would indeed be considered in their preparations, realizing that only a young girl would truly understand another young girl's preferences. Laren, let's have a meal together soon. Today's meeting was primarily for the sake of trade, and a successful transaction signifies a fruitful conclusion to our gathering. Grandfather will treat you to celebrate. General Wen had long wished to take Yi Laren out for a meal, and today seemed the perfect opportunity. With the great general treating, Yi Laren graciously accepted. That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Grandfather Wen, she exclaimed with laughter, prompting everyone present to share in the joy of the day. General Wen insisted that the meal should not be too simple, and a delicacy like Buddha jumps over the wall must be served. Yi Laren's ultimate delight lay in this exquisite dish. Renowned for its delectable flavor, she savored 2 bowls of Buddha jumps over the wall, her stomach full yet still yearning for more. Chapter 12. A chance encounter with Xinchen Laren. Sui Kai is looking for you. Tian Yuan's voice chimed in at just the right moment, interrupting her indulgence in Buddha jumps over the wall. Grandfather, Sui Kai is calling for me, Yi Laren informed General Wen, awaiting his decision on the matter. Return to the office. Old Man Tang, instruct them to pack the food. You shall personally bring it back, General Wen decreed, setting his bowl down, still half-full. It was a rare occasion for him to leave food uneaten. All right, let everything go. Old Man Tang resignedly instructed the waitstaff to pack the remaining food, observing as many among them had yet to satisfy their hunger. Such provisions should not go to waste. Sui Kai, I was just occupied. What is it? Yi Laren inquired, hoping that the mermaid had not suffered any adverse effects from their traded fruits and delicacies. Laren, my kin desire a spiky fruit with a shell. Do you have any? What would you require in exchange? It appeared that Sui Kai was craving durian. Yi Laren breathed a sigh of relief. I have some. Please wait a moment while I procure it for you. There is no need for any exchange. I shall gift it to you. Yi Laren felt compelled to reciprocate for the numerous items Sui Kai had traded, and offering a few durians was a small gesture. All right, thank you. Sui Kai expressed her gratitude, touched by Yi Laren's willingness to send her durians. The mermaids were indeed quite innocent at heart. Grandfather Wen, I wish to go out for a stroll, perhaps to the supermarket to select some items. Sui Kai would like durian, but in addition, I wish to send her some special snacks. This was the first time Yi Laren had voiced a desire to leave the Dragon Science Institute. General Wen hesitated, recognizing the importance of her safety despite her wish to attend to business. It seemed somewhat unfeeling to deny Yi Laren the opportunity to step outside. After a few moments of contemplation, just as she feared she would be denied, General Wen finally spoke. Very well, shall have Wen Xinqing and Bian Sheng accompany you. Please wait a moment. He conceded to her request, acknowledging that Yi Laren was a national treasure, not a criminal. Wen Xinqing, General Wen's grandson and the captain of the border field team, happened to be in Longdu to collect high-tech equipment for deployment. Bian Sheng was one of his subordinates in the border field team. Xinqing, come to the Dragon Science Institute immediately to take Laren out shopping, and bring Bian Sheng along, General Wen instructed over the phone. Laren, Yi Laren, It seems a mission has arrived, when Xinqing replied. All right, I will arrive in 20 minutes. Although he was told it was merely a shopping trip, he understood it was likely a military command he could not disregard. Since it is a shopping trip, dress casually, General Wen reminded Wen Xinqing, cautioning him against wearing military attire. Only a fool would wear a uniform while shopping, Wen Xinqing retorted, promptly ending the call and urging Biansheng, who had been listening, to change into sportswear. Xinqing, what are you up to? Aren't you supposed to be on leave today? When Xinqing's mother, Ouyangyu, a professor, happened to be at home on break. Grandfather asked me to accompany a girl shopping. I expect I will return later. When Xinqing replied nonchalantly, not disclosing Yilaren's identity or the true nature of his task. A girl. Has your grandfather started arranging blind dates for you? Ouyangyu mused, bemused by the turn of events. Xinqing, you've finally arrived. This is my sister, Yilaren. Laren, this is my grandson, Wen Xinqing. From now on, he will be your brother, and you may command him as you wish. Should he dare to be harsh with you, do not hesitate to report him to grandfather. General Wen introduced the two. Wen Xinqing was not unappealing. He bore the hallmark of a soldier, with defined features and a slightly tanned complexion that exuded masculinity. This was Yilaren's first impression of him. Hello, Xinqing. My name is Yilaren. Thank you for your assistance, she greeted warmly, extending her hand for a handshake. Hello, Yilaren. This is my friend, Biansheng. Shall we be on our way? Wen Xinqing replied, briefly shaking her hand before introducing Biansheng. Hello, Biansheng. Thank you for your help. Yilaren greeted him as well, extending her hand. It's no trouble at all. It's an honor to accompany two lovely ladies. Biansheng replied with a cheerful demeanor, contrasting with Wen Xinqing's more reserved nature. Grandfather, we shall take our leave. Yilaren bid farewell to General Wen. Enjoy yourselves, Xinqing. Ensure the safety of the two young ladies. Should anything go awry, we cannot bear the consequences. General Wen reiterated his instructions, acutely aware of Yilaren's significant status. Understood, Wen Xinqing assured his grandfather, typically a man of few words. The quartet opted for a civilian off-road vehicle for their outing. With Biansheng at the wheel, Yu Jia in the passenger seat, and Wen Xinqing and Yilaren seated in the back. Laren, remember to avoid crowded places. If any danger arises, protect yourself and refrain from acting recklessly. Wen Xinqing cautioned, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings, well aware of the mission's gravity. Xinqing, rest assured I will prioritize my safety. Just treat it as a casual outing with my brother. Your tension may prove counterproductive. Yilaren reassured him, feeling like an inconspicuous individual amidst the chaos. Yilaren's reasoning resonated with Wen Xinqing, prompting him to relax his watchfulness and take a moment to observe the girl beside him. Though she did not possess the air of a highborn lady, she radiated a refreshing simplicity. Xinqing, how old are you? How many years have you served in the military? Will you remain in the army indefinitely? Yilaren inquired, perceiving no malice in his scrutiny, perhaps out of mere curiosity. 37 years old. I have served for 17 years. Unless circumstances dictate otherwise, I will not retire, Wen Xinqing replied succinctly, adhering to his usual demeanor. What about your wife? Does she not mind your absence? What of your nieces and nephews? Surely they miss their father, Yilaren ventured, assuming that a distinguished man of 37 would be married with children. Ha ha, Laren, I have no idea where my wife is. I have no nieces or nephews, Biansheng interjected, answering for Wen Xinqing. Yilaren felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Had she inadvertently touched upon a sore subject for Wen Xinqing? Who could have known he was still single? No more reckless chatter. Yilaren chose to remain silent. It's all right, don't feel embarrassed. Wen Xinqing didn't want this new sister to feel distant after just a few words. Oh, Yilaren forced a smile. It seemed that as soon as she relaxed, she easily made mistakes in speech and action. Only when she fortified herself could she engage in normal social interactions. Laren, we're almost there. Have you decided what to buy? Perhaps the best remedy for awkwardness was to divert attention. Yu Jia intentionally inquired of Yilaren. Indeed, Yilaren perked up at once, gazing out the window. Was that a pastry shop and a milk tea store? She felt compelled to take a look. Chapter 13. Encountering trouble and meeting new young brother Biansheng. Pull over. I want milk tea and cake, Yilaren instructed, her spirit visibly lifted. Biansheng glanced at Wen Xinqing through the rearview mirror to gauge his decision. Wen Xinqing nodded, and Biansheng promptly brought the car to a halt. Boss, pack 10 of each drink from the milk tea shop. Yilaren placed a lavish order for every variety available in the shop. seizing the rare opportunity with the store being relatively empty. Are you certain you want 10 of each drink? The staff were incredulous at such an extravagant request. Yes, all of them. Hurry, I'll pay. When Xinqing confirmed Yilaren's order without hesitation and gentlemanly proceeded to settle the bill. All right, one staff member will take care of the order while the others begin preparing urgently. The shop buzzed with activity, becoming busier than usual, 2 hours ahead of the regular rush. Brother Xinqing, why don't you wait here for them to finish packing while I go with Jia to buy cake? Yilaren suggested, casting her eyes toward the nearby cake shop, eager to split up and save some time. I'll accompany you. Biansheng, you and Yu Jia stay here, when Xinqing instructed, as Biansheng awaited the milk tea with Yu Jia while he accompanied Yilaren to purchase cake. As long as they could buy cake, Yilaren didn't mind how when Xinqing arranged things. She skipped joyfully toward the cake shop. Boss, I'll take every pastry in the shop, all packed up. Yilaren surveyed the fresh offerings and opted for a complete buyout. Proceed as she says, when Xinqing, not waiting for the staff to confirm, proactively opened the payment interface and instructed the staff to comply. We can make a large cake on site. Would you like one? The staff, recognizing a big client, casually suggested, hoping to sell even more. Yes, I want as many as you can make within 2 hours. Yilaren thought it prudent to buy more, considering they would need to wait for the milk tea to be prepared. All right, I'll first settle the bill for what's already in the shop. We won't rush the cake payment. The staff smiled, their attitude noticeably improving. The cake shop featured a dining area, and Yilaren chose to sit with Wen Xinqing, playing with her phone while waiting for the cake and milk tea. While Biansheng and Yu Jia also indulged themselves in the milk tea shop's eating area. Boss, I'd like to order a cake. A group of girls entered the shop, with the leading girl seeking the manager to place her order. I am sorry, but the cakes in this shop have been bought out by this lady. If you want a cake, you'll have to wait 3 hours, the manager politely declined, maintaining the decorum expected of customer service. It was the first time they had heard of someone buying out an entire cake shop, and the group of girls turned their gaze toward Wen Xinqing and Yilaren. Suddenly, one girl gasped, Brother, what are you doing here? Is this your girlfriend? It appeared they had encountered the granddaughter of the Wen family. She seemed to be a student, slightly younger than them. How could there be such a significant age gap between siblings? Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be at the class reunion? Wen Xinqing deflected the question. Brother Xinqing, your girlfriend doesn't resemble a proper young lady at all. You shouldn't just settle for anyone because your sister married someone else? The leading girl approached, her tone less than friendly. The implications were heavy, and Yilaren was at a loss as to how to assist Wen Xinqing in navigating this predicament. No wonder he wasn't married. It seemed he had been jilted. Lin Wanwan, let us not bring up your sister. It's not like my brother dumped her. She felt he had no time for her and pursued someone else. Let us not act as though my family wronged the Lin family. Didn't our grandfathers agree to treat it as if nothing had happened? Wen Xinqing's sister, Wen Xinyang, was a fiery spirit, unwilling to tolerate any insults directed at her family. Xinyang, I'm merely expressing my concern for Brother Xinqing. Look at how this sister is dressed. Her entire outfit couldn't cost more than 2,000. She doesn't match our family's status, and who knows what her intentions are in getting close to Brother Xinqing. Lin Wanwan, unable to criticize Wen Xinqing directly, shifted the focus onto Yilaren. Why Yilaren felt wronged. She had done nothing wrong and was, unjustly, caught in the crossfire. Indeed, the innocent often suffer in the chaos of others' conflicts. How could she be blamed for her attire, which also barely cost 2,000? Besides, Brother Xinqing's clothing likely didn't amount to much either, although his shoes appeared quite expensive. Does my brother's situation concern you in any way? Stay out of it. This cake shop has no cakes left, so we should find another. When Xinyang refused to meddle in her brother's matters, believing it was his prerogative to choose his partner. Didn't you hear the manager mention that this sister bought out all the cakes? That means there are cakes. You think this sister can afford to pay? It's probably all on Brother Xinqing's tab. We could share a cake. There shouldn't be any issue with that. Lin Wanwan was not easily deterred. Wen Xinqing was her sister's ex, and though her sister was now married, he was still a charming rogue. Besides his status and wealth, his feelings for her sister were rather minimal. What if her sister still wished to reconcile? It appeared that without her intervention, this matter wouldn't be resolved easily. If Lin Wanwan continued, both she and Brother Xinqing would find themselves in an awkward position. Xinqing, you need to clarify who she is to me. Am I merely climbing the social ladder by entering your family? If I truly am, then go ahead and pursue that faded flower of a sister of yours. I have no time for this, Yilaren asserted, her temper flaring as she sought to extricate herself from the situation while simultaneously rebuffing the other party. What? A faded flower? Lin Wanwan was incensed, yet Yi Laren had already walked away. She contemplated chasing after her, yet when Xinqing shot her a glare, compelling her to behave. That when Xinqing had actually pursued her only fueled Lin Wanwan's ire. And she stomped her foot in frustration, simmering in silence. Brother, sister-in-law, please don't be angry. My brother has always been in the army. He is not the irresponsible type, when Xinyang rushed out to clarify for Yi Laren, hoping not to frighten her away. After all, her brother was 37 and ought to be settling down. While Lin Wanwan's sister was about to give birth to her third child, sister-in-law, Yi Laren felt a bit embarrassed. She had merely acted to extricate herself and was by no means brother Xinqing's girlfriend. I'm not upset. Would you like some milk tea? It's on me. Yi Laren felt compelled to make a gesture since it was her first encounter with Wen Xinyang. It wouldn't do to show up empty-handed when they met grandfather Wen, who had treated her well. Thank you, sister-in-law. I prefer a sundae. When Xinyang, not fond of milk tea, expressed her desire for ice cream. Sundaes were also a favorite of hers, and Yi Laren took Wen Xinyang's hand, leading her to the milk tea shop to order 5 sundaes, ensuring that they had enough for Wen Xinqing and the others. Chapter 14. A joyful shopping spree and new members delicious. Brother, I don't want to attend the reunion anymore. I want to stay with you. When Xinyang had just had a spat with Lin Wanwan and, disregarding her companions, rushed out, knowing that returning would only escalate tensions. All right, we'll go shopping shortly. Once the milk tea and cake are ready, Yi Laren welcomed Wen Xinyang's inclusion, for shopping was far more enjoyable with company. The cake and milk tea had already been ordered, and a delivery truck was on its way to pick up the goods. They could continue shopping without any delay. Thank you, driver, for delivering our goods. UVE worked hard. Here's a little tip for you. Yi Laren inspected the delivery in the truck, with Wen Xinqing being the one to provide the tip. Why Yi Laren wasn't genuinely inspecting the goods. Rather, she was deliberately stowing everything into her system backpack inside the truck, as some milk tea was hot and would lose its flavor if left too long. The truck driver was no ordinary person. He was an undercover agent assigned by General Wan, which granted Yi Laren the confidence to transfer the goods so brazenly. Driver, please make sure to deliver everything promptly, Yi Laren instructed, having moved the items. If anyone were to inspect the truck, it would expose their operation. The driver's task for the day was to heed Wen Xinqing and Yi Laren's directives, expressing his commitment to deliver the items swiftly to preserve their quality. The next destination was a department store. Yi Laren resolved to enhance her appearance as someone with assets worth 2 billion long coins. Her attire should not be shabby, lest she be looked down upon by anyone. Xinyang, this perfume smells wonderful. Do you like it? I think I'll buy a few bottles. Would you like some as well? Yi Laren inquired of Wen Xinyang, offering to purchase some for her. Wen Xinyang, raised in a military family, was unlike the typical young ladies and felt indifferent towards such frivolities as perfume. The fragrance is delightful, yet I have no desire to use it. Sister-in-law, please refrain from purchasing it for me. Wen Xinyang declined Yi Laren's kind offer. Despite Wen Xinyang's disinterest, Yi Laren proceeded to order 10 bottles of her preferred scent, along with a batch of cosmetics from the beauty store, leaving both Wen Xinyang and Bian Shang struggling to manage their hands full of items. Laren, let's first return these items to the car before continuing to shop. We may not be able to carry anything further, Wen Xinyang advised Yi Laren, and no need. I'll just buy a few things from those 2 stores and have them deliver it, Yi Laren said, pointing to the 2 largest clothing stores, eager to shop for both men's and women's apparel. It was evident that Yi Laren intended to purchase in abundance, and Wen Xinyang could only marvel at the shopping prowess of women. While he felt a twinge of sympathy for his brother, who might find it challenging to support this sister-in-law, however, it seemed that she required no financial assistance from him. She had paid for everything herself without batting an eye, leading Wen Xinyang to suspect that the sister-in-law, whom Lin Wanwan deemed unremarkable, might be a hidden powerhouse. Hey, this outfit would suit you well. Why not give it a try? Yi Laren suggested, gesturing towards a set of sportswear that she imagined a soldier would appreciate for its relaxed fit. No need to try it on. I'll take it, Wen Xinyang replied, glancing at the style and finding it acceptable. Please wrap this one up, and also grab one of each of those outfits I just looked at in size 185. Along with pants in his waist size, Yi Laren thought, considering Wen Xinyang's standard physique, surely, it would not go amiss to choose clothing based on his measurements. Unbeknownst to her, her casual remarks led to considerable misunderstandings among those nearby. Biansheng and Yu Jiama believed that Yi Liren had taken a liking to Wen Xinyang, while Wen Xinyang thought the bond between his brother and sister-in-law was quite strong. As for Wen Xinyang himself, he pondered whether his grandfather intended for him to protect Yi Liren while also arranging a matchmaking encounter. And please get 20 pairs of inner pants as well. Yi Liren's request only deepened the misunderstandings surrounding them. Sigh, brother. Hurry and get married, so I can have a chubby niece to play with. I can't wait to dress her up beautifully and show her off, Wen Xinyang mused, considering that since they were already buying inner pants, marriage couldn't be far off. What on earth are you talking about? Wen Xinyang could only respond in disbelief, planning to inquire with his grandfather about the supposed matchmaking as he felt it necessary to clarify. Yi Liren indeed purchased more women's clothing than men's, selecting 3 of each size from nearly every item in the women's store, likely intending to gift them. She still wanted to buy durian, but with the clock striking 7 in the evening, she felt hunger pangs and thought it best to find a place to eat first. Yi Liren craved steak and chose a high-end Western restaurant. Although she preferred buffets, where the steak might not be authentic, she was content as long as it tasted good, unlike Wen Xinyang, who came from a well-to-do family and might have different standards. After their meal, Yi Liren decided it was time to purchase the durians and head back, estimating that Grandpa Wan was likely waiting impatiently for her. Xinyang, let us get in the car. Wen Xinyang had just called his father to pick him up, and now he had arrived. Dad, I still have matters to attend to. Please take Xinyang home, as I need to escort Liren back, Wen Xinyang clarified, having not informed his father of his plans to stay with Yi Liren. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Come visit my home soon. My mother is quite nice, Wen Xinyang said before getting into the car, casting an appreciative glance at Yi Liren. Therefore, he could not accompany them home. Mr. Wen smiled and nodded at Yi Liren, acknowledging her presence. All right, Xinyang, I will visit your home another day. I haven't brought you anything today, so please accept this, Yi Liren said, pulling out a red bag from her clothing, which contained a large pearl obtained from a watercolor transaction. A gift from sister-in-law must be accepted, Wen Xinyang said, accepting the bag with both hands and expressing his gratitude as they bid farewell. Xinyang, I really like you. Have you graduated? What are you working on? Yi Liren sincerely expressed her fondness for Wen Xinyang, wondering if she could draw him closer to her life. I graduate in a month, and after that, I will undergo a year of military training before deciding on my career path. Wen Xinyang replied candidly, he felt no need to conceal his family's situation from Yi Liren. His grandfather had never treated her as an outsider. I see. That gives me hope, Yi Liren thought, feeling as if a clever scheme was about to unfold. She would not be lonely in the future, with Yu Jia by her side and 9 other yet unfamiliar female teammates soon to be integrated into their group. Once Xinyang joined, it would certainly become lively. All right, I will ask Grandpa for you, Yi Liren resolved. Chapter 15. Misunderstandings arising from gifts of inner pants. Yi Liren personally requested her grandfather as assistance. He would not refuse her. Thus, it seemed her sister would soon embark on a career at Lonka Institute, becoming a formal civil servant. Her mother had always worried that her daughter would struggle to support herself without a good job, but it seemed that fortune favored the foolish. What did you gift your sister? When Xinyang inquired, curious about the treasures Yi Liren held, fearing that his sister might unwittingly disclose national secrets. Pearls, for beauty and skincare. Would you like some? Yi Liren assumed Wen Xinyang would be interested. Given his dark complexion, it seemed only natural to desire pearls for beauty. Oh, pearls? That's fine. But they must be of good quality. Wen Xinyang resolved to remind his sister not to give away valuable items after returning home. I don't need them. Keep them for yourself, he replied genuinely, preferring drones over pearls any day. Then what do you like? I shall gift you something, Yi Liren persisted, feeling compelled to express her gratitude for Wen Xinyang's company throughout the day. Biansheng shared her sentiment. I have no particular hobbies. Didn't you already buy me clothes? You should be asking what I like, Wen Xinyang answered straightforwardly. Clothes are trivial, Yi Liren thought, merely believing he would look good in them. Here, a detoxifying elixir. Take it when you return. You soldiers often endure hidden injuries, she concluded, presenting him with a cleansing pill, which Wen Xinyang accepted. Biansheng, this is for you. Thank you for your hard work today. She later handed him another cleansing pill. Biansheng recognized it as a valuable item and accepted it without hesitation, expressing his thanks. Cleansing pills had long been an open secret within the military, and both Wen Xinyang and Biansheng were well aware of their value, knowing they would have opportunities to acquire them eventually, though they had not anticipated receiving them so soon. As they were about to disembark, Yi Liren suddenly felt she had given Wen Xinqing too few cleansing pills. As a soldier, he faced countless dangers and should keep some life-saving items on hand. Yet, she had only cleansing pills. Perhaps he had comrades who could benefit too. Xinqing, here are 6 more cleansing pills for you. Stay safe on the battlefield, Yi Liren said as she handed him the remaining pills before stepping out of the vehicle. Giving him all she had. During her shopping spree, she had initially requested 2, gave 1 to Professor Tang, and acquired 6 more from the dandy immortal. Professor Tang had returned 1 to her, leaving her with a total of 8, all of which she distributed this time. Thank you, I will be cautious, Wen Xinqing replied, seeming to consider Yi Liren genuinely his girlfriend. He felt a strange reluctance to part ways. Liren, you've finally returned, my little ancestor. Why didn't you come back sooner? Look at the time. It's 9:30. I've been waiting for you, an old man like me. All this time is it easy for me? General Wen exclaimed, leaving Wen Xinqing unable to meet his grandfather's gaze, astonished at the seriousness of the man. General Wen ushered Yi Liren into the accommodation area, while Wen Xinqing and Bian Sheng refrained from entering. Wen Xinqing took the liberty of carrying the clothes and inner pants Yi Liren had bought for him before allowing Bian Sheng to return the car keys to the person who had come to pick them up. Boss, it seems we were merely shopping companions today. I'll definitely hold onto your coattails in the future, Bian Sheng joked on their way back, surprised to find that their mission had ended with Wen Xinqing acquiring a girlfriend. Wen Xinqing remained lost in thought about the day's events, finding them hard to believe, and chose to ignore Bian Sheng's teasing. Upon returning home around 10 o'clock, he found his family still awake, seemingly ready to interrogate him. Why are you still up? I want to leave until 10 tomorrow. We have plenty of time for breakfast together. Wen Xinqing assumed his family was reluctant to let him go back to the army the next day. We know you're leaving at 10 tomorrow, so we'll all be here to accompany you before you go, they replied. Why are we waiting here for you? It is certainly not for this matter. So do not feign ignorance. Be forthright and confess that Ouyang Yu is taking the lead in interrogating our SON. It turns out this is the reason. Wen Xinqing has come to understand that if I do not seek a girlfriend, you pressure me into blind dates. If I do pursue a girlfriend, what then? Do you wish for me to remain a bachelor for life? We have not impeded your quest for a girlfriend. You must at least inform us of her esteemed identity. When Su continues the inquiry, for today's primary objective is to ascertain the identity of Wen Xinqing's girlfriend. When the time comes to introduce her to you, you shall naturally be informed. Why indulge such overwhelming curiosity? Wen Xinqing is determined to keep Yi Liren's identity a secret. Her identity is now a matter of state confidentiality, and individuals outside the system are not permitted to know. Her father is a judge, her mother a professor, and her sister still a student. They are all outsiders and possess no right to know Yi Liren's identity. Not to mention, how long will it take for them to marry? When Su and Ouyang Yu are deeply troubled, yet they find themselves utterly powerless against Wen Xinqing. Meet Tsai, are you online? My apologies. I just returned from shopping. Yi Liren's first task upon returning to the dormitory is to log in and find Meet Tsai, who has been waiting for her for most of the day. She feels quite guilty. I am here. Liren, I nearly thought you were ignoring me. Meet Tsai replies with a hint of grievance, having waited so long. I apologize. I ended up buying a few more items than planned, so it took a bit longer. Here, I will send you some durian first, and then I will share the other things I bought for you to try. As a token of my apology, after sending the durian, Yi Liren also sends over some milk tea and cake. Thank you. It is perfectly normal for shopping to take time. I will not be upset. And there is no need for apologies. If I enjoy the new delicacies after tasting them, I will place a large order. My family all adores your cuisine. Meet Tsai hints that she will be a significant customer, prompting Yi Liren to prepare accordingly. Very well, I shall await your patronage as a major client, and when the time comes, I shall gift you something special, Yi Liren promises, intending to bestow a Tianyan Dan upon Meet Tsai to enhance her beauty. Excellent, Meet Tsai readily agrees. As their conversation concludes, Yi Liren begins to process her spoils, attempting to place the items into the system store for sale. To her surprise, the pricing for the perfume is a staggering 10,000 cloud coins. Is the perfume truly that exceptional? She decides to check the beauty products next, pricing a lipstick at 2,000 cloud coins, which is still acceptable. The items Yi Liren purchased today are all of superior quality, and their pricing in the system store reflects that, leaving her quite satisfied. Lastly, she inspects the clothing. Today, she even bought men's underwear. Where is the men's underwear? Yi Liren rummages through all the clothing bags. Yet the item remains elusive. Could it be that the store forgot to give it to her? Liren, what are you searching for? Yu Jia inquires curiously, noticing Liren flipping through the clothes, clearly in search of something. I am looking for men's underwear. Did you see it? I specifically bought several pairs, as I believe attire may vary in different places. Underwear should be versatile enough for sale in the system store. Liren reveals her intentions to Yu Jia regarding her purchase of men's underwear. Were you not buying it for Xinqing? We all assumed it was a gift for him. Could it be that he took it? Yu Jia reminds Liren, realizing the gravity of their misunderstanding. A gift for Xinqing? No, it cannot be. If he truly took it, how will I face anyone tomorrow? Liren hastens her search, yet the underwear remains absent. Xinqing definitely did not take it. She reassures herself. Duo, did you see Xinqing leave with a few bags when you picked up the car? Liren asks Zhang Duo, who is part of their team. All 11 girls reside on this floor in a 4-unit 3-bedroom apartment, not far from one another. Zhang Duo happens to live next door. 2 bags. One with clothes and another with underwear. I allowed him to take them after checking them. Duo replies, Minister, I never expected you to be so daring, buying underwear for Team Leader 1. Zhang Duo laughs heartily, astonished that the captain would buy such an item for someone she has just met. This is undeniable evidence. It's over. Liren wishes she could find a block of tofu to hide her embarrassment. What should I do? Liren rolls onto her bed, despondent. Zhang Duo suddenly senses trouble. Could it be that Team Leader 1 took something that should not have been taken? You team, have I made a mistake? Has the Minister's important item been taken by Team Leader 1? If he carried out something forbidden, I will immediately retrieve it. Zhang Duo exclaims, alarmed. For someone in their position, even the slightest error is unacceptable. It's fine. The Minister's underwear was not meant for Team Leader 1. It was actually intended for sale in the system, and it seems he misunderstood, as did we all. Since the Minister purchased items according to Team Leader 1's size, Yu Jia clarifies, realizing that Zhang Duo has been frightened. Without this explanation, she would not be able to sleep tonight, so that's how it is. The girls in the team come to a sudden realization, acknowledging that their minister does not seem like the type to be overly assertive. However, this misunderstanding has grown rather significant, and the minister will need to provide an explanation later. They think in sympathy for Liren. Liren, are you awake? Early in the morning, when Xinqing's call comes through. Yesterday, when Xinqing accepted the task of accompanying her shopping, and General Wen exchanged their contact information. With a racing heart, Liren musters the courage to press the answer button, her heart pounding as she frets over what to do. Surely Xinqing would not take an interest in her, yet another voice counters, why wouldn't he? Am I truly that lacking? Accepting the underwear surely implies he has accepted me. Xinqing, I am awake. Are you not returning to work today? Liren strives to sound casual, having already embarrassed herself once. She cannot afford to trip again. Yes, I am heading back. It's still early. I bought you breakfast. Come downstairs to collect it, when Xinqing states. Feeling uneasy about having received so many favorable items from Liren without reciprocating in some manner. Breakfast? Downstairs? Liren springs out of bed, having yet to wash up. Xinqing is busy, and she cannot keep him waiting. Xinqing, please wait a moment. Though I am awake, I have not yet freshened up. I will be quick, she admits to buy herself a little time. After hanging up, Liren begins to hastily prepare herself. Jia, Ro, hurry and get up to assist me, she calls, realizing that the best way to expedite her morning routine is to summon help that I'm already up. Is there a transaction? Yu Jia? Always diligent, responds, treating even the smallest tasks with utmost seriousness, as it is a responsibility assigned to them by their superiors. Zhang Ro's door opens next. The three of them share an apartment, which is why Liren seeks their assistance first. It's not a transaction. Xinqing is downstairs. He has come to deliver breakfast. Quickly find me some clothes and help me get ready within minutes. How can I face anyone looking like this? Liren, brushing her teeth, speaks with toothpaste foam swirling in her mouth. So our minister is in a bit of a hurry, Yu Jia remarks nonchalantly, looking out the window to confirm that when Xinqing is indeed downstairs before closing it again, teasing Liren. Spare me the sarcasm. Hurry up, Liren exclaims in urgency, her impatience growing as Yu Jia continues to jest. The three of them fall silent, swiftly transforming Liren's appearance in 5 minutes, which, while not ideal, is sufficient. Xinqing, you're returning to the army today. Why not sleep a little longer? Once you're back at base. You want to have the chance to indulge in a lazy morning, Yiluran questions, perplexed as to why someone who can afford to sleep in would choose to rise early, especially when breakfast arrives punctually at 7:30 each day. I never sleep in, he replies. I thought you might enjoy some local snacks since it's not easy for you to go out right now, so I brought some for you, including for your colleagues. I want to come upstairs. Perhaps you could send Yu Jia down to help you carry it up, when Xinqing suggests, noting that he brought an abundance of breakfast, 2 entire foam boxes worth. Upon entering, everything has been inspected, and the foam boxes are now resting on the ground, as regular vehicles cannot access their building. So much food. Are we raising pigs? Yiluran muses internally but refrains from voicing her thoughts. Instead responding with a smile, I'll call her. Xinqing, have you eaten? Would you like me to join you for a bite? Yiluran inquires. My family is waiting for me. I will be leaving shortly, so they wish to have breakfast with me, which was planned in advance. Next time, I will accompany you, when Xinqing explains, hoping Yiluran understands. Understanding, of course, she understands. It is rare for a soldier to return home, and he must spend time with his family, sharing one last meal before departing. Very well, I will call you Jia. Xinqing, you ought to head back soon. Yiluran worries about delaying when Xinqing's valuable time. No rush, you call. I will wait for you to go upstairs before I leave, when Xinqing assures her, unperturbed by the time. Meanwhile, General 1, residing at the National Public Institute, has already received news of his grandson delivering breakfast to Yiluran. After all, Yiluran's significance to the nation now rivals that of the highest elder in the country. Sooner or later, he will routinely inquire about Yiluran's well-being, ensuring that her basic needs are adequately arranged by the responsible parties. Are you suggesting that Xian Shan delivered breakfast to Liran? What folly is this? Their breakfast is internally arranged and must leave no room for error. General 1, have you checked thoroughly? At this point, everything Yiluran consumes undergoes meticulous scrutiny. The steakhouse she visited yesterday was subjected to a covert inspection immediately after they placed their order, and only items confirmed to be without issue were allowed to pass her lips. Chapter 17. Grandfather's call clarifies misunderstandings. Fortunately, the guards reassured that everything had been rigorously checked, which eased his mind somewhat. Perhaps his grandson simply received some favor from Yiluran yesterday, prompting him to deliver a treat today. So, could you investigate what Xian Shan took from the courtyard yesterday? General 1 is certain that kind-hearted Yiluran would send something nice to his grandson, though he remains oblivious to the specifics. 7 cleansing pills, a set of sportswear, and 20 pairs of underwear. Bian Sheng also took a cleansing pill. The guards merely opened the logbook, making all items entering or leaving Lonka courtyard abundantly clear. Underwear? The mere mention of it astonished General 1 more than the cleansing pills. Has he truly aged? A few unfamiliar youngsters dared to shop for underwear on their first outing together. Very well. I understand. Your guard unit must not exhibit the slightest negligence. Any hint of a clue must be reported. After a moment of silence, General 1 spoke again. Once the guards affirmed their diligence, the call ended. Recalling his grandson's peculiar behavior, General 1 dialed his son's home. He had lost his wife in his early years. Their son was merely 2 when she passed. Afterward, he had not remarried, dedicating himself to military affairs while entrusting his child to the care of a nanny. Throughout his son's upbringing, there had been periods of rebellion, but fortunately, he had not strayed too far off course. He simply did not inherit his father's mantle. When Su is his only son, and their relationship is neither too close nor too distant. They do not reside together, and aside from matters concerning grandchildren, they seldom communicate. When Su, its dad calling, General 1 dialed the landline, and the one preparing to answer was Oh Yangyu. Glancing at the caller ID, she decided to inform her husband to pick up. Old man's call, could it be about the matchmaking arrangement for his son? I'm quite worried about the suitability of the match he set up without prior notice. I was just thinking of contacting him, but due to his status, his calls are generally hard to connect. Dad, what do you need? Is Xian Shan back? Not yet. He left early this morning. Do you have something to discuss with him? Have him call me back once he returns. Hey Dad, don't rush to hang up. I need to talk to you. What is it? If it's about the lawsuit, don't involve me. It's not my issue. I heard you're matchmaking for Xian Shan. Why didn't you inform us? Who did you introduce him to? Don't pair him with someone like you, who hardly ever comes home. I did not arrange a match for Xian Shan. Where did you hear such gossip? You can deny it all you want. Yesterday, Xian Yang and I met that girl. Who is Liran? Liran? I did not set them up. She is my recognized granddaughter. I merely asked Xian Shan to accompany his sister for a stroll. "Do you have any objections, sister?" They both acknowledged each other. Xi Yang called her sister-in-law all afternoon. Acknowledged what? If it's a matchmaking situation? It's likely out of necessity. It's all nonsense. Your daughter-in-law will find her own way. I won't meddle in that. Each generation has its own fortunes. When Xian Qin returns, remind him to call me. The conversation between the father and son was formal, focused solely on the main topic, devoid of any inquiry into each other's well-being. This was the nature of their interactions. The old man still wanted to admit it. Something's off. What could he possibly be afraid to acknowledge? Could it genuinely not be a matchmaking situation? Perhaps it's an assignment from above to ensure that person's safety. When Su began to piece together the truth, after all this time, they had created quite a misunderstanding. How could they have progressed so quickly in just a day? They had both harbored doubts. When Xian Qin entered, he found his father seated by the phone, his expression shifting from deep concentration to sudden realization. "Dad, do you have a new lawsuit? You seem in the mood for breakfast." Xian Qin speculated that his father might have encountered a particularly perplexing case, as he often displayed such a range of expressions during intense contemplation. "No, your grandfather called, asking you to get in touch. You'd better return his call." When Su felt compelled to comply with his grandfather's request. Both were military men, and perhaps a single phone call could impact national affairs. "All right, you all go ahead to the dining table. I'll return the call shortly." Xian Qin tactfully sought to divert his father, as he generally avoided family members during his conversations with his grandfather. Who knows if they might discuss matters of national security? Understanding, when Su nodded and, along with his wife, proceeded to the dining room, leaving the area near the phone open for their son. "Grandfather, you called for me." Xian Qin swiftly dialed the well-remembered number of his grandfather's office. You sent breakfast to Liran this morning?" "Yes." "What's this about underwear?" "That was sent by Liran. There nothing between you and Liran. Wasn't it you who arranged the matchmaking?" "When did I arrange for you two to meet?" "I merely asked you to accompany her. She has feelings for you?" "I'm not sure." "Forget it. In the future, refrain from sending food. Ensure that what you have is put to good use. The battlefield is perilous. So be cautious." General Wen ceased his inquiries, offering a few words of caution. When Xian Qin acknowledged with a simple indicating his understanding, and refrained from unnecessary dialogue, this was his manner with everyone. "Brother, what's going on with you and sister-in-law? Did you go on a blind date yesterday? Are you on a mission?" When Xian Yang, still immature, did not ponder the appropriateness of her questions, brimming with curiosity about her elder brother. "It seems like a mission. Best not pry too much." When Xian Qin himself was uncertain about the events of yesterday, pondering how they had escalated to this point, he felt quite bewildered as the involved party. "Well, it seems there's no hope for you to become single, and the one family opts for silence on this matter. It shall pass for now. Ts not the moment to discuss your lifelong affairs." Beginning at 9 o'clock, deliveries commenced steadily, though no longer with the fanfare of large trucks. Instead, soldiers arrived carrying space mustered to deliver supplies, the quantities astonishing. Liran had just received 20 tons of fruit and was preparing to accept 10 tons of instant food. Unexpectedly, the first contact of the day was from the Dan Emperor. That moment, he found himself in peril, besieged by a horde of spiritual scorpions. The sheer number forced him to the edge of a cliff, with nowhere left to retreat. From what he knew, below lay a toxic forest, and his spiritual power could no longer sustain his escape. Scorpions ahead, poison behind. Requesting extraction, the urgency in the Dan Emperor's message was palpable. According to the Dan Emperor, the only way to escape was to fly. Liran recalled the flying device and immediately contacted Dai Se. Chapter 18. Rescuing the Immortal, a successful transaction. Dai Se. "I urgently need a flying device. Any kind will do." Liran implored Dai Se for assistance, realizing that there was no time to procure one from the nearby research building. Dai Se, being quite benevolent, promptly transmitted 3 flying devices to her. Liran forwarded them all to the Dan Emperor, praying he could utilize them to escape. Having sent the items, Liran worried he might not know how to operate them. So she quickly sent a video explaining their use. "I hope he can manage," she thought, feeling she had done all she could. The Dan Emperor had yet to respond, likely preoccupied with his escape. To express her gratitude, Liran sent 10 tons of the newly arrived fruit to Dai Se, who merely replied with an acknowledgement. Having collected nearly 200 tons of goods in one morning, Yi Liran felt closer to her goal, though the pace was still sluggish, 10 tons indeed. She needed to accelerate progress in the afternoon. By noon, the Dan Emperor still had not replied, leaving Yi Liran quite anxious. She informed General Wan of the situation, to which he affirmed she had done the right thing. One must always maintain a heart for helping others. The nation already had plans for the delivery scheduled in 2 days. In the afternoon, the pace of deliveries intensified, and Yi Liran tirelessly continued receiving goods, striving to limit the variety to just over 80 types to maximize quantity. Otherwise, her backpack would not suffice in the afternoon. She received 2,100 tons, yet it was still inadequate. General Wan instructed her to work overtime, as many more goods would arrive throughout the night, which Yi Liran accepted at 8 in the evening. The Dan Emperor finally replied, expressing that he had successfully escaped, thanks entirely to the flying device that aided his flight. In gratitude, he offered the fruits and saplings he had gathered, white feather fruit and seedlings known for their detoxifying and beautifying properties. Essential for concocting cleansing pills, white feather fruit. What a delightful name. Yi Liran mused, examining the quantity. Over 23,000 pieces, each the size of a fist, with 20 saplings. He must have located the white feather fruit forest. Immortal, you've made quite a haul this time, Yi Liran exclaimed, genuinely happy for the immortal. Indeed, thank you for the flying device. Once I have concocted the elixir, I will settle the payment for the device. Is there anything else you need? I'll be heading into town tomorrow. If it's convenient, I can fetch some items for you. The meaning behind the words of the Dan Emperor Immortal suggests that the fruit is merely a token of gratitude, and the cost for the aircraft will be settled separately. Yi Liran felt a bit embarrassed, for the value of the fruit was more than sufficient to cover the expenses of 3 aircraft. However, as a merchant representing an entire nation, she felt it was her duty to assist her country in securing greater benefits. She realized that all the trading nations had bestowed upon her ample trust and autonomy, rarely interfering in her transactions or offering unsolicited advice, which deeply touched her. The immortal expressed politeness, acknowledging that he indeed required some of their treasures, and thus, he would not refuse. He inquired whether he might acquire storage bags or similar items, special fabrics with unique properties, and highly effective protective gear. These were the only items that came to her mind at the moment, and she suggested that the immortal could select anything else he thought might be useful to her. Should she find it agreeable, they could later engage in significant exchanges. Yi Liran could not think of much else, as her understanding of the cultivation world was based solely on imagination and conjecture. Suddenly, Yi Liran remembered that she had recently received delicacies made from the spirit beast meat prepared by the Dan Emperor Immortal. She quickly sent a message. By the way, Immortal, your spirit beast meat has been prepared. Most has been made into roasted dishes, while some has been crafted into other meals. A bit was wasted, but I have saved a portion for you. May I transmit your share to you now? Very well, I understand. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes, replied the Dan Emperor Immortal before logging off, likely to indulge in the culinary delights. Yi Liran resumed her work, realizing she had wasted considerable time, forcing herself to work overtime until 1 in the morning. She received 5,700 tons of goods today, a laborious task that left her hands feeling nearly broken. Grandfather, I need a massage, she declared as she flopped onto the nearby sofa, making a request to General Wan. General Wan had anticipated this need and summoned professional massage therapists to assist her, 2 middle-aged women renowned for their exceptional skills in the industry, who would henceforth serve Yi Liran's department within the Interstellar Force. Members of Team Yujia accompanied Yi Liran, while General Wan quietly withdrew. Though he was not as exhausted as Yi Liran, his age made staying up late uncomfortable, and he too needed to return to rest early, as tomorrow would bring a challenging battle. Yi Liran dozed off under the massage therapist's skilled hands. Her clothing changed with their assistance. Their technique was commendable, and by the following day, her hands were significantly less sore. Upon waking early the next morning, Yi Liran prepared to freshen up before receiving goods. Tian Yuan informed her that Watercolor had attempted to contact her at 4 in the morning, but seeing that she was sound asleep, had refrained from waking her. Xiao Yuan, from now on, no matter the time, if anyone seeks me, feel free to rouse me. What if they have urgent matters like the Dan Emperor Immortal? Yi Liran recalled her surprise from the encounter yesterday and came to understand the significance of trading. Tian Yuan assured her he would remember, then opened the system's trading interface. Watercolor had merely sent a message. Liran, are you there? The profile picture was still lit, indicating Watercolor was online. Why Yilurin surmised that Watercolor likely wished to purchase something. Watercolor, I just woke up. When you messaged, it was the middle of the night for us. Is there something you need? Yilurin clarified, not wanting any of her 3 closest friends to harbor dissatisfaction towards her, as her trading relied on their continued support. I apologize. I didn't realize you were asleep. I merely wanted to buy some items. My clan has gathered here today to procure goods from you. We need 200 durians, 200 boxes of pastries, 1,000 cups of milk tea, 100 boxes of other fruits, and 1,000 meal sets. We have prepared the items for trade, and I will transmit the payment to you first. Watercolor expressed sincerely, sending the funds to Yilurin. Should Yilurin default on the payment, it would diminish the credibility of the system's transactions, potentially resulting in severe repercussions, and Watercolor was confident that Yilurin would not take such a step. All right, I will head to the warehouse shortly to confirm the goods. Please wait for me. Yilurin accepted the transaction, aware that they were busy preparing supplies for interstellar trade but did not wish to miss out on the opportunity to trade with the merfolk. Unable to contain her excitement at seeing Watercolor's payment, Yilurin rushed to the toilet without even washing her face, eagerly assessing the inventory. 10,000 sea pearls, 5,000 pearls, 10,000 abalones, and 200 salmon, as well as 200 tuna. The items needed to be aromatic, but not overwhelmingly so, as they could not consume everything, and any excess could be transformed into culinary delights for trading. With such an abundance of seafood, Yilurin worried that Watercolor might inadvertently cause overfishing. Yu Jia and Zhao Rou, noticing Yilurin had been in the restroom for an extended period, knocked and entered. Fully witnessing the contents of her shopping bag, prompting a collective exclamation, "It is indeed a possibility," Yilurin began to fret, realizing she needed to advise Watercolor against depleting such valuable resources. Chapter 19. Watercolor's trade of the illusory seashell. Everyone, hurry up! The durians in my bag are insufficient. General Wen mentioned yesterday that durians would arrive today. Let us head to the warehouse to collect the goods and see if we can gather everything Watercolor needs. Yilurin urged Zhao Rou and the others, recognizing that she alone had yet to prepare herself adequately. Grandfather Wen, I have arrived. Are the durians here? Yilurin called out upon spotting General Wen at the warehouse entrance. Eager to inquire about the durians, before General Wen could respond, a youthful new recruit stepped forward from the nearby group, stating, I have the durians. I collected 200,000 of them and just returned from abroad. That is splendid. They are not lacking in durians, Yilurin exclaimed as she directed him to hand over the 200 durians Watercolor required and instructed him to wait. Watercolor, I have prepared your goods and will transmit them to you now. As a gesture of gratitude, I am gifting you a Tian Yin Dan, wishing you to become the most beautiful mermaid of your kind. However, Watercolor, capturing sea fish in such large quantities may lead to their extinction. Perhaps we should consider negotiating for other specialties from your region next time. What do you think? Yilurin proposed to Watercolor. Haha, rest assured. All the sea fish I trade with you are farmed in our illusory seashells, not caught from the wild. Is the Tian Yin Dan you gifted something that can enhance my beauty? If so, I shall return the favor with an illusory seashell. Watercolor laughed heartily, revealing a new treasure to Yilurin. The illusory seashell sounded profound. Yilurin glanced at General Wen, who was attentively observing her transaction, uncertain whether he was familiar with the illusory seashell. The illusory seashell, as she implies, seems to be a space for raising sea fish. It must cover a considerable area. If it can accommodate salmon, it must encompass tens of thousands of square meters, General Wen speculated. That is likely? Yilurin nodded in agreement, while the others present shared similar sentiments, all secretly eager to witness this illusory seashell. Watercolor wished to test the effects of the Tian Yin Dan and proposed contacting Yilurin again after receiving the goods. Yilurin was unhurried, trusting that the Tian Yin Dan would pose no harm to Watercolor. Tian Yuan had previously mentioned that the system would impose restrictions on goods that could cause significant harm to the trademaster, indicating that the risk involved was minimal. As anticipated, 2 hours later, Watercolor reached out again. Liren, do you have any Tian Yin Dan left? I am willing to trade an illusory seashell for one. The illusory seashell is a space shell specifically for raising sea fish, with a surface area exceeding 10,000 square kilometers. It is also the home we merfolk constructed for ourselves. I will send you one first. See if you like it. Receiving the goods, Yilurin swiftly extracted the illusory seashell, executing the motion fluidly. Since the illusory seashell was a spatial item, It shouldn't be too large, and she believed the warehouse could accommodate it. However, the legendary illusory seashell could not be this small, could it? Holding the illusory seashell in her palm, she found it hard to believe that such a tiny object could contain such vastness within. Watercolor? How do I use it? Illyrin inquired, perplexed by the closed illusory seashell and unsure how to open it. Drop your blood to acknowledge ownership. The illusory seashell recognizes only one master throughout its lifespan. Apart from its original owner, Watercolor instructed, drop my blood? Is it really me? Illyrin hesitated, unsure whether to take this step. Ultimately, she decided to leave the decision of ownership to General One, presenting the illusory seashell to him. General One glanced at all the soldiers in the warehouse and deemed it inappropriate to claim it himself. He then instructed a guard to fetch Xia Song, suggesting he should take a try. The soldier's rank should not be too low to handle the contract for a spatial shell, General One. You summon me, Xia Song said, having been stationed here and thus arriving promptly. Drop your blood to acknowledge ownership of the illusory seashell, a spatial shell for merfolk trade, General One directed, outlining Xia Song's new task. The illusory seashell, a spatial shell? Xia Song asked, slightly confused but choosing to comply with orders. Biting his finger, he allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the shell in General Wen's hand. Upon contact, the shell absorbed the blood and fastened itself around Xia Song's neck. As the illusory seashell opened, Xia Song felt a connection with it, commanding it to expand, and indeed, it began to grow larger. Everyone gathered around the illusory seashell, and upon inspection, they saw a miniature ocean within, with fish swimming inside, though significantly reduced in size. Make it larger, Xia Song commanded, feeling that the illusory seashell was too small. The shell, seemingly alive, obeyed Xia Song's command and began to expand gradually. Stop, Xia Song ordered as the illusory seashell grew to the size of half a warehouse. Any larger, and it would no longer fit. Nearby, a curious soldier attempted to reach into the illusory seashell to catch fish, only to discover that his hand could not penetrate. General One, my hand won't go in, the soldier exclaimed in astonishment. Is that so? Xia Song reached into the illusory seashell, a privilege reserved solely for its owner and the aquatic creatures within. To his astonishment, as his hand delved into the shell, the fish began to approach him with an unexpected gentleness. He effortlessly caught a flounder, which upon emerging from the illusory seashell transformed into an ordinary-sized flounder. It appeared to be a truly wondrous object, deserving of further exploration. General One expressed his satisfaction with this discovery. Nodding appreciatively, Grandfather One, I was contemplating that our transaction has surpassed 100 million, prompting the system to elevate to level 2. Do not wish to trade the illusory seashell with Shui Kai for Tianyan Dan. Instead, I would like to recommend the Dan Emperor to Shui Kai and request her to recommend a friend to me as well. We still have the capacity to add 2 friends. And if we are to upgrade the system, we cannot remain stagnant. Perhaps we might encounter more valuable items through other friends. Yilu Ran articulated her thoughts, seeking General Wen's counsel. Why Yilu Ran's reasoning was sound. However, the potential of the illusory seashell to nurture marine life held significant implications, especially in light of the severe ocean pollution they faced. Thus, General Wen found himself hesitating. Could you not trade for 10 illusory seashells with Shui Kai before seeking a friend recommendation? While he was not opposed to Yilu Ran and Shui Kai mutually recommending friends, he insisted that the nation required at least 10 illusory seashells. Grandfather, I assure you that I will procure 10 illusory seashells for the nation through future trades. Please allow me to exchange friend recommendations with Shui Kai today. She is eagerly awaiting the Tianyan Dan. Are you worried that our dragon nation cannot provide something Shui Kai would be willing to exchange for the illusory seashell? Yilu Ran brimmed with confidence regarding her nation's treasures, empathetic to Shui Kai's current urgency. Recently, Shui Kai had sent her 2 messages, both inquiring, are you busy? Perhaps Yilu Ran's sincerity is precisely what the trading system requires. Which is why it chose her. Her unwavering belief in her nation is innate, and it has become her greatest asset in her journey thus far. Chapter 20. Sharing Friends with Wei Ren Shui Kai. The illusory seashell is fascinating. I was utterly captivated while playing with it just now. I currently possess only 1 Tianyan Dan, but it was acquired through a trade with the Dan Emperor. I shall promptly recommend him to you. Alternatively, before you proceed with your trade, might I exchange 1 Tianyan Dan for an illusory seashell? I am quite fond of it, Yilu Ran expressed. Balancing charm and persuasion. aware that a single Tianyin Dan in exchange for an illusory seashell was a fair trade. The Dan Emperor, you say? Shui Kai was not keen on dealing with others, especially not deities. Yi Lu Ran was an exception. She genuinely sought a friendship with her, and Shui Kai sensed this. However, for the sake of the Tianyin Dan, she resolved to give it a try. Very well, I have two other friends. One is the Divine Phoenix, and the other the Tiger Man. Perhaps I could recommend one to you. Although both are rather elusive and have previously chosen to ignore my attempts at communication. Shui Kai was perceptive enough to voluntarily offer to recommend a friend to Yi Lu Ran, though it appeared that communicating with these friends might prove challenging. Yi Lu Ran felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if they would even be willing to add her. Regardless of the outcome, she decided to try. The Divine Phoenix sounded like a powerful ally, and she leaned toward adding them as a friend, but reconsidered, opting for the Tiger Man instead. Please recommend the Tiger Man to me. I am quite curious about him. However, do inform him beforehand that you will be recommending a friend, irrespective of his response. I shall also reach out to the Dan Emperor to inform him. He is a master alchemist and will surely appreciate your mermaid pearls. Who knows, he may even concoct superior elixirs using them. Yi Lu Ran ultimately settled on the Tiger Man, requesting Shui Kai to greet him first while she sought the Dan Emperor's opinion, mindful not to recommend a friend without his consent, lest he object. Yi Lu Ran transmitted the Tianyin Dan to Shui Kai and then contacted the Dan Emperor. Esteemed sir, are you occupied? The Dan Emperor's avatar indicated he was offline, but a system sprite was present. If he were not overly busy, the sprite would assist in summoning the Dan Emperor. Perhaps he sought a discreet locale to converse with Yi Lu Ran, for it was 10 minutes later when he finally appeared online. Shui Kai's second illusory seashell had already been transmitted to General Wan. Young friend, and I am presently in town. I have acquired the storage tokens you requested. There were only about 300 available, and I purchased them all for you. I will send them your way now. Have you contacted me to inquire about any specific items? The Dan Emperor speculated that Yi Lu Ran must have suddenly thought of something she desired. You managed to acquire the storage tokens? Allow me to take a look. Yi Lu Ran, despite having a backpack, was intrigued by the tokens. You possess a backpack, so the storage tokens are of little utility. They are rather small, only about 200 square meters, and our continent's largest storage token is merely 500 square meters. I find them unappealing due to their limited capacity. The Dan Emperor dismissed the storage tokens, deeming them insignificant in light of the superior backpack. Only 500 square meters at most? That does seem rather diminutive. Yi Lu Ran mused, holding one of the tokens, pouting slightly before tossing it to General Wan and continuing her conversation with the Dan Emperor. The storage tokens are intended for my kin. I prefer to utilize my backpack. Esteemed sir, I did not reach out to purchase items. Rather, I wish to recommend a friend to you. She is my companion named Shui Kai, a mermaid who possesses both mermaid pearls and regular pearls, which could potentially assist you in crafting superior elixirs. She also holds an expansive illusory seashell, which I believe you would find appealing. Would you be willing to allow me to recommend you to her? She has a keen interest in your Tianyin Dan and would likely appreciate your other elixirs as well. Yi Lu Ran detailed Shui Kai's finest possessions to ensure the Dan Emperor would be intrigued. It must be said that Yi Lu Ran possessed a remarkable gift for persuasion and a keen understanding of others' desires. Indeed, the Dan Emperor was captivated. Very well, go ahead and recommend her. I shall also recommend a friend to you. One is Imo Shi Ji Pengyu, and the other is Shun Shou Ji Longchuan. Choose one. The Dan Emperor, akin to Shui Kai, granted her the option to select, and it was evident that the quality of the Dan Emperor's friends surpassed that of Shui Cai. Yi Lu Ran yearned for both. But she could only add one friend at this juncture. Grandfather one, which should I choose? Imo Shi Ji may possess ability stones from the heads of zombies, as I read in a novel, while Shun Shou Ji may have small divine beasts, which would be delightful to raise. Yi Lu Ran inquired, though she was essentially talking to herself. Suddenly, Tian Yuan interjected. According to system trading rules, no spiritual beasts or similar entities may be involved. Yi Lu Ran inadvertently unlocked another rule set by the system store. General Wan found himself at a loss once more, exasperated by the constant need to make choices. Is this truly human? Why must I always be making decisions? My mind feels inadequate. Choose for yourself, he retorted, returning the proverbial hot potato to Yi Lu Ran, who promptly decided to select Imo Shi Ji, as her curiosity about abilities outweighed her interest in divine beasts. With the system in place, the zombie virus would not pose a threat. What was there to fear? I choose Imo Shi Ji. Yilu Ran began to type to inform the Dan Emperor. Wait, perhaps I should opt for Shinshoji instead. It feels more prudent. General Wen's conservative nature led him to reconsider, still apprehensive about the zombie virus, while only someone as youthful as Yilu Ran would bravely plunge into the unknown. How cowardly, Yilu Ran muttered, altering her unsent message to read. I choose Shin Shoji Longchuan. Thank you. The Dan Emperor acquiesced, and Yilu Ran proceeded to recommend him to Shui Kai. Shui Kai's recommendation of the Tiger Man also arrived, revealing a male figure in the avatar. She anticipated studying how to establish a trade with the Tiger Man in no time. The friend link for Shan Shoji Longchuan was sent, and Yilu Ran pressed to add him, receiving swift approval. He appeared to be quite amiable. Wei Ren's friend. I heard you possess delectable cuisine. Do send me a sample to savor. I have a penchant for meat. Longchuan messaged first. Wei Ren. The Dan Emperor's name is Wei Ren, and she is female, Yilu Ran gasped, having mistakenly perceived her as male, realizing her error. Longchuan mentioned a preference for meat. Yilu Ran pondered, selecting roasted fish and a whole roasted lamb to send. Whether he would enjoy it remained uncertain, though she speculated that the meat from Shan Shoji would be exquisite. Doubt gnawed at her confidence. Delicious. Please prepare these meats for me, and I will compensate you for your services. Dio, let me know your preferences. Longchuan responded promptly, sending along a collection of spiritual beast carcasses. He likely heard from Wei Ren that she often assisted in preparing meals. In reality, the spiritual beast meat sent by Wei Ren had only been partially processed by the Dragon Academy, with the remainder retained for research purposes. This time, it would likely be the same, as she could not indulge herself. If the old experts at the Academy discovered her intentions, she could expect severe repercussions. Yet, gazing upon the enticing meat, her cravings surged. Chapter 21. Bountiful Trading Rewards. Grandfather 1. What do you think? Should we choose one of these spiritual beast carcasses to roast? We received so much spiritual beast meat last time. Yet we have yet to partake in any, Yilu Ran lamented, unable to resist the allure of fresh food. What are you thinking? That meat has been processed for those suffering from polio and muscle weakness. Aiding their recovery. It is incredibly precious and, I hear, is being prepared for the paralyzed. Do you have the audacity to consume it? General One expressed his reluctance to partake in spiritual beasts. What a surprise. He is simply too embarrassed to partake in the consumption of spirit beast meat, as the energy it embodies holds profound significance for those unworthy of its benefits. He fears that indulging would leave his conscience in turmoil. It is said that spirit beast meat can also cure paralysis and polio, a revelation that leaves Yilaran astounded. Consequently, she decides against partaking in it herself, opting instead to procure more spirit beast meat. Even if it means persuading others to provide it for her without charge, I too have a penchant for meat, and considering I am unaware of what treasures you possess, perhaps you could generously share a bit more with me? Should I discover something of interest in your collection later, I shall be sure to seek you out for a trade. Wei Laren swiftly set her plans into motion, with the objective of acquiring meat. Securing 20 wild buffalo from Longchuan, he also sent along an assortment of fruit. Their fruits bore a striking resemblance to the kiwis of Blue Star, yet appeared to harbor an abundance of energy. Yilaran, wary of consuming them indiscriminately, instructed General One to examine them thoroughly in light of the system merchant's recommendation of 2 friends. Earning their heartfelt gratitude, a lottery opportunity was bestowed upon Yilaran. As she was transferring the kiwis to General One, the sudden announcement from the system startled her. Could it be that another lottery was in store? The kiwi she held slipped from her grasp, but she ignored it, opting instead to explore the system interface. Indeed, the lottery page materialized before her. However, her cloud currency was but a mere 1.21 million, far too little to risk a repeat of the previous limited-time purchase. Xiao Yuan, may I postpone the lottery? I would prefer to partake when I am less occupied. I still have a plethora of goods awaiting collection, and tomorrow I must engage in trade with Daisei. Yilaran, being somewhat pragmatic, sought to seize any minor advantages available. The lottery must be claimed within 3 days, or it would be rendered void. Additionally, let me inform you that the greater the accumulation of your cloud currency, the higher the caliber of items that will appear in the shop. Last time, you amassed 100 million cloud currency, hence the appearance of mid-level storage mustard seeds and water-repelling beads. Should you gather sufficient cloud currency, you might even encounter high-level items such as the Spirit Spring Space, which can only be obtained through the lottery. Tian Yuan had clearly intended for Yilaren to be prepared for the transaction of the Spirit Spring space at any moment. The higher her level, the greater the energy of her system sprite would become. Why Yilaren had assumed that the Spirit Spring space was a product of the system reaching level 10. Never anticipating its early emergence, Tian Yuan, I have been meaning to inquire why the spaceship appeared in the initial system shop and how the original 100 items were determined. Why Yilaren had harbored this question for quite some time. Yearning for clarification from Tian Yuan, yet it had consistently been set aside. It was chosen at random, typically from the first lottery box containing 100 items, Tian Yuan explained. There are also instances where sprites assist their masters in designating a random list of goods. I opted for the first prize box's merchandise list, fully aware of what Longguo requires. A revelation dawned upon Yilaren, and she assured Tian Yuan that she would expedite her lottery participation. As she now needed to oversee the goods transfer. As she continued with the transfer, Yilaren found herself busier than ever that day, having lost considerable time in the morning. Ultimately, she completed all transfers by 3 in the morning, filling her system sales backpack to its 100-slot capacity, with 2 types of goods remaining untransferred. Satisfied with her haul, she decided to leave the surplus in Xiaosong's custody. Lu Ran, rise and shine. We have an appointment with Dai Sei at 8 this morning. With Yilaren showing no signs of waking, Yu Jia resorted to activating the wake-up mode. In previous instances, Yilaren would be up by 7:30 at the latest. But the previous night had kept her occupied until late, so Yu Jia and the others reluctantly allowed her to sleep until 8. However, this was the final hour. She could not afford to sleep any longer. Yilaren, still groggy, got out of bed. Why Yu Jia and Zhao Rou, unperturbed by her state of consciousness, each took her by an arm, assisting her with her morning routine. By 8:20, they had her ready and out the door. Placing a box of her favorite sandwiches into her hands, Yilaren was led along by Yu Jia. She gradually became more alert, requesting Zhao Rou to open the sandwich box for her. As she walked, she devoured the sandwiches, finishing one box and washing it down with a bottle of milk offered by Zhao Rou. They arrived at the warehouse by 8:40, where Yilaren shot a glance at Yu Jia, silently conveying, "See? We arrived early." General Wen chose to overlook the trivial dynamics between Yilaren and her companions, inviting her to sit beside him and inquiring, "Lu Ran, are you prepared? Today, we will not only be trading goods, but also technology. Their written language is likely beyond our comprehension. Please ask Tian Yuan if it is possible to translate their script into our Longguo characters through the system software. Furthermore, we may lack certain unique materials exclusive to their planet. During the trade, do not rush. We shall proceed at a leisurely pace. We do not seek perfection, only improvement." General Wen anticipated that their trade might not encompass all necessary materials, as there was a significant technological gap of at least a century between the two planets. One cannot expect to achieve great results in a single day. Acquiring technology requires time and diligence. Wai Yilaren nodded in agreement, recognizing that she need not delve into unattainable perfection. "Rest assured, Grandpa, I will exert every effort, utilizing all my strength. Have you examined the storage token from yesterday's trade? How substantial is it? Are you satisfied? Is the efficacy of the spirit beast meat provided by Long Chuan superior to that of the Dan Emperor? What of the kiwis? Have the test results been revealed?" Yilaren had never inquired about how the country managed the items acquired through trade, but her silence did not indicate indifference. She understood these matters were state secrets, thus refraining from asking. The nation is quite pleased with the storage token. Its dimensions are modest, standing at 7 meters tall, yet it possesses ample capacity. The quality of the spirit beast meat supplied by Long Chuan surpasses that of the Dan Emperor, and it is currently under investigation. As for the kiwis, rumors suggest they contain a unique energy. Preliminary research indicates that one kiwi's energy can sustain a person for 3 days without hunger. Further studies are required for additional insights. When you find some free time, I will take you on a tour of the various departments at the Long Science Institute, so you can review the research findings one by one. By the way, the medical chamber can treat numerous ailments, including terminal illnesses like cancer and AIDS. However, it proves ineffective for cerebral palsy, deafness, mutism, and amputations. The nation requires you to investigate whether there exists technology in the interstellar realm capable of treating these conditions. Our country feels that the medical chambers are still insufficient. We wish to trade them with foreign allies in exchange for resources. Should this situation persist, we fear a shortage of supplies. General Wen shared with Yilaren the current research progress and the nation's plans and concerns. as she had the right to be informed of such matters. Chapter 22. The transfer of goods with Daisei understood. Am I truly permitted to visit the other departments of the Long Science Institute? Will it violate any protocols? Are those studies not state secrets? Is it appropriate for me to observe? Yi Laren was reluctant to put General One in a difficult position. It is entirely suitable. The Elder Council has unanimously approved your participation in all research proposals. The Long Science Institute. No study shall remain a secret to you. With time swiftly approaching 9 o'clock and all parties present, General One declared, let us commence the trade. Afterward, you may enjoy a half-day of rest. So long as you remain within the Long Science Institute, you may go wherever your heart desires. With this assurance, Yi Laren was granted the highest privileges within the Long Science Institute. As the clock struck 9, she opened the trading interface with Daisei, only to find his avatar yet to illuminate. Taking the initiative, she reached out to him. Greetings, Daisei. Our goods are prepared. Are you currently available? With time still on her side, Yi Laren opened the trading interface with the Dan Emperor. To her fortune, he was online. Immortal, have you added Shui Kai as a friend yet? Yi Laren had been so preoccupied the previous day that she had not followed up on their friendship. I have, and we have traded items such as the Jiao Pearl, the Rare Pearl, and the Illusion Seashell. Long Chuan mentioned that he greatly enjoys your culinary creations. Perhaps you could engage in further trades with him, as he possesses numerous exotic fruits and an abundance of spirit beast meat. You might even consider selling a portion of the dishes you create to me. I shall provide you with the items you requested. They are all stored within a single storage box. Unfortunately, I lack the time to distribute them individually into my backpack. The Dan Emperor seemed pressed for time, opting to store the goods within the storage token rather than transmitting them one by one. Very well, Immortal. I shall not intrude upon your busy schedule. Contact me when you are available. Yi Laren sensibly severed the connection with the Dan Emperor, turning her attention to transferring the items to the military personnel arranged by General Wan. In the process, she requested a bottle of 10 essence cleansing pills and another of 10 heavenly appearance pills, which General One would not deny her. Having utilized her previous request for beneficial purposes, retaining a few advantageous items for herself was prudent for both her and the nation. 8930. Daisei finally responded to her. I have been quite busy this morning. The volume of goods Yi Laren requested was extensive, and Daisei had insufficient time for preparation. With an entire nation supporting her, she enjoyed an advantage that Daisei did not possess, resulting in a tighter timeline for him. Yi Laren, I have prepared most of the items you requested, but I only have 30 nanometer lithography machines available. For the remaining items, I am willing to substitute them with 2 starry sky houses. What do you think? Daisei sincerely apologized for not being able to fulfill the entire order. What exactly is a starry sky house? Is it a dwelling? Yi Laren pondered for a moment before deciding to accept his offer. Very well, I shall first transmit the payment to you. There are numerous items, so please take your time with the transfer. We can wait. Yi Laren was willing to send the payment ahead, hoping that the quality of the goods would meet her expectations, allowing for a discussion on technology and production lines later on. Please do not send the items one by one. It is rather cumbersome. I will send you 10 trading star rings. The 2 empty rings are for you to store the goods. Kindly sort the items and place them within. The remaining 8 rings contain the materials you requested. The star ring has already recorded my genes and reserved a gene input terminal for a trading partner. All you need to do is provide a drop of blood for gene entry. And henceforth, these 10 cloud rings can serve as our trading tools. Prior to Yi Laren transmitting items, Daisei first sent over 10 wristbands, each equipped with 2 small circular apertures, one of which was already illuminated. The other small aperture should be the gene input terminal that Daisei mentioned. With audacity, Yi Laren bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall for gene entry. As the blood dripped, a luminous screen materialized above the wristband, displaying several pieces of information. The details read, Trading Wristband, Party A, Daisei, Party B, Yi Laren, Usable Space, 100,000 cubic meters. Very well, Yi Laren decided to first store all the fruits in the first cloud ring, while the other food items were placed in the second cloud ring. Presumably, Daisei would require time to inspect the goods, so Yi Laren did not rush into conversation. She opened one cloud ring to examine the contents. The first cloud ring contained a medical chamber along with 2,000 matching components, complete with installation instructions, which Tian Yuan had already translated into the dragon language. Lastly, there were 3 production lines for the medical chamber. accompanied by an explanatory manual detailing the technology behind both the medical chamber and the production lines. After reviewing the first cloud ring, Yilurin had to admit that Daisai was indeed quite practical. Regardless of whether the Dragon Country's scientists could comprehend the production of the medical chamber, it was evident that Daisai had put thought into it was not in vain that she had sent her a bounty of delicious food. In fact, measured by weight, sending fruits was more beneficial to her, yet she still transmitted half a ton of delicacies. The second cloud ring contained hydrogen solid energy batteries and solar batteries, each with 3 production lines and production technologies. The third cloud ring housed a 1-nanometer lithography machine and a quantum lithography machine, both of which had their respective production lines and technologies. However, the 1-nanometer lithography machine's production line was covered in dust, suggesting it had not been used for quite some time. She would inquire about this with Daisai later. The fourth cloud ring was a starry sky house, but the storage space was too small to retrieve it, rendering her unable to examine it for the time being. The fifth cloud ring contained drones, but the documentation only included instructions without any production lines, which caused General Wan and Yilurin to feel alarmed. As Daisai surely would not deceive them, Yilurin opened the sixth cloud ring, discovering that the production lines and production technologies were housed there. The seventh cloud ring was filled with various types of flying vehicles, overflowing with items and accompanied solely by an instruction manual, devoid of production lines. This time, they were not anxious, as the production lines would certainly be in the final cloud ring. Their conjecture proved correct. The eighth cloud ring contained over 20 production lines along with a thick stack of production technology information. Everything appeared satisfactory, and Yilurin nodded in approval. In light of Daisai's earnestness, she wished to express her gratitude. Daisai, thank you for the goods. I am very pleased. However, I may encounter some uncertainties in the future and might require some raw materials, so I hope to purchase from you then. I hope our collaboration will be pleasant. I have a detoxification pill which can enhance beauty. I wonder if you would like it as a token of my appreciation. Typically, sellers offer small gifts to valued clients, so I chose to present a gift to the significant trader Daisai. Daisai inspected the goods and was thoroughly satisfied, jumping with excitement, a fact unbeknownst to Yilurin. When Daisai saw that Yilurin had also gifted him something, he felt warmth in his heart, realizing that Yilurin would become his eternal trading partner. Even if the other party requested a few technological secrets, those were relatively low-end in their interstellar context. He was confident that Yilurin would be fond of other superior items from their star system, and their trading would not cease. Chapter 23. Lurin's Distress and Concerns. Thank you. I also greatly appreciate your offerings. As a gesture of gratitude, I present to you my favorite new-style starry sky house. Hoping you will find it to your liking, I suspect you might enjoy cloud rings, so I shall gift you 2. I am unsure if you have a partner, but you can each have one. Daisai reciprocated with grand gifts. Thus, the emotional exchanges between individuals are quite extraordinary. They are inclined to genuinely reciprocate kindness. Yilurin's few trading friends are all like this. Well then, thank you, and I look forward to our next collaboration. I must attend to my duties now. Yilurin could hardly wait to log off, knowing that the gift she presented to Daisai was a personal possession. The detoxification pill was a benefit she had specifically obtained from General Wan. Daisai's gifts were likely personal possessions as well. Goodbye, Daisai, Yilurin. While you were trading with Daisai, Shui Kai was looking for you. Yilurin, who had intended to check the cloud rings, had to halt her plans, as Tian Yuan informed her that Shui Kai was seeking her. Upon opening the trading interface with Shui Kai, she found that Shui Kai had already logged off, leaving behind a message and a large gift package awaiting her acceptance. The message read, Yilurin, thank you. My people have greatly benefited from the Tian Yin Dan and the detoxification pill, so I am sending you a large gift package as a token of gratitude. A large gift package should contain valuable items. She hoped there would be Huan Hai shells, as so far, she still owed General Wan 9 urgently needed Huan Hai shells that she had promised. Last time, she managed to acquire 1 Huan Hai shell by trading the second Tian Yin Dan. Upon opening the large gift package, she was overjoyed to find 20 Huan Hai shells and 20,000 Jiao pearls. Yilurin leapt 3 feet high, having successfully completed her task and now free of debts. Grandpa Wan, here are the Huan Hai shells you requested, along with the Jiao pearls. I have handed over all other goods. I must attend to something now. Let us meet at 2 in the afternoon, and you can take me to explore other departments in the Dragon Science Institute. Yilurin cheerfully handed over the gifts Shui Kai provided to General Wan. Though Huan Hai shells were excellent, they were all marine items, which she found unappealing due to her fear of water. As for the Jiao pearls, she already possessed 2 from her previous trading with Shui Kai's people, so she would not ask for any this time. Seeing Yi Laren's joyful demeanor, everyone present was uplifted, and they all smiled broadly, preparing for a vigorous effort. With the technology in hand, research immediately commenced. They hoped to swiftly grasp the essence of those technologies. Wait a moment, Laren. What about the cloud rings and the starry sky house? General Wen suddenly recalled something important as Yi Laren was about to leave. The starry sky house and cloud rings are gifts for me, not items for trade, Yi Laren exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then turned to run away. I'm leaving now. Don't think about my starry sky house and cloud rings. By the way, I'll give you the 2 starry sky houses and the cloud rings once you find a suitable location this afternoon. Why? Yi Laren ran swiftly, as if being chased by a tiger. No, those are valuable items? General Wen felt a surge of urgency and frustration. Why Yi Laren needed those items, but she would have to wait until she could trade for more of them. He had to chase after her. Laren, wait. Let the cloud rings and starry sky house be studied by the state first. You can trade with Daisai later, General Wen called out as he pursued her, while the experts present shrugged and resumed their research. The national leader had actually been online the entire time. During significant transactions, he would find a secure location to connect to the scene, though he rarely spoke. Now, he hoped General Wen would acquire valuable items from Yi Laren for research purposes. It was not that he was unwilling. He simply wished for the nation to seize every opportunity for valuable resources. Today's transaction had been highly successful. The national leader understood that such transactions would occur more frequently in the future, indicating that national policies needed to keep pace. At the very least, strategies for material reserves must be formulated, preferably sourced domestically, which would require encouraging citizens to cultivate crops and implementing various incentive measures. Along with the development of advanced agricultural tools, as for a lottery, within 3 days, they would need to acquire the same volume of goods traded with Daisai. The national leader felt a headache coming on. There were too many matters to attend to, and the more he thought about it, the more taxing it became. In the following 3 days, apart from trading with Daisai, Yi Laren had spent an entire afternoon resting after the transaction. She found herself embroiled in endless exchanges of goods. The starry sky house and 2 cloud rings were also cunningly obtained by General Wen, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Nu Chun, after returning to his team, had not contacted her by 3 in the morning. After finishing a massage and going to bed, Yi Laren found herself unable to sleep, uncertain whether it was due to the regret of losing her beloved items or the absence of communication from Nu Chun. Tossing and turning, she found it difficult to slumber. By 6 o'clock, Yi Laren rose and sat by the window, gazing at the research institute outside. She would find herself confined in that vast research facility for a long time, akin to a prisoner, and she felt extremely gloomy and bored. Since sleep eluded her, she decided to ready herself. Today's work would continue. For the first time, Yi Laren began her morning routine at 6:30. Yu Jia and Zhao Rou had just finished their own routines and were surprised to see Yi Laren emerging so early. Laren, why are you up so early? You could have slept a bit longer. We could have called you at 8, and the lottery starts at 8:30, Yu Jia remarked, attempting to engage Yi Laren in conversation. I can't sleep, and there isn't much time left. Once I'm done getting ready, we can have breakfast. If there is time, we can take a stroll downstairs, Yi Laren replied with a forced smile, trying to appear strong. Why Yu Jia and Zhao Rou had spent enough time with Yi Laren to notice her unusual demeanor. She seemed listless. Perhaps this was due to General Wen reclaiming the starry sky house and cloud rings yesterday, which shouldn't have affected her, as she had ultimately handed them over to him willingly. Laren, what's wrong? You can share any concerns with us. We are friends, Yu Jia urged, disconcerted by Yi Laren's apparent emotional distress during such a critical time. It's nothing. I'm just a bit worn out from everything lately. Today, the lottery was drawn, and the trading volume of the Dan Emperor was not substantial. I yearn to take a stroll, hoping that General Wen will permit Yi Laren to busy herself today, allowing her a moment of respite before confining herself once more within the walls of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Otherwise, she would surely succumb to despair. It turns out she merely wishes to get some fresh air. Yu Jia and Zhao Roxin felt somewhat reassured, yet a lingering worry remained. Why Yu Jia resolved to discreetly inform General Wen about Yi Laren's condition. A breakdown in mental state could pose a significant issue. After all, Jia, do you have a boyfriend? You have been engrossed in your missions. What about your family? Yilurin, intrigued, inquired about how Yu Jia managed familial obligations, seeking insight into how to balance her future work and personal life. Yu Jia, devoid of a romantic partner, noted that none within their small team had boyfriends either. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been assigned to care for Yilurin. To have attachments would imply distractions, and the state placed considerable value on Yilurin's capabilities, assigning her a detail of devoted, workaholic guardians. Chapter 24. New morning contacts. Yilurin. I don't have a boyfriend. As for my parents, I usually connect with them via video calls when I'm not on duty, and I return to accompany them whenever I can secure a long leave. They understand the nature of my work and empathize with my circumstances. They do urge me to consider matchmaking, but they do not impose it. Fortunately, I have a younger brother, which serves as a shield. Yu Jia candidly shared, acknowledging that this was the norm for anyone who entered the military, regardless of gender. Having a younger brother is indeed wonderful. Yilurin reflected. I am all alone. My cousins and I do not maintain frequent contact, and our relationships are rather shallow, which is not unusual. We manage to stay in touch for significant matters, but it remains rather lukewarm. In this day and age, the pace of life is swift, and everyone is absorbed in their own work and lives, leading to increasing estrangement among family members. The advent of technology has not necessarily fostered emotional connections, leaving Yilurin pondering whether high-tech advancements will ultimately benefit Blue Star or yield adverse effects. Yilurin, do you miss Captain One? Perhaps you should give him a call. We still wish to enjoy the complimentary breakfast. Zhang Duoduo remarked, noticing Yilurin's subdued demeanor and attempting to lighten the mood. She brought up boyfriends, perhaps suggesting Wen Xinqing. What are you suggesting? If you want free breakfast, you should find a boyfriend. Duoduo teased, you have a lovely disposition, are lively and charming, and unlike Jia, who is so serious, you should find a boyfriend with ease. Among us, you might be the first to tie the knot. Mentioning Wen Xinqing indeed brightened Yilurin's spirits, and Zhang Duoduo felt it was worth the playful jibe. I stay by your side every day. There are plenty of mosquitoes, but where are the men? Duoduo retorted, however, given how many male colleagues you interact with during your transactions, you haven't spotted anyone more outstanding than Captain One. Jia, today, you needn't accompany me into the conference room. I'll take Duoduo. Let her find a handsome guy for us. We can't all remain single. Yilurin turned to Yu Jia, who merely smiled, knowing Yilurin was joking. If Duoduo were to enter the conference room, it wouldn't be a problem. She held little regard for status and was merely curious about the day's lottery and its potential rewards. Unbeknownst to them, the group had arrived at the foot of the conference building. Zhao Rou led the team to a nearby room to await task assignments, while Yu Jia and Yilurin entered the conference room together, with Yilurin offering no objections, as it was all in jest. Lu Ran, General Wen usually arrives half an hour early. Today's lottery is scheduled for 8:30, and he is likely here by 8:00. It is just past 8:03 now. Casting a glance at the attendees, noting no absentees, the lottery could commence early. To preempt any unusual occurrences, General Wen decided to connect with the national leader immediately, commencing the lottery at 8:10. Luran, we will begin the lottery at 8:10. So please prepare that I will contact the national leader. All present took their seats, ensuring silence as General Wen commanded, preparing for the lottery. Yilurin settled into her seat, instructing Tian Yuan to open the system interface and check her cloud currency balance, to 368 billion cloud coins. While not an insignificant sum, it represented the collective efforts of countless soldiers and the fruits of their labor. A sudden ring interrupted Yilurin's operations, prompting her to scan the room for the source of the unmuted phone. To her dismay, it was hers. She had forgotten to silence it, mistakenly believing the proceedings would commence at 8:30, intending to occupy herself with her phone until then. Apologies. I meant to silence it by 8:20. Yilurin quickly apologized to those around her. General Wen, currently connected with the national leader, cast a glance at her but said nothing. Extracting her phone from her pocket, she saw that it was an incoming call from Wen Xinqing. She hesitated to reject the call, indicating her desire to answer but refraining due to the established protocol. Only 2 minutes left. If you're going to answer, do it quickly. General Wen had successfully established the connection with the national leader. His voice resonating. Yilurin contemplated, not disconnecting the call, and thus continued to relay her thoughts to Huh. Yilurin nodded, sprinting outside to answer the call. Brother Xinqing, is everything all right? You aren't in any danger, are you? Yilurin's primary concern was that he might be calling due to an emergency. No, I thought it was still early. And you probably hadn't started work yet, so I decided to call, when Xinqing responded, taking advantage of his rare moment of free time. Hearing his deep, magnetic voice filled Yi Liren with a flicker of joy. After a brief silence, she inquired, "How are you? Is everything going smoothly with your tasks? All is well, and what about you?" When Xinqing did not reveal to Yi Liren that he was about to embark on a new mission, which compelled him to reach out after grappling with whether to contact her over the past few days. "I'm doing well. I have a task to complete shortly. Brother Xinqing, I'll call you once I finish my work." Yi Liren noted, glancing at the clock and realizing only 1 minute remained. "All right, go ahead." When Xinqing understood the urgency and significance of her work, promptly ending the call, Yi Liren hurriedly muted her phone and dashed back to the conference room. Noting that it was now past 8:10 by a few seconds, without time for apologies, she quickly resumed her seat and opened the lottery page, officially commencing her responsibilities. "Grandpa 1, your luck was quite favorable last time. Which option should I choose?" Yi Liren asked General 1, recalling his previous successful selection that had procured numerous beneficial items for the nation. General 1 perused the dozens of boxes, contemplating whether there might be additional options hidden beyond the current page. "Liren, are there only these options for the lottery?" he inquired, suspecting Yi Liren might be unaware of any further selections. "Is there another page?" Yi Liren was uncertain. The system interface never displayed any buttons for page navigation. She always relied on Tian Yuan's assistance to flip through them. "Tian Yuan, is there a next page?" Yi Liren inquired. Tian Yuan, surprised that anyone had noticed this issue, confirmed that additional lottery options indeed existed. Yi Liren and her group had not requested him to turn the page last time, so he hadn't informed them. In fact, there were a total of 100 options for the lottery. Yes, the lottery options and the goods in the system store are predetermined at 100, with no alterations allowed at any time, Tian Yuan replied, opening the next page of the lottery. Liren. "This time we will draw the last option," General Wen decided. "The last one?" Yi Liren found it difficult to comprehend General Wen's thought process, but according to his instructions, she opened the final lottery box. The ticket read, "Half price, half-hour shopping privilege." It appeared that their forthcoming purchases would all be at half price, with a time limit of 30 minutes, and the attendees immediately grasped the significance. The time constraint implied that each moment was precious, prompting Yi Liren to instruct Tian Yuan to return to the system store page. Chapter 25. Delighted with the Spirit Spring space in her quest for spatial artifacts, Yi Liren was particularly focused on acquiring the Spirit Spring space. Without it, she could not afford to overlook any other spatial containers. Tian Yuan was aware of Yi Liren's desires, and whether General Wen's luck had been entirely spent on the lottery remained uncertain. As Yi Liren was the first person in history to win the Spirit Spring Space Grand Prize at merely level 3. Wow, the Spirit Spring Space. "We've won it!" Yi Liren exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement upon seeing the first item listed as the Spirit Spring Space, eliciting a loud scream. The attendees briefly calmed down, though several clenched their fists, unable to resist pounding on the table in exhilaration. 1 billion cloud coins. "Is there no purchase limit?" Yi Liren assumed she could acquire only one space but was pleasantly surprised to learn there was no cap on purchases. "There is no purchase limit. You can buy up to 100 at a time. However, the Spirit Spring space without system enhancement can only serve as a space and will never manifest a time portal," Tian Yuan clarified. Yi Liren's favorite aspect was the absence of purchase limits. She intended to acquire multiple Spirit Spring spaces. With 30 minutes available, she wondered if there might be other valuable items to procure. Suggesting, General 1, let us by 21st. There may be more excellent items available, and we can always return to purchase more later. After a moment of contemplation, General 1 acquiesced to her suggestion, pressing the button to purchase 20 Spirit Spring spaces. Yi Liren's hands trembled with anticipation, but thankfully, the transaction was successful, and the items seamlessly entered her backpack, with 10 billion cloud coins deducted. Tian Yuan returned to the initial system store page, ready for the next shopping phase. While Yi Liren methodically selected individual items, each page featured only 10 items, indicating there were a total of 10 pages. The first page contained only basic food and daily necessities, which they did not require. Turning over 3 pages, Yi Liren discovered a piece of advanced technology that they would undoubtedly require. A mech, a truly impressive creation. General 1, along with several others, also laid eyes on the mech and instructed Yi Liren accordingly. Without needing to be told by General 1, Yi Liren was already inclined to purchase a mech. After all, which young person today does not harbor a dream of owning one? However, the pricing for the mech seemed rather steep, 20 million cloud coins each, discounted to 10 million cloud coins. Unsure of how many to buy, Yilurin decided to let General Wen make the choice, ultimately settling on 20 mechs, which would total 200 million cloud coins. Their budget had already diminished by 12 billion cloud coins. Shopping had revealed the limitations of their finances, leaving Yilurin with a bittersweet feeling. This time, instead of the Tianyan Dan, a new elixir called the Qiling Dan appeared. The very name suggested it was something extraordinary, and upon seeing the price, it was indeed costly. 1 million cloud coins per pill. Yilurin decisively purchased 40 of them, spending another 200 million cloud coins. There were still many excellent items available, but Yilurin found none that piqued her interest. Grandfather, without the spiritual spring space, there will be no time-space gate. I wish to buy a few spiritual spring spaces to gift to Shuekai and the others. Yilurin cautiously mentioned to General Wen, aware of the immense value of such spaces and the likelihood that the state might object. This matter would require a resolution from the National Assembly, and she proposed acquiring 10 more spiritual spring spaces, 10 sets of mechs, and 7 Qiling Dan, with the remaining 180,000 cloud coins allocated for protective shields, 1 large shield with a diameter of 10,000 meters, and 26 individual shields. Altogether, this would amount to 360,000 cloud coins, perfectly exhausting their remaining balance, as General Wen noted while Yilurin executed the transactions. With over 5,000 cloud coins still left, which General Wen hardly regarded, and 13 minutes remaining, Yilurin returned to the initial page of the system store. She believed she could indulge in some minor purchases. She had previously seen the Wanjin Huan and found its name rather peculiar, but lacked the time to examine its description more closely. Now, with ample time, she decided to take a look. The Wanjin Huan, as its name suggests, contained 10,000 needles. It could not simply be a needle pouch, but rather a concealed weapon. The description read, Wanjin Huan, a concealed weapon bracelet, contains 10,000 silver needles that can incapacitate an enemy for 2 hours upon impact. It can also be coated with poison to cause death. Indeed, it was a concealed weapon. Priced at 10,000 cloud coins each, Yilurin purchased one, as that was all she could afford. General Wen deemed this self-defense weapon necessary for Yilurin and did not prevent her purchase, suggesting that it could be researched by experts before returning it to her. General Wen, let Yilurin first contract a spiritual spring space so we can see what it entails, the national leader stated. The name itself suggested it would not pose any harm to Yilurin, and it might even be a tremendous opportunity. Thus he decided that Yilurin should be the first to contract one. General Wen nodded and looked towards Yilurin, who had heard the national leader's decision. She retrieved a spiritual spring space from her backpack, shaped like a jade pendant resembling clouds. After a drop of blood to acknowledge ownership, Yilurin suddenly vanished from the conference room, landing unceremoniously on a fragrant grassy field, stretching endlessly before her, with a river meandering through it. Turning back, she saw a mountain range, with a wooden cabin faintly visible halfway up. This must be the space, Yilurin thought, though she was intrigued. She also realized that outside, General Wen and the others were likely worried about her, as she could hear his calls. Grandfather, I'm here. The spiritual spring space is a world of its own. I haven't had the chance to explore yet. Yilurin suddenly reappeared, addressing the anxious General Wen. Upon seeing her, General Wen's heart, which had been racing, found solace. He understood that the spiritual spring space offered a realm of its own, but he had not anticipated her sudden disappearance. You startled me. Wait a moment. We'll enter the space together. Yu Jia, find a professional photographer with a camera to accompany us immediately, General Wen instructed. He would also bring his phone, uncertain whether there would be a signal to connect with the Grand Elder. Yu Jia complied and went out to call someone. Their team member, Xie Shuwen, was a professional photographer. Though her equipment remained at their apartment, Xie Shuwen arrived with the necessary equipment 10 minutes later. Meanwhile, General Wen and the others had taken out a set of armor for research. The armor was silver-white, and the energy source was not a controllable nuclear fusion stone, but rather appeared to be a spirit stone. General Wen had yet to decide who would test the armor, allowing everyone to observe as experts whispered among themselves, exchanging technical jargon that neither General Wen nor Yilurin could comprehend. Here we are, Xiaosong. Put the armor away for now, Yilurin. Try bringing us into the space. The spiritual spring space should be able to accommodate others. Otherwise, how would we contract the storekeeper to open a shop in a different realm? General Wen was confident that the spiritual spring space could carry people, though he worried about any potential conditions. He hoped there would be none, as they would otherwise be unable to utilize the space in the short term. Chapter 26. Exploring the space with intent. Yularen held on to General Wan with one hand and Yu Jia with the other. While Yu Jia grasped Xie Shuan's hand, General Wan also brought along 2 of his guards, and Xie Shuan was accompanied by Academician Ruan Yin. This was the arrangement they had just discussed. In an instant, the 10 of them disappeared from the conference room, leaving the older experts astonished by the visual impact, despite having witnessed a similar phenomenon moments earlier. Upon entering, General Wan quickly pulled out his phone to check for signal strength. It showed full bars. He initiated a video call with Xia Song, who excitedly nodded at the national leader, who acknowledged him and prompted him to answer. The video feed opened, projecting General Wen's face onto the large screen in the conference room. His features magnified due to the phone's proximity. General Wan, switch the camera. We want to hear directly from you, the national leader instructed. Without hesitation, General Wan switched the camera to face a vast prairie. Turning the phone around to showcase the general layout of the space to those outside the conference room. Let us head to the wooden cabin on the mountain. The prairie seems endless. The national leader urged General Wan to ascend the mountain. The group of 10 climbed while video calling, their physical endurance proving sufficient, with Academician Ruan Yin keeping pace thanks to the cleansing elixir he had consumed. Yularen, however, struggled to keep up, lacking exercise and not having taken the cleansing elixir. Her busy schedule had left her no time to do so. Yularen, there's still half the way left. Hold on a bit longer. Yu Jia encouraged as Yularen climbed. Drenched in sweat, I wish I could just teleport to the top, Yularen thought, finding it difficult to keep pace with the others, who moved too swiftly for her. To her surprise, she actually found herself instantly before the wooden cabin, with Yu Jia beside her, both staring at each other in astonishment. At that moment, General Wan and the others, watching the video, realized Yularen had once again vanished. Yularen, General Wan called out loudly. Why Yularen reappeared before them, having returned intentionally to reassure General Wan, who was likely worried about her. It seemed she could freely move her position within the space. Although Yu Jia had tried and found she could not. Grandfather, I can teleport now. I can go wherever I want, Yularen joyfully informed General Wan. Teleportation, the ability to go anywhere at will, was indeed a powerful capability, leaving General Wan momentarily speechless. Hold hands. I'll take you directly to the cabin, Yularen instructed, and they all clasped hands once more in the blink of an eye. They arrived at the cabin, which stood before a grand garden, fragrant with flowers. The 7 of them strolled through the garden, arriving at a 2-story traditional wooden villa, its eaves also echoing in ancient style. Upon entering the cabin, they were surprised to find the interior decor vastly different from what they had expected. The modern furnishings inside contrasted sharply with the rustic exterior, making it feel as though they were in a luxurious villa. After thoroughly exploring the entire cabin, they deduced that the first floor comprised only a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, while the second floor contained 4 suites. The interior was quite well appointed, yet devoid of personal belongings. They then teleported to the forest, where wildlife such as wild chickens and rabbits could be found, along with mountain mushrooms. A celestial pool of water cascaded down from the mountaintop. And behind the mountain, they could vaguely see an ocean, its waters connecting through the valley with the river on the prairie. Yularen mused that it might not be a river, but rather seawater. Dashing her hopes of fish farming. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yularen scooped some water to taste. It was not salty. She then instantly teleported to the seaside, where the water was indeed salty. What a marvel! General Wan and the others had grown accustomed to Yularen's sudden appearances and disappearances. Their curiosity piqued about where she had gone. Yularen, what's the matter? General Wan inquired. Nothing, grandfather. I was just curious whether the water down the mountain was seawater or river water. It's fascinating. The mountainside has seawater, while the river in the prairie is fresh. Truly, the Lingquan space is remarkable. Should we not consider acquiring several more? The mechas can be postponed for now. I wonder if there will be future opportunities to purchase Lingquan spaces. Yularen feels a twinge of regret. After all, one can never have too many good things. The Lingquan space is indeed exceptional, yet perhaps they were not adequately prepared. With both Lingquan space and Huanhai space, they must stockpile resources in abundance to ensure that the next lottery does not leave them wanting. Upon investigation, it appears that Huanhai space can also accommodate individuals, with the addition of the Starry Sky House. Residing within poses no issue. The air inside is fresh, and it is suitable for the large-scale cultivation of marine life. However, they have yet to experiment with whether it can be converted into a large lotus pond for raising freshwater fish. As they are hesitant to proceed without certainty, their capabilities are limited. Utilizing 30 Lingquan spaces effectively could yield unimaginable value. They should exert themselves to the fullest without succumbing to psychological burdens. General 1, having weathered numerous storms, maintains a more open-minded perspective. Grandfather, let us venture to the meadow. I wish to experiment with whether I can cultivate the land through mere thought, Yilaren expresses, sensing an innate ability to manipulate the very essence of space. To cultivate by thought alone? That warrants a trial, General 1 replies with curiosity. Choosing a patch of land at the foot of the mountain, Yilaren attempts to till the soil with her mind. The earth responds, churning for a minute, yet she soon feels as though 1,000 needles are piercing her head, compelling her to cease. Grandfather, the idea is feasible, but I cannot endure for long. The pain is excruciating. Yilaren confesses, clutching her head in discomfort. It seems that while the notion of cultivating by thought is viable, their current mortal forms cannot withstand such exertion. General 1 comprehends this immediately. Let us exit the space. Academician Ruan must examine you, General 1 insists, now primarily concerned for Yilaren's well-being, emphasizing the necessity of a thorough checkup. They proceed to the infirmary, with Academician Ruan and Yujia supporting Yilaren. Those outside have become aware of the situation, their faces etched with concern, hoping fervently that all will be well. A crowd gathers at the infirmary door, anxiously awaiting the results of the examination. After half an hour, they receive confirmation that Yilaren is unscathed, though she must be monitored for a few more days. General 1 announces the conclusion of today's meeting, instructing Xiaosong to retrieve the treasures acquired today from Yilaren. As she should no longer be involved in the research of Lingquan space, they must rely on their own capabilities. At Yilaren's request, 10 Lingquan spaces remain in her backpack, as they are essential to the system's master. Those without immediate high demand have opted to retain 10 as a safeguard. Although Yilaren is currently unharmed, Academician Ruan insists on keeping her in the infirmary for some rest. She is situated nearby, with the physician Ding Shui also present to monitor her condition. Having had a restless night, Yilaren sleeps soundly until nightfall, awakening to find it is already 8 o'clock. Yujia promptly arranges for a meal from the cafeteria, 3 dishes and a soup. All for Yilaren, as the others have already dined. If you are weary, eat and continue to rest. We are all here for you. Academician Ruan gently reassures Yilaren. Why Yilaren nods. If she feels fatigued again, she will certainly take the time to recuperate rather than subject herself to unnecessary strain. After her meal, Yilaren feels somewhat revitalized and checks her friend trading interface, discovering that the Dan Emperor has reached out to her, indicating he has acquired a batch of divine beast meat and seeking her assistance in processing it. Why Yilaren responds affirmatively. In addition to the Dan Emperor, Daisei has also contacted her. Yet the content of his message is alarming. The first message reads, Danger, trade suspended, followed by another stating, I wish to trade for cleansing pills. Please contact me upon receipt of this message. Having traded with Daisei several times, he has never referred to her as boss. Through their interactions, he has begun to call her Laren, suggesting a deeper connection. Very well, however, I only possess 2 cleansing pills. Let us trade at the previous price. Yilaren replies, in truth, she did not trade cleansing pills with Daisei last time. They were mutual gifts, and she intends to probe his intentions. Understood. Please send 1 cleansing pill for verification first. If all is well, I shall proceed with payment, he responds, indicating a desire to verify the goods beforehand. At this moment, Yilaren is quite certain that the individual operating is not Daisei. Rather, it seems he is under their control. For now, Daisei may not be in immediate danger, as the system lacks an alternative operator. Why Yilaren promptly sends 1 cleansing pill for verification and then sits in contemplation before the system dialogue interface. She is uncertain how to assist Daisei, as he has proven to be a commendable partner. Tomorrow, she must inform Grandfather 1 and brainstorm solutions together. After an hour, the other party sends back a starry sky house and 2 cloud rings. Under Yilaren's directive, the system inspects the starry sky house, revealing that it had been outfitted with a positioning and remote control system, both of which have since been dismantled. The cloud rings are also smaller than those previously provided by Daisei. Casting doubt on the other party's integrity, I hope you will conduct this transaction with integrity. The quality of the goods should not be subpar. Do not entertain thoughts of smuggling undesirable items within. Otherwise, our collaboration will be terminated, Laren asserts firmly. She is unafraid of the possibility of the other party refusing to cooperate. While she requires a considerable number of medical pods and components, the other party appears to be in dire need of cleansing pills. Moreover, she possesses delicacies and fruits that are not available in the interstellar market, making it unlikely that they would wish to forfeit such treasures. Just as she does not wish to miss out on medical pods. This time, I shall inspect the goods first. If the quality is unsatisfactory, I will refuse the trade, and the payment will be returned in kind. Laren declares, indicating that this time the onus is on her to verify the goods. The other party, perhaps realizing that she has discerned their ruse, complies with her request and sends over a starry sky house and 2 cloud rings identical to those Daisei had previously provided her. Following system verification, there are no issues, and Laren transmits another cleansing pill to the other party. Hello, I wish to trade for a substantial quantity of cleansing pills at the same price. How much time do you require to prepare? The other party exhibits an urgent need for cleansing pills. Laren ponders for a moment before inquiring. How many do you need? 20,000, they respond. That is excessive. It will require considerable time to procure. I will trade with you when I have the stock available. 10,000 at the original price, and the other 10,000 in exchange for 20,000 medical pods and 100,000 flying cars. I am specifically looking for the 6-seat model, Laren states, feeling that since the transaction is not genuinely with Daisei, there is no need to maintain any pretense of courtesy. Agreed, comes the prompt reply from the other party. Leading Laren to suspect that she may have undervalued her offered it, seems she must request additional cleansing pills from the immortal. Laren turns to contact the Dan Emperor, only to find him offline. Immortal, I urgently require 100,000 cleansing pills. Do you desire starry sky houses and cloud rings? If so, I propose a trade involving these 2 items. Laren leaves a message for the Dan Emperor while simultaneously sending the starry sky house and 2 cloud rings she had recently acquired. Sighing, she reflects on the vast distance of the interstellar realm, feeling helpless. Lying on her bed, she contemplates her next steps, while Jia and the others remain nearby, silently observing the entire exchange and trading process without offering advice. In her deep contemplation, Laren eventually drifts back to sleep. Jia, ever considerate, dims the lights and quietly lays out a sleeping mat on the floor, while Ding Shui joins her. Academician Ruan rests in an adjacent room. The following day, Laren rises early, awakening at 7 o'clock, having gone to bed early the night before. She instructs Jia to contact Grandfather One, as she has matters to discuss with him today. After breakfast, her thoughts return to Daisei. Laren opens the trading interface once more, finding a reply from the Dan Emperor, who has sent over 10,000 cleansing pills, informing her that this is the maximum quantity he can provide. Having relied on the assistance of his fellow disciples for their creation, he notes that without 10 days, he cannot fulfill the order for 100,000 cleansing pills, and that he can trade 1,000 daily. Immortal, the cleansing pills can be refined gradually. There is no rush. Wish to inquire if you possess Qi-Ling pills? Laren asks, contemplating the expensive Qi-Ling pills, which could potentially lead to significant trades if acquired from the Dan Emperor. Qi-Ling pills are known to awaken spiritual roots, and although Laren has never used a stone to test for spiritual roots, she is aware that those without them cannot cultivate immortality. Once she has the opportunity, she intends to begin her own cultivation journey. Qi-Ling pills are an extraordinary treasure. The medicinal materials for their refinement have become extinct. How did you come to know of this item? If you can find it, I would like to acquire 2 pills, the Dan Emperor responds, revealing that he has fallen in love with immortal. It is indeed thrilling to witness a romance between an immortal and immortal. And Laren eagerly anticipates meeting them. However, her system level has just risen to 3, only having advanced yesterday after shopping in the system stored. It turns out that once the system's friend trading is enabled, transactions in the system store also contribute to the trading volume. I see. Pray tell, what are the names of the extinct medicinal materials? If I can locate them, I will deliver them to you. Perhaps we might refine Qi-Ling pills. Laren expresses her desire to discover the missing materials for the Qi-Ling pills, understanding that while the likelihood of recognizing them is slim, it does not mean she will never find them in the future. The Dan Emperor, eager to have additional support, shares the names and images of the medicinal materials with Laren. The images are captured using the camera Laren had sent him. At the time, Xia Song had ventured out to seek toys and whimsically purchased a camera to include among them, believing the Dan Emperor would appreciate it. The materials appear quite peculiar: a blue leaf, red fruit, pink blossoms, and purple flower cores, with the flower filaments extending about a meter long. Yi Laren admits she has never encountered such a thing. Chapter 28. Reporting to grandfather about Dai Sei's peril. I have received the images. I will do my utmost to locate them. Though you have a fondness for the Starry Sky House and the Cloud Rings, do you require more stock? If so, I can prepare some for you in exchange for the cleansing elixirs. Yi Laren inquired, contemplating whether a deal involving 1 Starry Sky House and 2 Cloud Rings for 100,000 cleansing elixirs was rather excessive. She intended to inform you that we have a great affection for the Starry Sky House and the Cloud Rings. We desire an additional 100 of each. At present, we are unable to provide the cleansing elixirs, but I can offer you 10 storage tokens. The alchemist expressed that regardless of whether she inquired, she would proactively seek to trade for the Starry Sky House and Cloud Rings. Very well. Could the alchemist also assist me in finding seedlings of edible fruits available in your region? I am in need of seedlings and herbs that aid in cultivation, and I also require a considerable amount of spirit stones. I will seek treasures that you favor to settle the account. Since Yi Laren has acquired the Spirit Spring space, it is imperative to arrange for spiritual plants. It appears that both Yi Laren and her kin are inclined towards cultivation, a notion that the alchemist comprehended well. He proceeded to transmit the spiritual plants already in his backpack along with the 10 tokens of fruit to Yi Laren. The alchemist seems to be a forthright individual, Yi Laren surmised. Reflecting on the valuable items she possessed, she felt compelled to present him with a gift. What could she offer? Perhaps the Spirit Spring space, though General Wen had yet to mention that it could be gifted. Breakfast consists of soup dumplings. Yi Laren instructed Yu Jia to fetch 2 baskets of soup dumplings, as she wished to present a gift. Yu Jia understood immediately and went to the cafeteria to procure the buns. The cafeteria, even if lacking in stock, must accommodate them, as per General Wen's orders. Thank you, alchemist. I recently discovered a delectable food item that is convenient for consumption anywhere, and I would like you to try 2 of them. If you desire more, I kindly ask for your patience while I retrieve them. Yi Laren expressed her gratitude to the alchemist, transmitting 2 uneaten soup dumplings and requesting him to wait. For someone as busy as the alchemist, soup dumplings are undoubtedly an excellent option, satisfying to the palate without requiring much time to eat, easily enjoyed on the go. I have taken a liking to this delicacy. Please provide me with 20,000, which shall serve as payment for the spiritual plants you have ordered, the alchemist responded, clearly pleased. Currently, I do not have a substantial supply available. Let us conduct the transaction tomorrow. I have also gathered the toys, and we can deliver everything together. You have already procured many fine items for me. In addition to the remaining 90,000 cleansing elixirs, I require 200 Tianyan elixirs and 200 Yunji elixirs. Shall we consider our recent dealings settled? Yi Laren had been preoccupied with transactions involving Dai Sei, merely obtaining goods from the alchemist without settling accounts. Although the alchemist mentioned it was gratitude for the 3 flying vessels she provided, prolonged neglect of mutual benefits could jeopardize their trading relationship. Very well. I can provide the Tianyan elixirs and Yunji elixirs tomorrow, and the 90,000 cleansing elixirs along with the spiritual plants will be delivered to you within 10 days. My name is Wei Ren. You may call me Wei Ren. The alchemist appreciated the camaraderie, indicating to Yi Laren that their trading relationship was advancing. All right, Wei Ren. She transmitted the remaining soup dumplings to him, wishing for a pleasant collaboration. Upon their arrival, Yi Laren presented all the dumplings to the alchemist. The alchemist promptly acknowledged receipt of the dumplings before disconnecting. It had been several days since she last heard from Shui Kai. She wondered what he was up to. Yi Laren continued to reach out to Shui Kai. Shui Kai, are you there? After waiting for 2 minutes without a response, she decided not to rush into discussing the elixirs obtained from the alchemist or the interstellar trade, opting to keep them in suspense. Let us slowly head to the conference room. Grandpa Wen should be arriving soon, Yi Laren suggested to Yu Jia and the others as they set off. This was the first time Yi Laren contacted him for a matter of importance. General Wen, overcoming all obstacles, rushed over and even excused himself from the meeting he had arranged with the country's leader. The leader, aware that Yi Laren sought him out for something significant, unhesitatingly granted him leave. Grandpa, you have arrived. It's terrible. Dai Sei is in trouble, Yi Laren exclaimed as she met General Wen outside the conference room of Longku Academy. Dai Sei, the one from the interstellar realm? What has happened to him? General Wen inquired anxiously, for he was a crucial trading partner. The technology they were acquiring from him was currently being compromised, necessitating time and supplies for medical pods and energy batteries. He may have been compromised. Let me show you our conversation records, Yilaren proposed, hoping to have General Wen analyze her suspicions. General Wen swiftly reviewed their conversation and, coupled with the issues surrounding the Starry Sky House and Cloud Rings, he too was convinced that something was amiss with Dai Se. The likelihood of him being compromised was high, yet the chances of his demise appeared minimal based on Yilaren's deductions. Grandpa, should I continue trading with them? Yilaren queried, uncertain of the necessity of the transactions at this juncture. Given the current state of Longhua, trading is imperative, but we must exercise caution. Ensure the system conducts thorough inspections to prevent any issues with the goods. We must proceed with the trade, albeit at a reduced frequency for now. This time, let us adhere to the previously agreed prices, but increase them in future dealings, General Wen remarked, harboring no fondness for those controlling Dai Se. After all, Dai Se was their ally, and his adversaries were their own. General Wen's words resonated with Yilaren, and she understood the attitude required for future transactions with those controlling Dai Se. I shall heed your advice, Grandpa. Grandpa, I wish to use a spirit testing stone. I consulted with the alchemist Wei Run, and she mentioned that the Qi Ling elixir is a secret potion that aids mortals in developing spiritual roots. However, one of its components has become extinct, and she sent me the image of the herb, which is this one. I wish to ascertain whether I possess a spiritual root I aspire to cultivate. Should I succeed, I might be able to control everything within the spirit spring space with my thoughts. Thus, the prairie could transform into arable land, alleviating our material shortages. Yilaren expressed her desire to pursue cultivation. In truth, the spirit testing stones had already been utilized extensively within the military, yielding only 2 individuals with spiritual roots from tens of thousands examined. The nation was currently nurturing these 2 and planned to provide them with their own spirit spring spaces to test whether cultivators could better manage the spirit spring space. The spirit testing stone can be used and cultivation is permissible, but you must refrain from controlling the space for the time being. You must await the results of the experiments conducted on those 2 individuals. Only then may you act. This is a guarantee that you must provide, General Wen insisted, placing Yilaren's safety above all, as her security level now exceeded that of the national leader. They could endure injuries and even death. But Yilaren must not be harmed. Yilaren understood the nation's concerns and recognized the importance of her safety. Life could be fleeting, yet the system would vanish from Blue Star entirely. I understand, and I will act with utmost caution. However, Grandpa, I yearn to step outside for some fresh air. I feel suffocated. If I do not, I fear I may succumb to despair. Did you not leave me a protective shield? I wish to wear it and visit New Morning's military. The area is less populated and safer than the city. Yilaren thought that General Wen might not permit her into the city, but the border troops would surely be accessible. Why do you wish to seek out New Morning? Have you developed feelings for him? The border areas may harbor enemy spies and drug traffickers. It would be wiser to say you wish to enjoy the city instead, General Wen admonished, firmly believing that the border was off-limits. He was tempted to remark that should Yilaren have feelings for Wen Xinqing, he would order the lad back to remain beside her, avoiding any potential trouble. What are you saying, Grandpa? I regard New Morning as a brother. I am betrothed to another since childhood. I genuinely just wish to get some fresh air. Yilaren retorted, using her betrothed as a shield. In this day and age, how can one still adhere to childhood betrothal? Regardless, General Wen remained resolute in denying her request to visit the border. If you wish to explore the city, I shall arrange for someone to accompany you, just as last time, he stated, astonished to learn that Yilaren had a fiancé while firmly opposing her plea. I do not wish to go anywhere. I would rather perish from boredom, Yilaren exclaimed, expressing her frustration before storming off, leaving General Wen at a loss for words. I shall mention this to the national leader shortly. She cannot be left to languish in despair. Moreover, her fiancé warranted investigation. Better safe than sorry. If he were loyal to the nation, there would be no issue. Should he prove disloyal, his association with Yilaren could pose a threat. Laren, General Wen announced that the spirit beast meat from Long Chuan had been prepared and was ready for pickup downstairs. He instructed her to collect the goods from the warehouse, noting that the alchemist had completed part of her order, including the toys and soup dumplings. Let us proceed. Wei Laren had been lying in bed sulking since her return, preoccupied with her phone and speaking not a word. Initially, she had no desire to move. She wished to wallow in her discontent. Yet as a merchant, she could not afford to betray trust. If Long Chuan refused to supply her, he would surely turn against her. Thus, she reluctantly rose from her bed, tidied herself, and accompanied Yu Jia to the warehouse. With General Wen absent, only soldiers were present to facilitate the exchange. The entire process took mere minutes. One extracted goods while another stowed them in a backpack. Swift and efficient. Upon returning with the goods, it coincided with dinner time. Yet Yi Laren expressed a lack of appetite. Long Chuan happened to be online, and after a brief conversation, the delivery went smoothly. She also preemptively delivered the alchemist's goods, then returned to her bed to resume her idle activities, diving into a state of apathy. Laren, we have procured machinery and wish to enter your spirit spring space to cultivate the land. The machinery is downstairs in the vehicle. Would you kindly retrieve it and lead us inside? Zhang Duoduo, ever restless, expressed a desire to commence farming within Yi Laren's space, contributing to the nation's development while ensuring her safety. Very well, I suppose it is rather dull. Yi Laren acquiesced, rising once more. 21 young women, equipped with farming machinery, appeared in the spirit spring space, busily engaged in their tasks. Cultivating the land proved to be quite enjoyable. Watching vast expanses of grass transform into neatly organized plots of vegetables instilled a sense of accomplishment within them. The seeds were procured by them as well, directly purchased in bulk from the agricultural market. They sorted and planted them meticulously, with some of them working tirelessly until 11 at night, surprised at how swiftly time had passed. Everyone was left wanting more, yet the seeds had run out. Once it was confirmed that the vegetables could indeed be cultivated, they were determined to fill the grassy area within their space. Zhang Duoduo, you mentioned that you bought seeds in bulk, but why did you not acquire any saplings? You should have purchased some flower seeds and saplings along with fruit tree saplings, and even some rice seeds, questioned Yi Laren, perplexed as to why Zhang Duoduo had only procured seeds. Zhang Duoduo had certainly considered the purchase of saplings and flower seedlings. But due to a lack of government funding, she had to use her personal finances. Moreover, experiments must progress step by step. Wealthy lady, my salary is modest. I request a budget, Zhang Duoduo replied, spreading her hands in rebuttal to Yi Laren. The realization dawned on Yi Laren that it was indeed her own funds being spent in a moment. I will transfer you 2 million. If you do not spend the money by tomorrow to acquire seeds and seedlings that satisfy me, I will toss you into the river to feed the fish, Yi Laren threatened Zhang Duoduo. She truly lacked for nothing. Aside from the initial government funding, her salary during this period had been consistently dispersed, and she had no pressing financial obligations. The wealthy lady truly lives up to her title, Zhang Duoduo remarked with a scoff, rolling her eyes at Yi Laren's display of affluence. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and get some rest. We must rise early tomorrow. Do not forget your transaction with the Dan Emperor, reminded Yu Jia, emphasizing that their deal was set for the following morning. If they did not sleep soon, Yi Laren would likely linger in bed. Very well, Yi Laren conceded, leading everyone out of the space to freshen up and retire for the night. Upon checking the system's transaction interface, she noted that Wei Run had already received the goods she sent over, yet had not transmitted the elixirs, presumably saving them for the morning. Thus, she decided to rest for now. The Dan Emperor's delivery was scheduled for 7 in the morning, and Yi Laren had not yet risen when Tian Yuan woke her. Laren, I was quite satisfied with the items received yesterday. I will deliver your goods to you shortly. There are not many spiritual plants available. As time is limited, Wei Ren messaged. All right, Wei Ren, thank you for your efforts. Yi Laren replied, genuinely appreciative of Wei Ren's diligence, as she had not anticipated receiving more spiritual plants so soon after their last transaction. This time, Yi Laren acquired an additional 10,000 washing marrow pills, fully preparing the 20,000 needed for interstellar trade. She decided to delay the delivery for now, hoping that by the time it was due in 10 days, Dai Se would have been freed from her predicament. Plans rarely survive contact with reality, as just when Yi Laren had not yet severed the line with Wei Run, an urgent message from the interstellar network appeared. Fearing that Dai Se might be in distress or seeking assistance, she quickly informed Wei Run, I have an urgent matter and need to pause our conversation. If I finish my tasks and you are still online, we can resume our chat. Wei Run expressed understanding, confirming that their transaction was complete and they could reconnect at any time. The message from the interstellar network left Yi Laren feeling disheartened. It seemed the situation had not improved. Are you there? Could you possibly trade 2 washing marrow pills in advance? It's an urgent need, she discerned from the tone of the other party's message, which did not echo Dai Sei's usual demeanor. I apologize. But I am still preparing materials, and the refining process will take several days. There are many people requesting goods, and we had previously agreed that I would need a few days to gather supplies. It has barely been a short time since our last discussion, and I am truly at a loss, Yi Luren thought to herself, curious to see if the other party was willing to offer a greater price for the washing marrow pills. She had never disclosed that a transaction was scheduled for today, so it should not be considered a breach of contract or a matter of dishonesty. The system's transaction interface consistently displayed 3 pieces of information. First, the credit rating, which remained at a perfect 100% for Yi Luren. Second, her balance of cloud coins. And finally, the transaction amount, which was calculated based on discounted prices for exchanges with the system store. While barter transactions were assessed by the system. Yi Luren's current transaction limit stood at 5,219 million, a substantial distance from the threshold for level 4. I urgently need it. I will pay you double for 2 washing marrow pills. The other party seemed somewhat impatient, displaying a willingness to spend significantly, which Yi Luren found appealing. Since you are in urgent need, I will part with 2 pills. But only this once. I hope your starry houses and cloud rings are of superior quality. Yi Luren agreed to the transaction, albeit with some hesitation, reminding the other party to refrain from any underhanded tactics. The other party remained silent and directly transmitted 4 starry houses and 8 cloud rings. Upon inspection, Yi Luren was pleasantly surprised to find that the quality of the starry houses and cloud rings exceeded those from her previous transaction, with the volume of space within the cloud rings exceeding 1 million cubic units. Yi Luren inquired with the system about the quality of the goods, and Tian Yuan confirmed that they were indeed of excellent quality. Yi Luren was puzzled by the other party's actions, hastily exchanging the washing marrow pills, as they seemed to be inquiring about the goods, perhaps attempting to renege on the deal. Once the washing marrow pills were transferred, the other party fell silent, disconnecting without so much as a farewell, leaving Yi Luren somewhat miffed at their rudeness. Why has Shui Kai yet to contact me? Yi Luren wondered anxiously. Could it be that Shui Kai no longer wishes to trade with me? Was it a mistake to introduce her to the Dan Emperor, effectively cutting off my own business? That cannot be right, she mused, her worries deepening as the system indicated that she had gained the genuine gratitude of 2 individuals. I hope Shui Kai has not been restrained as well, Yi Luren fretted. Fortunately, just past noon, Shui Kai reached out to her. Luren, I traded with the Dan Emperor for the spirit measuring stone, which revealed that I possess a water spiritual root. Thus, I also traded for washing marrow pills and spiritual stones I have been cultivating, which is why I did not receive your messages. Did you need something from me? It turned out that Shui Kai had already begun her cultivation journey, and remarkably so. Nothing much, I just missed you. It's been quite a while since we last communicated, and I'm not used to it, Yi Luren expressed, feeling somewhat sappy. Haha, I have someone I like now, so don't think too highly of me. Shui Kai teased. Hemph, I was merely concerned that you might be running low on food. If you keep joking, I shall ignore you, Yi Luren retorted. I won't jest any further. Please don't ignore me. Why supplies are running low. And this time I have a special item to trade with you. It's a fire material made from a unique ice block sourced from the ocean depths. 1 piece can burn for a whole year, Shui Kai declared, apologizing where needed and then boasting about the exceptional item she possessed, a unique ice block. Could it be combustible ice? It is well known that the development of combustible ice is challenging, making its practical application quite difficult despite its existence. Yi Luren pondered, her curiosity piqued as she awaited confirmation of her thoughts. Noticing Yi Luren's interest, Shui Kai promptly transmitted a white cubic block. Upon inspection, Yi Luren concluded that it did not resemble combustible ice at all. Nevertheless, she decided to trade for a few pieces for research purposes. Shui Kai, can such a small piece really last for that long? Yi Luren queried. Of course. We managed to refine a large block of ice into this small piece using the materials from the phantom seashell. If I say it can last a year, then it will definitely last a year, Shui Kai assured her. Realizing they had utilized spatial materials, Yi Luren understood the reasoning behind its durability but remained cautious about its potential hazards, advising General Wan and the researchers to take note. I trust you. I find it appealing. How shall we proceed with the trade? Is this item abundant? Yi Luren inquired, curious about the rarity of the phantom seashell, which was known for its value. The phantom seashell can be refined by every adult from my clan, and when a sea spirit dies, it will leave behind phantom seashells, so we have quite a number accumulated. My clan members have no need for them. As for the burning stones, we possess a significant quantity. One phantom seashell can produce 5,000 burning stones, and currently, we have amassed several 100,000 pieces. However, I only have 100 available for you. Shui Kai stated generously. I will give you all 100. You just need to prepare some cakes, fruits, milk tea, and meal sets in various quantities as you see fit. She added, that sounds impressive. We must acquire more phantom seashells and burning stones. You must have some in your clan, right? Yiluran urged Shui Kai, eager to ensure a substantial trade. Rest assured, I will not let you down. If you are satisfied, perhaps you could give me a few more phantom seashells, Shui Kai suggested, hoping for a reciprocal arrangement. Sure, I still have over 100 phantom seashells on hand. If you make me happy, I will give you an additional 50, Shui Kai cheered Yiluran on. The terms were undeniably tempting, and Yiluran felt invigorated by the prospect. She resolved to venture into the city that day, planning to scour an entire street for supplies. Jia, please inform Grandpa One that I shall be heading into the city today. I will not return until I have purchased food from 10 different stores. Yiluran instructed Yu Jia, who was seated nearby. Upon hearing Shui Kai mention her satisfaction with the trade and the offer of 50 phantom seashells, Yu Jia was left momentarily speechless. The phantom seashell contained a vast ocean, which could be somewhat intimidating to those afraid of water, but not for her. Besides, within it, there was only daylight, devoid of night, eternally bathed in warm sunlight. Complemented by the starry house, what a delightful combination! Xiaosong possessed a phantom seashell with a starry house, which had long made Yu Jia envious, as it could serve as her portable aquarium. Oh, I will contact him right away. Shall we trade for all the phantom seashells Shui Kai has? You can prepare one for us all later, Yu Jia implored, having never before asked Yiluran for anything. And the phantom seashell was her first true desire. You are quite ambitious. There are 21 of us in our team. It would be a miracle for Grandpa One to agree to such a request, at most. He might grant us one. Don't be delusional. Hurry and contact Grandpa One. Yiluran chided Yu Jia, urging her to face reality. Why Yiluran's words struck a chord, prompting Yu Jia to wake up and reach out to General One. However, General One refused to allow anyone to go out today, stating that they could go tomorrow instead, and that he would finalize the accompanying personnel tonight. Why Yu Jia relayed General Wen's message to Yiluran, who felt frustrated and helpless against his decision. No worries, we can wait for half a day. Let us venture into the fields once more this evening, as Duo has informed us that she has procured a substantial quantity of seeds and seedlings, which are to be delivered before 6 o'clock. However, the vast expanse of land we must cultivate tonight is beyond our capacity to complete in a single night. The 2 million you provided has been entirely expended. Xiefeiyu has stepped in as a mediator and proposed a plan. This afternoon, with no pressing tasks at hand, we shall return to the spatial realm to continue plowing the land with our machinery. The seeds sown yesterday have yet to reveal whether they will survive, as germination requires several days. Luran. We shall plant fruit trees upon the mountains, and flower seedlings as well, if the grassy fields can yield vegetables and grains. We aim to utilize every inch of land at our disposal. General One has already arranged for personnel to study various types of farming machinery, striving for complete mechanization. The flat terrain of the prairie is conducive to the use of machinery. Yu Jia and Yiluran have discussed that each spatial realm's grassland cultivation measures over 70,000 kilometers in both length and width, and after accounting for rivers, it still approximates 70,000 kilometers in each dimension. If we can fully utilize this land, it would mean that the materials we trade would no longer require importation. Unbeknownst to Yiluran, the resources they have traded during this period have nearly depleted the nation's available funds, prompting the government to decide to repurpose the medical warehouse as a bargaining chip for international trade. Should that prove insufficient, energy batteries and flying cars must also be sold abroad, as well as photolithography machines. In truth, these valuable commodities are in short supply within the nation. While production lines exist, the absence of materials hinders our ability to initiate production. Were it not for necessity, no one would wish to share these resources. Chapter 31. When Xinqing's reappearance as you suggested, I have no plans of my own. I suspect my spatial design would not be appealing. I firmly believe that Yiluran lacks the aptitude for design, and thus it is best not to burden her with such matters. Why Yiluran is willing to entrust the entire spatial planning to her, which delights Yu Jia, who already has ideas in mind. All right, I shall ensure your space is aesthetically pleasing, Yu Jia asserts with confidence, having received recognition for her design capabilities. Yes, you design, and Duo and I shall follow your instructions. As the designer, could you also craft a pavilion for us? Additionally, how about designing a seaside villa on the hillside? While Yilu Ran may not be skilled in design, she understands enjoyment and is capable of articulating her desires. The seaside villa is something the team members eagerly anticipate. Gazing at Yu Jia with hopeful eyes, while Yu Jia quickly comprehends the weight of her task, they will gradually come to regard the space as their stronghold, while the external apartment will merely serve as a resting place. All right, but I shall only design. You must apply to General 1 for construction, as ordinary building teams cannot be permitted. Yu Jia agrees to undertake the design and informs Yilu Ran of potential challenges they may encounter. The issue of a construction team weighs heavily on Yilu Ran. The military likely lacks such a team, and their space is classified, casting uncertainty over the seaside villa's realization. Lu Ran, I know of a construction team composed entirely of retired personnel from the military. I will accompany you to seek General Wen's approval for team member Wang Ying's assistance. Indeed, a retired military construction team could be utilized with General Wen's consent. Hope ignited among Yilu Ran and her companions, who joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful." At 5 in the afternoon, Xia Song arrived with Zhang Duo to deliver supplies. Currently, the Lonka Institute procures materials, and in an effort to remain inconspicuous, they are almost entirely transported through spatial means. Who could have imagined such a phenomenon as spatial manipulation? Xia Song, you have been at the Lonka Institute for quite some time. Does this mean you have left the special guard? Yilu Ran inquired. Having recently encountered Xia Song frequently, are you not aware that Xia Song is now the captain of the Interstellar Security Team? He has long since departed from the special guard. The current captain is Yi Feng. Yu Jia informed Yilu Ran. This was the first time Yilu Ran had heard this news, implying that they were now colleagues. Well, I suppose my information is outdated. Captain Xia, will you accompany us for our outing tomorrow? Yilu Ran asked, curious about whom General Wen would assign to accompany them. In the past few days, she had attempted to contact Wen Xinqing, but his phone had consistently displayed as turned off. He was likely on a mission, and it was improbable he would join them for this shopping excursion. I will go. Everything you purchase will be arranged for delivery to the secret warehouse, and then I will transport them back through my space. This time, we won't need to dispatch a delivery truck, Xia Song confirmed, having already received orders. At least there is a familiar face, which brought Yilu Ran some comfort. That evening, their activities concluded by 10 o'clock, as they needed to rest for their shopping trip the following day. Although only Yu Jia appeared to accompany Yilu Ran on the surface, all others would be mobilized, disguising themselves as ordinary individuals along her shopping route to ensure her safety, while Yilu Ran was to feign ignorance of their presence. Lu Ran, I'm downstairs. Aren't we going shopping? If you're going to eat breakfast, hurry up and get ready. I'm waiting for you. When Xinqing's call rang through, Why Yilu Ran, still groggy, answered the phone, its contents leaving her both shocked and amused. It was indeed Xinqing who would accompany them on their shopping trip. Realizing this, she hastily got out of bed, not quite understanding why she wished to conceal her less favorable side from Yilu Ran. Jia, did you know Xinqing would return but failed to inform me? Yilu Ran chided Yu Jia upon noticing her teasing expression. Why Yu Jia felt unjustly accused. She had only just spotted when Xinqing downstairs. Recognizing Yilu Ran's preoccupation, she refrained from arguing, sensing that Yilu Ran had developed feelings for Wen Xinqing, who, in turn, was distinctly different towards her. The one in the situation remained oblivious, while the observer was clear-eyed. For the two to become one, they would likely have to endure a lengthy waiting period. Xinqing, why have you returned? I called you twice, and you were unreachable. I thought you were on a mission, Yilu Ran playfully reproached. When Xinqing chuckled, explaining that he had indeed been on a mission testing mechas. He had just received an urgent order from his grandfather to return via flying vehicle, and had only that morning received the assignment to accompany them shopping, appearing quite pleased with the task. It was indeed a mission, and I was unable to contact anyone. I arrived in Longdu last night at 11. You must have been asleep, and I intended to seek you out today, hence the lack of notification. When Xinqing explained, unusually verbose in his clarification. Well then, you look quite handsome in that sportswear. Yilu Ran complimented when Xinqing on the outfit she had purchased for him, subtly praising her own discerning taste. This time, Bian Shang did not join them. Instead, Xia Song took the wheel, alongside a new male teammate named Ling Ku, a robust young man in his 20s, who appeared to possess considerable strength. Captain 1. Let's just call each other by our names while we are out shopping. This time, General 1 instructed them to pose as couples, with my partner being your sister, Wen Xinyang. General 1 mentioned that she had been informed to meet up at the cake shop where they last encountered each other. I apologize for taking advantage of you and becoming your brother-in-law, but you understand this is all part of the mission. General 1 has also instructed you and Liu Ran to pretend to be a couple with Ling Ku and team leader Yu. As Ling Ku is my classmate, weaving everyone's relationships together for coherence. Do you all understand the details of this mission, or should I reiterate? Xiaosong hastily summarized the arrangement for their outing, causing Wen Xinqing to furrow his brow, unable to dispute the plans. Grandfather 1 is quite adorable. Having taken the initiative to arrange for Wen Xinyang to join us, Yilu Ran beamed, her excitement for the shopping trip renewed. She and Wen Xinqing had previously played the role of a couple, and now it felt less awkward. The real awkwardness lay with Yu Jia and Ling Ku. Xiaosong and Wen Xinyang would likely feel a bit uncomfortable as well. Xiaosong was already 36, a year older than Wen Xinqing, and significantly older than Wen Xinyang, presenting a rather peculiar dynamic. Girlfriend, I will exercise restraint and will try to avoid any physical contact unless absolutely necessary. If circumstances dictate, I hope you will understand, Ling Ku said, initiating a cordial greeting with Yu Jia, as the male figure must take the lead. All right, Yu Jia replied with a sheepish smile. The military's orders were absolute, and she accepted her role. With one extra person today, the 5-seat off-road vehicle they previously used would no longer suffice. They upgraded to a 7-seat model, with Ling Ku as the driver, while Wen Xinqing and Yilu Ran occupied the second row. And Xiaosong and Wen Xinyang took the back row. Wen Xinqing visibly frowned, having heard that his sister was to portray Xiaosong's girlfriend, a fact that did not sit well with him. Yilu Ran sensed this, choosing not to intervene. It was perfectly natural for an older brother to disapprove of a potential brother-in-law. Chapter 32. Setting out a shop for delicacies. Xinqing, how long will you be staying in Longdu this time? Yilu Ran inquired, wishing to find some protective items to send with Wen Xinqing to the border, as she had been anxious since his last departure. She did not want him to come to harm. Wen Xinqing's current assignment was rather unique, and he would be staying for an extended period. As he had handed over his captaincy to Bian Shingat, it is said that his mission is to develop the Spirit Spring Space, with operations commencing tomorrow. Yesterday, someone handed him a stone, instructing him to hold it for 2 minutes. During that time, the stone emanated a dazzling golden light, startling him. Shortly thereafter, he received an urgent command from his grandfather. The first order was to develop the Spirit Spring Space, while the instruction to accompany Yilu Ran on a shopping trip was issued later. Uncertain of the situation, he recognized that the nature of his work, dictated by his superiors and his identity, left him no freedom, yet this was his aspiration. It appears that her inquiry was in vain. Yilu Ran felt disappointment, unsure if there would be enough time for her to complete her errands. Once they returned from shopping, she planned to engage in private transactions with the Dan Emperor and a few others, hastening to acquire valuable items, as she felt a deep sense of unease otherwise. Before you leave, you must inform me and bid me farewell. It is unacceptable to depart without notice, Yilu Ran insisted, having prepared a plethora of items for him, only to find that he had already gone to the border. Regarding this, Wen Xinqing was unsure if he could comply, for sometimes tasks are so urgent that one must leave at a moment's notice. With no time for farewells, I can only assure you that I will do my utmost. I apologize, Wen Xinqing expressed, reluctant to deceive Yilu Ran. I knew it would come to this. Yilu Ran fell silent, recognizing that they were both individuals trapped by circumstances, confined within the same cage, albeit willingly. If they were to pursue freedom, it seemed unlikely they would find happiness. Are you upset? I will strive to avoid leaving without saying goodbye, even if it becomes necessary. I promise to be the first to call you when I reach my destination. Wen Xinqing attempted to comfort Yilu Ran with awkward words, revealing that he was not one to offer solace easily. All right, I won't be angry. I understand that you, like me, are bound by circumstances. Where shall we have breakfast? It is already 8 o'clock, Yilu Ran remarked, not being particularly familiar with the street they intended to explore, having only casually wandered through it last time. Wen Xinqing, however, was well acquainted with this street, as the place where he studied was not far from here. Recalling a noodle shop near the Dragon Kingdom's Army University, he lamented that it was not on their route and thus would have to be omitted. Let us go to the entrance of 2nd Primary School. It is not far from the cake shop, and there are quite a few places selling breakfast, Wen Xinqing decided. With Wen Xinqing's decision accepted by all, they fell into a comfortable silence as the off-road vehicle gradually entered the bustling market. Xia Song and Wen Xinqing kept their eyes discreetly scanning the surroundings, relieved to find nothing amiss. Lin Ku, stop ahead. Xinyang is there. Yu Jia, seated in the passenger seat, was the first to spot Wen Xinyang. Lin Ku understood that their final team member was about to join them and slowly pulled the vehicle to the side. They allowed Xia Song to exit first, knowing that he would be the most eager to see his girlfriend. Xinyang, you received your mission last night, didn't you? You must be thrilled to have memorized the team members' details by heart, even dreaming about them in the wee hours, Xia Song remarked as Wen Xinyang got into the car. Yes, let us get in. Your brother said we're going to second primary school for breakfast. Xia Song urged Wen Xinyang. No, I want to eat meat pies. The beef and pork pies from that shop are delicious. And the milk from the tea shop next door is also superb, Wen Xinyang declared, expertly playing the role of a charming girlfriend. Meat pies? I want some too. Xinqingji, hurry and get out, Yiluren exclaimed. Her eyes sparkling at the mention of meat pies, quickly scrambling out of the vehicle, no longer able to hide her eagerness. When Xinqing, with a resigned expression, exited the car, while Yiluren took his hand. And when Xinyang linked arms with Xia Song as they crossed the street at the crosswalk, Lin Ku and Yu Jia remained in the car, while when Xinyang initiated casual conversation with Yiluren along the way. Sister-in-law, besides the meat pies here, there's also a bun shop ahead that serves delectable food, but unfortunately, it's too late now as they've already sold out. I'll take you there another day. When Xinyang informed her, well-versed in the local delicacies. That sounds good, Yiluren replied, inquiring about other food options available on this street. If you're looking for breakfast at 8, my brother mentioned that there are still plenty of noodle shops around. When Xinyang thought for a moment before adding that they had missed the breakfast rush, thus limiting their choices. Noodle dishes will suffice, Yiluren nodded, acknowledging their late arrival. As they conversed, they arrived at the meat pie shop, where only 4 pies remained in the basket, insufficient for their group of 6, especially considering the hearty appetites of soldiers. Boss, can you prepare 16 beef pies and 16 pork pies for us? We can wait. Yiluren took charge of ordering. Noting the incoming business, the owner readily agreed, stating that it would take him 10 minutes. When Xinqing stayed with Yiluren while Wen Xinyang accompanied Xia Song to buy milk, ordering 3 varieties, with 16 cups of each. The meat pies were ready first, which Wen Xinqing carried, while they waited an additional 5 minutes for the milk. Once they had collected their packaged items, they returned to the vehicle. However, they could not indulge in their food immediately. Xia Song instructed Yiluren to place all the food into her backpack. After a thorough system check confirmed everything was in order, each person retrieved a cup of milk and a meat pie as their breakfast. Xinqing. These meat pies are delicious. Arrange for someone to order 1,000 of them, and 100 cups of each flavor of milk. Yiluren exclaimed, aware that Xia Song could coordinate such tasks with nearby individuals. All right, I'll send a message, Xia Song replied, pulling out his phone to communicate the order. Yiluren, unable to contain her excitement, quickly transmitted the prized items to Shui Kai. The vehicle's windows had been specially treated, allowing them to sit in the second row without issue. With remarkable speed, she accessed the system's trading interface and dispatched the items to Shui Kai. Taking merely a minute, behind her, Wen Xinyang, who had only just learned of the system's existence the previous night, was captivated by the sight of Yiluren conducting her transaction. Xinyang, remember not to let slip anything to mom and dad. From yesterday onwards, you are a member of the military, and confidentiality is the first rule we must adhere to, Wen Xinqing cautioned, fearing she might underestimate the importance of discretion, thinking that sharing such news with her parents was inconsequential. Yes, brother, I understand, Wen Xinyang replied, having grown up in a family where secrecy was paramount. Her grandfather and brother's missions were shrouded in mystery, and her father's case was also classified, in a one ever mentioned work at home. And she intended to follow suit. The breakfast establishment Wen Xinqing suggested was a comprehensive venue specializing in both congee and noodle dishes. There was still some congee available, and the noodles could be prepared at any time. This shop, nestled among 2 long lines of noodle establishments, was relatively clean, though its flavor remained uncertain. Yes, congee sounds good, boss. Please pack all the congee for us when we leave, Yiluren said, eyeing the congee, which included a preserved egg and lean meat variant. She sampled a spoonful of Wen Xinqing's seafood congee, finding it quite satisfactory, while Wen Xinyang opted for tomato and beef congee, insisting on its necessity. 10 varieties of congee, and there are still at least 100 bowls remaining. Are you sure you want that? The owner inquired. Absolutely. It's just 100 bowls of congee. We can manage, Yilurin confirmed. Boss, let my brother come to pack it up later. I will settle the bill first. Why, Yilurin? We're going shopping. If we pack it up, it'll get cold before we return. Let us not carry it around. When Xinqing reminded her, acknowledging that they would be drawing too much attention with such a large quantity of congee. Indeed, Yilurin agreed, as when Xinqing handled the payment. After they finished eating, the owner had yet to complete the packing. But when Xinqing's brother had already arrived, joking with him about taking friends out for a shopping spree. When Xinqing quipped back, buying food won't silence you, and after some light banter, they proceeded to their next destination, a shop for perfumes and cosmetics. Yilurin intended to sell the items she had purchased previously to the system store, as these products could yield a good profit. This time, Yilurin did not place direct orders, but instead tried out various items, ultimately requesting only one of each. Everything she wanted was noted by Xia Song, who would inform others to procure the items at a later time. For convenience, the government had established a department store to facilitate procurement, allowing Yilurin to gather supplies under the guise of inventory. Although when Xinqing's brother was not within the mall, he had opened a large supermarket on the outskirts, employing over 60 staff members to assist with restocking. Upon seeing a men's clothing store, Yilurin recalled the awkwardness of her previous visit and chose to avoid it this time, opting instead for a bedding store where she purchased 25 sets of bedding, including 4-piece sets and 2 pillows, along with 2 matching comforters. Why, Yilurin, come on, I'll buy you a pair of shoes. That store has great sports shoes, when Xinqing remarked upon spotting a shop he often frequented for footwear. He decided to gift Yilurin a present, taking her hand and leading her to the shoe store, with the others following behind. The bedding items were to be delivered to his home, and he would personally bring them to Yilurin the next morning. When Xinqing thoughtfully assisted Yilurin in trying on shoes, ultimately wavering between 2 styles before deciding to purchase both, while he also selected 2 pairs of the same style for himself. When Xinyang and the others each left with their own finds, ensuring that no one returned empty-handed. By the time it reached 12:30, Yu Jia proposed they go for hot pot, a suggestion that was met with unanimous agreement, as very few could resist the allure of hot pot. Spicy hot pot. I suppose mermaids can't eat it, right? Yilurin pondered, deciding to order 100 packets of 3-flavor and mushroom hot pot base for Shui Kai later on, and she would also need to purchase the ingredients for the hot pot. Delegating that task to Xiaosong.as, Yilurin savored her meal. She diligently noted the delectable ingredients for hot pot on her phone, intending for Xiaosong to procure them later based on her list. Lurin, dry pot, is also quite delicious, when Xinyang reminded her, emphasizing that their purpose today was to seek out delightful food, enjoyable activities, and useful items. Indeed, dry pot sounds good, Yu Jia added, also suggesting cold skewers be included in their plans, along with sushi and pizza from abroad, as well as various noodles. Why, Yilurin expressed her discontent with the previous establishment's lack of authenticity, requesting Xia Song to find a noodle shop with a more favorable taste. Brother Xinqing, this afternoon, let us visit a digital store to purchase some modern phones, tablets, and computers. We must also acquire solar power banks and download some dramas, movies, and novels onto them. Wouldn't that be splendid? It would provide entertainment during moments of boredom, Yilurin proposed, believing that perhaps Dan Dixianren and Shui Kai would appreciate them as well. When Xinqing agreed, thus finalizing their afternoon itinerary at a large, specialized digital marketplace, albeit somewhat distant, but known for its extensive inventory. Sir, I have quite a list of items. Could you assist me in downloading resources for 21-terabyte hard drives, including dramas and movies? If you can manage that, I will purchase an additional 201-terabyte hard drives and simply require you to copy the resources onto them, Yilurin stated, preferring not to undertake the downloading herself. Suspecting that those selling digital products might have more efficient methods. This is simple. I assure you we will provide the highest quality and most popular content, the shopkeeper readily agreed. Ultimately, Yilurin ordered 100 units each of computers, tablets, and phones, all with the largest memory available, ensuring that dramas and movies would be downloaded, while novels could wait. With the digital products secured, she also found a specialized shop to order 1,000 solar power banks at maximum capacity. Accomplishing her mission successfully, Laren, why don't we purchase a few solar generators as well? Yu Jia suggested, concerned that Dan Dixianren and the others might not be satisfied with the solar power banks, which could affect their experience. When Xinqing agreed, stating he would handle the ordering as he had the necessary connections. With over an hour remaining until dinner, Yilurin proposed they buy snacks, reminiscing about how long it had been since she indulged in them. Since entering Lonka Academy, she hadn't had any. She was particularly fond of marinated delicacies, insisting on procuring several large bags filled with duck heads, chicken feet, chicken wings, marinated goose, and assorted vegetables, ensuring there was a variety though not in excessive quantity. With Dan Xianren and Shui Kai each receiving 2 large bags, while they kept one for themselves. Passing by a large snack store, Yiluren concluded that a trip to the supermarket was unnecessary. She purchased copious amounts of peanuts, sunflower seeds, nuts, candies, and rice candy, filling 5 large bags. Thankfully, the trunk of the SUV was spacious enough, allowing her to discreetly share some of the marinated delicacies with Shui Kai and the others, as there wouldn't be enough for her liking otherwise. "Oh, popcorn! Let us catch a movie later," Yiluren exclaimed, excited at the prospect of watching a film with her boyfriend by her side. Finding it quite romantic. Today was intended for leisure, and all her wishes were being fulfilled. When Xinqing agreed, purchasing 23 buckets of popcorn, while Wen Xinyang went to buy 30 cups of cold drinks. Despite the large quantity of items, they pretended to return some to the car, planning to sneak 3 bags of snacks into the cinema. With 3 gentlemen accompanying them, it was manageable. The ladies could elegantly carry their small bags and relish their delightful moments. For dinner before the movie, they opted for a simple meal, each having a sandwich, then settled in the car awaiting the film's commencement. Yiluren chatted with Shui Kai, who expressed her fondness for the meat pie and marinated delicacies Yiluren selected. And she also enjoyed milk, revealing that she could handle spicy food. Due to Shui Kai's preferences, Yiluren had previously secured 20 units of Huanhai Bei, accumulating a hefty debt, as the Huanhai Bei she received from Shui Kai was not without cost. With each of the 3 items requiring 1,000 units, Yiluren was acutely aware of the value of the Huanhai Bei, which far exceeded her purchases. Thus she not only aimed to ensure Shui Kai received all her goods, but also aspired to deliver them with high quality. Not neglecting small gifts, such as the extra popcorn and drinks she had purchased. Chapter 34. A successful shopping excursion. After delivering the popcorn and drinks, Yiluren informed Shui Kai that she would promptly prepare the remaining goods, sending along 2 small gifts as a token of gratitude for their transaction and her consideration of Shui Kai's business. Shui Kai eagerly accepted the popcorn, unable to resist indulging immediately, exclaiming how delicious it was. "I adore these small gifts. I'd like 1,000 units in exchange for 2 Huanhai Beis," she declared, indicating that while the popcorn was delightful, the portion was somewhat insufficient, thus her offer of Huanhai Beis was modest. "That can be arranged, but acquiring 1,000 units of popcorn at this moment is impractical. The 10 remaining buckets of popcorn are reserved for Wei Run, as are the cold drinks," Yiluren replied. "All right, we shall coordinate the delivery at that time," she added. Shui Kai transferred the Huanhai Beis to Yiluren, indicating that she would be occupied with her training over the next few days and requested that if she was unavailable, messages be left for her, assuring that any items transmitted through the system would remain intact, even if not in her inventory. Yiluren agreed, and the 2 ended their communication. She received the items sent for Wei Run, but had yet to reply. Yiluren also delivered the popcorn and drinks to him, deciding to store the snacks for later gifting, as she preferred not to overwhelm with too many gifts at once. Checking the trading interface with Daisei, she noted that after a high-priced transaction for cleansing pills, there had been no further activity, leaving her curious about the situation. Turning her attention to Long Chuan's information interface, she observed that after the goods were exchanged, there had been no contact, pondering whether the other party felt she had withheld too much spirit beast meat. Considering her snacks nearby, she resolved to send a package to Long Chuan, as well as to Hu Ran, who had not been in touch since becoming friends. She prepared another bag of snacks for him, clearly stating, "These are our local snacks for you to try. If you enjoy them, feel free to trade." The intent was evident. They were not particularly familiar, and there was no need to build rapport. Both parties were online, accepted the items, and Yiluren did not wait for a response, prioritizing her trades with Shui Kai and Dan Xianren. With the interstellar trade being a secondary option. Sister-in-law, I read in a novel that the cultivation world has storage bags. Could you perhaps trade one for me? I can prepare whatever is needed. When Xinyang inquired, unaware of the specifics of Yiluren's dealings with Dan Xianren, but she had long yearned for a storage bag and felt this was an opportunity not to be missed. "You seek a storage bag? They do not possess those, but they do have storage tokens, which are somewhat limited in capacity. If you desire one, I can arrange a trade for you," he offered, noting that Jia Jia and the others also required one. albeit a smaller one suitable for carrying small items. Yilurin envisioned equipping her team with storage tokens, alleviating the need to drag Xiaosong along for future purchases of seeds and saplings. Storage tokens are precious items, and any that can be traded should be utilized practically. Summersong and Wen Xinqing exchanged glances, each silently expressing a desire to deter such plans, believing that Wen Xinqing should handle any potentially troublesome matters. Given that he was closer to the two, enough of this. It is not feasible at present. We must prioritize the nation's needs, and private trades are out of the question for now. We can discuss it later, Wen Xinqing interjected, clearly shattering the two's fantasies. Yilurin and Wen Xingyang fell silent, understanding the rationale behind Wen Xinqing's words, cognizant that should their prior considerations materialize, they would indeed harbor reservations. As time drew near, Yu Jia reminded everyone, "Let us go." With 10 minutes remaining before the film began, the girls hoisted their bags while the men each carried a bag of snacks. Heading towards the cinema atop the department store, their vehicle was parked roadside rather than in the garage, perhaps a more secure option in a crowded area, with their eyes and ears alert. Just as they anticipated enjoying the film they had been eager to see, Xiaosong received an urgent message stating that the plan must be aborted. "Captain 1, we need to leave. There are enemy agents." Xiaosong whispered urgently in Wen Xinqing's ear. Suspecting that someone inside the cinema had detected an anomaly, Wen Xinqing grasped Yilurin's hand, ensuring she remained within his sight from that moment on. Xiaosong likewise took hold of Wen Xingyang's hand, while Yu Jia and Ling Ku understood the gravity of the situation, remaining vigilant despite not holding hands. The 6 of them exited the elevator together, aware that their comrades awaited them below, providing a sense of security. Throughout the descent, Yilurin and Wen Xingyang remained silent, both recognizing the seriousness of their predicament. At last, they safely boarded the SUV. With Yilurin and Wen Xingyang terrified by the unexpected threat, realizing that there were indeed individuals who might wish them harm. "Brother Xinqing, are we returning to Lonka Academy?" Yilurin inquired once seated in the vehicle. Feeling it was appropriate to speak now, Wen Xinqing gazed into Yilurin's eyes, not wishing for her to depart disappointed. He suggested that if they swiftly altered their plans and went to another cinema, they might evade detection, particularly given that they were in Longhua, where the opposing forces might hesitate to act. "You may not be able to leave for quite some time. Today, I will ensure you see a movie." Ling Ku, head for Beijing Building, Yu Jia, purchased the movie tickets he instructed. Wen Xinqing instructed, aware of a nearby cinema. Ling Ku accepted the task, and the car sped away like an unrestrained arrow. Yu Jia also purchased tickets for the latest film, with only 5 minutes until showtime. Though they were pressed for time, this screening was the best option for them, and a few minutes' tardiness mattered little. The group arrived safely at the cinema, where the movie's start was delayed by 10 minutes due to operational adjustments. And the audience was sparse, with several familiar faces among them. After an exhilarating moment, they finally settled in to enjoy the film. A few considerate men shared snacks from their bags with their girlfriends, ensuring they could watch the movie without worry, as everything was taken care of by them. The film was captivating. Yilurin had chosen a romantic film, while she felt too sensitive to opt for the sci-fi alternative. Today was fulfilling, and the 6 of them returned to Lonka Academy in high spirits. "Xinqing, Xingyang, let's not go back tonight. How about we head to the apartment for a game of mahjong?" Yilurin suggested, not wanting to part ways so soon. Neither Wen Xinqing nor Wen Xingyang had any experience with mahjong, having never played before, but they felt compelled to agree to Yilurin's invitation. Xiaosong had to attend to some matters, and Wen Xinqing couldn't remain alone with a group of girls, so Ling Ku stayed behind to join them. "Xinqing, Ling Ku, take your time playing. You just learned the rules and aren't familiar with them yet. We won't rush you," Yu Jia said. Duo, help Xinqing with his cards. "Xiaoya, if Ling Ku loses too much, it will be your fault for claiming to be skilled." Yilurin, Wen Xinqing, Yu Jia, and Ling Ku formed a table, while 5 or 6 spectators gathered nearby, and another table was set up in a different corner of the living room for everyone to enjoy together. Chapter 35. Family members become new neighbors. Both Xinqing and Ling Ku were novices, playing slowly and cautiously, striving not to lose too embarrassingly. Ironically, they were the ones most eager to win, while Yilurin and Yu Jia ended up losing. Yet, they remained cheerful. The group played until 11:30, having played for a full 2 hours, still wanting more as they concluded. "Xinqing, Xingyang, why don't you stay here tonight? We can have breakfast together in the morning," Yilurin suggested, hoping Wen Xinqing wouldn't have to rush home so late. Lonka Academy had accommodations, which would be much more convenient. However, when Xinqing had matters to attend to, he had sent the bedding supplies Yi Laren purchased to his home. Having encountered enemy agents today, both he and his sister were under their scrutiny, making him fearful for his family's safety. Thus he insisted on returning. I must go back and will come early tomorrow. You all should get some rest, Wen Xinqing said, putting on his coat, determined to head home. Little did he know that his parents had already been brought to Lonka Academy. The appearance of enemy agents indicated that Lonka Academy would henceforth be a focal point for their attention. The Wen family, General Wen, Wen Xinqing, and Wen Xinyang, were all implicated, and with Wen father and mother no longer safe, the state decided to formally relocate them to Lonka Academy, with their apartment situated directly beneath where Yi Laren and her friends resided. As Wen Xinqing descended, he encountered his parents reluctantly moving in. Xinqing, what have you all done? We are all being moved here now, and entry is strictly forbidden. My case is still unresolved, Wen Su complained, venting his frustrations to his son, while Wen mother looked on with a gaze filled with discontent. It's late. Hurry up and settle in for the night. Grandfather will likely want to speak with you tomorrow. Be quiet while packing. Some neighbors upstairs and downstairs are already asleep, Wen Xinqing gently reminded his parents. Ouyangyu was still curious about her daughter's whereabouts, and Wen Xinqing reassured her that she was upstairs, which put her mind at ease, and she ceased her inquiries about their work. The next day, Yu Jia was the first to hear about the Wen family's move downstairs, informed by Ling Ke. Both Ling Ke's and Xiaosong's families had also moved in. Ling Ke mentioned that he wanted to know if she needed them to bring meals, as Wen Xinqing was with him, and they were to help their families with the meals. Seeing that Yi Laren had not yet risen and time was short for a trip to the cafeteria, Yu Jia asked them to bring back breakfast. Wen Xinyang was up earlier than Yi Laren, so he learned first about the Wen family moving to Lonka Academy. Why Yi Laren only found out after hearing Wen Xinyang's exclamation and inquiring further. Jia, since so many families have arrived, should I, as the minister, invite them for a meal? Please make arrangements for a gathering in a few days, Yi Laren said, showing her understanding of basic etiquette regarding hospitality. Yu Jia understood and speculated that their families might also arrive today. The delay was likely because hers lived far from Longdude. As breakfast had yet to arrive. Team member Li Jing received news of her family's arrival and went to greet them. While the team prepared to welcome their families, however, they would not be moving out of their current apartment, as protecting Yi Laren was their top priority. When Xinqing returned with the food, and Ling Ke brought back breakfast for his own family, while he was responsible for delivering breakfast to Yi Laren and her group. In total, 25 people's breakfast were packed into 2 boxes, which Wen Xinqing carried, one in each hand, quite heavy. Yi Laren attempted to lift one, but found it too burdensome to carry very far. Xinqing go, Xinyang is here too, don't head back alone. Why not call Uncle and Auntie up to join us for breakfast? Yi Laren suggested to Wen Xinqing. He agreed and prepared to fetch his parents, while Wen Xinyang volunteered to go instead. Wen Xinqing sat upright in the living room, his posture straight and eyes fixed ahead, careful not to glance around indiscriminately. Yu Jia and Yi Laren retrieved their dining utensils from the kitchen, ensuring there was more than enough, with no fear of shortage. Though the kitchen had never been used for cooking, it was well stocked with basic pots, bowls, and utensils. When Xinyang and the others arrived promptly, driven by Ouyangyu's curiosity about who Yi Laren was, perhaps a mission, or even a potential daughter-in-law, Uncle and Auntie, you're here. Please, take a seat. Yi Laren welcomed Wen father and mother, while Yu Jia unintentionally overshadowed her role as hostess. The team members shared the same sentiment, willingly stepping aside, and those who lacked tact were not included in this special gathering. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble, Ouyangyu said politely, forming a favorable first impression of Yi Laren, who, though not a highborn lady, was poised and gracious enough to compliment her son. She held no prejudices, having come from a humble background herself. Auntie, please don't be so formal. We are all neighbors now, and frequent visits will make things lively, Yi Laren replied, now accustomed to a bustling atmosphere, finding it hard to revert to the solitude she once knew. The breakfast spread was quite diverse, featuring buns, steamed bread, congee, soy milk, noodles, wontons, dumplings, and spicy sour noodles, laid out for everyone to choose their favorites. Yi Laren particularly enjoyed the spicy sour noodles, as did Ouyangyu, and many girls from the team shared the same preference. They were soon in short supply. Others at the table had no qualms about the remaining dishes, and eventually, everyone was satisfied. Li Jing, who had momentarily stepped out with her family, returned to join the meal. And only a few buns remained, which Yi Laren pretended to take back to the kitchen, still warm, to save for the next meal. Captain 1, Minister Yi, General 1 has called a meeting at 9 in the conference room. Did you receive the notice? Ling Ku informed them after finishing breakfast. None of Yi Luren's group had received the meeting notice, but when mother, and Li family's parents had. This implied they were required to attend. While Yi Luren's group likely did not need to, if they were to attend, General 1 would have at least informed Yu Jia. There's still time. No need to rush. You all are the ones working? Why are we the ones in a meeting? Wen Su murmured, yet he would still attend, not daring to provoke his father's ire. The meeting's agenda revolved around state secrets concerning the system and transactions, with the government deciding to no longer conceal these matters from the families. Simultaneously, they would serve as staff within Yi Luren's spiritual space, with those wishing to continue their studies permitted to do so, albeit at the nearby military primary and secondary schools, and university students could apply for trial studies at military academies. Now it makes sense why we were all arranged here. Such a significant event occurred, and the old man and his two rascals kept tight-lipped when Su realized, filling with resentment toward General 1 and his siblings for their secrecy. Other family members in attendance shared similar frustrations regarding their children's silence. Yet deep down, they felt a sense of pride in being part of such important work. Chapter 36. Family members enter the space for labor. Meanwhile, the items Yi Luren had ordered the previous day had finally arrived, including the watercolor supplies. She was notified to pick them up, with Wen Xinqing accompanying her to assist in the transaction, as this was a task assigned to him by General Wen prior to the meeting. The farming machinery and seedlings would be delivered to the spiritual space where he would work, as General Wen had informed him. The items would be collected together and later sent into Wen Xinqing's spiritual space by Yi Luren in the afternoon. Yi Luren was delighted that part of Wen Xinqing's new assignment was being fulfilled at Longke Academy, with a change of location occurring only when necessary. By then, she would have prepared protective gear to ensure Wen Xinqing's safety. Xinqing Gu, it's a pleasure to collaborate. So, you have spiritual roots? I'd love to test if I have them too, but alas, the testing stone is with Grandpa 1. Yi Luren lamented. In truth, the testing stone was not with General 1 but rather with Wen Xinqing, currently nestled in his inner pocket. Are you referring to the spirit testing stone? My grandfather instructed me to personally bring it back to him, and I intend to do so at noon. Wen Xinqing retrieved the spirit testing stone. It was not a secret to Yi Luren, as it originated from her. Indeed, it is the spirit testing stone. Why? Yi Luren felt a surge of delight as she closed the cloth that wrapped the stone, planning to test her spiritual roots upon returning, as it was inconvenient to do so outside in the living room of the apartment. Yi Luren held the spirit testing stone, and after 2 minutes, it reacted, emitting a green light. According to the instructions for the stone, she indeed possessed spiritual roots, specifically of the wood attribute, which filled her with excitement. You mentioned that green signifies wood attributes. Does gold signify metal attributes? Mine is gold, Wen Xinqing inquired, curious, as he only understood that he caused the stone to glow without grasping the reason behind it. Yes, do you possess metal attribute spiritual roots? No wonder your grandfather entrusted you with the task of developing the spiritual spring space. Yi Luren deduced, and she proceeded to reveal the details regarding the Dan Emperor and the concept of spiritual roots and cultivation to Wen Xinqing. Wen Xinqing brimmed with anticipation for the impending spiritual spring space, determined to manage it efficiently if he could indeed manipulate space for cultivation. The attendees of the meeting gradually returned, making their way directly to Yi Luren's residence. Wen's parents led the way, eager to visit the spiritual spring space where they worked, their curiosity palpable. All right, I shall escort you inside, and then you may begin your cultivation. I have other matters to attend to. Yi Luren decided to let them in, planning to re-emerge later for a transaction with Shui Cai.as. Everyone entered the new environment. There was curiosity and surprise, but no fear. They exhibited a remarkable adaptability to new experiences. After all, who could maintain a negative attitude when a family member served in the military? This is the land we cultivated the day before yesterday. Look, it has sprouted so quickly, Zhang Duoduo exclaimed, introducing the surroundings to everyone, as they discovered tender shoots emerging from the vegetable patch they had planted. Gathered around the plot, they noticed many places sprouting, and at that moment, a sense of accomplishment washed over them. They resolved to fill the area with crops, thus deciding to reside there, clamoring for Yi Luren to construct a dormitory for them. Uncle and aunt, there is no rush. I assure you I will find a suitable place to build a beautiful courtyard, but I must first seek permission from Grandfather 1. We cannot hasten this matter. Yi Laren reassured everyone. She had a plan. Should Grandfather Wen deny her request for a small courtyard, she would trade for a few starlight houses to place inside. A starlight house was a small courtyard covered by a protective shield. And if soil were laid within, cultivating flowers would not remain a distant dream. As long as Yi Laren was willing, they were not in a hurry and proactively sought farming tools in the adjacent field to commence their work. Leaving Yi Laren and Wen Xinqing with some leisure. Wen Xinqing did not wish to shirk his duties. Rather, he was contemplating the layout of the spiritual spring space, envisioning how to organize everything once he obtained it. Brother Xinqing, I'm going out for a transaction. Will you accompany me, or would you prefer to explore the space? Yi Laren pondered, realizing she had yet to dispatch the goods to Shui Kai. I will accompany you and assist in the transaction, Wen Xinqing replied, recalling the task he had received that morning, intent on aiding Yi Laren in her dealings. Shui Kai was offline, likely engaged in cultivation, and Yi Laren proceeded to send out her goods. She then opened the trading interface with Long Chuan, who replied, expressing his fondness for the snacks and requesting 100 portions of the same large package. Offering 10 spirit beast corpses in exchange, still warm to the touch, indicating they had only recently perished. In addition, he provided 20 spirit beast corpses for her to process, allowing her to retain a portion as a processing fee. Long Chuan was offline, and Yi Laren accepted the items he sent, assuring him she would complete the task promptly. Lastly was the Tiger Man, whose avatar bore only his name, without a personal identifier. He had responded to her, stating he had 2 hefty wild mountain ginseng roots, nearing maturity, resembling the Millennium Wild Mountain Ginseng that Yi Laren had traded previously, though he had not sent a message. Yi Laren was uncertain how to communicate with him, but as luck would have it, he was online, presenting a prime opportunity for establishing a trade. Tianyuan, can I not initiate a video call with the Tiger Man? Does he not type? Yi Laren questioned, suspecting that the Tiger Man might not be able to type at all, but perhaps the system could translate her messages for him. No, the Tiger Man cannot type and is unable to send messages. He likely does not possess translation software either. However, you could gift him one. Once he opens it, the software will activate. With the translation software, you could also send him a video, and it would automatically translate the spoken words into a language he understands. Tianyuan advised Yi Laren. Thus, to facilitate trade, she would first need to provide the Tiger Man with translation software and send a video message. If he wished to respond, he would also need to send a video, as he could not type, implying she would have to send a device capable of recording video. Yi Laren was bewildered. Although she desired to purchase translation software for the Tiger Man, she had no cloud currency left from her last transaction and had not yet sold anything to the system store. Brother Xinqing, please contact Brother Xiaosong immediately to send some supplies. I need cloud currency, and I require a phone, computer, and tablet, as well as a power bank. Yi Laren sought Xiaosong's assistance, realizing after yesterday's events that she could not venture out herself. Without needing Yi Laren to instruct him, Wen Xinqing was already planning to procure these items. The trade with the Tiger Man must commence. The Wild Mountain Ginseng was too enticing. The previous Millennium Ginseng had been processed into pills, saving the lives of severely injured individuals, which heightened his appreciation for the value of Wild Mountain Ginseng. All right, Wen Xinqing said, dialing Xiaosong. Chapter 37. Delivering warmth to the Tiger Man after a few sentences summarizing the current situation and Yi Laren's requests. Xiaosong assured her he would complete the task within 2 hours and asked them to wait. With 2 hours remaining, Yi Laren felt she could not simply wait idly, so she sent the remaining 5 buns from breakfast to the Tiger Man. As a carnivorous creature, the Tiger Man likely enjoyed snacks, so the buns should suffice. Watching the Tiger Man accept the buns, Yi Laren and Wen Xinqing stood still in front of the dialogue interface, uncertain if the Tiger Man would respond. After a while with no reply, they decided to assist in the spiritual spring space, finding it tedious to wait idly. Inside the space, everyone was bustling with activity, and the two joined in planting seeds until they received a call from Xiaosong to retrieve goods. Xiaosong had prepared a package containing meals and pastries, selling them to the system store for over 53,000 cloud currency. Yi Laren instructed Tianyuan to purchase a translation software to send to the Tiger Man and asked Wen Xinqing to record a video demonstrating how to use the electronic device for recording, how to scan and send videos or images to her, and even how to charge it. She requested Tianyuan to scan and send the video Wen Xinqing recorded, and the two awaited the Tiger Man's reply, hoping this time they would not be unable to establish contact. Otherwise, they would be at a loss. Fortunately, after spending over an hour helping in the space, the Tiger Man's message finally arrived. The video displayed a middle-aged male Tiger Man speaking. "Hello, we very much appreciate your food, but it is insufficient. Our tribe is numerous, and we require a larger quantity of food. It is winter now, and heavy snow falls outside, leading to a severe shortage of food. We are willing to trade some of our life-saving medicine for a substantial amount of food. Would you be amenable to this?" The video concluded there. It turned out the Tiger Man's tribe was currently facing food scarcity, and Yilurin and Wenxinqing were determined to assist them. They surmised that the Tiger Man might not be able to purchase items from the system store or sell items either, indicating that establishing a trade with the Tiger Man would be a lengthy endeavor. "Brother Xinqing, let us first send them a large quantity of rice, sweet potatoes, and teach them how to cook it. These items will stave off hunger," Yilurin decided, preferring not to send them meal packages as she could not afford it. Clearly, providing food was the most economical solution, and when Xinqing concurred, he called Xiaosong again to explain the situation and request a substantial supply of provisions. Xiaosong was quite busy that day, as family members were arriving at Longku Institute, but he was the only one capable of arranging these matters, having all the contact information and commanding authority over the operations. Following Wenxinqing's instructions, it was likely that besides the 3 types of grains, they would also need to prepare some vegetables and seasonings, lighters and matches for starting fires, and cooking pots. Additionally, given that food and vegetables spoil easily, it would be prudent to have storage tools. Once the supplies were provided, it would be wise to give him a storage token to prevent waste. Xiaosong decided to apply to General 1 for a storage token, as he too valued Wild Mountain Ginseng for its life-saving properties. As they awaited the collection of supplies, Yilurin recorded another video for the Tiger Man, informing him to wait a while as the provisions would arrive shortly. Before night fell, the supplies arrived, including not only food, seasonings, pots, lighters, and matches, but also a storage token and a large quantity of warm blankets and coats, along with some cold and fever medications, a thoughtful gesture that touched their hearts. "Brother Xinqing, let us download some outdoor survival cooking videos from the internet. I mainly want to teach them how to start a fire, prevent fires, how to use medication, and how to utilize the storage token." Yilurin conferred with Wenxinqing, realizing there was much to teach, leaving them somewhat flustered. "All right, just say whatever comes to mind. As long as they understand, that is sufficient." In a moment, please remind them not to overuse the seasoning, lest an otherwise delightful pot of food be ruined. Wenxinqing cautioned, recalling a time when he had wasted an entire dish due to excessive seasoning while stir-frying. This video was exceedingly lengthy. The two of them were occupied for over 3 hours, only managing to send it off past 10 o'clock. The other party had yet to respond, and the system indicated that everything had been received. They were so busy that their heads spun, but fortunately, Wenxinqing was there to assist. Otherwise, Yilurin felt she would have struggled immensely. Wenxinqing had already received his spiritual spring space, in order to facilitate her transaction. He would only return to contract his spiritual spring space that night, leaving Yilurin feeling guilty. "Thank you, Xinqing. You should head back now. Aren't you supposed to contract your own spiritual spring space tonight?" Yilurin urged him to leave, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would be occupied all night. "All right, you go to the space and bring everyone out. I will take my parents back. And Xingyang can stay here," Wenxinqing replied, not forgetting about his own parents, while Yilurin had overlooked the people in the space. Smacking her forehead, she realized how absent-minded she had been. The individuals in the space had already been there for over 10 hours. They could have left long ago, but since Yilurin had not brought them out, they continued working under the lights, primarily operating machines, and were not particularly fatigued. "I am truly sorry, everyone. I got so busy that I forgot. Let us get you all out now. You've worked hard today. Please return quickly to freshen up and rest." Yilurin immediately bowed and apologized upon entering the space, inadvertently startling those who were busy. Everyone understood that Yilurin was quite occupied. Even if she did not come to retrieve them, they could manage in the space. The wooden cabins were not to be entered casually, but a few agricultural vehicles could accommodate sleeping. "It's all right, Minister, you're a busy person. You needn't worry about us. We can sleep in the agricultural vehicles," chimed in Xia Yong, father of Xiaosong, who often jumped at the chance to respond. Both he and his wife were farmers who had sent their son to military school. Due to their son's outstanding performance, he graduated and joined the Special Guard, eventually becoming the captain. They had once been brought to the city by their son but returned to farming due to their discomfort. This time, they were forcibly brought along. "Uncle Xia, There's no need for you to sleep in the vehicle. If Brother Xia finds out, he'll be furious with me. How about this? Everyone can return to rest today. And tomorrow I will arrange accommodations for you in the future. If you feel tired from working in the space or if I forget, you will have a place to stay, Yi Luren assured them. After this experience, she felt that arranging living quarters must be prioritized. This could be considered a blessing in disguise, as Yi Luren promised to provide them with accommodations, leading to cheerful agreement among everyone. Under Yi Luren's guidance, they held hands and left the space together. When Xinqing took his parents home, planning not to reveal that he also possessed a spiritual spring space, as doing so might prevent them from sleeping that night. Returning alone to contract his space, he was filled with anticipation. When Xinqing's space was quite similar to Yi Luren's, it was likely that all spiritual spring spaces were of the same batch. Hence their similarities. The farming machinery remained with Yi Luren, and as when Xinqing attempted to manipulate the soil of the prairie with his thoughts, he experienced the splitting headache that Yi Luren had warned about. He promptly ceased his efforts, feeling dizzy, and ultimately decided to exit the space for a much-needed rest. Chapter 38. Overwhelmed with joy at the celestial abode that night, a new batch of family members moved in. As throughout the day, individuals had been gradually arranged for accommodations, including family members of employees from the Interstellar Department and other key researchers from the Lonka Institute. On the following day, a fresh wave of faces appeared in the apartment building. With numerous individuals coming and going from nearby buildings, indicative of the government's significant mobilization efforts, it was rumored that there would be another meeting at 9 o'clock, likely similar in nature to the previous days. Yi Luren led them to the space for farming. Aware of Old Master Wen's busy schedule, she planned to independently complete a transaction with the interstellar personnel, as the celestial abode needed to be arranged, and the Ocean View Villa's construction timeline remained uncertain. Having organized everyone within the space, when Xinqing, after breakfast, informed her that he would be returning to his room to study his spiritual spring space, leaving the transaction solely in her hands. Upon accessing the system's trading interface, the interstellar personnel had still not contacted him. However, the Dan Emperor had sent her the previously overdue cleansing pills and spiritual plants, as well as today's batch of cleansing pills, along with a large quantity of fruit and 100 storage tokens as payment for the food she had sent over. Yi Luren pondered over everyone's accommodations. Since the interstellar personnel had not reached out, if she contacted them first, it would indicate her urgent need for a transaction, likely leading to them lowering the price, a common psychological tactic in business. It might be better to approach the Dan Emperor instead. Perhaps he had treasures from the Heavenly Palace or something similar. We'll have the goods ready for you in 2 days. I am suddenly quite curious about the houses you stay in. Can they be moved around and resized? A friend mentioned the other day whether there are celestial abodes in the cultivation world. My family enjoys popcorn and milk, and they also like meat pies. Please expedite the delivery for tomorrow.as for celestial abodes. I'll send you 2 to satisfy your curiosity. Next time you have something good, don't forget to send me a portion. The Dan Emperor generously offered the celestial abodes, leaving Yi Luren wide-eyed and incredulous. They indeed existed. She intended to place the celestial abode into her spiritual spring space for further study. Thank you. I assure you the goods will be delivered by tomorrow, Yi Luren promised, grateful for the generous gifts she received. And no matter the obstacles, she was determined to deliver what she owed. The celestial abode sent over by Wei Ren appeared somewhat different from the legends described. Yet they could be placed anywhere and resized. She refrained from extracting the abode from her backpack for now. Setting aside her eagerness to see it, Yi Luren closed her eyes and entered the space, selecting a suitable location on the hillside by the sea to establish the celestial abode. The celestial abode melded seamlessly with the mountain at a visible speed, as if it had been constructed directly from the hillside itself. The main hall of the celestial abode was a 2-story loft with chambers on either side, reminiscent of a courtyard house. Stepping inside the bright celestial abode alone, Yi Luren felt no fear. After exploring the entire celestial abode, Yi Luren marveled at the wonders of the cultivation world. Externally modest, the interior rooms were surprisingly spacious, with a total of 81 available sleeping quarters, not including the hall, kitchen, and 2 restrooms. The concept of returning to the source was indeed impressive. She first needed to inform the workers to find time to select and arrange their rooms, as her promise of accommodations was now realized. Additionally, she intended to gift a celestial abode to Wen Xinqing, planning to visit his spiritual spring space shortly. Luren, what brings you here? Ouyang Yu was the first to call out to Yiluren, with several others smiling at her. Though they kept their distance due to unfamiliarity, I've arranged your accommodations at the hillside across the way, with a view of the sea and beautiful scenery. However, for now, you will need to climb over this mountain to reach it. I will teleport you there now, and in the future, I will teleport you back and forth during the day if I am unavailable. You may need to walk. I also plan to construct a road from the farming area to facilitate travel. You can either ride bicycles or, if you are unable to assist with the road construction, I can request General 1 to send troops for assistance. Yiluren shared the good news of the swiftly secured accommodations. Distance is no concern. As long as the scenery is nice, we're fine with it. Once the road is completed, we can drive, right? Many of us can ride bicycles, so we're not worried about the distance, several in attendance reassured her. When asked if they preferred accommodations in the middle of the farming area for convenience, they acknowledged that while it would facilitate commuting, it would complicate machinery operations. Why Yiluren had contemplated establishing a concentrated residential area in the farming zone, but felt that after a long day of labor, she wanted to provide everyone with the dream of seaside living conditions. They all joined hands and teleported to the celestial abode, eagerly awaiting Yiluren's instructions to enter. Amused, Yiluren chuckled. This is your residence. Feel free to explore and choose a room you like. However, please do not argue. Couples must select one room together. For children not present, you may choose a room on their behalf. This will be our base from now on. With her speech concluded, everyone surged forward into the celestial abode, eager to select their favorite rooms. Yiluren took her time, sitting in the viewing pavilion in front of the abode, gazing at the shimmering waves below, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Listening to the cacophony within the celestial abode, Yiluren no longer felt solitary. She would never be alone again. Surrounded by numerous family members and companions. Laren, I have chosen my room. I want the one in front, the one with the door. Outside, there is land where I can plant my favorite flowers, and I can gaze upon the sea and the beach. Yu Jia, adhering to the principle of proximity, found herself in agreement. You have selected my preferred room. You may take the one next door, for that one belongs to me, Yiluren retorted, not yielding. The two exchanged smiles as they sat together, watching the ocean, feeling a profound sense of contentment and tranquility enveloping their lives. Laren, we have made our selections. I desire the room on the far left of the attic. Laren, I want the one downstairs by the lotus pond. Laren, I choose the first room on the left downstairs at the back. I adore the little gazebo outside. It would be delightful to read there. After everyone had chosen their rooms, they approached Yiluren, clamoring to request her approval, their voices overlapping and causing her considerable distress as she struggled to remember their choices. Auntie, please inform Jia Jia to register the rooms you have all selected. Or you can mark your chosen rooms with your belongings, as long as you do not deface the walls. Drawing is permissible. It seems it can be erased. Yiluren delegated the task to Yu Jia, who smiled wryly before rising to get to work. Let them amuse themselves, Yiluren thought, as she called Xia Song to relay the order list from the Dan Emperor Immortal, emphasizing that delivery must occur within the next day. As she had already collected the payment, she also requested furnishings for 81 rooms, encompassing beds, nightstands, wardrobes, dressing tables, desks, bookshelves, bedding, dining tables, kitchenware, and various essential supplies. When Xia Song inquired about the necessity of these items, Yiluren explained that she had established a celestial abode on the mountainside by the sea, comprising 80 rooms for those working in her space. Xia Song fell silent for a moment before acknowledging that it would be somewhat challenging in the short term and that he would need to consult with his superiors. Yiluren assured him that she would cover the costs, inquiring if 20 million would suffice. Xia Song replied that she should transfer the funds, and he would arrange for the orders. Chapter 39. Grandfather describes the new plan registration would likely take some time. Yiluren called Wen Xinqing, instructing him to await her arrival in the house. He promptly set out to find her, eager to present a significant gift. You have tilled so much land on your own. Your stamina is impressive. Upon entering Wen Xinqing's space, Yiluren was greeted by the sight of a vast expanse of cultivated land, a testament to his labor that morning. Not much. The machinery plows the field swiftly. What are you planning to gift me? Is it something you traded for? If the country requires it, then perhaps you should hold off for now, Wen Xinqing pondered, always considering the nation's needs, seemingly never prioritizing his own. I wish to go to the seaside. Take me there, Yiluren proposed, disregarding his inquiry. The celestial abode, she specified, was for the nation's future dealings, as such a structure was not deemed essential by the state. Especially with the existence of the Starry Sky House, Laren did not respond to his questions, her resolve clear. When Xinqing, unable to sway her, teleported her to one of the mountainsides overlooking the sea, a location he deemed perfect for admiring the ocean. Let this be the spot, he decided, noting that it differed from her chosen site, likely because he favored this place. The address of the celestial abode was thus established. Laren instructed Wen Xinqing to stand aside and retrieve the celestial abode. As it descended and took form, Wen Xinqing realized the significant gift was indeed a house, not merely the Starry Sky House he had seen before. This was a fine item from another realm, possibly from the realm of cultivation. The gift you mentioned is truly grand. Does grandfather know? Wen Xinqing mused, pursing his lips in concern. If grandfather were to discover that this item had been placed in his space without permission, he would undoubtedly have to write a reflection. Let it be. It is merely a house if necessary. I can trade for a few more. The Spirit Spring space needs inhabitants to assist with tilling. They cannot be without shelter. The Starry Sky houses have all been taken. I must rely on the celestial abode now, Laren argued, unafraid of Wen grandfather, believing that all the fine things should be hers. Having only requested 2 houses. Very well, but you must accompany me to meet grandfather later and inform him. Currently, the accommodation situation outside was quite strained. Previously, the adjacent apartments were occupied by researchers, each with their own suite. But now they were all allocated for family stays, forcing the researchers into shared quarters. Grandfather had informed Wen Xinqing that they might need to utilize the student dormitories of the Lonka Institute, separating some of the students from the main body. Since the establishment of the Interstellar Department, the student dormitories had been isolated from the research areas and the researchers' apartments. The students' emotions were quite unstable, and fully separating them would only exacerbate the situation. With the celestial abode available, it would be more practical to accommodate the family members who could not be placed elsewhere within their space. Thus, it was essential to report the matter of the celestial abode to Wen Xinqing, who had new plans. The Lonka Institute was a comprehensive research university combining student and research facilities, where both entities were interdependent yet relatively autonomous. Recently, to prevent the leakage of state secrets, the unity between the two had been compromised, and a complete separation would hinder the cultivation of future reserve researchers. Wen Xinqing considered this matter thoughtfully. The state also recognized this issue and intended to open shops across various realms, thus planning to establish a new branch of the Lonka Institute while retaining the original, seeking a balance. They aimed to maintain the Lonka Institute structure while simultaneously conducting covert research into goods from myriad realms. The state was currently facing significant challenges. Completely merging the two institutions was unrealistic, as the researchers had undergone stringent vetting, while the student body, along with their families, posed too wide a net of connections, rendering confidentiality nearly impossible. Are you suggesting that all family members reside within our space, never to emerge? How could that be? They would be confined to that secluded existence, away from society. Who could endure such isolation for long? Laren countered, in my opinion, the state should release high-tech innovations such as mechs and drones, which would naturally deter foreign powers. There is no need for us to cower. Laren herself could not tolerate being confined within the Lonka Institute day in and day out, and she hoped to spare others from such a fate. However, matters were not as simple as Laren envisioned. Unbeknownst to her, alliances had already formed against Long Country, imposing a blockade on essential imports such as food and technology products, including aircraft parts and chips. Long Country urgently needed to achieve self-sufficiency in both survival materials and technological products. Things are far from simple, Wen Xinqing remarked. Grandfather has been busy these past few days and has not sought you out. Let's proactively invite him to lunch and discuss the nation's plans. Wen Xinqing believed it was crucial for Laren to meet grandfather, as her ideas contradicted the nation's strategies, which encompassed a broader perspective that she had not fully considered. Very well, Laren agreed, eager to discuss matters with grandfather, especially concerning interstellar trade and the newly acquired illusory seashell, which she needed to present to him, as well as the Hurin issue, which required deliberation on extensive investment. Furthermore, she had to address the planning of the Spirit Spring space and the repurposing of the celestial abode, as numerous matters had accumulated and needed to be discussed with him. Grandfather, we are aware of your busy schedule, but we have summoned you for a meal, as there are many matters we wish to discuss and seek the nation's perspective on. Wen Xinqing stated as the two arranged for General Wen to meet at Wen Xinqing's apartment, avoiding the crowded canteen outside, which was not conducive to private discussions. With Wen Xinqing initiating the conversation, they gradually delved into the main topics of discussion. Even if you do not seek me out, I will find you. I have heard that Laren has already made contact with the Huron and that they are currently facing difficulties. The nation supports your desire to assist them and is willing to provide resources, despite the challenges. With the illusory seashell, which contains various seafood, we can trade surplus materials for seafood to sustain them for a while, though it is not a long-term solution. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Laren's immediate priority is to see if she can trade them some seeds for production, enabling them to cultivate land and maintain basic livelihoods. High-yield potatoes that can be planted after winter would be an excellent choice. This is the first point I wish to convey to you. The second point concerns interstellar matters. We must not interrupt our trade with the stars. The medical pod has not yet been successfully developed and requires substantial imports. The Starry Sky houses are also needed. The previously traded Starry Sky houses were large villas for family residences. Laren, you should investigate whether they have any high-rise buildings available. Additionally, we require many star rings, which are excellent for transporting goods. Batteries, too, are in demand. Solid hydrogen energy batteries cannot be mass-produced, necessitating significant imports. The need for various items is vast, rendering trade imperative, and we must even discover more types of high technology that we currently lack. The third point concerns the gifting of the Spirit Spring spaces. The state has decided to defer the gifting of spaces for now. You should keep 2 of the 10 Spirit Spring spaces you possess as backups, while handing over the remaining 8 to me, as they will be of great utility to the nation. The fourth point pertains to the new housing you acquired for placement and the planning of your Spirit Spring space. I will address them together. First, regarding the planning of your Spirit Spring space, its primary purpose is not merely to provide materials for the nation, but to prepare for future shops across the myriad realms. Thus, your space must be planned and constructed from this moment forth. The first aspect to plan is a department store that encompasses all aspects of living. The main structure should not utilize our concrete and steel, but should ideally be built with high-tech materials akin to the Starry Sky house. Now, regarding the new residential settlement you have located, can it be transformed into a commercial building? If it is solely for accommodating agricultural workers, it cannot remain in your space. It must be relocated to Xinqing's space. The state has decided that all families currently residing at the Lonka Institute will use it as a transit point until the residential cluster in his space is completed. Everyone will enter his space for work and temporary residence. Your space must establish a branch of the Lonka Institute dedicated to researching the goods acquired through external trade. If mass production becomes feasible, the national resolution will be publicly announced, and we shall first transfer the research to external institutes for open development. A portion of the students from Lonka Institute will participate in the research. The nation is currently constructing a branch outside the city dedicated to the study of immortality and the development of spiritual spring spaces. Upon its completion in 6 months, you and Xinqing will relocate there, while we expect to remain here for another 6 months. Now, please share with me the fruits of your labor over the past few days, as well as your plans, if they are reasonable. Our agenda is not immutable. General Wen sat upright, exuding an air of solemnity as he conveyed the message entrusted to him by the state. Chapter 40. Engaging in new trades with the stars. The discourse was lengthy, laden with numerous implications, yet Yi Laren grasped it with clarity. However, she had already allowed those within the space to select their rooms, and to retract that decision now would be tantamount to betraying their trust. Though she could offer reparations, she was unwilling to be seen as untrustworthy. Grandfather, the residence I have recently acquired is a type of celestial abode. Akin to a traditional courtyard house, it appears modest from the outside, yet within it harbors a vast expanse. There are 81 rooms, each no less than 100 square meters. This celestial abode is a gift bestowed by the alchemist emperor, and it may even be available for trade. I have obtained 2 celestial abodes. One has already been established within my spiritual spring space, and my staff are merely waiting to choose their rooms before moving in. I shall not betray their trust. However, I am willing to compensate and ensure that I trade for at least 20 more such celestial abodes from the celestial beings. I hope Grandfather Wen will not retract my celestial abode. I have engaged in another trade with the stars. They are exceedingly eager for marrow-cleansing pills and will surely seek me out in the coming days. The prior trade is guaranteed to succeed, while the new trade will require time to negotiate. Have also traded 22 illusory seashells with Shui Kai. acquiring a new energy source in the process, fuel stones composed of the spatial materials from the illusory seashells. I suspect they may contain combustible ice. A small piece possesses immense energy. Yi Laren endeavored to succinctly convey her recent accomplishments while firmly maintaining her stance on the celestial abode. Very well. I shall hand over the items to Xiaosong shortly. Unfortunately, I will not have the opportunity to view your celestial abode today. We shall arrange for a future meeting instead. However, they can only temporarily reside in your space and must eventually move to Xinqing space. You are to cultivate a research institute here. I will entrust the entire courtyard to your design. Whether it be celestial abodes or starry residences, I shall leave it all to you. General Wen found himself at a loss against Yi Laren. Her requests were minimal, and what she sought bore little impact on herself. Thus far, she had not even consumed a single marrow-cleansing pill. Such a pure-hearted child is fortunate to thrive in Longhua. Her sincerity, kindness, and resourcefulness are indeed rare virtues. Yi Laren refrained from mentioning the topics discussed with Wen Xinqing. General Wen's weariness signified the grave international situation, and as a young woman, she lacked the foresight to perceive the hidden shadows within the darkness. Nor could she comment on the arrangements made for the nation. Fortunately, she did not voice her previous thoughts, allowing Wen Xinqing to exhale in relief. The complexities of the international landscape could not be summarized in mere words. If the matter were to be fully articulated, it would render the prospect of sustenance bleak, hindering the afternoon and evening's endeavors. As evening fell, Yi Laren presented all the items acquired through trade, including 8 spiritual spring spaces, to Xiaosong, retaining only the celestial abode and the marrow-cleansing pills and resources yet to be traded. Xiaosong provided her with a new batch of supplies. The Alchemist Emperor's goods could be delivered ahead of schedule. We truly adore the celestial abode. The clan is also fond of it. Are there larger and smaller celestial abodes available? We wish to trade for several to bestow upon our kin. I have one more question. Once the celestial abode is established, can it be relocated? Yi Laren was eager to fulfill the task regarding the celestial abode, and although the Alchemist Emperor was not present, he had left a message along with the goods. The stars had yet to contact her, but she was willing to bide her time before initiating any trades. The snacks from Longchuan can be sent to him. They have already arrived. The supplies from the Tiger clan should suffice for half a month, so there is no need to rush sending new resources. They have delivered 85 ginseng roots of various sizes, the smallest of which is nearly 1,000 years old. Quite a valuable haul. In the dead of night, Yi Laren was roused by Tunyuan, who informed her that the stars had contacted her. She forced her drowsy eyes open to read the message. The goods you requested are ready. Prepare the marrow-cleansing pills for today's trade, it commanded. The process of creating marrow-cleansing pills is overly intricate. I can only produce 10,000 at this juncture. The remaining 10,000 will likely take some time to complete. For today, I shall trade half. Yi Laren resolved to trade half now and wait a while longer. As she still wished to engage in trade with Dai Sir, that won't do. I urgently require the marrow-cleansing pills. As long as you can provide the goods, you may propose your conditions, the other party insisted firmly. 10,000 should suffice for the time being. I still possess some stock, but others have already placed orders. Yi Laren offered a glimmer of hope to the other party, indicating that if the conditions were satisfactory, she was not inclined to prolong the negotiation unnecessarily. That is insufficient. I may need more. I can consume an additional 20,000, the other party replied, inviting Yi Laren to suggest what goods they could trade. Do you possess starry residences akin to a commercial skyscraper? How much can you provide for the hydrogen energy solid batteries and controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries, including raw materials? What other enticing items do you have on hand that I might find appealing? Yi Laren sent several inquiries to gauge the other party's capabilities and to provide them with an opportunity to demonstrate their trading sincerity. We have commercial skyscrapers, and we possess ample finished products and raw materials for hydrogen solid energy batteries and controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries. Additionally, we have countless nutrient solutions capable of sustaining an individual for half a month. We have several models of fighter jets, multiple types of robots, and genetically compatible prosthetics that integrate seamlessly with the body, as if they were regrown. Our medical pods can treat most ailments, except for those requiring limbs. The stars enumerated several items that might entice Yi Laren, having gained insight from their past trades regarding her preferences. Yi Laren was indeed intrigued, though she could not reveal her eagerness. She continued to inquire, what about residential high-rises? I am also seeking accommodations for my staff. Indeed, we have those as well, complete with a full set of basic furnishings. You are sure to appreciate them, the stars replied confidently. Very well, I shall proceed with this transaction. Let us first finalize the goods agreed upon previously. I will provide you with 20,000 marrow cleansing pills in exchange for 10,000 starry residences and 20,000 cloud rings, as well as 20,000 medical pods and 100,000 flying cars. I wish to inspect the goods beforehand to determine if we can proceed with future trades. Yi Luren resolved not to delay the previous transaction. Confident that subsequent trades would follow, yet she was not naive. Should there be issues with the goods provided, she would not hesitate to address them. She sought to continue trading while ensuring the integrity of the goods received. Otherwise, acquiring problematic items would serve little purpose. Chapter 41. Bargaining with the star traders. Very well, you have half an hour to inspect the goods, the other party acknowledged, packaging the goods and sending them within the previously agreed trading cloud rings. Each cloud ring contained 50 starry residences, and one cloud ring held 10,000 medical pods, yet the cloud rings and flying cars had not yet been transmitted. What of the remaining items? Yi Luren noted a clear shortfall in the shipment and sought clarification, suspecting that the other party might not intend for her to inspect the marrow cleansing pills so soon, but rather to withhold the remaining supplies. We shall first inspect 10,000 marrow cleansing pills. The rest of the goods will be sent to you, and then you will send another 10,000 marrow cleansing pills. Additionally, please forward the 8 trading cloud rings from our last transaction. We need them to dispatch your goods. They expressed their intentions clearly, displaying significant sincerity. Yi Luren placed 10,000 marrow cleansing pills and 9 empty trading cloud rings into a single trading cloud ring and sent it to the stars, deeming excessive conversation unnecessary. As long as the goods were in order, there was no need for elaborate formalities. The other party commenced the inspection, and Yi Luren refrained from sending further messages to urge them. Instead, she suddenly recalled the image of the rare medicinal herb given to her by the alchemist emperor. She shared the image with her 3 friends, excluding the alchemist emperor, soliciting their assistance in locating it for trade. The Tiger Clan and Longchuan promptly replied that they had never encountered it, while Shui Kai remained silent. It appeared this rare item was indeed difficult to find, a treasure that could be encountered but not sought after. As she was unable to sleep, uncertain of when the stars would complete their inspection, Yi Luren picked up her phone to browse the news, discovering numerous reports regarding sanctions against Longhua. Several nations had explicitly stated their intentions for resource sanctions, and technological sanctions had already begun, albeit not yet publicly announced. The international situation is rather grim, and it remains uncertain whether the country can withstand the pressure. There is little she can do. An hour later, a shipment arrived via interstellar transport. Yi Luren instructed the system to expedite the inspection, placing her trust in Tianyuan. As long as he assured her that the goods were in order, she believed they must be. Doubting him would be futile, for even if there were issues with the shipment, she would not be able to discern them. Tianyuan reported that everything was satisfactory, with the trading cloud rings fully stocked. Though they were still short of some goods, he requested that she return the empty trading cloud rings after receiving the cargo, as the other party would likely continue to supply. After several rounds of this, once all the goods were gathered, Yi Luren fulfilled her promise and provided the additional 10,000 marrow cleansing pills. Once the goods were received, the interstellar representative proposed a discussion regarding the next transaction. Certainly, my requirements include 10,000 marrow cleansing pills, 30 trading towers, 30 lodging towers, 10,000 energy elixirs, 100,000 hydrogen energy batteries, 100,000 controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries, 100,000 gene-compatible prosthetics, and 100 units each of robots and fighter jets, Yi Luren boldly stated, aware that the other party would negotiate. She intentionally left room for price reductions as anticipated. The other party fell silent for a full 5 minutes while Yi Luren continued to peruse the news. Your pricing is excessively high. The items you desire would require at least 20,000 marrow cleansing pills for trade. If you had 50,000, I could offer you 3 sets of what you seek, including fighter jets equipped with laser weaponry, the interstellar representative countered, seemingly convinced of Yi Luren's substantial inventory. You possess laser weapons, such as laser guns, swords, and cannons. 50,000 marrow cleansing pills is quite excessive. It would take us at least 6 months to produce that quantity, Yi Luren mused, tempted by the allure of laser weaponry, yet feeling the weight of the negotiation. She sought to further discuss the pricing. Hoping to secure a favorable deal on the weapons. 6 months is untenable. Could we compromise on 3 months? Just put in some extra hours, the representative suggested. Do you currently hold any marrow cleansing pills? We could trade a portion immediately. We have the necessary materials on hand, as you just mentioned, and could provide one set for the transaction scheduled for a month from now, they insisted, eager to expedite the deal. This proposition was tantalizing, for Yi Liran had 30,000 marrow cleansing pills readily available. However, she knew she must resist the temptation. Yet, indecision loomed over her, and she found herself revising her intended message repeatedly. All right, I will prioritize your request, but I must delay the next transaction by a month and a half. I need to replenish my stock from other suppliers before I can engage with you again. I cannot afford to lose credibility. If they are not in urgent need of the goods, I will seek their understanding, Yi Liran conveyed, indicating her predicament while still agreeing to the current deal to satisfy her immediate desire to conduct business. Is it not possible to postpone other transactions? Accept only mine or trade other items to satisfy the other party. We can procure all your marrow cleansing pills. We assure you, the interstellar representative insisted, suggesting that Yi Liran forego all other transactions in favor of theirs, which left her astonished. Perhaps the marrow cleansing pills were of paramount importance to them, a matter of national livelihood. Yi Liran had never considered this before, but now clarity dawned upon her. Perhaps supplying them with the pills could be seen as a philanthropic act. Their approach, while lacking in courtesy, was not entirely villainous, for they had simply chosen an inappropriate method of negotiation. I will discuss this with them, Yi Liran finally conceded, allowing for dialogue but not outright acceptance, wary of the possibility that if she agreed to abandon other orders, they would drastically reduce their offer. And how many marrow cleansing pills do you actually possess? The interstellar representative inquired, evidently intent on acquiring all of them at once. I only have 30,000 left. I was prepared to trade 40,000 today. But I just used 10,000, Yi Liran replied, partially truthful, for she indeed had 30,000 marrow cleansing pills. I will take them all. For the items you desire, I will provide you with 2 sets, along with 2 sets of weapons, one to be delivered immediately and the other in half a month. We are reputable and wish to continue trading marrow cleansing pills with you. We will not breach your trust. The interstellar representative assured her. Chapter 42. Providing Wei Ran with some information, the other party was unable to provide the full payment for the goods. Yi Liran knew she could not afford to part with all 30,000 marrow cleansing pills. She was not that naive. If you cannot take them all, I will not trade anything today. How can I negotiate a swap? She resolved to offer only 10,000 marrow cleansing pills, retaining the remaining 20,000 for herself. The other party fell silent once more, causing Yi Liran to feel anxious. She hoped they would not press for further conditions. She was reluctant to engage in prolonged negotiations, knowing they could not produce more funds on short notice. Please discuss the possibility of a swap with them before the transaction begins. We still desire the marrow cleansing pills you have, the interstellar representative urged. Let us proceed with trading 10,000 marrow cleansing pills. We will prepare the goods immediately. Please give us 2 hours. The other party refused to relent, still hoping to obtain Yi Liran's 30,000 marrow cleansing pills. Yi Liran, feeling fatigued, replied simply, all right, before logging off to get some rest. Realizing she could still sleep for 2 hours. After 2 hours, it would be 5 o'clock, and she needed to rise early. Yi Liran was awakened once more, and upon checking the time, she saw it was indeed 5 o'clock, indicating that the interstellar representatives had prepared the goods. She accessed the interstellar trading interface and clicked to accept the shipment they had sent. This time, the volume of goods was substantial, leading to a lengthy receiving process that took over 40 minutes. Upon inspection, everything was in order, and she transferred 10,000 marrow cleansing pills to the other party, along with 2 cups of cold beverages as a gift, left over from their movie outing. The transaction was finally complete, and Yi Liran felt overwhelmed. This is too much. I have to work through the night and must ask Grandpa one for overtime pay, she lamented silently, feeling disheartened by the late-night dealings with the interstellar representatives. The treasures she received were beyond her understanding, so she decided to let Grandpa one find someone to study them. Yi Liran rolled into her blankets, eager to continue her slumber. Liran, wake up. Why are you still in bed at 8 o'clock? Breakfast is getting cold, and we've been waiting for you, Yujia exclaimed, pulling Yi Liran from her warm cocoon. Jia, stop calling me. The interstellar representatives are unreasonable. I was trading in the middle of the night and have just fallen asleep. You're not being considerate either. Fine. Please call Grandpa One and have 20 people come to help with the goods. Sigh, 20 may not be enough. How many people do we need? I have no idea, Eliran replied, her head throbbing with exhaustion. Why Eliran traded in the middle of the night? 20 may not suffice. How much did she trade? Yu Jia was astonished and felt guilty for disturbing Eliran's much-needed rest, her heart aching at the sight of her friend's weary state. Take a little more time to rest. I will call General One. You should wash up and go out for breakfast while I arrange for the staff to enter the space for work. Why didn't you wake us up? Yu Jia lamented, wishing she could ease Eliran's burdens. Meanwhile, the staff waiting outside the Lingquan space heard the entire conversation and felt sympathy for Eliran, regretting their early arrival, alongside his parents. When Xinqing sighed, busy with his own affairs concerning Lingquan space, feeling helpless to assist Eliran as MAND. Why Eliran quickly got up, washed her face, and ushered the staff into the space. She decided to have breakfast later, while when Xinqing chose to wait in the living room, planning to accompany her for breakfast before heading to the warehouse for the delivery. Upon hearing from Yu Jia about the large quantity of goods to be delivered, General Wen deliberately postponed the morning meeting to witness the handover. The astonishing volume of goods raised his blood pressure, yet he was fortunate to have overcome hypertension. Otherwise, he might not have survived the shock. 20 people were insufficient. General Wen brought 30 personnel, yet they still could not complete the delivery of all the goods. He instructed Wen Xinqing to store some in his space. Eliran also met the two owners of the Lingquan space, one in his 40s and the other a mere 19. Appearing quite youthful, a portion of the goods remained undelivered, prompting General Wen to assure that he would arrange for more personnel to assist as soon as possible, trusting Eliran to handle the transactions independently. The state would promptly send experts to her space to conduct research on the goods, and the establishment of a research institute would be prioritized starting today. Eliran agreed to contemplate the establishment of the research institute later. As she focused on finalizing her exchange with the Dan Emperor for the Starry House and Cloud Rings, she had received nearly half of the payment but had yet to deliver the goods in return. General Wen instructed her to manage the arrangements, provided she had a plan in mind. When Xinqing assisted Eliran in her transaction with the Dan Emperor, who had transmitted 100,000 marrow-cleansing pills, numerous spiritual plants, and 3 celestial houses, 2 small and 1 large. The celestial abode requires a reservation. Allow her some time to make the necessary arrangements. Eliran entrusted the goods to her and expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Wei Run, I would like to inquire if you possess the seeds of the extinct medicinal herb you previously sent to me. I am eager to attempt cultivating it, as Eliran is still contemplating the matter of the Qiling Dan. The nation's report indicated that the probability of possessing a spiritual root is exceedingly low, and it is likely that many individuals will need to rely on the Qiling Dan to awaken their spiritual roots. I have been fortunate enough to obtain several seeds of the Fuling flower, yet all my attempts at cultivation have failed. Currently, I possess only 2 seeds. What is the likelihood of your success in cultivating them? To be frank, Wei Ran is reluctant to part with the remaining 2 seeds, knowing that the system's master has a chance to acquire a spiritual spring space. She wishes to wait until she obtains the spiritual spring space before attempting to cultivate the last 2 seeds. Convincing the other party to relinquish the remaining seeds poses a considerable challenge, unless she can assure them of her success in cultivation. I have fortuitously won a lottery that grants me access to a spiritual spring space, which significantly enhances my chances of success. I wonder if you would be willing to entrust me with the seeds. Eliran felt compelled to reveal that she possessed a spiritual spring space, thereby increasing her bargaining power for obtaining the seeds. Surprisingly, the spiritual spring space is not as distant as they had believed. The Dan Emperor Immortal initially thought it to be unattainable, but now she learns that someone already possesses it, which both inspires her envy and bolsters her confidence. A lottery? How does one participate in a lottery? Inquired the Dan Emperor Immortal. I once received a lottery opportunity when initiating a friend transaction, which allowed me to exchange recommendations with you and Shui Kai. Your heartfelt gratitude in return granted me another lottery chance. I was fortunate enough to draw the purchasing rights for the spiritual spring space from among 100 lottery boxes. Should you ever have the opportunity to participate in a lottery, be sure to accumulate a substantial amount of cloud currency beforehand. Otherwise, the lottery holds no significance. The prizes I have won are all-time limited discounts on purchases. And without cloud currency, even if I draw the rights to acquire something valuable, I would be unable to buy it. Eliran resolved not to conceal her situation any longer. as it might expedite their acquisition of the spiritual spring space. So that is the case, Yi Laren recommended Shui Kai to her, providing her with the opportunity to trade for items such as the illusory seashell, the Jiao Pearl, and pearls. She had indeed expressed her heartfelt gratitude, which activated the system's hidden tasks, allowing her to participate in the lottery. You are very fortunate. I possess 6 rare seeds: Fuling Flower, Snow Mist Lotus, World Tree, Gathering Spirit Grass, Thousand Birchvine, and Zishao Fruit. I shall provide you with 2 of each. As for the Fuling Flower, I have only 2 left. Please ensure that you cultivate these medicinal herbs, as I am in dire need of them. Each of these seeds has required immense effort on my part to obtain. If you can successfully cultivate them, I would be eternally grateful and would be willing to provide you with elixirs in the future. Without ever inflating the prices, Wei Run was prepared to wager everything, hoping that if she won the gamble, her lifelong pursuits would finally bear fruit. Chapter 43. Discussing the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Let us hope so. Wei Ren smiled, sending Yi Laren the growth conditions for the various medicinal herbs, suspecting that Yi Laren might lack the spiritual stones and spiritual liquid necessary for cultivation. Generously, Wei Ren provided an entire vein of spiritual stones and a bottle of spiritual liquid. The bottle was a spatial container capable of holding 1,000 liters of spiritual liquid. Yi Laren always found a way to inspire her generosity. Once Wei Ren had sent everything, she sighed in a bittersweet manner. Falling into silence in the realm of cultivation, unbeknownst to Yi Laren, Wei Ren's system chimed with the news of a lottery opportunity. Wei Ren felt that Yi Laren's words were like a beacon, illuminating her path. It was no wonder she had received 2 lottery chances, as she seemed to have a near-complete grasp of the conditions under which the system's hidden tasks would be triggered. Wei Ren had given far too much, to the point that Yi Laren felt guilty towards her. Though she possessed a spiritual spring space, she did not share it with Wei Ren. Why should she be the one to receive such treasures? How could her conscience remain untroubled? Wei Ren, aside from the Fuling Flower, do you still have the seeds of the other spiritual herbs? Yi Laren had made a decision in her heart. Even if her grandfather were to scold her upon discovery, she did not wish to lose her true self. Unfortunately, when she resolved to offer the spiritual spring space, Wei Ren did not respond, leaving her disheartened as she meticulously transcribed the cultivation conditions Wei Ren had provided, preparing to present them to the biological experts at the Lonka Institute the following day, while today she would focus on constructing a laboratory for them. Since she had decided to build a laboratory, it was inappropriate for the workers within her space to remain there any longer. Yi Laren consulted with Wen Xinqing and promptly transferred the workers from her space into his. She would be the one to inform everyone, while Wen Xinqing waited outside. Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, I have something to announce. Yi Laren entered the space and gathered the workers, wishing to send them to their final destination while their sense of belonging to her spiritual spring space remained weak. To spare them from future anguish. Laren, what is it? What do you wish to say? Have our household items arrived? Ouyang eagerly set aside her work, anticipating their official move into the celestial abode she had chosen. I apologize. I have just received a notification from the nation. My spiritual spring space has an essential purpose and cannot accommodate you. However, I have arranged for you to move to Captain Wen Xinqing's spiritual spring space. I will place an identical celestial abode in the same position within his space, ensuring that your rooms remain as promised. I sincerely apologize to all of you. Yi Laren bowed sincerely, seeking their forgiveness. Are you saying that Xinqing has a spiritual spring space identical to yours? When Su was taken aback, as his father, he was unaware that his son possessed a spiritual spring space, which struck him as rather absurd. Yes, uncle, this is a state secret. No one with a spiritual spring space may disclose such information to others unless authorized by the nation. This is a regulation that military personnel must adhere to. The nation has just decided to transfer you into his space, which is why I dared to inform you. Otherwise, disclosing state secrets would be tantamount to treason. Yi Laren feared that Wen Su might blame Wen Xinqing. So she sought to explain to prevent his father from reprimanding him. That is how it stands. Wen Su and Ouyang both felt a twinge of discomfort, while the others were also somewhat reluctant to part ways. Having formed bonds over just a few days, fortunately, they were merely transferring to another identical location, where they could continue to live out their dreams. All right, daughter, we understand your predicament. Please lead us out. What will happen to your space? Will you be bringing in new people? Xia Yong remained concerned that no one would assist Yi Laren, leaving her space to fall into neglect. The nation will arrange for personnel. Uncle Xia need not worry. I will promptly find Wen Xinqing to facilitate the transition before escorting you into his space. Why Yiluran acted decisively, understanding the principle that indecision leads to chaos. Why Yiluran exited the space to inform Wen Xinqing that everyone had agreed. Her celestial abode would remain as it was, without relocation. Just then, Wei Run had been distracted by other matters and forgot to respond to her earlier question, making her currently unreachable. The two new small celestial abodes she had acquired were identical to the previous ones, and she intended to place one in Wen Xinqing's space, ensuring that its location matched that of her own. Once the new celestial abode was in place, Yiluran and Wen Xinqing went to welcome Wen's father and mother. The elder couple exhibited a slight displeasure towards their son but refrained from chastising him, understanding the difficulties he faced, though they struggled to overcome their own feelings. Wei Yujia had already registered the new residences, and everyone would receive the rooms they had chosen according to the registration. Wei Yiluran distributed the initial batch of beds and bedding to each room, while the remaining household items would have to wait for Xiasong to order. As it was somewhat challenging to procure all the household goods in one go, Wei Yiluran could not concern herself with the subsequent arrangements for Wen's parents after their move to the new location. She had more pressing matters to attend to. The original celestial abode could serve as a laboratory, but it still fell short of her needs. She retrieved a stellar trade building and positioned it in a distant meadow, somewhat removed from the forest on the opposite bank of a river. The trade building was neither particularly tall nor short, comprising 9 floors and covering an area of at least 10,000 square meters, exuding a silvery white hue without a trace of discoloration. Upon entering through the main door, one would find a grand hall at the center, featuring a raised platform resembling a stage. Surrounding it were individual rooms, suitable for setting up shops, with elevators on both sides. Entering the elevator, she discovered there were no buttons, only a touchscreen interface. The trade building lacked a basement. The first floor was indeed the lowest level, and the second floor mirrored the first, with a central atrium allowing for a view of the large circular platform below from the corridor. The layout of the third floor differed, as it no longer featured an atrium. Yiluran ascended the stairs, noticing that although there was no atrium, the surrounding rooms remained consistent, only with the addition of 2 large rooms, each equipped with a door on either side, making it quite suitable for a supermarket. Each floor of the upper levels maintained the same room configuration, indicating that the design of the trade building provided to her by the Stellar Trade Company was rather simple and not particularly luxurious. Yiluran mused. Regardless, she would make do with it for the time being. She did not pursue perfection in design, as its practicality sufficed. Next, she proceeded to set up 2 small Starry Sky villa cottages on the mountain, intending to use them as dormitories for the Research Institute's staff. Thus, the villas were positioned symmetrically on the mountainside, not far from the summit, just above the celestial abode. The small villas were distinctly different, furnished with complete household items, and Yiluran found herself far more satisfied with the villas. She would retrieve the biologists tomorrow. For today, she would have Grandpa notify them, allowing them some time to prepare. All the experimental equipment would be collected into the celestial abode according to their needs via the cloud ring on the morrow. Today, Grandpa had contracted a cloud ring for her, as she needed to store items in the space, and since the collected items would be located at the mountain's base, transferring them to the designated spot would require additional effort, as discovered by other owners of spiritual spring spaces during their experiments. The manual transfer is quite cumbersome. The star ring is more suitable, as Grandpa also believes. Furthermore, they currently possess numerous cloud rings, so they are not lacking in the presence of Yiluran. Chapter 44. Engaging experts to develop the space. After finishing her tasks, it was already 10 in the evening. Wei Yiluran first called Grandpa to discuss the arrival of the best biologist from the Dragon Academy the following afternoon. She intended to cultivate medicinal materials, and General Wan was wholeheartedly supportive, ensuring she would pick up the expert promptly at 2 o'clock. Once everything was settled, Yiluran prepared to wash up and retire for the night. Yujia and the others had returned and informed her that a commercial building and a residential building had been established in Wen Xinqing's space, situated right in the center of the grassland for everyone's convenience. That evening, 2 batches of family members had already been relocated into the residential building, where they found new accommodations. The apartments were designed with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen, which everyone appreciated. The fairy house still existed, as the government promised it would forever remain their resort. However, each family was only allotted 1 room. and their initial selections were invalidated, necessitating a new selection process. Despite this, no one was dissatisfied. Each room was approximately 100 square meters, ample for a family. The government would arrange for the military to begin establishing supermarkets and shops in the commercial building the following day. Yu Jia and the others invited Yilaran to visit, and she readily agreed, eager to see if there would be a place for shopping in the future. Yilaran suddenly felt pleased with the government's arrangements. Gradually, the Spirit Spring space would transform into a paradise. In truth, many individuals in various regions spend their entire lives in the same place, living their lives as usual. The people within the space were merely temporarily unable to live freely. Given a few years, as the government gains confidence, would they still fear a lack of freedom? That night, Yilaran perhaps pondered the matter of several special seeds, and in her dream, she envisioned the spirit flower sprouting atop a mountain, covering the entire summit in exquisite beauty. Upon awakening, she carefully recalled the scene from her dream and determined the ideal location for the experts to cultivate a few medicinal materials, right beside the heavenly pool at the mountain's peak. She searched the various mountain tops in the space and discovered that 9 of them had heavenly pools, allowing her to select one pool for each type of medicinal plant. The challenge was that cultivating these plants required the meticulous care of scientists, who needed to be present at all times. She contemplated how to accommodate them without providing living quarters. Yilaran retrieved 6 unallocated starry houses and positioned them near the heavenly pool, as there was ample vacant land around it. Ensuring it wouldn't feel cramped, at 2 in the afternoon, she would go to pick up the biologist. Yilaran had breakfast with Yu Jia and the others before heading to Wenxinqing's space to explore. She wanted to see how the commercial building was planned, the origin of its staff, how many people would be employed, and how many would be dedicated to agricultural work. They arrived precisely at 9 o'clock, being the last group to enter the space. Each batch consisted of no more than 50 individuals. It was not that more could not be brought, but rather that Wenxinqing's living room could not accommodate so many people. Thus, the arrival was staggered, with groups being brought into the space sequentially. Laren, my commercial building is an experimental site. Please observe carefully for any areas needing improvement or aspects that do not meet your satisfaction. We will gradually refine it to your liking, and subsequently construct a commercial building in your space that you are completely satisfied with, Wenxinqing explained, revealing that the reason for building the commercial building in his Spirit Spring space rather than Yilaran's was not merely for the convenience of family life. As she had assumed, the military had yet to arrive, so Yilaran first examined the locations of the commercial and residential buildings. The positioning of the commercial building was not drastically different from her own space, with the distinction that several roads had already been constructed in front of it, remarkably swift, albeit still unpaved. Laren, fish can be raised in the river. I expect we will transport fish fry to you in the coming days. If you have a particular favorite fish, let Xiaosong know so she can provide you with more, Wenxinqing informed her, noting that there were currently no fish in the river, as they were all native species. The capability to raise freshwater fish was something Grandpa had mentioned, prioritizing Yilaran for the fish fry. You have a favorite fish? Yilaran inquired, as she was not picky and enjoyed all kinds. Perhaps just a little of each will suffice. What about you, Xinqing? Do you have a particular favorite? I particularly enjoy catfish, bass, and flatfish, those with fewer bones, Wenxinqing replied with a smile, expressing his distaste for bony fish that made eating a hassle. Ha, Yilaran chuckled, finding his answer refreshingly honest. The troops assigned to set up the commercial building arrived at 10 o'clock, and Wenxinqing went out to greet them. The first task was to establish entertainment facilities on the first floor, with a performance hall on the elevated platform accommodating 1,000 seats. Surrounding rooms were designated for mahjong, card games, reception, yoga, dance, table tennis, basketball, soccer, billiards, rock climbing, and more, with activities tailored to the varying sizes of the rooms. The design was not only apt but genuinely impressive. The second floor featured a tea room for listening to music, while the third floor housed a large supermarket, with surrounding rooms designated for small restaurants. The fourth floor catered to clothing, bags, and cosmetics, the fifth floor to furniture, appliances, and bedding, and the sixth floor contained an electronic supermarket, with each surrounding room dedicated to different gaming areas such as arcade and esports. The eighth floor offered quieter entertainment options like calligraphy, painting, chess, gardening, and a movie theater, ensuring minimal disturbance from the lively activities below. The ninth floor was a veritable ocean of books. After exploring all the floors, Yilaran noted the absence of a section for vehicles and flying devices, which would be essential for trade in the myriad worlds, including weaponry. Perhaps the government deemed such items unnecessary in this commercial building. She mused, "Laren, what are you thinking?" When Xinqing observed her contemplative expression, though he refrained from probing further, "I was considering the lack of transportation tools and weaponry, pondering whether it was because your space's commercial building didn't require them. Hence I didn't mention it," Laren mused, curious about whether the government had overlooked this or deemed it unnecessary. Indeed, the government may feel that vehicles and weaponry might not be suitable for certain locales. Thus they are still deliberating on whether to include such items in the commercial building, when Xinqing replied, implying that it was not an oversight but rather a matter of caution. Understanding dawned upon Laren, and she nodded in agreement with Xinqing's perspective, acknowledging that weapons and vehicles were indeed not suitable for every interface. Before she knew it, noon had arrived. Laren remained in Xinqing's space for lunch, which was provided by a restaurant on the third floor of the commercial building. The meal consisted of a boxed lunch with 3 dishes and a soup, offered complimentary for trial. The restaurant owner, who previously operated a restaurant, had his child working at the Dragon Academy and was brought over. The former restaurant was closed, and the government allowed him to open a new one in the space, to which he agreed. The food was quite delicious, and Laren was so pleased that she contemplated ordering several thousand box lunches for her trading friends. However, considering that the restaurant had just opened and business had not yet stabilized, and with Xiaosong overseeing the orders, she decided against it. Chapter 45. Wei Ren's lottery and trade. When Xinqing suggested that Laren take a short rest in one of the nearby residential building rooms, but she declined, wishing to return and check if Wei Ren or Shui Kai had contacted her. Shui Kai was eager to cultivate immortality and might be preoccupied, while Wei Ren had sent her many delightful items just yesterday but had suddenly gone silent. She hoped he hadn't encountered any danger. Returning to her apartment, Laren opened the trading interface with Wei Ren, discovering he was online and had responded to her this morning, stating he would be busy for the next few days but would reach out when he was free. Despite seeing this message, Laren yearned to connect with Wei Ren. She was set to deliver her items to the national experts in the afternoon, and not providing Wei Ren with the return would leave her unsettled. "Wei Ren, are you there?" Laren sent a message, hoping for a reply. "Yes, I just participated in a lottery, but unfortunately, none of the prizes included a Spirit Spring space. I'm quite disappointed. Yesterday, I sold off everything belonging to my close friends and family, solely to accumulate cloud coins for the purchase of a Spirit Spring space." Alas, Wei Ren, who initially had 3 days to participate in the draw, did not win by midday today, unable to wait any longer. The system store had accumulated a staggering 72 billion cloud coins. She thought that if luck were on her side, securing a single Spirit Spring space would suffice for her wishes. Unfortunately, it did not happen. "Did you just finish your draw? What did you win?" Laren asked curiously, wondering if Wei Ren's prize was a discount for purchasing goods. Yes, it was a limited time 2-hour half-price purchase on items. "But sadly, there was nothing appealing," Wei Ren replied. "What do you desire? I will buy it for you." Wei Ren had not spotted anything to her liking and, wishing to do Laren a favor, thought that perhaps if Laren won a Spirit Spring space next time, she would remember her. "What are the 100 items? Snap a picture and send it to me," Laren suggested, considering that there might be some good items among them. She was already prepared to offer her Spirit Spring space to her, and today, having her help to acquire some fine goods would also serve as compensation. "I bought more than one Spirit Spring space, but Grandpa has already reserved them. I need to find something good to please him." "The Spirit Spring space is yours. It can only be of the utmost use in our hands," Laren stated unequivocally. Ready to trade a Spirit Spring space with Wei Ren, Wei Ren promptly accepted the delivery, and shortly after, sent 10 images, urging her to hurry as there was only an hour and a half remaining. Laren quickly discerned the functionality of the items from their names, selecting her favorites. After when Xinqing organized his tasks, he came to find her, prepared to accompany her to meet Grandpa. "Xinqing, let us quickly see what good items are inside," Laren urged, wanting to ensure nothing was overlooked. When Xinqing settled beside her, meticulously examining each item, they selected a magnetic levitation car, a controllable nuclear fusion aircraft carrier, seamless celestial garments, the flying cloud pavilion, and the Shilling ship. After reviewing the first round, half an hour had elapsed. They sent the list to Wei Ren before proceeding to the second round of checks. Laren transmitted the list to Wei Ren, specifying at least one of each item. The maximum quantity for each order was 100, and they could directly use voice commands for the system to assist in placing orders swiftly. The two continued their second round of scrutiny, this time with greater speed, discovering only one remarkable item: the spirit-seeking device. They both felt its name promised something extraordinary, though they could not ascertain whether it could indeed seek souls. The concept was too profound, and their imaginations fell short. Yilurin sent the name of the spirit-seeking device to Wei Ran and informed Wen Xinqing that the agreed-upon time with General Wen had to be delayed due to an urgent matter, likely prolonging their wait by an hour or two. Next came the waiting. They sat before the System-S trading interface. Yilurin disclosed to Wen Xinqing that she had privately gifted a spirit spring space to Wei Ran, who simply looked at her in surprise without criticizing her actions. In truth, as long as the traded items held value, using a spirit spring space for such transactions was not inherently wrong. The state had almost entirely entrusted the trading authority to Yilurin, granting her the power to decide how to conduct these exchanges. This was how Wen Xinqing perceived the situation. So, the items you requested are essentially the payment for the other party? Wen Xinqing inquired, if those items truly served as payment for the spirit spring space, with each item exceeding 100 in quantity, the transaction would not be deemed a loss. Securing those items would undoubtedly astonish them and satisfy the state with this trade. Sort of, but not entirely. Yesterday, Wei Ren provided me with several rare spirit plant seeds, along with cultivation methods, and gifted me a vein of spirit energy and a vial of spiritual liquid. The vein contains over 500 million spirit stones, and the vial holds 1,000 liters of spiritual liquid. I feel I have taken too much from her, which weighs heavily on my conscience, so I intended to privately give her a spirit spring space as a token of gratitude. Unexpectedly, she did not respond to my message yesterday, but today she informed me that she won a 2-hour half-price shopping privilege but found nothing she liked. When she asked what I wanted, I decided to trade the space with her. In truth, the items she gave me yesterday might already be worth tens of billions of cloud coins. Today, she is helping us purchase 6 treasures, 100 of each. When calculated, it seems she is the one at a loss. After all, we acquired the spirit spring space for merely 50 million cloud coins. I'm uncertain if Wei Ran has enough cloud coins. Those items should not be inexpensive. Yilurin candidly recounted all her transactions with Wei Ran over the past couple of days, articulating her thought process. With so many valuable items, giving just one spirit spring space feels somewhat unbalanced. If a purely mercantile individual conducted business this way, they would surely be labeled unscrupulous. Of course, Wen Xinqing would never directly accuse Yilurin of being unscrupulous. If she can't afford it, that's fine. Even acquiring one item would be a commendable achievement. Next time you win something good in a draw, don't forget to share with others. For Wei Ran, having you as a trading friend is more of a misfortune. Wen Xinqing teased, leaving Yilurin both amused and exasperated. It was not that she was unscrupulous, but rather that Wei Ran was so innocent, to the point that one felt reluctant to take advantage of her. Time had nearly passed an hour. Surely, Wei Ren's transaction must be concluding soon. Why had there been no news yet? Both Yilurin and Wen Xinqing found it odd, yet felt hesitant to urge her. Another hour slipped by, and Yilurin could no longer contain her impatience. It wasn't that she feared Wei Ran would withhold her items. It was the multitude of people awaiting her to access the spirit spring space and commence the cultivation of spirit plants. Speaking of spirit plant cultivation, she possessed only 2 seeds of the spirit infusion flower, kept solely in her possession. She had to return one to Wei Ran, as she understood the growth properties of the spirit infusion flower better than any expert, making her the most suitable for its cultivation. With the intention of returning 1 seed of the spirit infusion flower, Yilurin retrieved it from her bag. All the seeds were stored in special jade boxes. Directly sending it would feel inappropriate. Thus, she placed 1 seed of the spirit infusion flower into a jade box meant for world tree seeds, returning the remaining seed along with its box to Wei Ran. Chapter 46. The experts accept the planting task. Before her message of transmission could be sent, Wei Ran began sending items to her. Yilurin opted to dispatch the items first before reviewing what had been received. The first item was a magnetic levitation car, quantity 1,000. The second was an aircraft carrier, quantity 100. The third was seamless celestial garments, quantity also 100. The fourth was the flying cloud pavilion, quantity 100. The fifth was the Shinling ship, quantity 100. And the sixth was the spirit-seeking device, quantity 100. Each item's quantity exceeded 100, indicating Wei Ren's substantial financial capacity. Thank you. I will certainly send you something good in the future. Yilurin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Shui Kai and Wei Run were truly the most sincere friends she had encountered. Remembering Shui Kai, she felt compelled to gift her a spirit spring space, for she had provided her with numerous precious illusory seashells, each of considerable value. Opening the trading interface with Shui Kai, Yi Liren remained silent, directly sending the remaining spirit spring space to Shui Kai. Everything was understood without need for words. All right, I cannot provide you with today's batch of cleansing pills and spirit plants. I sold them to the system yesterday. Would tomorrow suffice? Wei Ren, now left with only the items acquired today, gave Yi Liren one portion while keeping another for herself. Understood, from today onward, I owe you. The items you purchased for me must not have been inexpensive. However, I still need the cleansing pills, and I am willing to trade other goods for them. Let us set up a new trade, Yi Liren replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed to request the remaining cleansing pills and spirit plants. No need, the trade remains unchanged. After this transaction is completed, if you still require cleansing pills, we can discuss a new trade then. Thank you for your willingness to return one seed of the spirit infusion flower. I still have other seeds, but the spirit infusion flower seed is truly irreplaceable. It holds significant meaning for me. I do not feel at a loss, Wei Ren stated, lacking a strong sense of value, believing only that what she needed was the best. All right, I have matters to attend to, so I must be off. We shall converse another day, Yi Liren remarked, having already delayed for too long and unable to afford further postponement. General Wen had been waiting at the Lonka Institute of Biological Research since 2 o'clock. The experts required to enter the research facility had already discussed the necessary luggage and family members with the military personnel. There was a considerable amount of gear, but it had all been packed into the soldiers' spatial storage, allowing for swift transfer. Grandpa, I apologize for the wait. I truly had matters to attend to. You should join them in my space to see if they are satisfied with the Biological Research Institute I established. Yi Liren noted, admitting that she had not exerted much effort in its construction, having merely set up a few starry sky houses and a celestial house. We are in no rush. Let us go. I have long wished to see your space, General Wen replied. There were only 3 biological experts permitted to enter, yet each was a rare professor from the Dragon Nation. They all brought family or assistants, meaning a total of 20 individuals would enter the space. Is the accommodation sufficient? He inquired, attempting to minimize the number of personnel sent, ensuring only the highest-level researchers were dispatched. 3 experts are severely insufficient. I require at least 6, Yi Liren frowned. Grandpa, the arrangements may be fine, but 3 experts will not suffice. I have 6 unique spirit plants, one of which is even extinct, with only a single seed remaining. You must find me 6 exceptional experts. The single seed of the spirit infusion flower was a vital ingredient for crafting the awakening pill, crucial for the well-being of the populace, and thus, she could not afford to be careless. Only 1 seed? Extinct? We must seek additional experts, including geologists. General Wen understood the gravity of the situation. Let us proceed to your space. I wish to see those 6 seeds. General Wen remarked, momentarily unsure of whom to contact but deciding to inspect the seeds first. Yi Liren led everyone into the space, instantly teleporting them to the edge of the heavenly pool, beside which stood a starry sky house. Grandpa, this is where I've arranged for the experts. I've placed 6 starry sky houses by the heavenly pool in anticipation of the 6 groups of experts needed for the 6 types of seeds. Last night, I dreamt of the enchanting sight of the spirit flowers blossoming upon the mountain peak. I possess an instinctive belief that the area beside the heavenly pool is the most suitable location for cultivating these spirit flowers. Hence, I have chosen this particular site. Should the experts, during the cultivation process, identify a more favorable location, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Unfortunately, there are no railings beside the heavenly pool, posing significant dangers. Its depths are unfathomable, and a moment's inattention could lead to peril. Yi Liren acknowledges that while the location holds promise, safety remains paramount. The experts are engrossed in their research, and a moment's distraction could result in a fall into the water. General Wen, unafraid of water or heights, cautiously approaches the heavenly pool, a chilling breeze enveloping him, clearly indicating the need for protective railings. At dawn, arrangements must be made for a substantial supply of railing materials, along with water pipes and pumps. General Wen instructs Wen Xinqing to make calls and delegate tasks to the team below. The railings will not arrive until tomorrow at the earliest, making it unlikely for research to commence today. Liren, there is no rush for research today. please present the seeds and the planting methods for initial examination. Let us proceed to the Starlit Cabin, where General Wen suggests we focus on formulating our plan today and take action tomorrow. Leading the group into the Starlit Cabin, Yi Liran retrieves the seeds and the transcribed cultivation methods, also informing General Wen of the spirit veins and spirit liquid gifted by Wei Ran, which will undoubtedly be utilized during the cultivation process. Old Shui, do not examine the seeds just yet. Focus on the cultivation methods. You are the most formidable biological expert in Longhua. Entrusting the cultivation of spirit flowers to you should pose no issues. General Wen places his hopes in the leading biologist. The spirit flowers thrive in the marshy jungles, and areas where they flourish are invariably rich in spirit veins. The environmental description is exceedingly simplistic, lacking details on soil pH, temperature, and atmospheric pressure, as well as the optimal light exposure for a day. Old Shui expresses dissatisfaction with the environmental description report. The world tree flourishes in sun-drenched open spaces, capable of gathering spiritual energy to nourish the land, transforming the surroundings into a realm abundant in spiritual essence. Upon review, these specimens are indeed extraordinary. The troubling aspect lies in the overly simplistic descriptions, leaving him at a loss. This experiment differs significantly from previous ones, possibly affording no second chances. It is too difficult. I lack confidence, concludes Old Shui. If you cannot do it, who can? General Wen exclaims, is cultivating a single seed enough to confound an entire nation? General Wen, it is not as simple as it seems. The greatest challenge of this experiment is the absence of a second chance. I propose we focus on cultivating the seeds on this mountain peak, familiarizing ourselves with the growth environments of the 6 plants before dispersing. Old One, please enlist several renowned biological experts with reliable connections and a few geological experts as well. We shall firmly establish ourselves here and not relent until we achieve our goals. Old Shui, though lacking confidence, understands his obligations and does not shirk from the task. Chapter 47. Transaction and Initiation of Cultivation. The experts are reliable, the experimental equipment is in order, everything is satisfactory. You all must work diligently. General Wen assures, emphasizing his commitment to logistics, as he lacks expertise in research. Having decided to conduct the initial experiment on this mountain peak, Yi Liran states that the spirit veins must be arranged first. The spirit veins are placed within a designated spatial container. Yi Liran opens the box, and the spirit veins eagerly emerge, burrowing into the mountain's depths. The mountain gradually rises, now significantly taller than its neighboring peak. Fortunately, the changes are minimal, and everyone remains safe. Yi Liran mentally chastises herself for not relocating them to a safer location before placing the spirit veins. The spirit veins have been successfully positioned. General Wen takes the box from Yi Liran, examining it thoroughly. The box is empty, clearly indicating that the contents have entered the mountain's interior. What a marvel! Old Shui, the spirit veins have been arranged for you. Please conduct your research diligently. A starlit villa will suffice for your accommodations tonight, and I will ensure that any additional personnel I recruit tomorrow will have arrangements made. With pressing matters to attend to, they take their leave, instructing Old Shui to contact Xinqing if he requires assistance. Xinqing, ensure you provide them with your phone number. General Wen wishes to speak privately with Yi Liran, eager to understand how she procured such exceptional resources. Awaiting Xinqing to relay his phone number to Old Shui's assistant, the trio instantaneously descends the mountain, opting to linger at the wooden cabin rather than rush outside. Liran, you have engaged in a transaction with the Dan Emperor. How did it come about? General Wen is curious about what Yi Liran sacrificed, as their resources are limited, and he wonders if they can afford such an exchange. Grandfather, I indeed transacted with Wei Ran, and I am prepared to be forthright with you. Wei Ran provided me with 6 types of spirit plant seeds, a mine containing over 500 million spirit stones, and a spirit vial holding 1,000 liters of spirit liquid. Today, I also received 1,000 magnetic levitation vehicles, 100 aircraft carriers, 100 cloud palaces, 100 Xinling ships, 100 seamless celestial garments, and 100 spirit-seeking instruments. In return, I gifted her a spirit spring space. I apologize for violating regulations by gifting the spirit spring space. I also sent one to Shui Kai, but she has yet to respond. Yi Liran lowers her head, bracing for General Wen's impending wrath. Fully aware of the spirit spring space's immense value and anticipating reprimand as a likely outcome. Upon hearing of the considerable acquisitions, General Wen's mind races with possibilities. The price paid must have included at least one spirit spring space. Potentially more. Simply one spirit spring space would be the best possible outcome. Shui Kai is certainly not one to fear a lack of reciprocation. Her transactions have never left Yi Ran at a disadvantage. Very well, you are a shrewd merchant. Trading a single spirit spring space for such a bounty, I understand. I will report this to the national leader. By the way, in addition to the Biological Research Institute, we must establish other research institutes as well. The terrain selected for the Biological Research Institute is commendable. General Wen praises Yi Ran. The anger Yi Ran had anticipated does not materialize, and she finds herself grinning foolishly, a sight that elicits smiles from both General Wen and Wen Xinqing. General Wen steps out first, as he has other matters to attend to. Wen Xinqing and Yi Ran share a meat pie as they wander through the space, contemplating the locations for additional research institutes. After considerable deliberation, they conclude that the best site would be on a hillside near the sea. There is only one celestial abode, and both a large and small one must be submitted. Grandfather mentioned he would send someone to collect the goods shortly. Xinqing, let us arrange for everything to be situated within the celestial abode. 81 rooms should suffice for now. Yi Ran believes that the Research Institute's rooms will be adequate. Not sufficient. That area is for research rooms, but where will they reside? Perhaps you could select a few sites around the celestial abode to place additional starlit villas, Wen Xinqing suggests, recognizing that the experts cannot reside within the celestial abode. Ah, yes, we could place 20 starlit villas nearby without issue. They gleefully agree and begin selecting sites for the starlit villas. Adequate space is reserved between each villa, yet they ultimately manage to position only 16. Each starlit villa, aside from the kitchen and living room, contains only 10 spacious suites for lodging. Should the number of experts increase, it may prove inadequate, but that can be addressed later. It is already past midnight. And the residents in Wen Xinqing's space are comfortably settled in the residential building, so he feels no urgency. After bidding farewell to Yi Ran, he strolls back to his apartment to rest. Yu Jia and the others have yet to exit Wen Xinqing's space. Although their building is well guarded, with Xiaosong's security team stationed below, Yi Ran finds herself alone in the empty apartment, which feels rather desolate. She realizes she must find a new place to reside. Entering the space, she heads to the heavenly pool where the experts are still engaged in research. Yi Ran urges them to rest promptly and resume their work tomorrow. The space also experiences nighttime. Darkness falls promptly at 10 o'clock and daylight breaks at 6, now at midnight. The sky within the space has turned completely dark, yet the starlit villas illuminate according to thermal imaging, providing a thoughtful touch. After notifying the experts, Yi Ran sets up a starlit villa not far from the mountain peak, establishing a base for her close observation of the spirit plant's growth. Despite the late hour, Yi Ran finds herself drowsy, and after freshening up, she quickly falls asleep. When she awakens, it is already past 10, and Wen Xinqing has called her. However, it only rings once before disconnecting, likely to avoid disturbing her. Wei Ran sent over 10,000 cleansing pills and a portion of spiritual plant seedlings. However, Shui Kai has not responded yet. Long Chuan inquired whether the meat was prepared, to which he replied that he still has a large quantity of meat awaiting processing. There has been no word from the Tiger clan. It seems winter has yet to pass. Although he wishes to provide them with ginseng, he currently has none in stock. First, send a message of gratitude to Wei Ran. Then inform Long Chuan that the delivery will be made today or tomorrow. Lastly, for the Tiger clan, send a video to inquire if they require potato seeds, listing the benefits of potatoes to see if they are intrigued. She possesses a wood spirit root and stands upon billions of spirit stones. Why not attempt to cultivate today? Yi Ran meditates, sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy, and indeed, the energy draws near, absorbed by her. Gradually, she enters a state of profound oblivion. Upon awakening, it is already 9 in the evening, and numerous calls have flooded in from General Wen, Wen Xinqing, Xiaosong, and others. First, return General Wen's call. Grandpa, I was just meditating and cultivating. I successfully refined my qi. Yi Ran joyously shares this good news with General Wen. You should have informed us before starting your cultivation. Fortunately, old Shui mentioned you were meditating in the Starry Sky House. Otherwise, we would have been quite worried. General Wen is anxiously waiting in Wen Xinqing's apartment, unable to leave for even a moment, his heart racing at the thought of being unable to reach Yi Ran. This was her oversight. She had not realized that cultivation could consume so much time. No wonder it has been so challenging to contact Shui Kai. Once cultivation begins, it signifies a forgetfulness of the passage of time. Chapter 48. Grandpa detained in space. I'm sorry, Grandpa, that I promised to inform you in advance next time. Yilan admits her fault and makes a solemn promise, and no more talk. Xinqing and I will come upstairs to find you. Please wait in the apartment. General Wan, accompanied by Wen Xinqing, ascends the stairs, his actions faster than the message itself. Just as the message is sent, they arrive at the apartment door. Grandpa is waiting downstairs. Arriving swiftly, Yilan, neglecting her personal grooming, steps out of the space to greet General Wan. Just as she emerges, the doorbell rings. Grandpa, Brother Xinqing, please come in. Yilan quickly opens the door, ushering the two inside. Grandpa, Brother Xinqing, let's talk in the space. Brother Xinqing, you'll surely love the place I've chosen for cultivation. The spiritual energy is abundant, making it highly effective. Yilan is filled with confidence that Wen Xinqing will fall in love with the location after cultivating there. Their destination is the Starry Sky House where she practiced last night. However, upon arrival, Wen Xinqing mentions that there are experts in his space, so they head to the mountaintop first to show their surprise. The two have brought fencing materials, a renovation crew, and several experts along with their teams, making the living and research space far too small. Grandpa Wan instructs her to set up several Starry Sky Houses near the mountaintop. Similar to her own, using the mountaintop Starry Sky House as the experts' research lab and the lower ones as residences. This is a splendid idea, and Yilan executes the plan accordingly. Grandpa, I want to try using my spiritual power to stimulate seeds. Since I have a wood attribute, how about using the snow mist lotus? The spirit-assigning flower, world tree, and gathering spirit grass are too precious. The Qianhua vine and Zixiao fruit will suffice. Yilan expresses her eagerness. Utilizing with spiritual power to stimulate seeds sounds like a brilliant idea. General Wan hesitates only slightly before allowing her to experiment with the snow mist lotus. She places the snow mist lotus seeds into a hydroponic pot filled with spiritual spring water, condensing her spiritual power at her fingertips to transmit to the seeds. Initially, for the first few minutes, there are no visible changes in the seeds. However, after 4 or 5 minutes, noticeable changes begin to manifest. The seeds start to sprout. After more than 10 minutes, Yilan exhausts her spiritual power, and the snow mist lotus has grown to half her height. Grandpa, with spiritual power can indeed stimulate seeds. But unfortunately, my spiritual power is insufficient. Yilan, fatigued, informs General Wan of the good news, which he has already witnessed. All right, Xinqing, take Yilan to her Starry Sky House to cultivate. We will arrange how to cultivate the snow mist lotus here. General Wan commands, not only intending to personally oversee the experts in nurturing the snow mist lotus, but also to ensure the renovation crew swiftly installs the railing while releasing a portion of the spiritual spring water from the heavenly pool to create a lotus pond at the mountaintop. He lifts Yilan and a princess carry. Both feel a bit awkward, yet when Xinqing, with a stiff demeanor, carries her to the courtyard of the Starry Sky House, where a mat awaits, a perfect place for cultivation. Brother Xinqing, you should find a mat to meditate on too. Let's cultivate together. Yilan insists, not wishing to let Wen Xinqing miss this excellent opportunity. All right, Wen Xinqing agrees, fetching a sofa cushion from the Starry Sky House. And they sit side by side to cultivate. When General Wan comes to check on them, he observes 2 strands of colored silk drawing near to the pair, slowly disappearing as if being absorbed by them. These two must be cultivating. I won't be going out tonight. General Wan instructs the guards to quietly return the way they came. This night, he intends to find a place to stay in the space freely. General Wan awakens at 6 the following morning and heads to inspect the snow mist lotus cultivated by the experts. He arrives at Yilan's Starry Sky House at 7:30, finding the two still in their meditative postures. Immobile, their cultivation continuing. He wonders if they will be able to go out today, but remains silent and turns back the way he came. At 3 in the afternoon, General Wan waits outside the Starry Sky House. Unable to contain his impatience to go out, there are many matters awaiting his attention. He has been checking the time since 2 o'clock, filled with anxiety. Grandma, what's the matter? You seem very anxious. Yilan opens her eyes to see General Wan frowning at the time. Little girl, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You began cultivating last night. Just look at how long it has been. Have you replenished your spiritual power? General Wan complains, yet his concern for Yilan's cultivation is unmistakable. Yes, it has replenished, and my spiritual power has even risen a level. How is the snow mist lotus I stimulated with my spiritual power? If it is growing well, I plan to try stimulating a world tree today. Eliran is eager to replenish her spiritual power quickly, not just for her own enhancement, but also because she wishes to stimulate all the seeds, accelerating the cultivation schedule. The snow mist lotus is thriving. Stimulating it with spiritual power was a splendid idea. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to and cannot witness you stimulating other seeds, General One acknowledges. The snow mist lotus is doing well, and spiritual power stimulation is feasible. Do not experiment with the world tree just yet. Try the Zixiao fruit first. I will consult with the national leader to see if we can use a few of the Spirit Awakening pills on the biological experts. We initially had 40 Spirit Awakening pills. Now, we have 38 left. Point 2 have been used on soldiers, triggering 1 fire spirit root and 1 water spirit root, successfully aligning the national elemental roots of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. My concern is that if the experts use the Spirit Awakening pills, they may not trigger the wood spirit root, which would lead to complications. General One has been contemplating this plan since yesterday. Yet he hesitates as the spirit roots triggered by the Spirit Awakening pills are unpredictable, and he does not dare to proceed recklessly. Indeed, if they trigger other spirit roots, the nation will certainly invest heavily in their cultivation. Yet the expert's specialized abilities may be squandered. Eliran understands the underlying difficulties. I will inquire with Wei Ren to see if she has any means to predict the potential spirit root attributes triggered by the Spirit Awakening pills in advance. However, this might expose our possession of the pills, as she has long desired them. Grandpa, should we perhaps offer her 2 of the Spirit Awakening pills in exchange? If the Spirit Assigning flower is successfully cultivated, we will also need to negotiate with her for the pills, allowing us to extend her a favor. Eliran discusses her ideas with General One, recognizing the limited quantity of Spirit Awakening pills and cultivation resources, rendering the ambition to cultivate numerous cultivators unrealistic, especially since the nation is not lacking in these 2 pills. Eliran's proposal is sound, yet the Spirit Awakening pills are too precious for him to decide unilaterally. He must consult the national leader first. I will ask the national leader. You need not consult Wei Ren just yet, General One advises. Eliran consents, agreeing to wait for definitive news regarding the Spirit Awakening pills before communicating with Wei Ren. Discussing it now could lead Wei Ren to desire the pills, and she cannot guarantee she will be able to provide them. This could sow discord between them, jeopardizing the profound relationship they have painstakingly cultivated. Such matters demand utmost caution, as their relationship significantly impacts the progression of their negotiations and, consequently, the development of the nation. The ramifications are far-reaching, causing her to hesitate and refrain from delving further into contemplation. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chapter 49, Shui Kai's gratitude for treasures. General One departs the space to attend to his duties, while Wen Xinqing continues to cultivate. Eliran chooses to open the trading interface to check her friend's messages. Shui Kai has replied, expressing immense gratitude, stating, I cannot adequately express my appreciation in words, and has sent her a lengthy list of payments. 200 illusory seashells, 200,000 flame stones, 100,000 fish pearls, and 200,000 pearls. Eliran responds with a simple note of thanks, looking forward to their next meeting. Next, she checks Wei Ren's messages, who has sent her the cleansing pills and spiritual plants over the past 2 days while also inquiring about her seed cultivation progress. Eliran replies, the seeds are being cultivated. I possess a wood attribute spirit root. Yesterday, I successfully stimulated a snow mist lotus seed, and it is growing well. Today, I plan to try stimulating a Zixiao fruit seed. So please wait for my update. Wei Ren had been online, but upon seeing Eliran's request to wait for news, he temporarily refrains from replying. Long Chuan has not pressured her for the shipment this time, but the goods are already in her possession, delivered to her by Old One the previous day. Now that she has time, she can proceed to send the goods to him. The Tiger Clan has also messaged, requesting potato seeds and expressing a desire for Eliran to teach them how to cultivate them, promising generous rewards in return. When Xinqing opens his eyes, sitting beside Eliran as she replies to the Tiger Clan, choosing not to interrupt her, Eliran responded to Hurin, granting her a few days to prepare the seeds and the cultivation tutorial. Liren, the location you selected is splendid, highly suitable for cultivation. The country has provided us with spirit stones, yet the absorption rate is rather sluggish, which in turn slows our progress, praised Wen Xinqing sincerely. Haha, have you even considered how many spirit stones are present in the spiritual vein below? If only we could discover a few more veins. Yi Liren understood the significance of spiritual veins to cultivators, akin to the essential role of fuel for combustion engines. When Xinqing nodded, acknowledging that the cultivation effects here were undoubtedly a result of the spiritual vein buried by Yi Liren. He yearned for a vein of his own, though he knew it would be a challenging pursuit. Let's put the matter of the spiritual veins aside for now and go observe the snow mist lotus. Once we successfully cultivate several types of spiritual plants, perhaps we might engage in trading dreams of spiritual veins. When Xinqing began to entertain fanciful thoughts. Since their engagement with the system, each day had felt like a dream. Yi Liren chuckled, remarking that although spiritual plants were precious, aiming to trade for spiritual veins might be overly ambitious. The snow mist lotus was indeed thriving. Yi Liren could sense its vigorous vitality. She proceeded to cultivate the second seed. Initially, she picked up the seed of the Zixiao fruit but ultimately decided to return it in favor of the world tree seed, feeling that the world tree was the very soul of spiritual plants. However, the world tree seed appeared challenging to nurture. Exhausting her spirit energy, she managed only to coax it to sprout, leaving her with a sense of frustration. Had she known, she would have opted to experiment with the Zixiao fruit instead. Yi Liren returned to her cultivation, while the experts planted the world tree just a meter away from the protective railing of the Spirit Spring Heavenly Pool, irrigating it with the spring's water. After a day and night of cultivation, when Xinqing did not accompany Yi Liren this time, but instead ventured into his own space to manage affairs and contacted Xiaosong to procure a large quantity of potato seeds and download potato planting videos. As required by the Huang clan. When Xinqing experimented with planting using spirit energy and found it feasible, though exhausting his energy resulted in only a rice field the size of a football pitch. He had no choice but to return to Yi Liren's space to cultivate. Upon completing her cultivation, Yi Liren did not wait for Wen Xinqing but ascended to the mountaintop, where the world tree had been planted. This time, she chose to cultivate the gathering spirit grass, which was relatively simple to nurture, requiring only a fraction of her energy to mature a single plant. She planted it beside the world tree. Xuelao, I kindly ask you to take good care of the spiritual plants. Once they are fully cultivated, I will not forget your contributions. I have many simpler spiritual plants that need nurturing, and I will entrust a portion of them to you. If you can cultivate a little without delaying the growth of these few plants, that would be excellent. Does anyone here have a storage token or something similar? I would like to give them to someone to store in their space, so they don't spoil, Yi Liren said, holding other spiritual plants that, while not exceedingly precious, could still benefit from being planted. I have one. General Wen provided it for me, just in case we need to store spiritual plants or other treasures, came the reply. The storage token was in the hands of Academician Xue. Demonstrating the thoroughness of General Wen and his team, Yi Liren entrusted nearly all of her spiritual plants to Academician Xue, feeling relieved that someone would finally assist in their cultivation and care, a burden that had weighed on her heart since acquiring the plants. General Wen had suggested she temporarily keep the plants in her backpack until the right moment for planting arose, but she was not inclined to wait any longer. After completing her instructions, Yi Liren contacted General Wen, who was in a meeting discussing other nations' chip embargoes against Longhua. Although Longhua possessed photolithography machines, they had yet to achieve mass production, utilizing them only in critical applications. General Wen did not intentionally conceal this matter from Yi Liren. She suggested that they procure materials for the production of photolithography machines and chips through interstellar trade, facilitating research for the experts and potentially overcoming technical challenges sooner. The experts agreed, and the higher authorities of the country consented as well. Liren, everyone present here is aware of the system. Did you have something to discuss? General Wen inquired, understanding that Yi Liren typically contacted him for significant matters. Grandfather, Shui Kai has paid me for the goods. Can you send someone for the handover? Also, I would like to inquire about the Qilin Dan, as I need to coordinate my upcoming transaction with Wei Ran. Yi Liren's primary objective remained to discuss the Qilin Dan, which was of utmost importance. Regarding the Qilin Dan, we discussed it in yesterday's meeting. General Wen currently has it, and the country agrees to release 2 Qilin Dan. However, the stipulation is that you must negotiate with Wei Run. If we are able to refine Qilin Dan in the future, we will require a substantial quantity for trade. General Wen articulated the country's stance. All right, when will you be available? I will await you at the apartment, Yi Liren responded. Shui Kai has traded me a considerable amount of illusion seashells and burning stones, along with merman pearls and regular pearls. If the country needs them, you may come directly to collect the goods. If you wish to exchange them for something else, I can negotiate with Shui Kai. Has the safety of the burning stones been verified? Yi Lurin inquired further, still apprehensive about potential safety issues. These items are treasures, essential to the country. The burning stones are quite safe. You need not worry, I will arrive at your apartment in 10 minutes. We can continue the discussion later, General Wen assured her, fully aware of the significance of these treasures to the country. During this period, he had witnessed the substantial benefits brought about by these treasures. The merman pearls had been employed in treatments for individuals with severe scarring, while the pearls found their way into cosmetics, yielding remarkable results and generating substantial wealth for the nation, effectively addressing previous funding gaps encountered in procuring supplies. Chapter 50. Transaction of Qiling Dan with Wei Ren. The illusion seashells, when installed in a starlit dwelling, became portable residences, allowing for the nurturing of a plethora of marine life, thus contributing significantly to the nation's wealth. The burning stones were equally vital. If amassed in large quantities, they could potentially reduce or even eliminate the need for oil imports. Okay, I will head to the apartment and await General Wan. Don't forget to bring someone capable of carrying items. We have quite a bit to fetch, Yi Lurin remarked. Upon exiting her space, she found she had a few spare minutes. Opening the system, she checked for messages. Wei Ran had delivered her goods for the day and was inquiring about her progress with the spiritual plants. He was currently online. Wei Ran, the world tree has successfully sprouted, yet the process has been quite energy-intensive. The gathering spirit grass requires significantly less energy to cultivate. How about you? How is your spiritual plant cultivation progressing? Yi Lurin asked, hoping Wei Ran might have a better approach. Very slowly, none have sprouted. I have a fire spirit root, and most people around me share the same affinity, with no wood spirit roots among them. If only I had a Qiling Dan, my husband and son possess wood spirit roots. Which is a pity, Wei Ren responded, indicating her inquiry was also a plea for assistance. Yi Lurin was about to ask how one could know if a person without a spirit root would develop one after consuming a Qiling Dan when Wei Ran broached the topic herself. How do you know they possess wood spirit roots? Yi Lurin asked directly. We have a type of moon face grass. When mortals approach, it emits different hues, reflecting the affinity of the individual, which also indicates the type of spirit root they may awaken after consuming a Qiling Dan. Wei Ren explained. Moon face grass? Is that among the plants you gave me? Yi Lurin inquired, intrigued as it was her first time hearing of such a fascinating plant. Indeed, you may want to take a look. Never mind, I shall gift you one. It's not particularly valuable, and we have plenty here, Wei Ren replied generously, her impatience evident as she readily offered the item. Yi Lurin received the spiritual grass, its leaves shimmering with a green glow. Quite beautiful indeed, confirming its ability to reveal an individual's most harmonious traits, which would serve her well. Thank you. Now, tell me what other treasures you have that I might not possess. I can offer a valuable item in exchange. Originally, this item was in my grandfather's possession. He greatly treasures the items you trade with me and reluctantly parted with it for our transaction. I believe you will find it delightful, Yi Lurin teased. Planning to surprise Wei Ran with the Qiling Dan once it was secured. Wei Ran did not respond immediately but began contemplating what valuable items she might possess. The most precious would certainly be the spirit spring space. Was there anything else? Would a spiritual vein count? She considered sending a spiritual vein directly to Yi Lurin. Yi Lurin smiled as she received the delivery, surprised to find the spiritual vein among the treasures Wei Ren deemed valuable. Wei Ren, do you have an abundance of spiritual veins? You can casually trade 2 at a time? Yi Lurin queried, curious about the extent of Wei Ren's wealth and whether spiritual veins were common. There are quite a few spiritual veins, though those that have matured into sentient veins are rare. The spirit stones in non-sentient veins must be extracted painstakingly, while sentient veins can be harvested all at once and compressed in size. They are predominantly controlled by major clans. To my knowledge, there are fewer than 100,000 mature spiritual veins discovered across our continent, while there are several 100,000 non-sentient veins. The spiritual vein I possess was obtained through a trade involving Tianyan Dan. Exchanging 1,000 Tianyan Dan for a single vein, I traded for 3, giving you 2, while I kept one in my space, Wei Ren stated plainly, ensuring Yi Lurin comprehended the value of the spiritual veins, also facilitating her acquisition of Yi Lurin's rare treasures. Trading a spiritual vein for 2 Qiling Dan. Was that a loss? Yi Lurin suddenly found herself perplexed, her brows furrowing in contemplation. Lurin, what troubles you? Your brow is all furrowed, General Wen remarked as he entered, noticing the door was ajar. Grandfather, do you think Wei Ran is at a disadvantage by trading one spiritual vein for 2 Qiling Dan? Her vein was exchanged for 1,000 Tianyan Dawn. Yi Luren sought General Wen's valuation, unable to make sense of the transaction. Trading one spiritual vein for 2 Qilin Dawn is certainly not a loss. General Wen replied, bemused, "How could it be a loss? You cunning merchant, upon receiving the Qilin Dan, you immediately engage in a transaction with her. Do not allow a moment's hesitation, lest she reconsider." General Wen hastily instructed his companions to deliver the Qilin Dan to her, urging a swift exchange. The Qilin Dan was originally packaged in a jade box, one box containing a single pill. Yi Luren opened the box to inspect its contents before passing it along. Wei Ren accepted the delivery with remarkable speed, likely to verify the goods. After 5 minutes of waiting without a response, Yi Luren decided to initiate a trade on the interstellar platform, negotiating as per her grandfather's instructions. "Daisei, are you there? I wish to discuss a transaction," Yi Luren messaged, but Daisei was offline, leaving her uncertain of when she might connect. After an 8-minute wait, Daisei finally replied, "Is the Shisui Dan ready? Wasn't there still a few days until the trade?" The response was tinged with both surprise and curiosity. "I possess 10,000 Shisui Dan, and I wish to negotiate a new deal. In exchange for these 10,000 Shisui Dan, I seek materials for the production of 10,000 quantum lithography machines and 10,000 1-nanometer lithography machines, along with 100,000 units of materials for 2 types of chips. Will you agree? The previous transaction still stands. Yi Luren's audacious proposal left General Wen astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the other party swiftly sent a message of acceptance. "Very well, but we wish to increase the transaction to 3 additional units, 30,000 Shisui Dan, and we shall provide you with 3 of the items you requested." The interstellar merchants showed no restraint in their eagerness for the Shisui Dan, though she had the Shisui Dan. The original trading deadline was approaching, and Yi Luren was reluctant to forego the previously agreed-upon deal. "That transaction can be postponed. Let us prioritize this one," the interstellar merchants indicated. Had her request been too modest? Yi Luren felt a twinge of regret for not asking for a higher price, realizing that raising it now would be unethical. "How long will you need to prepare the goods?" "My items are already in hand." Yi Luren resolved to accept the trade, understanding that the chips and lithography machines were paramount. The star merchants replied that they would require 2 hours for preparation, indicating their swift efficiency. Wei Ren sent another message. "Where did you acquire the Qilin Dan? Do you have more? Each Qilin Dan corresponds to a spiritual vein. I wish to trade for several more. I will find a way to secure the spiritual vein, and I promise to fulfill my word. I owe you 1 spiritual vein, which I shall deliver within 3 days. Wei Ren's desire for the Qilin Dan was evident, and the offered price was quite appealing. "Grandfather, shall we proceed with the trade?" Yi Luren inquired, feeling somewhat tempted, as did General Wen. He contacted the national leader, who, after a moment's silence, agreed to the transaction of 3 additional units, stating that no more could be accommodated. Chapter 51. The great value of Qilin Dan. Today, General Wen brought 8 Qilin Dan, intending to trade 2 while reserving the remaining 6 for biological experts. By trading 3 more, he would not need to request supplies from the state, as he could readily provide them to Yi Luren. "Along with the spiritual spring space, I purchased 3 more from the system store. How many do you require? Can you locate the spiritual vein?" Yi Luren felt a flicker of concern regarding Wei Ren's ability to fulfill the payment. Her own items were inconsequential, but the Qilin Dan, once given to the state, would belong to the nation. "I will take all 3. I am certain I can locate the spiritual vein, as I already have a plan in mind for where to search," Wei Ren assured her, instilling confidence. Yi Luren trusted Wei Ren's integrity and handed over the 3 Qilin Dan. "Very well. I believe in you. By the way, I also require a substantial quantity of Shisui Dan for a prolonged period. Let us negotiate a price and continue the orders." Seizing the opportunity while Wei Ren was still pleased with his acquisitions, Yi Luren sought to secure a source for the Shisui Dan. "Agreed. I can supply you with 10,000 units daily for an extended period, to be recorded as credit for future transactions. We shall exchange the fine goods you procure from the system store." A mutually beneficial partnership. Wei Ren fully embraced this trade, recognizing that Yi Luren was no ordinary individual. A fruitful collaboration, he concluded, as Yi Luren, for the time being, could not afford the payment up front, making this arrangement ideal. With the transaction concluded, all present were satisfied. General Wen reminded Yi Luren to send potato seeds and planting videos to the Tiger people and to ensure they would procure ginseng, as they might have other valuable items worth investigating. The value of ginseng was immense, Previous transactions had saved countless patients, and despite having medical pods, they dared not use them unless absolutely necessary, especially given their limited supply. Suddenly, General Wen recalled that Yiluren's system had been upgraded to level 4. Was it possible for her to add 2 more friends? More friends would mean a greater potential for obtaining treasures. Yiluren checked her system level and confirmed it had indeed reached 4. She resolved to seize the opportunity to add 2 new friends today. Her targets were the end-of-the-world merchant Peng Yu and the divine phoenix Hui Huang. Grandfather, I intend to add Peng Yu and Hui Huang as friends. Do you have any objections? Yiluren shared her thoughts with General Wen, who nodded in agreement, saying it mattered not whether they were from the end of the world, as long as there was space. The zombie virus could not penetrate. Liren, we currently possess a significant quantity of seafood that has been prepared as delicacies, which the state cannot fully utilize. You should first engage in trade with the Tiger people, then consider selling to the system store. Our cloud currency has been persistently low, which poses challenges for us. The state had indeed contemplated Yiluren's system cloud currency issue, but priorities had to be established. With good relations at stake, it was essential to maintain a reserve of cloud currency. One could never know when a chance for a lottery opportunity might arise. The Tiger people were online. And to demonstrate her sincerity, Yiluren promptly sent the potato seeds and planting videos, agreeing to discuss trade afterward. It was not unusual in reality to receive goods before payment. Thank you. Once the snow melts, we shall seek to return the favor, the Tiger people replied after receiving the goods, promptly sending a video in return. Yiluren recorded a video of her own, expressing her desire to ascertain whether there were valuable resources in the Tiger people's environment, requesting they film the surrounding flora and fauna and send it to her. The Tiger people responded that they would send the video in 3 hours. Wei Ren, I wish to add Peng Yu as a friend. Could you recommend me? Shuikai, I would like to add Hui Huang as a friend as well. Can you provide a recommendation? Yiluren messaged both Shuikai and Wei Ren with similar content. Both were offline, necessitating further waiting. Having contacted all her friends today, Yiluren made sure not to overlook Long Chuan, sending him a portion of the seafood delicacies brought by General Wan, which was clearly to his liking. After reaching out to all her friends, Yiluren began selling her goods in the system store. The seafood delicacies fetched a high price, with eel rice selling for 1,000 cloud coins. General Wan had brought 10,000 portions, yielding an impressive total of 10 million cloud coins. Adding the other delicacies, Yiluren successfully accumulated over 200 million cloud coins. With such wealth, she could procure numerous valuable items. General Wan noted that there remained a considerable stock of seafood available for preparation, which would arrive in the coming days. Yiluren's face blossomed with joy. Who would not wish to prosper? Before she knew it, 3 hours had passed, and the interstellar goods were ready for trade. Yiluren meticulously inspected each item before handing over the Shisue Dan. The Tiger people also sent their video. As Yiluren was not well versed in botany, she promptly forwarded the footage to experts for analysis and confirmed receipt to the Tiger people. General Wan was preparing to deliver the Qiling Dan to the experts, expressing his intention to accompany her to observe the growth conditions of several spiritual plants. Yiluren candidly admitted that she had not cultivated the Zixiao fruit, but had instead focused on the world tree and gathering spirit grass. Additionally, Wei Ren had provided her with the Yueyin grass, which could predict the attributes of spiritual roots accessible to mortals, much to General Wen's delight. As they busied themselves, they determined that Academician Shui and 3 other experts possessed with spiritual roots. They still needed to find one more individual with spiritual roots among the family members and assistants. They successfully located 2 candidates. One was Academician Shui's granddaughter, and the other was an assistant from another expert. General Wen deemed it inappropriate to give one of them the Qiling Dan without providing the other, so he instructed them to wait while he sought a Qiling Dan from the national leader. Those who acquired the Qiling Dan were required to commit to diligently cultivating their spiritual power and to significantly assist the nation in nurturing spiritual plants. Given the rarity of the Qiling Dan, they were all fortunate. The individuals represented by Academician Shui pledged to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their endeavors. Having concluded their business, General Wen mentioned he had other matters to attend to and would be in contact by phone, reminding Yiluren to continue her cultivation without delay. Yiluren playfully saluted, replying, "Yes, sir." Uncertain whether Shuikai and Wei Ren had responded, Yiluren returned to her starlit abode, where Wen Xinqing was still immersed in his cultivation. Opening the trading interface to check for messages, she found that both had replied affirmatively with recommendations. However, Neither appeared in her friend list, indicating that they had not yet accepted the recommendations. Perhaps they were simply busy. Yi Laren rationalized. Not wishing to rush into her cultivation, Yi Laren suddenly felt a pang of hunger. During her practice, she had not felt the slightest urge to eat, as the spiritual energy seemed to induce a state of fasting. Now, after several hours of busyness, she found herself quite famished, nearly devoid of energy. What to eat? She recalled that General Wen had left her a substantial amount of seafood delicacies, which she had not sold, advising her to keep some for herself. Yi Laren selected several large lobsters from the table beside her to indulge in, and although they were merely boiled, the sweetness of the shrimp was utterly delightful. Having consumed 3 all by herself, she inquired if there were any left, and requested one, while remaining oblivious to the fact that when Xinqing had already completed his training. "Brother Xinqing, you startled me. I won't give you any," Yi Laren pouted in dissatisfaction. When Xinqing chuckled, elegantly snatching the half-eaten lobster from her hand and savoring it with grace, a stark contrast to Yi Laren's ravenous eating style. With a slight grimace, she retrieved another 3 lobsters, continuing to feast undeterred. Chapter 52. The long-awaited gathering. Brother Xinqing, I just traded 5 spiritual veins with Wei Run, but I've only received 1 for now. My grandfather took it, and the other 4 will take some time to arrive. Would you like one? Yi Laren straightforwardly broached the subject of her recent transaction, as the matter of spiritual veins was bound to become public eventually. She hoped that when Xinqing would be informed by her, I would like one, but since I am here with you, what I need most is not for me. We can discuss it another time. After we finish eating, let us check out the spiritual plants. Do you have any ideas for what to cultivate in your space? I can assist with the labor, when Xinqing replied, noting that his space had many staff members. While Yi Laren's lacked any, I have thought of growing all spiritual plants. Academician Shui and the others will oversee it since we aren't well versed in this area. There are currently 4 individuals among them with spiritual roots. So I should have a bit less on my plate, Yi Laren mentioned, referring to the 4 spiritual root possessors among the biological experts. When Xinqing instantly understood how they came to acquire their roots without needing further explanation as they conversed while walking. The sapling of the world tree seemed to have grown a bit, and they observed the nurtured spiritual plants closely, pleased that their efforts bore fruit. Academician Shui had also ordered the planting of some fruit trees on the mountain, with 1 of each species planted, as they were still in the experimental phase and thus required caution. Academician Shui, are you accustomed to life here? If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Do not suffer in silence. When Xinqing expressed his courtesy to the dedicated researchers, acknowledging that while they weren't engaged in open conflict, their contributions were perhaps even greater. Academician Shui assured him that he was quite accustomed to it and thoroughly enjoyed this lifestyle. When Xinqing then inquired of all the experts and assistants present, and no one expressed dissatisfaction, they were all content with their current lives, although some mentioned wanting to purchase various necessities. When Xinqing suggested that his space had a commercial building with a well-stocked inventory, and they could enter to shop immediately. Consequently, apart from a few elderly experts, everyone expressed interest in buying items. With a smile, when Xinqing led them into his space, and Yi Laren followed suit. Everyone was eager to browse the supermarket, and Yi Laren grabbed a shopping basket at the entrance. The supermarket was indeed well-stocked, devoid of salespeople, as everyone was busy in the fields. All purchases were made via machines. Yi Laren selected her favorite ice creams and sorbets, along with some toiletries, a few snacks, and noticed the essential items were out of stock. She glanced at the sanitary pads and then at Wen Xinqing, who was helping her carry the basket, hesitating on whether to buy them. When Xinqing, puzzled by her sudden pause, looked at the nearby shelves and then realized, striding ahead and leaving Yi Laren to choose her items, he did not wander far. Fetching several packs of dumplings and tang yuan from the frozen section, convenient foods that could be boiled, he rarely cooked, as his parents were dining in the building and did not prepare meals. His timing was off, and the building's restaurant was closed, so he could prepare food himself. Brother Xinqing, the kitchen in the wooden house of the spiritual spring has a food preservation cabinet that keeps items fresh indefinitely. As the system informed me, why are you buying this? It would be better to stock up on ready-made meals from the building's restaurant when you have the time, Yi Laren reminded him, likely unaware that he didn't know about this feature of the spiritual spring space. When Xinqing genuinely did not know. Had he been aware of the food preservation cabinet, he would have refrained from purchasing such products. He returned the items but decided to keep 2 packs of tang yuan. Let us buy the tang yuan, and then get some sweet rice wine. I'll cook the tang yuan for you later, when Xinqing planned to don the chef's hat himself. The prospect of tasting a dish prepared by Captain Wen thrilled Yilaran, prompting her to suggest purchasing dozens of packs to share with Yu Jia and Uncle Wan, as she had yet to fulfill her promise of a gathering. Let us save it for tomorrow. It's already 9:30 in the evening, and night is approaching. They will likely be preparing for bed, so we should hurry back. A gathering today is unrealistic. When Xinqing did not deter Yilaran's desire for a gathering but proposed that it should be postponed until the next day. With their items ready, the timing of the meal was flexible, and Yilaran did not insist, joining Wen Xinqing at a machine to check out, while others followed suit, all aware of the impending darkness in their space. Brother Xinqing, are you planning to choose a room to sleep in the Starlit House? Yilaran cautiously asked, feeling that as a girl, it would be inappropriate to cheerfully invite someone to stay over. I am not planning to sleep. I will continue my training tonight. When training, I do not require food or rest. If you wish to sleep, you can return to your room. Do not worry about me. If it is inconvenient, I can go to the adjacent Starlit House. When Xinqing had already intended to stay in Yilaran's Starlit House but had not yet informed her. Upon returning to the Starlit House with their bags full, Yilaran inquired first. I see, she nodded. Then I will cultivate with you. My grandfather urged me to train diligently and not be lazy. Yilaran resolved to forego sleep that night as well. The two practiced diligently throughout the night, pausing only the next morning, having set an alarm specifically for their midday gathering. Laren, let us first consult the owner of the commercial building that supplies work meals and purchase all his lunch offerings. Then borrow his kitchen to prepare sweet rice wine and tang yuan. Don't you have an assortment of delicacies to share? When Xinqing outlined his plan, proposing a buffet-style gathering, Yu Jia and the others had not seen Yilaran for several days. And when Xinqing had informed them she was cultivating in her space, so they refrained from interrupting her, intending to contact her at a later time. Upon reuniting with their team member, everyone was delighted. Laren, we thought we wouldn't get to enjoy your gathering, but you've surprised us today, Zhang Duoduo exclaimed, bouncing around, looking quite well despite the recent labor. As they indulged in the sweet rice wine tang yuan made by Wen Xinqing and the seafood delicacies prepared by Yilaran. Lively conversations flowed, creating a wonderfully relaxed atmosphere. Topics ranged widely, from aspirations of following Yilaran in her cultivation journey, dreams of traveling when circumstances improved, to desires for a spiritual spring space. Each individual harbored a dream. Every one of our dreams will come to fruition. There is no rush. Come, let us raise our drinks in place of wine, toasting to our dreams and to the beautiful future of our country. Yilaran proposed, and each held their favorite beverage, none containing alcohol. Laren, Captain Wan, when will we get to drink your wedding wine? A voice, unnoticed by Yilaran, startled her, causing her to choke on her drink, which was uncomfortable. Chapter 53. How to resolve a misunderstanding. Embarrassed, Yilaran quickly explained amidst the expectant gazes, everyone has misunderstood. Brother Xinqing and I are merely siblings. I have a fiancé. Apart from mentioning to General Wan that she had not seen her fiancé in a long time. She had never referred to him before. Today, in an effort to clarify the misunderstanding, she had to bring it up. The revelation left everyone, including Wen Xinqing, utterly stunned, realizing that the past few days had simply been a significant mix-up. The abrupt silence left Yilaran feeling quite anxious. After all, it was merely an uncertain engagement, and she couldn't understand why everyone was so astonished. Yu Jia, who specialized in handling delicate situations, quickly assessed the atmosphere and came to the rescue. Has everyone finished eating? How about we have Captain Wen demonstrate how to use spiritual power for farming? Let us see if we can also utilize spiritual power for agriculture when we cultivate, she suggested, as she had already learned about the matter at a national level. Today presented a perfect opportunity for everyone to witness it firsthand. The jovial atmosphere was rekindled as applause followed Yu Jia's suggestion, although the expressions of Wen Xinqing's family were less than pleased. Son, so it turns out you were merely on a mission. Don't get too involved. After all, she has a fiancé, Ouying Yu whispered to her son, who sat silently in his chair. He appeared calm, but the manner in which he continuously drank revealed his inner turmoil. Wen Xinqing only indulged in excessive drinking when he was in a bad mood. He had once lost control over himself due to Wen Su's opposition to him attending military school, and again when Wen Su prevented him from going to the border. This time, he was consuming drinks. But it was only because his cup contained a beverage. General Wan, we're full. Let us head to the fields. I'm very curious about using spiritual power for agriculture. Xia Yong approached, pulling Wen Xinqing's arm after finishing his meal. He is a rough man, utterly incapable of discerning the nuances of human expression. When Xinqing was pulled up by him, he followed vacantly into the fields, a large group trailing behind. Yi Li ran, accompanied by her team, trailed at the rear, their laughter and chatter filling the air. When Xinqing endeavored to clear his mind, channeling his spiritual energy to till the soil, sow seeds, and cover them with earth. His movements were graceful and fluid, completing the task in one seamless motion. After cultivating 5 plots, he found his spiritual energy nearing exhaustion. Captain 1, that's enough. Don't deplete your energy completely, or you will regret it later. Yu Jia remarked, noticing Wen Xinqing's deteriorating condition and urging him to cease. When Xinqing halted, glancing at Yi Li Ran, who was curiously crouched by one of the freshly sown patches, observing the situation and occasionally exchanging words with those nearby. Fatigued, Wen Xinqing slumped onto the ground, never having felt so wretched, a gnawing discomfort rising from within. Summoning what little strength remained, he teleported to his apartment, nestled himself beneath the covers, and closed his eyes tightly, drifting into a troubled slumber amidst his discomfort. Before long, someone noticed Wen Xinqing's absence, but as it was his personal space, everyone understood he could teleport at will. Thus, they did not suggest searching for him. Assuming he had urgent matters to attend to, however, Yi Li Ran needed to leave, and within Wen Xinqing's realm, she could not come and go freely unless he accompanied her. Yu Jia advised her to refrain from going out that day and suggested resting at his home instead. Yi Li Ran insisted on going to the Immortal Cottage, prompting Yu Jia to escort her up the mountain to his own room in the cottage, which happened to be the one next to the gatekeeper's. The other rooms had already been claimed, leaving Yi Li Ran without her own space. When Xinqing slept soundly until noon the following day, he understood that if he did not cultivate after exhausting his spiritual energy, he would suffer from fatigue and drowsiness. Thus, he accepted the reality of having slept for an entire day and night without qualms. Rubbing his head, when Xinqing pondered how to face Yi Li Ran upon her return, she was surely still in his space, perhaps at Yu Jia's residence. Despite his reluctance to see her, he feared she might need to venture outside and would inevitably go looking for her. Yu Jia, where's Li Ran? I took her out when Xinqing found Yu Jia, who was resting at his home. She's at the Immortal Cottage. You can go find her. She wanted to go out yesterday, but when she couldn't find you, I settled her there, Yu Jia explained. When Xinqing said nothing, turning to leave and teleporting directly to the Immortal Cottage. Yi Li Ran was holding a glass of juice, gazing at the vast ocean below the mountain. Brother Xinqing, you finally appeared. I need to go out. Grandpa asked me to pick up some goods, she exclaimed, her joy not for him but for the prospect of leaving. When Xinqing nodded coolly, taking her hand to escort her out of his space. They reappeared in Yi Li Ran's realm, and with that, she could handle the rest on her own. Go find Grandpa. I'm heading to the mountain peak, he said swiftly, withdrawing as Yi Li Ran realized he had already distanced himself. When Xinqing sought out Academician Shui, locating a spot on the rooftop of the Starry Sky House to lay down a mat and begin his cultivation. The rendezvous point for Yi Li Ran and General Wan was still at her apartment. But this time, General Wan did not accompany her to sell goods. He was only responsible for delivering them. After keeping some food for himself, Yi Li Ran managed to sell about 200 million cloud coins, a happiness she couldn't contain, eager to share the news with Wen Xinqing. Since Wen Xinqing was immersed in cultivation, she refrained from disturbing him. Instead, she chose a seed of the purple cloud fruit to nurture, exhausting her spiritual energy to grow it to her height. While the height was satisfactory, the branches were sparse, and it was too early for fruit to form. This time, there was no Wen Xinqing to carry her back to the Starry Sky House. Academician Shui had sent 2 female family members to assist her. Meanwhile, Wen Xinqing remained outside the Starry Sky House, continuing his cultivation. Unable to calm his mind, Wen Xinqing ceased his training upon Yi Li Ran's return. Reluctant to confront her, only after she departed did he compel himself to empty his thoughts and resume his practice. Time flew by, and 2 days passed, when Xinqing found himself unable to exit his space. After entering twice, he focused solely on his cultivation, while Yi Li Ran continued her practice for 2 days and nights before finally halting. Upon opening her eyes, she thought of seeking out Wen Xinqing. Hearing he was still cultivating, she returned to her Starry Sky House. Opening the system's trading interface, she found that Peng Yu and Hua Huang had both agreed to add her as a friend. Peng Yu even sent her a message, requesting various living supplies, With payment to be made in crystal cores, in an effort to leave a good impression, Yi Liran sent 20 portions of seafood delicacies, indicating her willingness to negotiate and welcoming transactions. Hello, how do we trade for the braised fish lunchbox you sent earlier? Peng Yu inquired. Yi Liran was momentarily taken aback. She was uncertain of the crystal core's value, realizing that pricing was a complex matter. How would you like to trade? Yi Liran tossed the question back to Peng Yu. 1 first-tier crystal core for 1 lunchbox, 1 second-tier crystal core for 10 lunchboxes, and 1 third-tier crystal core for 100 lunchboxes. I hope this pricing is suitable, she offered, not one to shy away from negotiation. The lowest price would be 2 first-tier crystal cores for 1 lunchbox, 1 second-tier crystal core for 5 lunchboxes, and so forth. They could conduct a trial transaction, and she asked if he would agree. After a few minutes of silence, Peng Yu replied, It's not easy for us to acquire crystal cores. Could you increase the quantity of lunchboxes? He didn't mention price, opting instead to negotiate based on quantity. The apocalypse certainly made things challenging. The psychological toll was the most significant. Yi Liran could not bring herself to bargain further. Next time, I'll increase the quantity, but this time, it's impossible to change what's already prepared. I'll send you some drinks as well, she offered, wishing to assist him. All right, how many lunchboxes can we trade this time? Peng Yu asked. I currently have 2,000 lunchboxes, Yi Liran responded, though she did not want to deplete her supply entirely. Then I'll offer 2,000 first-tier crystal cores, 100 second-tier crystal cores, and 10 third-tier crystal cores for the trade. Peng Yu agreed readily. Yi Liran was indifferent to how he paid. She dispatched the lunchboxes, adding 100 cups of drinks to the order. The transaction was completed swiftly, and soon after, he sent the crystal cores. The received cores were oddly shaped, resembling gemstones. Yi Liran picked one up for a closer inspection. It contained no impurities. After checking with the system, she found it virus-free and absorbable, capable of being transformed into spiritual energy for cultivation. The energy of a first-tier crystal core surpassed that of a spiritual stone, though those lacking spiritual roots could not absorb it. It seemed the current demand for these cores by the state wouldn't be too high, but trading them for future needs was certainly a prudent choice. Yi Liran speculated that the divine beast Hua Huang was likely a proud creature, planning to take the initiative by enticing it with delicacies. Simple fare might not suffice, so she prepared to send 10 portions of lunchboxes along with 2 boxes of spiritual beast meat that General Wen had prepared for her cravings. The recipient did not accept immediately, but Yi Liran was patient, knowing she had ample time to wait for a response. Wei Run had only sent her washing marrow pills and some spiritual plants. She did not rush him, wanting to prevent him from taking unnecessary risks in his quest for spiritual veins. She had genuinely begun to consider Wei Ren a friend. Liran, I've cultivated into human form and am now exploring the land. Discovering many delicious fruits, I'll send you some, Shui Kai messaged. The news of Shui Kai achieving human form was monumental, and Yi Liran felt genuine happiness for her. In the future, they could meet on land, and Yi Liran could shop alongside her. Thank you, you're amazing, I'm so happy for you. However, since you're on land now, could you help me find some good items? I'll send you pictures shortly. Yi Liran requested, confident that Shui Kai's world would have precious medicinal materials, perhaps even a millennium-old ginseng. Sure, send them over, Shui Kai replied without hesitation. Upon reviewing the fruits Shui Kai had sent, Yi Liran noted that while they did not contain spiritual energy, their enticing fragrance made them appealing. One was reminiscent of ginseng fruit, though it likely lacked the spiritual energy that genuine ginseng fruit should possess. Brother Xinqing is busy. I'll contact Brother Xiaosong. Yi Liran mused aloud, dialing Xiaosong to request that he download images of rare medicinal materials from the internet, ensuring that leaves, flowers, and roots were clearly visible so that anyone unfamiliar with the materials could recognize them at first glance. Yi Liran's demands were quite high, and Xiaosong mentioned that it would take time. Even though they prioritized her requests, acquiring such detailed images was no simple task. It's perfectly normal for it to take time. Just do your best, Yi Liran replied. At that moment, the system notified her that Hua Huang had responded. Opening the message interface with Hua Huang, Yi Liran saw that the divine beast had accepted the delivery and sent a concise message. I like the items. What do you desire? Fruits, precious items, storage devices, spiritual beast meat. Anything of quality piqued her interest, and she inquired whether Hua Huang still wanted food. Send me 100 of each, Hua Huang replied. Certainly, Yi Liran exclaimed, thrilled that her dream of establishing a long-term trading relationship with Hua Huang was coming to fruition. 100 freshly delivered delicacies now rest with Yi Liran, ready to be promptly conveyed. Initially, Hua Huang did not accept the goods, receiving several jade vials before finally taking possession. Intrigued by the contents of the vials, Yi Liran noted their modest size, which appeared insufficient to hold much. She opened the first vial, discovering it contained wine, only half a bottle's worth, perhaps enough for a couple of sips. Unsure of its effects, she sealed it once more. The second vial revealed 2 intricately patterned pills, exuding a medicinal aroma. Yet she remained oblivious to their true nature. Upon opening the third vial, she found water, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The last vial, too, contained wine. Determined to embody the spirit of inquiry, she posed her questions to Hua Huang. What are these fragrant substances in the jade vials? While they smell delightful, I hesitate to consume them, as I am merely a mortal. Yi Liran endeavored to adopt a humble demeanor. The pills adorned with patterns were indeed Huanyang pills, capable of reviving individuals who had perished within 3 days. The pink-hued wine was Wangruan wine, invigorating the drinker and healing certain concealed injuries. The colorless wine was Kaikuijiu, which could restore clarity to a dazed mind. While the transparent water was Lianzulu, effective for rapid hemostasis and recovery of vitality. Mortals could utilize a few of these items, but only a single drop at a time, lest they suffer adverse effects. Despite the vials appearing only half full, they were void vials, capable of containing a sufficient quantity for prolonged use. Hua Huang, not wishing Yi Liran to perceive him as stingy, offered a brief explanation at the conclusion of his message. Yi Liran quickly grasped that void vials referred to spatial vessels and pondered how their dimensions compared to the spirit vial Wei Rian had once given her, resolving to ascertain the answer in due time. Thank you. I possess several beverages already. I appreciate your reminder and your willingness to trade, she expressed to Hua Huang in the presence of the haughty Hua Huang. Yi Liran understood that the most effective approach to negotiate was to present gifts, thereby allowing her counterpart to perceive the value of her wares and initiating a transaction. Hua Huang, however, disregarded her overtures, indicating a penchant for solitude and an indifference toward commerce, suggesting that any trade would only pique his interest if it appeared beneficial. Observing Hua Huang accept the gifts, Yi Liran felt optimistic about future dealings, surmising that even deities might possess a modicum of curiosity for mortal affairs. She entertained whimsical thoughts, reminiscent of her fondness for television dramas. Chapter 55. Intentions to resolve an old engagement. The items received today possessed miraculous healing properties and could not linger in her possession. She needed to contact Grandpa 1. Grandpa, I have added 2 new friends. I now possess items that can cure ailments. Please come quickly to collect them, and do bring along some delectable treats, boxed meals, pastries, milk tea, spicy marinated dishes, milk, and anything you find appetizing, Yi Liran communicated over the phone with General 1. All right, I shall arrive shortly. Give me half an hour. Today's delicacies are already prepared, and I will deliver what you requested tomorrow, General 1 replied. At that moment, he was not at the Lonka Institute. He had gone to a branch to inspect project progress, making it a challenge to arrive within half an hour. Yi Liran, confident in the time at her disposal, wondered if Wen Xinqing had concluded his training. She made her way to the mountaintop stargazing pavilion, only to find Wen Xinqing still in a meditative position, which left her feeling disheartened. She seemed to relish his company, and Yi Liran found herself questioning her feelings. Had she truly fallen for Wen Xinqing? Although she had pondered this before, the engagement was genuine, indicating she would need to venture out soon, and it could not be alongside Wen Xinqing. Returning to the often vacant apartment, she noted the dust gathering in many corners. A consequence of Grandpa's busy schedule, Yi Liran sat heavily on the sofa, her hands cradling the back of her head as she leaned against it, her eyes wide and lost in thought. How long have you been waiting? General 1 inquired as he hurried in, appearing quite occupied. It hasn't been long. Grandpa, please don't rush next time. Let us first exchange our goods, Yi Liran expressed, concerned for General 1's well-being, aware that driving too quickly was unsafe. Currently, Longwa's aircraft were not deployed in populous areas, only surfacing in discrete locations. The sudden appearance of flying cars would send shockwaves through the world, necessitating a period of groundwork before their debut. Very well, General 1 directed his team to commence the exchange with Yi Liran, first providing her with the items she had requested, before she surrendered the goods she had acquired. Why Yiluren took care to thoroughly explain the contents of Huohuang's void vials to General Wan. Uncertain of the precise volume of liquid within, and requested he measure the capacity of the vials. Grandpa, I wish to take a stroll to Xuanzi. There is a family I want to visit. Yiluren stated, knowing that her desire to leave would necessitate arrangements from the state, requiring some time. She proposed it today, hoping to embark in a few days. General Wan frowned at the mention of Xuanzi. Having an inkling of Yiluren's intentions, yet he was reluctant to permit her to visit in person. However, to ascertain the situation in Xuanzi, it is not essential for you to go there yourself. He remarked. Why Yiluren, your fiancé Kong Jie has a girlfriend now. She is a colleague of his, and they both work in the Xuanzi government. Are you sure you want to see him? Would a video call suffice? General Wan felt compelled to disclose this information, having received confirmation days ago, but he had refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would upset Yiluren. Upon hearing of his new relationship, Yiluren did not display much surprise. Rather, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. How could I possibly initiate a video call with him? She questioned, grasping the underlying implication of General Wan's words, which was clear. He did not wish for her to leave the Lonka Institute. I will find a way. Grant me a day's time to arrange it. General Wan resolved to devise a reasonable rationale for the video call, ensuring it would not appear too abrupt and raise Kong Jie's suspicions. All right, Grandpa, go ahead with your tasks. I shall return to the space. Yiluren decided not to dwell on the matter further, understanding that her reluctance stemmed from a desire not to break her promise. Rather than any affection for Kong Jie, General Wan departed with his team, his thoughts heavy. While it was true that Kong Jie had a girlfriend, they frequently quarreled. They had just recently separated yet remained entangled. How could he convey this to Yiluren? Given her status, she could not become embroiled in such complications, as the risks were too great. It was still Wan Xinqing's lack of initiative that allowed Yiluren to contemplate meeting Kong Jie. General Wan resolved to approach his grandson. He turned towards Wan Xinqing's apartment, only to find him absent. After attempting to call, with no response, General Wan left in a state of anxiety. At that moment, Wan Xinqing was indeed engrossed in his training, unaware of his grandfather's call. Even if he had answered, he would have firmly rejected General Wan's suggestion to interfere in matters of the heart. Once Wan Xinqing completed his training, he returned General Wan's call. Through his grandfather's account, he understood the situation regarding Yiluren's fiancée. However, he categorically refused the idea of meddling in their relationship. Nevertheless, the conversation proved beneficial. He felt a renewed sense of ease in his interactions with Yiluren. A flicker of joy sparked within him, as he hoped that everything might return to its former state, viewing this as merely a minor interlude. Xinqing, you have been training for quite some time. To be careful not to become overly absorbed. We must balance relaxation with our practice, Yiluren remarked cheerfully, watering the world tree by the heavenly pool. As others had already used spiritual energy to stimulate the other seeds, leaving her with a moment of leisure. Seeing Wan Xinqing, she felt elated and dashed towards him, her demeanor seemingly brighter. Perhaps this engagement had been like a shackle for Yiluren, and she had never truly cherished it. If she had been genuinely happy, learning of Kong Jie's new girlfriend would not have elicited her current reaction. Wan Xinqing felt a surge of happiness knowing that Yiluren's heart remained unclaimed by another. With nothing pressing to attend to, I may have overexerted myself. Wan Xinqing responded with a smile. I have recently made 2 new friends. One is the Fire Phoenix from the Divine Realm, and the other is Pengyu from the Apocalyptic World. I find myself somewhat perplexed regarding our potential trades. I am unsure what the Fire Phoenix might desire, and with Pengyu, I am uncertain how to price my goods. He requires a substantial quantity of boxed meals. I traded with him once, but I am unsure if my counteroffer was appropriate. Yiluren candidly shared her current predicament. These concerns are minor. Such challenges are inevitable in the course of trading. Wan Xinqing reassured her. How did you determine prices with Shui Kai and her group previously? Just continue with that approach. Your earlier trades were quite successful. Do not place undue pressure on yourself, nor should you treat your dealings with them as mere business. Follow your instincts, he encouraged Yiluren, urging her to embrace her endeavors freely, as he could not provide a better strategy. Why Yiluren appeared lost in thought. Indeed, she had managed her previous trades well. With Wan Xinqing by her side now, she realized that her uncertainty stemmed not from a lack of understanding but from a desire to lean on him for support. Clarity washed over her. Xinqing, my engagement was arranged by my parents long ago. If I managed to resolve this engagement, would I be able to be your true girlfriend? Yiluren asked, her gaze steady as she sought his affirmation. Having just encouraged her to follow her heart in business, she wished to apply the same principle to her feelings. When Xinqing was taken aback by Yi Laren's sudden declaration, having just been discussing trade matters, and now the conversation had shifted to matters of the heart, he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 56. Resolving Misunderstandings and Collaborating. Do not worry, Xinqing. You can regard my earlier statement as a jest. Yi Laren quickly amended her words upon sensing his hesitation. I wouldn't want to jeopardize our friendship. With that, she turned and walked away, casting a glance over her shoulder at his figure. When Xinqing inhaled deeply, he is filled with trepidation, fearing that Yi Laren might learn of Kong Jie's breakup and wish to uphold their engagement, while also being apprehensive that Kong Jie might reach out to Yi Laren and pursue her instead. However, if he does not act now, his chances will dwindle even further. Why Yi Laren? When Xinqing catches up to her, calling her name, taking her hand and turning her to face him, why Yi Laren? If in your heart this is merely an engagement, then it can be relinquished. You are free to date me and become my girlfriend whenever you wish. When Xinqing, a man of assertive disposition, does not wish to be a mere backup. He desires Yi Laren to be his girlfriend at this very moment. What engagement? The other party has never taken it to heart. It is only Yi Laren who has clung to it, adhering to her parents' wishes during their lifetimes, unwilling to defy them. Xinqing Gu? Yi Laren embraces when Xinqing, momentarily believing he might not have feelings for her and that they might not even remain friends, which brings her great distress. When Xinqing reciprocates the embrace, smiling gently as he kisses her cheek, they hold each other for a minute or two before parting. Xinqing Gu, when my grandfather arrives, I will bring up the matter of annulling the engagement. From this moment on, you are mine. Yi Laren once again embraces when Xinqing, resting her head against his chest, where she can hear his heartbeat. When Xinqing tenderly strokes Yi Laren's face. Hand in hand, they return to the starlit house, where Yi Laren knows when Xinqing is hungry. She pulls out the delicacies sent by her grandfather, filling a table with an array of dishes. When Xinqing selects a plate of grilled fish, instructing Yi Laren to put the other food away, asserting that one plate of grilled fish will suffice for both of them. The grilled fish is paired with rice, sold at a more economical price, so all the delicacies sent to Yi Laren are already prepared with rice. Remembering that they need drinks, Yi Laren retrieves 2 glasses of lemonade. Although when Xinqing is not particularly fond of beverages, the lemonade is acceptable. In truth, Yi Laren has been secretly trying to understand everything about when Xinqing. Xinqing Gu, soon we will send the precious medicinal herb catalog that Xiaosong Gu sent me to Shui Kai. Also, Grandfather Shui and the others have studied the video sent by the Tiger People, which featured winter bamboo shoots and wild yam. We should contact the Tiger People to have them dig some up, exchanging a portion of our supplies while they keep some for themselves. As Yi Laren eats, she discusses the trading matters with Wen Xinqing, reminding herself that even in romance, one cannot neglect their work. By the way, what about the batch of electronic products we purchased? Have you used them? If not, I wonder if Long Chuan and Hua Huang like them. Just by their names, I suspect they may not be human. Perhaps they are indeed a dragon and a phoenix. Aren't immortals fond of watching dramas? What if they enjoy them? When Xinqing suddenly recalls a brilliant suggestion, believing it could broaden their trading market. The batch of electronic products is still in Yi Laren's space, having been delivered long ago. She initially intended to use them for trading with Shui Kai and Wei Run, but now thinks it wise to send a portion to all her friends. If they happen to find someone interested, it would serve as excellent trading goods. Indeed, Xinqing Gu, your ideas are plentiful, Yi Laren flatters him. After finishing their meal, they first send the precious medicinal herb catalog to Shui Kai, accompanied by a set of 3 electronic products, a charging cable, a power bank, and an external hard drive. Then they send the same electronic products to Wei Ran, Long Chuan, and Hua Huang, each receiving a set, with Yi Laren specifying that they are trinkets from Blue Star, hoping to amuse them. As for the Tiger People, Yi Laren decides to hold off on sending the electronic products for now and will only inform them via video about the edible ingredients available in their vicinity. She wishes to download several more rounds of learning materials, ideally ensuring that the Tiger People can read, and gathering more information on cultivation. Leaving the interstellar contacts for last, Yi Laren knows their civilization is highly advanced. But that does not detract from the uniqueness of Blue Star's culture. Perhaps they might enjoy those films. Fortunately, the system has translation software that can convert the video's language and text into the designated continent's dialect, making it comprehensible for them. Otherwise, sharing these videos would be fraught with difficulties. Having completed her tasks, Yilaran glances at Wen Xinqing, wondering if he will stay with her tonight. However, as a girl, she cannot bring herself to speak up and can only gaze at him longingly. Wen Xinqing has no intention of leaving. He understands the meaning in Yilaran's eyes, yet he is also not prepared to hasten the pace of their romance, as that would be irresponsible towards her. Despite having been single for a long time, Wen Xinqing has not lost his rationality. Why, Yilaran, tonight I plan to continue my training in the courtyard of the Starlit House. Would you join me? Wen Xinqing inquires with a smile. Why, Yilaran eagerly nods. Training together is a form of companionship, and she sincerely does not wish for Wen Xinqing to leave her side, even if only for a brief time. Throughout the night of training, neither feels the slightest fatigue. Instead, they are invigorated, ending their training at 6 in the morning as Tian Yuan calls for Yilaran, indicating that someone wishes to trade with her. Upon opening her eyes, Yilaran activates the system, and Wen Xinqing also awakens. Hello, I really like the electronic products. Here is your reward. Why, Yilaran first opens the chat interface with Hua Huang, who sends her a message followed by several items. Once again, she receives identical jade bottles, perfectly matching in cap and body, this time totaling 7. The first bottle contains a type of fruit wine named Lan Rue wine, which detoxifies and imparts a gentle floral fragrance that lingers. The next 3 bottles are familiar to her. The second holds enlightenment wine, the third contains gentle wine, and the fourth is lotus pearl dew. The 5th bottle contains starflower dew, which can help an injured person recover instantly as if they had never been harmed. The subsequent 5 bottles are filled with elixirs. The 6th contains Bai Rong Dan, similar to Tian Yin Dan. The 7th is Huan Yin Dan, which conceals one's true appearance, a remarkable item. The 8th is Juling Dan, which allows for rapid absorption of spiritual energy in areas rich in it, making cultivation remarkably effective. The 9th bottle contains Bai Gu Dan, which allows one to abstain from food and drink for a year without feeling hunger. The 10th bottle holds Bai Shui Dan, ensuring that the consumer can swim effortlessly in water for 3 days while breathing easily. All the contents of these bottles are excellent items, although not the resurrection pill Yilaran had hoped for. They are nonetheless quite impressive. Moreover, each bottle of elixir contains 10 pills, and each bottle of wine and dew is filled to the brim, indicating the substantial profit Yilaran has reaped from this transaction. Chapter 57. The popularity of electronic products. It seems she must thoroughly research how to continue trading with Hua Huang, ensuring that the opportunity does not slip away, as everything in the other party's possession is something she has long desired. Thank you, Hua Huang. I also greatly appreciate your items. I will not forget you next time I come across something good. Yilaran notes, realizing she currently has nothing of value to offer in return and must consult with Wen Xinqing to find something suitable. Next, she opens the communication interface with Shui Kai, who responds that she is fond of the electronic products and mentions that she has no leads on the precious medicinal herbs. However, she has arrived at a cold place where a certain beautiful flower grows and promises to send a few to Yilaran. Upon receiving the flowers from Shui Kai, Yilaran examines them closely, noting that they resemble snow lotus flowers but are not entirely identical. She immediately thinks of showing them to Wei Ran, hoping they might be useful for refining a good elixir. Thus, she sends one to Wei Ran, who also contacts her, expressing his enjoyment of the electronic products and requesting another 100 sets, offering Shisui Dan as payment. A few days ago, Wei Ran had not sent Yilaran any goods, but this time he sends her 60,000 Shisui Dan. He mentions that the fruit trees producing Shisui Dan have been planted in the spiritual spring space, ensuring a larger supply in the future. As long as she requires them, continuous supply will not be an issue, and the daily quantity can also increase. The 60,000 Shisui Dan sent this time will clear some of the previous debts, with the remainder serving as payment for the electronic products, thus settling their accounts. Why Yilaran discusses with Wen Xinqing the need to call Xia Song to arrange for a larger order of electronic products. Ideally 1,000 sets. Although Wei Ran only requested 100 sets, it is conceivable that Hua Huang might also wish to place an order someday. Additionally, the video content on the hard drive should be more varied, ideally including all newly released videos. Wen Xinqing suggests that Xia Song arrange for someone to be dedicated to this project. Long Chuan also sends a message requesting 2 more sets, exchanging for fruit and spiritual beast meat, along with details of the items he is sending. The spiritual beast meat comprises 200 goats, while the fruit is water moon fruit, a blue crescent-shaped fruit that is visually tantalizing. Why Yilaran is not naive. Some items are not something an ordinary person can easily try. The 2 sets of products requested by Long Chuan can be shipped immediately, and Yilaran swiftly sends the goods to him. Although she has received a response from the interstellar contacts, Yularen decides to leave that for last, first checking on the letter from Pengyu. She did not send any electronic products to Pengyu, as she believes he is too preoccupied with the end of the world to indulge in watching videos. Pengyu's message indicates he wishes to trade for food, a scenario Yularen had anticipated. So she has stored all the goods sent by Grandpa when in the system and has not sold them to the system store. The message reads, "Hello, Yularen. I have 50,000 first-tier crystal cores, 2,000 second-tier crystal cores, and 400 third-tier crystal cores. Requesting a trade. It seems that Pengyu is quite busy, which is why he is not online at the moment. Why Yularen calculates the goods she needs to provide. Realizing she has not increased the quantity this time, she decides to offer 20 additional Shisue Dan as an apology and informs Pengyu that she has requested an increase in the quantity of each food item from her supplier, assuring him that she will ensure a larger shipment next time. Pengyu is indeed a person of integrity. Although he claims to possess numerous crystal nuclei, he has not forwarded any to Yularen. Nonetheless, Yularen has decided to send the goods to him first, trusting that he will settle the payment when he finds the time. As she opened the interstellar communication page, Yularen couldn't help but think about Daisei, who still showed no signs of escape. The latest message from him expressed a fondness for videos, stating that electronic products were unnecessary. He requested that she download 10 different videos onto hard drives, offering a reward of 100,000 units from the medical warehouse in return, which seemed quite reasonable. Yularen simply replied, asking when Xinqing to get in touch with Xiaosong. Brother Xinqing. We keep asking Brother Xiaosong to handle this and that. Can he manage it all by himself? Should we ask Grandpa to arrange for someone else to assist him? I don't want him to be overworked. Yularen felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that she was burdening Xiaosong with all her tasks. Rest assured, he is only responsible for connecting us. The tasks we assign him are not ones he must undertake personally. He has 200 people under him dedicated to handling transaction issues. It's merely a matter of a few phone calls. When Xinqing clarified for Yularen, if we left everything to Xiaosong alone, he would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Understanding this, Yularen realized that having 200 people manage the transactions didn't seem so daunting after all. Is there a specialized organization for the production of gourmet food? She inquired curiously. Brother Xinqing, do you mean the delicacies that come to me are sourced from outside? Or has Grandpa assigned someone specifically for this task? When Xinqing explained, Yang Yinqing from the Water Spirit Root has established a series of gourmet workshops within his spiritual spring space. I've heard that he has hired over 100 chefs, with more than 10 capable of preparing state banquets, so rest assured, the supply of gourmet food is not an issue. Yularen nodded. Pleased to hear this. They required a substantial quantity of delicacies, and the variety would only continue to grow, so it was reassuring to know that the nation was prepared. Brother Xinqing, didn't Long Chuan provide us with 200 sheep? I just thought of beef jerky and roasted whole sheep, two of my absolute favorites. Shall we have them prepare some beef jerky and a roasted whole sheep to trade with Long Chuan and Huang next time? The sheep sent by Long Chuan were indeed useful. They only needed to use 2, one for each of Long Chuan and Huang, while the rest could be ordinary sheep. We could also establish a certain number of livestock farms in our space. What if we set up a farm? This way, we wouldn't need to purchase large quantities of meat. Yularen contemplated the idea of building a livestock farm. Establishing a livestock farm is an excellent idea. The nation has already begun taking action. There's no need for you to remind us. Rest assured, aside from our spaces, all other spiritual spring spaces have already built livestock farms. Ours will need one as well. It's not about the number of animals, but rather having a full variety. Grandpa has advised us to wait a while, as the young animals still need nurturing. When Xinqing was evidently well informed about the discussions with General when regarding the establishment of livestock farms. Though the young animals were currently prioritized for other spiritual spring spaces, patience is key, they agreed, moving on from the livestock farm topic to discuss the planning of Yularen's space. The areas designated for growing vegetables and grains in Yularen's space didn't require much land. More space should be allocated for fruits, and a portion should also be reserved for flowers. Without delay, when Xinqing brought half of the personnel from his space to assist in Yularen's, as most of the seeds and seedlings were readily available, if anything was lacking, they could leave the space for others to bring what was needed. The individuals who came to assist in Yularen's space expressed no complaints. In fact, they were delighted to be of help. Everyone present recognized Yularen's capabilities and felt fortunate to join this initiative from the inception of the system, marking them as pioneers of a new era of transformation. Chapter 58. Preparing for the trading shop. Lu Ran. I wonder if we will be able to take an entire building when we open the store, or should we clear some land around the commercial building to see if we can build a large trading city? When Xinqing proposed, as the future remained uncertain, and they could only plan ahead, I will ask Tian Yuan, Yilaran thought, hoping Tian Yuan might have some insights. Indeed, Tian Yuan was aware of the rules for opening a shop. They wouldn't merely be able to take out a building, but could take out an overall area measuring 1,000 meters in length and width. All flora within this area could also be transported. Moreover, at the time of opening, any sentient beings from the spiritual spring space could not be taken to the other world, with the exception of the staff, to prevent potential invasions of the other world. Yilaran relayed this information from Tian Yuan to Wen Xinqing, who understood and shared Yilaran's concerns about her future shop opening. It seemed that she might have to venture on her own for the first time, without his company. However, Wen Xinqing refrained from expressing this worry, not wanting to burden Yilaran with it just yet. Who knows? He might be able to accompany her when the time comes. After their meticulous planning, Yilaran's space underwent a transformation. However, the area surrounding the commercial building felt somewhat desolate. At that moment, Yilaran recalled asking Wei Run for assistance in finding fairy houses. Perhaps Wei Run had forgotten, and she needed to remind him. Compared to the commercial building, Yilaran favored the idea of fairy houses and was contemplating abandoning the commercial building in favor of using the fairy houses as the main structure for her shop. Quietly, Yilaran took Wen Xinqing back to the Starry Sky House and connected with Wei Run. Wei Run, we have a spiritual spring space now, which means we can open a shop in the other world in the future. I would like to request a batch of larger fairy houses, preferably a cluster of them, if that is possible. Yilaran was aware that her request was somewhat ambitious, but she was willing to give it a try. I wonder if Long Chuan and Hua Huang have any fairy houses. Yilaran also sent them a message inquiring about purchasing fairy houses. Long Chuan was online and promptly sent over a crystal palace, stating that he didn't have any fairy houses but suggested contacting Wei Run. He only had a dragon palace, which was suitable for underwater placement, as above-water locations could lead to deterioration of the structure. To reach the dragon palace, mortals would need to don water scales. Otherwise, they could face life-threatening dangers. He also sent 2 pieces of water-scaled clothing to Yilaran, which were beautifully tinted in ice blue. As a token of gratitude, Yilaran sent Long Chuan 20,000 portions of gourmet food. Still feeling it was insufficient at that moment, she noticed Peng Yu had sent her a message, forwarding some crystal nuclei. Thus, holding the crystal nuclei, Yilaran made a decision, giving Long Chuan 100 first-tier water attribute crystal nuclei, which contained no viruses. She wondered if these would be to his liking. Hua Huang also replied, stating that she did not have any fairy houses and preferred to reside in trees or caves. Now, all she could do was wait for Wei Ren. Yilaran placed her hopes entirely on him. Regardless of the outcome, she felt she had done her utmost. Yilaran considered trying out the Dragon Palace, placing it within the sea of her spiritual spring space, but Wen Xinqing stopped her, suggesting they wait for Grandpa Wen to conduct experiments with experts before proceeding. Yilaran's safety was paramount, and she had no choice but to relent. After discussing the cargo transfer time with Grandpa Wen, Yilaran handed over all the acquired goods to him, receiving a substantial amount of gourmet food in return, along with 3 phone numbers. The numbers belonged to Kong Jie and his parents. And Yilaran solemnly accepted the telephone numbers, glancing at them briefly before thanking General Wen. Ran, what are your plans? General Wen was keenly interested in Yilaran's intentions, as this was also a concern for the nation's higher-ups. Of course, it's to annul the engagement, Yilaran replied cheerfully, tucking the note into her pocket. General Wen felt a sense of relief. This child had not let them down. They were all averse to forcing her into an undesirable marriage. With her decision made, General Wen hurriedly departed, unable to hear the questions Yilaran had yet to ask. Brother Xinqing, Grandpa is always so busy. I didn't have a chance to ask him if he would like me to be his granddaughter-in-law. Yilaran murmured to Wen Xinqing. Wen Xinqing chuckled, don't worry, he would be quite pleased. I need to step aside. He was referring to whether he should remove himself from the discussion when Yilaran spoke with Kong Jie's family about the annulment. Not at all, Yilaran responded with calm assurance, as it was ultimately inconsequential people and matters. Yilaran took out her phone and first called Kong Jie's mother. She had been instructed by Grandpa Wen on how to explain where she had obtained the phone number, stating directly that it was left by Yilaran's parents. As Kong Jie's mother's number had remained unchanged, Hello, Auntie. This is Yilaren, she greeted as the call connected. Lu ran. Your parents left in such haste that they didn't leave your contact information. How long has it been since we last connected? We came looking for you at your home. The other party expressed surprise at receiving Yilaren's call, showing genuine concern for her. Thank you, Auntie, that I didn't want to remain in a place filled with sorrow, so I moved. I'm doing well. How about you? Yilaren asked, knowing that the other party continued to lead a tranquil life. Still at her previous job, her mother and Kong Jia's mother were college classmates, and their husbands were both classmates from elementary school through university, with their parents having introduced them. If not for the accident that befell Yilaren's family, the two families would likely still be in contact today. I'm doing well. I often mention you to Uncle, asking why you don't reach out to us. Since your parents are gone, we would care for you just like they did. The other party spoke earnestly, leaving Yilaren touched, uncertain about the sincerity behind their words. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, for your concern. As long as you are doing well. That is enough for me. I have a boyfriend now, and I think it is about time for Kong Gu to have a girlfriend as well. Today, I called Annie to personally inform her that the previous marriage contract should not be taken seriously, so as not to delay Kong Ji's important matter of marriage. Why Yilaren, not one to beat around the bush, felt it unnecessary to maintain a facade of closeness with someone she hardly knew. Ah, Laren has a boyfriend now. What are you doing currently, and what does your boyfriend do? The voice on the other end did not inquire about the annulment but rather pose questions instead. Auntie, I didn't perform well on the college entrance examination, which is why I couldn't enroll in a prestigious university. Recently, I worked in insurance and my boyfriend is a soldier. I would never disclose state secrets. I also wish not to have her place too much importance on my current achievements. My becoming a civil servant is entirely due to the system, and I am well aware of that. I see that a soldier is a good choice. Your Kong Gu has indeed found a girlfriend. I won't hide it from you. She is his colleague. You both belong to someone else now, and I am pleased. However, Uncle and Auntie regard you as their daughter. Even if you cannot become my daughter-in-law, being like a daughter is also wonderful. Dio, remember to visit Auntie another day. The voice on the other end was exceedingly gentle. Yet Yilaren detected disappointment and perfunctoriness in it. Chapter 59. Young couples treating others to dinner. It seems that calling off the engagement was a wise decision. Taking a deep breath, Yilaren replied, all right, thank you, Auntie. Please inform Uncle and Kong Gu about the marriage contract, and do remember to notify me when Kong Gu gets married. I will prepare a red envelope. Why Yilaren did not wish to fall out with the Kong family, so she continued to engage amicably. Yes, do let us know when you get married, came the polite response. Why Yilaren agreed, but agreeing is one thing, and following through is another. She would indeed inform them of her marriage, but only after the fact. She did not want them attending her wedding. Although she felt inadequate, what if someone attempted to cause trouble? Finally, the matter was satisfactorily resolved. Wai Yilaren hung up the phone and threw herself into Wen Xinqing's embrace. He, too, was delighted, planting a fervent kiss on her forehead. This man was not eloquent, yet his joy was palpable. Xinqing, don't you want to hurry up and marry me? Yilaren pouted playfully, her intention being to ensnare him with her affection. I do, but the current circumstances do not allow for a grand wedding, Wen Xinqing replied regretfully, fully aware of the significance a wedding held for a girl. What he did not know was that Yilaren did not care for a grand wedding. She only cherished Wen Xinqing's intentions. I do not require an extravagant wedding. I only need you. We can hold the ceremony in our starlit abode, and the guests can simply be close relatives and friends. There is no need to invite my grandparents. I fear the risk of leaking state secrets. Moreover, they tend to favor males. The assets my parents left me might provoke envy, and I do not wish to invite trouble. Especially since they have not cared for me all this time. Yilaren poured out her thoughts, which may have sounded somewhat unfeeling, yet could be understood. Wen Xinqing held Yilaren close, contemplating her proposal. In truth, this arrangement would be best for both the country and them, though it did seem somewhat unfair to Yilaren, who could have had a wedding that drew everyone's attention. If you do not feel wronged, let us proceed as you suggest. We will choose a good day to obtain our marriage certificate and then hold the wedding. Wen Xinqing hesitated briefly before acquiescing to Yilaren's wishes. Yilaren felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, tightly embracing Wen Xinqing's waist and listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. At that moment, she felt that time stood still in tranquility. The two decided to meet their parents first. Hand in hand, confidently approaching Wen's father and mother, as well as the staff within their space, who would be their future partners. Hey,
Xinqing, Laren, you deceived us? You truly are a couple. An observant middle-aged woman was the first to notice the intertwined hands of the pair. Yi Laren could not recall who she was, but she certainly recognized her as a colleague's family member. My parents arranged a childhood betrothal, and that's how we ended up together, Yi Laren answered with candor. Is that so? Many people turned their attention to the couple, sharing in their joy. Yu Jia and Wen's father exchanged glances, smiles gracing their lips. They refrained from speaking further, wary of embarrassing the couple. In truth, both Wen's father and mother were overjoyed. Their daughter-in-law was finally secured, and grandchildren should not be far behind. How about I treat everyone to a seafood feast? What do you all think? Yi Laren announced loudly to all the workers present. A deafening cheer erupted, with everyone responding in unison. Yi Laren, who aimed to win over Wen Xinqing, understood that she must first gain the favor of her future in-laws. Blushing and heart-racing, she approached Wen Shuyang and Ouyangyu. Wen Shuyang winked at her, ensuring she would not miss the opportunity to greet her future in-laws. Hello, uncle and auntie, Yi Laren greeted with utmost politeness, fearing their disapproval as it would only complicate matters for Wen Xinqing. Yes, come, uncle is digging holes. Let us work together to plant fruit trees. Ouyangyu welcomed her without reservation, inviting Yi Laren to join them. While Wen Xinqing assisted his father in digging, they were planting honey peaches. At noon, they gathered for the meal, a genuine seafood feast presented in a buffet style upon the unplowed grassland, with several sets of bowls and trash bins nearby, along with a few dining tables hastily retrieved from the clouds. These were the supplies Yi Laren had previously arranged with Xia Song, intended for the staff in the celestial abode, but she had forgotten to provide them upon their arrival in Wen Xinqing's space. Sister-in-law, could you please bring me some sweet shrimp? It's so refreshing. I love it. Wen Shuyang had discovered a dish he particularly enjoyed, but regrettably, others shared his taste, compelling him to request more from Yi Laren. Yi Laren obliged, thinking that after working hard, everyone would surely want something cool to eat. Last time at the milk tea shop, she had wanted to buy ice cream, but circumstances did not permit. Perhaps she could have Xia Song deliver several ice cream machines and order some high-end goods to trade with Hua Huang and Long Chuan. Wait, Hua Huang might not be able to eat cold things, but maybe Long Chuan would enjoy it. Even if they did not, she certainly would. Hua Huang might appreciate fire attribute crystal cores. Yi Laren was forming a plan in her mind in the afternoon. Yi Laren and Wen Xinqing continued to assist everyone in their labor. Dinner was authentic box meals, accompanied by various fruits. The work was not yet finished, and they proposed to continue until 8 in the evening before resting. Yi Laren did not want them to exhaust themselves, but they insisted, leaving her no choice but to acquiesce. However, Wen Xinqing and Yi Laren still had tasks to attend to and could not accompany them. The pair headed to the starlit abode to finalize their transaction. The others encouraged them to focus on their business without concern for them. The system's trading interface displayed several new messages. Wei Run had contacted her, sending 2 bottles of Snow Lotus pills. While their efficacy did not match that of the Tianyan pills, they were still highly useful, boasting more than half of their effects. 3 spiritual veins had also been acquired, all sent to Yi Laren, along with 30,000 washing marrow pills. There were 13 celestial abodes, including 2 celestial academies, all indicating she would be placing substantial orders to be delivered to Yi Laren. In exchange, Yi Laren was required to provide 200,000 servings of gourmet meals. The celestial abode had ample space, making this a significant order. Wei Run did not demand exorbitant prices. Although the price was reasonable, the quantity was overwhelming, causing Yi Laren a headache. Wen Xinqing reassured her not to rush, just inform Xia Song, who would handle it. In truth, Yi Laren was not only concerned about the current large quantity of food, but also worried that future transactions would require even more. The spiritual spring space was still under development, and the state would struggle to meet demand. Brother Xinqing, there are too many people requesting food. I fear there will be a shortage of supplies. The crops planted in the spiritual spring space will take at least another 6 months to harvest. Yi Laren expressed her concerns. Indeed, that was the reality, but solutions would arise from human ingenuity. When Xinqing assured her that people would find a way, her responsibility was to focus on the transactions, leaving those concerns to the state. The 3 spiritual veins needed to be promptly delivered to Grandpa Wen. When Xinqing called his grandfather, who arrived with remarkable speed, bringing the new transaction items. The group discussed the supply matters, with General Wen reassuring them not to worry. The state had traded substantial supplies using medical warehouses and was currently not facing shortages. Moreover, The state intended to sell 1 nanometer chips, which had just reached mass production today. A piece of good news. If the chips could be mass-produced and sold to other countries, they could also provide supplies to substitute transactions, which posed no significant issues. Chapter 60. Negotiating with Peng Yu in an instant, Yi Laren transported when Xinqing down the mountain. He was responsible for returning the staff to his space, while she had her own tasks to complete, namely, negotiating another batch of crystal cores with Peng Yu, and subsequently transferring the fire attribute crystal cores to Huahuang. Peng Yu was still offline. Yi Laren left a message. The supplies are satisfactory. This time, the supplier has increased the food quantities. You will receive large box meals during the next transaction. Although she did not actively propose a deal in the message, there was an implied interest. Now it was up to Peng Yu to understand. Next came the waiting game. Yi Laren did not simply wait idly. She sent a message to Shui Kai, requesting a significant amount of snow lotus flowers, which the state had confirmed were indeed snow lotus flowers sent by Shui Kai. Half an hour later, with no responses from either Peng Yu or Shui Kai, Yi Laren went to retrieve Wen Xinqing. The two decided to continue their cultivation that night. Before cultivating, they took a stroll around the mountaintop. All the seeds had successfully sprouted, showing promising growth. With the stimulation of spiritual energy, the time to maturity would be significantly shortened, although the duration would still be considerable. After more than an hour of cultivation, Shui Kai replied. Tan Yuan notified Yi Laren, who quietly entered the room to trade, careful not to disturb Wen Xinqing's practice. Shui Kai sent a large quantity of snow lotus flowers. Perhaps she was unaware that the snow lotus could be used for alchemy. Yi Laren did not wish to take advantage of her. Watercolor and snow lotus flowers can be entrusted to Wei Ren for the refinement of snow lotus pills, which can achieve effects comparable to those of heavenly face pills. Do you still possess any snow lotus flowers? Would you like Wei Ren to assist you in refining some? If your supply of snow lotus flowers is insufficient, I will send you a portion. Yi Laren, considering the needs of others, replied, All right, I can still find snow lotus flowers, thank you. Watercolor did not wish to reclaim the snow lotus flowers, as it seemed she lived in an area abundant with them. Given Watercolor's assurance, Yi Laren was convinced that she did not lack for snow lotus flowers. Grandpa Wen also mentioned that the snow lotus flower itself holds little utility for them. Only through Wei Ren's assistance in refinement can its true potential be realized. Yi Laren sent all her snow lotus flowers to Wei Ren, requesting her help in creating snow lotus pills, assuring her that the remuneration would be recorded, and she would not forget it. Peng Yu's response was, There is no need to increase the meal portion. I request a trade for cleansing pills. Yi Laren frowned, pondering why Peng Yu, a friend of Wei Ren, did not trade directly with her. Peng Yu, the cleansing pills were obtained through a transaction with the Pill Emperor. Why do you not approach her for the trade? Yi Laren believed that transactions between friends should be conducted with sincerity and without hidden motives. For some reason, she has declined to trade with me, Peng Yu replied helplessly, as he himself was uncertain why Wei Ren ignored him. Is that so? Few would have a fondness for the phrase end of the world, right? The meal portion has already been increased. I have the goods in hand. Next time, I will have them revert to the original amount. This transaction is the same as the last. I will gift you 10 cleansing pills. Do you wish to trade now? Yi Laren felt that perhaps Peng Yu did not truly need such a large quantity. Yes, I can collect the crystal cores. Wait for me a few hours. Peng Yu replied without hesitation, indicating a high demand but possibly limited economic resources. Yi Laren decided to send the delicacies to Peng Yu first, allowing him to prepare for the crystal cores without undue haste. The Tiger clan also contacted Yi Laren, sending her 2 large packages of winter bamboo shoots and yam. Though the gift was modest, it indicated that they were grateful and considerate. Yi Laren was pleased and sent them 100 portions of delicacies in return. While in the midst of sending food to the Tiger clan, Long Chuan unexpectedly responded, promptly sending over 7 miniature dragon palaces, declaring a need to trade for 70,000 crystal cores, which meant 10,000 cores per dragon palace. Gathering 70,000 water attribute crystal cores would prove challenging, as the attributes of crystal cores vary. Based on previous transactions, the water attribute cores constituted roughly 20%. This meant Yi Laren would need to trade for 350,000 first-tier crystal cores to meet Long Chuan's demand. Though it seemed difficult, it was not impossible. Yi Laren indicated that she would require some time to prepare the stock, and Long Chuan stated he could wait, thus finalizing the deal. Yi Laren thought that she needed to intensify her trading efforts with Peng Yu, and sent him another message. Peng Yu? Do you need energy potions and fasting pills? I can procure these for our trade. She regarded the supplies in this post-apocalyptic era as precious, believing that energy potions and fasting pills could be highly valuable items. Do these two items eliminate the need for water and food? Peng Yu inquired instead of outright declining. Short-term abstinence from food is feasible, but one cannot forego water. Do you lack water? Yi Luren replied candidly. Yes, we are particularly short on water. It has been contaminated, and we lack purification devices. I had initially intended to trade a batch of water with you. Let's postpone the energy potions and fasting pills for now. Do you have any water? Peng Yu suggested a new trade, disappointment evident in his voice as it appeared no transaction could be made. Realizing that Peng Yu lacked water while they did not, Yi Luren decided to have Grandpa Wen gather water from several water towers, simplifying the trade with Peng Yu. She speculated that purification devices in this post-apocalyptic world would not be easily attainable. But perhaps advanced purification technology might exist in the interstellar realm. I have water available for trade. How shall we proceed? Yi Luren continued to grant Peng Yu the authority to set the price for the trade. What is the volume of your water? How much is in each portion? Peng Yu queried, unable to price it without seeing the quantity. Yi Luren slapped her forehead, having forgotten to inform him of the water specifications. The measurement units between their two locations might differ, and it was likely that pricing would need to be established upon viewing the actual goods. Tomorrow, I will send you a portion of water. And you can offer a price, Yi Luren concluded, understanding that today's trade would not come to fruition. Peng Yu agreed and promised to transfer the payment to Yi Luren. She then sought out the first-tier water attribute crystal cores. Finding only over 15,000, she sent 15,000 cores to Long Chuan, still falling short by 55,000. She dispatched 100 fire attribute crystal cores to Hua Huang, while the remaining cores were stored in her cloud ring. Connecting with the interstellar realm, Yi Luren inquired about advanced water purification devices, receiving confirmation that they existed and could even purify nuclear radiation, although they required ordering. After some negotiation, Yi Luren successfully exchanged one cleansing pill for 2 purification devices, with the promise of larger trades if the goods were satisfactory. The other party inquired if the previously agreed upon remaining transactions could be consolidated into one. Yi Luren assented, completing another deal with the interstellar realm. Once her business concluded, she returned to the courtyard of the Starry Sky House to continue her cultivation. When Xinqing remained in his previous meditative posture, indicating that she had not disturbed him, Yi Luren felt a sense of relief on the following day, when Xinqing was the first to awaken from meditation. Glancing at Yi Luren beside him, he smiled and returned to his space to check on the recent farming progress in the Spirit Spring space. Discovering that it was still somewhat slow, with such a vast expanse of land, their personnel remained insufficient. Chapter 61. Trading various robots. He knew that the interstellar realm had robots and also bionic beings. When Xinqing pondered whether to trade for a batch, their sole purpose being farming, never to be taken out of the space. When Yi Luren finished her cultivation, the two of them discussed the feasibility of acquiring a batch of robots. Currently, Yi Luren possessed a group of household robots, but she was uncertain if they could be utilized for farming. They decided to conduct a test. Yi Luren instructed one to follow a video tutorial for tilling and sowing. While they observed, due to the genetic binding of the robots, they only responded to Xinqing's commands and worked diligently. Yi Luren resolved to trade for another batch of robots. Hello, I would like to know what varieties of robots you have available. I need a batch that is not limited to household robots. Yi Luren communicated directly with the interstellar representatives, having retained a significant number of cleansing pills for trading purposes. We currently have large quantities of medical, farming, transportation, production, and educational robots. You should find them appealing. However, we are in urgent need of cleansing pills. Do you still possess any? The interstellar representatives appeared to be perpetually online, suggesting that their sole purpose was to facilitate trade. Yi Luren felt concerned for their mental well-being. I have 10,000. I wish to trade for 10,000 of each type of robot, Yi Luren specified, determined to focus solely on the robot trade, insisting that the quantity could not be compromised. After a lengthy deliberation, the counterpart hesitated, countering that they could only trade 5,000 of each type of robot, but the number could be increased if the trade involved more items. How about 8,000 of each type of robot, with another transaction scheduled in half a month? The remaining trade from earlier can also be completed then, Yi Luren proposed, suspecting that the half-price offer contained elements of negotiation. All right, this trade will occur 3 hours from now, the interstellar representative reluctantly agreed. Yi Luren did not feel that they were being unreasonable. Those who could imprison others for trade were likely not virtuous. The two began to plan the utilization of the robots, ultimately deciding to keep 4,000 farming robots in the two spaces for cultivation, while the remainder would be assigned to General One for other purposes. They trusted that the robots would not enter society, as the government maintained strict control over such matters. 3 hours later, as promised, they delivered the robots. Testing them in Yilurin's space revealed that farming robots differed significantly from household models. The former came equipped with tilling tools and were much more agile. With 2,000 robots working simultaneously, Yilurin's space underwent a remarkable transformation within a day. The intelligence of these robots seemed rather low. They could only engage in simple communication and lacked emotional depth. While Yilurin was not fond of interacting with them, she acknowledged their proficiency in farming. She notified Grandpa when to come and receive the goods. And they shared the experimental results with General One, who approved their acquisition of a batch of robots while reminding them never to take the machines out of the space, as that would be a grave offense. The two assured him that they would never release the robots. When Xinqing also bound 2,000 robots, which would assist in labor within Yilurin's space, Yilurin retracted the commercial building from her cloud ring and replaced it with a large celestial courtyard in the center of the Spirit Spring space. Covering an area of over 800 meters in both length and width, the celestial courtyard consisted of 9 distinct celestial houses, featuring several gardens and ponds. Yilurin chose 2 of the gardens for planting flowers, while dedicating the others to vegetables and fruits. Filling the ponds with lotus roots and raising fish, completing the external layout of the celestial house cluster. As for the arrangements within, there is ample time to complete them in the future. So there is no need to rush to last. The space has taken on a respectable appearance, and Yilurin feels a sense of relief. Her persistent worry about not being able to utilize the space effectively dissipates with the planting of flora, which brings her a sense of grounding. At 9:30 in the evening, darkness is about to descend. Shut down all the robots and let us return to the Starlit House to rest. When Xinqing reminds Yilurin, she has completely lost track of time. Had it not been for when Xinqing's reminder, she would have been caught off guard by the sudden darkness. The robots are all voice-controlled. She commands them to assemble and power down. The two of them count the number of robots to ensure none are overlooked before storing them all in the cloud ring. Upon returning to the Starlit House, the sky has just turned dark and the lights within the house illuminate. Not in a hurry to rest, they check the system's trading interface to see if anyone has contacted Yilurin. Indeed, Hua Huang has reached out to them. Yilurin's speculation proves correct. Hua Huang desires fire attribute crystal cores, needing 20,000 of them, with payment to be made in 20 jade vials. The contents of these vials are merely items previously traded, lacking any novelty, just larger quantities this time, along with 20 revitalizing pills. Revitalizing pills are undoubtedly precious, yet Yilurin feels a sense of unease regarding their use. The notion of resurrecting a deceased person sends shivers down her spine. She prefers to avoid contact with such items, willing to trade solely because the nation may require them. As for the fire attribute crystal cores, she possesses them readily and can deliver them directly. Considering the revitalizing pills, Yilurin ponders whether Mitsai and Wei Run might need some, deciding it prudent to trade 2 pills with each of them. She sends the information and the goods, awaiting their reply. Today is an auspicious day, when Xinqing holds Yilurin's hand, and the two resolve to confront Wen Su and his wife about their plans for marriage. They believe their families will not oppose their union, yet the gravity of marriage necessitates a thoughtful discussion, requiring all parties to sit down calmly and reach a consensus. They also inform Grandpa when to attend today's family banquet, which will be held at Yilurin's apartment. Yilurin enlists the help of Yujia's team, as it would be challenging for just the two of them to clean and prepare the space. This underscores the importance of teamwork. With over 20 people, tasks can be accomplished much more swiftly. Aware that the banquet is pivotal to the couple's future, Yujia and the others approach the preparations with great seriousness, not daring to treat it lightly. The banquet is set for noon, and after Yujia and the others return to Xinqing's space, Yilurin invites them to stay for the meal. But they graciously decline, wishing them success. At 11:30, when Su and Wen Xinyang are brought out from the space, still unaware of the couple's true intentions, believing it to be merely a standard family gathering. General Wen arrives promptly at noon, neither a moment early nor late. When Su casts a disapproving glance at his father, feeling that in his father's eyes, work always takes precedence over family, which leaves him displeased. Grandpa, Mom, and Dad, today, Laren and I have prepared this family banquet because we have something to request your approval for. We wish to marry. There is no need for a grand affair. After obtaining our marriage certificate, we plan to hold a simple ceremony in the Starlit House to announce our union. It is best that when Xinqing speaks, as Laren discreetly observes the reactions of everyone present. Chapter 62. Confirming the wedding attire and the revitalizing pills. The group is visibly taken aback, their chopsticks momentarily pausing in midair. Marriage? Are you certain? We would not oppose, but you must understand that marriage is a lifelong commitment. Xinqing is a soldier. This will be a military marriage, and once married, there is no room for regret. General Wan is the first to respond, with Wen Su and Ouying also setting down their chopsticks with a grave demeanor. Gazing at the couple, we are fully aware of our decision. We are certain we want to marry, when Xinqing assures his grandfather. Grandpa, I too affirm that we wish to marry. Laren echoes. Marriage is acceptable, but presently we cannot go out to obtain the certificate. Ouying expresses concern, noting the distance to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Obtaining a marriage certificate truly a challenge? General Wen looks at Ouying incredulously. Who said it must be done outside? I can arrange for the Civil Affairs Bureau to come to us. They cater to special cases. The nation would certainly consider this. General Wen is confident that such an arrangement poses no issue. Indeed, these individuals are by no means ordinary. Ouying realizes her worry was unfounded. Very well, Dad, please find an auspicious date, and we will handle the wedding preparations. You are the only one with the freedom to procure the necessary items. Ouying smoothly concedes. Understood, now let us eat. I have other matters to attend to shortly. By the way, Xinqing, prepare to receive a new batch of scientists entering the Space Research Institute tomorrow. The original plan was to establish the institute in Laren's space. But considering her venture to the other realm for business, the nation has decided to build the institute in your space. General Wen informs Wen Xinqing. When Xinqing contemplates declining, as he intends to accompany Laren to the other realm for their business. Grandpa, are there no other suitable spiritual spring spaces for the research institute? I wish to go with Laren to the other realm. What will happen to those scientists during this time? Moving the institute would hinder their research. When Xinqing articulates his concerns, General Wen falls silent. Prior to their arrival, he was unaware of the couple's marriage plans. When Xinqing raises valid points, and it seems he will prioritize accompanying his wife to the other realm. It appears further discussion is warranted, and General Wen resolves to report back to the central authorities. In the afternoon, General Wen calls Wen Xinqing to relay that the research institute will not be constructed in his space, and arrangements for the wedding have been made. They will obtain their marriage certificate the day after tomorrow, and the wedding is scheduled for 14 days hence. Early the day after tomorrow, someone will come to Laren's apartment to finalize the documentation. The prospect of obtaining their marriage certificate in just 2 days leaves the couple exchanging glances. As their wedding day approaches, they feel as if events are unfolding too swiftly, yet simultaneously, it feels drawn out. With 2 days remaining and nearly half a month until the wedding day, do not worry. We will be happy, and I will always be by your side. When Xinqing reassures Laren, embracing her, concerned she may be experiencing pre-wedding jitters. They sit together on the sofa in the Starlit House's hall, lost in thought while holding each other, momentarily detached from the world outside. Brother Xinqing, if we open a shop in the other realm and I happen to become pregnant, will it affect the child's development? Laren expresses a valid concern, as marriage will inevitably bring the topic of children to the forefront. This is indeed a matter worthy of contemplation. Fortunately, Laren's system is only at level 5. They should have ample time to prepare, and there should still be time to have a child. Do not fret. The upgrades beyond this point are challenging. We should still have time to conceive a child. After we marry the day after tomorrow, if all goes smoothly, we could have a child within a year. Are you ready to be a mother? When Xinqing's concern lies more with Laren's youth and her lack of immediate plans for motherhood. I am not unprepared, but I worry about being a good mother. Besides, how can you be sure we can conceive so quickly? Many people struggle to have children, Laren reflects, revealing that she is gradually accepting the idea that they still have time. I see you are in good health, and you have the revitalizing pills. They can optimize your physical condition. Perhaps it is time to use one. When Xinqing suggests to Laren, cautioning against using the pills post-marriage for fear of potential harm to a future child. Laren currently possesses a revitalizing pill. Previously, she hesitated to use it, believing they were hard to come by, but now she considers it a viable option. All right, I shall take one soon. I hear it can be quite painful. Laren resolves to use a revitalizing pill. Fear not, I will be by your side. When Xinqing assures her, determined to be there for Yularen during this crucial time. However, Yularen is reluctant. The detoxification process following the use of a revitalizing pill is said to be quite unpleasant, and she does not wish to expose her most unappealing side to Wenxinqing. No, I refuse. The detoxification process is unseemly. You wait outside. I will handle it myself, Yularen insists. Wenxinqing chuckles, understanding her concerns. He agrees to wait outside, respecting her wishes. That evening, as darkness falls, Yularen returns to her room to take the revitalizing pill while Wenxinqing sits outside on a chair, keeping her company. The pain from the detoxification process is indeed excruciating, yet Yularen wishes to spare Wenxinqing from worry. She bites down on a cloth, gritting her teeth to endure the discomfort, which seems to stretch on for what feels like months before it finally subsides after an hour. Turning on the faucet, she rinses away the black filth covering her body and discovers that her complexion has brightened and her figure has improved. With excess flesh having vanished, however, she cannot shake the lingering odor. Had she not given the Lan Rui wine from Hua Huang to the nation, she would have relished a taste of it. How to face Brother Xinqing now? She feels as though she carries an unpleasant scent. Brother Xinqing, I'm fine now, but I can't shake the feeling that I smell. Perhaps you should return to your room to rest. Yularen calls out, opening the door just a crack to greet Wenxinqing. Wenxinqing feels a wave of relief wash over him as he gazes at Yularen's face, which appears more beautiful. He realizes that her perception of an odor is merely psychological. Having experienced similar sensations himself, he knows there is no cause for concern. Very well, you should also rest early. The detoxification will leave you weary. You truly do not have an odor, it's just an illusion. I have been through this myself. Rest assured, do not overthink it. Wenxinqing approaches Yularen, who retreats slightly, fearing he might catch a whiff of her perceived scent. That night, the two of them return to their respective rooms to rest. Wenxinqing refrains from practicing, having trained for several days. He believes it is time to take a break and relax. Yularen initially contemplated taking another bath. However, fearing that an extended soak might be detrimental to her health, she inhaled the scent of her own body and then collapsed onto her bed. Succumbing to a deep slumber until dawn broke, upon waking, she resolved to bathe once more. Although Yularen felt less odorous, a lingering discomfort persisted in her heart. Meeting with Wenxian, she approached with utmost caution, for the more one cares, the greater the fear of loss. Chapter 63. The need for agricultural robots having breakfast felt akin to a clandestine affair. Wenxian, who had assured her that she did not smell, sat across from Yilu in an attempt to evade him. She instinctively distanced herself from the table by 20 centimeters. Regardless of what Wenxian spoke, she could not absorb his words. All she could think about was her own perceived stench. Why not seek out the Fire Phoenix trading post for some Lan Rui wine? Wenxian suggested, conceding that perhaps only the Fire Phoenix's Lan Rui wine could alleviate her emotional turmoil. Yularen hurriedly reached out to the Fire Phoenix, but alas, they were offline and did not respond. She then turned to Wei Run, inquiring if he had any elixirs that could make her smell delightful, but he, too, was too preoccupied to attend to her. Thus, Yularen found herself waiting idly for both of them to come online. The first to reach out to her was the staff member responsible for registering their marriage, who requested specific information to facilitate the appointment for obtaining their marriage certificate. Despite her emotional turmoil, Yularen hesitated but ultimately completed the necessary arrangements. Yularen, you have been told that you do not smell. This is merely a figment of your anxiety. I have also consumed the cleansing elixir and have experienced similar situations. We are partners now, destined to share both trials and tribulations. If one of us were to require care, would we abandon one another? Wenxian firmly grasped Yuluran's shoulders as she attempted to flee, gazing earnestly into her eyes and posing a profound question that left her momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Wenxian embraced Yularen and pressed his lips against hers. This kiss was both awkward and fervent, causing Yularen, initially rigid, to gradually yield, becoming lost in the moment. Luran, we are to marry tomorrow. I can hardly contain my excitement, yet I do not wish to hurt you, Wenxian murmured softly into her ear, halting his passionate advance just as Yularen felt she could no longer breathe. Gu, I love you, Yularen replied, wrapping her arms around him, her voice laced with emotion. The two engaged in a tender exchange, their lips dancing together until the nearby system chimed with incoming messages. Wei Run had contacted her, sending several elixirs of varying aromas. He informed Yilu Ran that only one could be consumed at a time, with each capable of lasting 20 years. Realizing she no longer required his assistance, Yilu Ran stored all the elixirs in her system's inventory. Nonetheless, she still sent him a token of gratitude, which consisted of roasted whole lambs and beef jerky, both of which were delectable, a gesture she hoped Wei Run would appreciate. She ordered 200 roasted lambs and 100 pounds of beef jerky as payment for the production of the Snow Lotus elixir. Wei Run subsequently sent 20 bottles, each containing 10 Snow Lotus elixirs. As these supplies required restocking, Yilu Ran had limited inventory left and needed to trade with others, asking Wei Run to wait a couple of days, to which he acquiesced. When Xian Shun advised Yilu Ran to distribute the roasted lambs and beef jerky to a few other friends, lest they forget amidst their busyness the following day. After completing the deliveries, the two held hands and set about organizing the robots for labor in the fields. Yilu Ran's space required minimal work, which could be completed today, allowing all the robots to labor in one Xian Shen's space the following day. Xian Shun, Lu Ran is by your side. The nation required agricultural robots in vast quantities, and when Xian Shun suggested that Lu Ran engage in trade with the interstellar market, emphasizing the urgency of the matter and the desirability of immediate delivery. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that General Wen placed a call to Wen Xingchun, while Lu Ran murmured to herself about why her grandfather hadn't contacted her sooner, lamenting that it would soon be dark and that today's delivery would be meaningless, especially since the other party needed time to prepare. Delivery would likely not occur until after 9. Nevertheless, she quickly opened the interstellar trading interface. Greetings, I have a new batch of cleansing elixirs. May I inquire how many agricultural robots you have available for trade? I have not disclosed the quantity of cleansing elixirs I possess, as I wish to maintain control over the negotiation regarding the number of robots. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, the interstellar market replied, we currently have over 30,000 agricultural robots. Do you not require any other types of robots? The interstellar market was eager to complete the transaction, yet they feared that Yilu Ran's needs were limited to agricultural robots, which could hinder the deal. I propose 100,000 agricultural robots in exchange for 10,000 cleansing elixirs. I will require all of the agricultural robots, supplemented by production robots to cover any shortfall. Is this feasible? Yilu Ran initiated the trade based on their previous pricing agreement. The other party did not decline but expressed concern that future transactions might be affected. If we could finalize this deal, could we also consider future transactions? Yilu Ran's assessment was accurate. The interstellar market was indeed interested in continuing the trade. Since we have enjoyed a pleasant collaboration, shall we outline the terms for our next transaction? We both have time to prepare our inventory, ensuring we avoid any rush dealings. Is there anything else you require? Certainly, we need a substantial number of agricultural robots as well as charging stations for them. I am willing to negotiate 500,000 cleansing elixirs, but I hope you can provide us with a certain quantity of charging stations on top of that, Yilu Ran stated. Having reviewed the robot usage guidelines and recognizing the necessity of charging stations, which could last for 20 days with continuous use. Chapter 64. The emergence of numerous new orders unbeknownst to Yilu Ran. The interstellar market was keen on securing a significant deal involving charging stations. Yet, her unexpected request for complimentary charging stations put them in a difficult position, as they could not outright refuse the trade due to their need for Yilu Ran's cleansing elixirs. The charging stations are not inexpensive. For a trade of 500,000 cleansing elixirs, I can offer you a maximum of 100 charging stations. This is my best offer, the interstellar market asserted. Unwilling to risk alienating their most valuable customer while also being cautious not to sustain significant losses. What if I wish to negotiate charging stations? Is it reasonable to suggest that 10,000 cleansing elixirs could secure 100,000 charging stations? Yilu Ran believed that a deal with the interstellar market could not be approached with leniency, lest she fall into a trap. Acquiring robots without the necessary charging stations would be a grave oversight. Is this the same quantity as the 500,000 cleansing elixirs? If so, I would be willing to agree to your terms. The interstellar market was eager to expand their business volume, attempting to promote other products. However, Yilu Ran was not prepared to engage in such a large transaction at present, as her supply of cleansing elixirs was dwindling, with some being allocated to General Wen. She was left with just over 10,000 cleansing elixirs, rendering a request for 100,000 orders excessive. We can negotiate further in the future. For now, Let us finalize the trade for agricultural robots and charging stations. When can you deliver? Yilu Ran was confident that she would soon acquire more cleansing elixirs, thus allowing the other party to set the trading timeline. We can initially trade 20,000 charging stations. While the remaining quantities will likely need to be fulfilled in batches, we will notify you as soon as we have the inventory ready. Do you not require water purification devices? How did the last batch perform? The interstellar market felt that the frequency of transactions was too low and sought to pitch additional products to Yilu Ran. Regarding the water purification devices, Yilu Ran had yet to receive feedback from her grandfather about their efficacy. She urged Wen Xian Chun to call her grandfather once more to inquire about the water purification devices. General Wen replied that the water purification device works exceptionally well, but the purification capacity is limited. Thus, they do not require an excessive amount of goods for the time being, and the transaction can be temporarily shelved, which is why he did not inform them. After some contemplation, Yilurin decided not to place any new orders for the moment and traded 20,000 washing marrow pills for the counterpart stock of 200,000 charging boxes. They possess a considerable number of robots, and a lack of charging boxes would pose a significant problem. Moreover, it is always prudent to have essential items in hand. The remainder of the transactions depends entirely on the manufacturing capacity of the interstellar beings. Whenever they have goods, the trade can proceed at any time. Suddenly, Yi Laren realized she had seemingly forgotten something important. She had promised to send Peng Yu bottled water for him to appraise and trade, and she had completely overlooked it. The supermarket within Wen Xingchen's space stocked bottled water, so she quickly instructed him to retrieve several barrels and send them to Peng Yu, apologizing for her oversight. Explaining that she had been preoccupied, and that this shipment of bottled water serves as her apology. Peng Yu happened to be online and replied, "No worries," noting that he had also been quite busy over the past few days and had not reminded her. Moments later, Peng Yu priced a 20-liter barrel of bottled water at 1 crystal core, and out of guilt, Yi Lurin did not haggle. Peng Yu sent over 20,000 first-tier crystal cores in exchange for 20,000 barrels of purified water. And Yi Lurin accepted the order, with delivery scheduled for 3 days later. 20,000 barrels of purified water is no trivial matter, when Xingchen immediately notified Xia Song to prepare the stock. Xia Song assured that he would complete the task and ensure the transaction proceeds smoothly, as the few times they meet are filled with tacit understanding. With the washing marrow pills running low, Yi Lurin still needed to connect with Wei Run, but he was not online, so she left a message. "Wei Run, I require a substantial quantity of washing marrow pills. How many do you currently have? And could you provide me with a portion?" The space was already shrouded in darkness, indicating it was at least 10 o'clock in the evening, and the two had been quite busy. They were certain they would not sleep well that night, as they would be obtaining their marriage certificate the following day, but focusing on cultivation seemed implausible. Both furrowed their brows, ultimately engaging in casual conversation in the courtyard of the Starry Sky House. As they chatted, Yi Lurin fell asleep first, the clock striking 1 in the morning. When Xingchen carried her back to the room and tucked her in before returning to his own chamber to rest. Perhaps due to her excitement, Yi Lurin slept restlessly, waking at 3 o'clock, repeatedly dreaming that they were late to obtain their certificate. When she awoke and noticed it was still dark, she glanced at her phone to find it was barely past 3. She decided to continue sleeping in a hazy state between sleep and wakefulness. Yi Lurin finally stirred at 6 in the morning, as dawn broke outside, and she could no longer fall back asleep. When Xingchen had also gone to bed late, so she hesitated to disturb him, instead opting to sit at the bedside and open the system's trading interface. Both Shui Kai and Wei Run had replied to her. Perhaps Tian Yuan thought she needed rest, hence the lack of disturbances. Yi Lurin did not dwell on the matter. Wei Ren's response detailed 60,000 washing marrow pills, 200 Tianyin pills, and 200 Yunshi pills as compensation for the return of life pills. He also left a message advising that should she require large quantities of washing marrow pills in the future, it would be wise to cultivate the necessary materials on the spiritual veins within her spiritual spring space, to avoid any insufficiency in her supply. There are 18 types of materials required for planting. Although she has the seeds or saplings, Yi Lurin still felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, there are currently 5 spiritual veins in Dragon Country, and once Wei Ren supplements the missing vein, there will be 6. With others available to assist her, Shui Kai's reply included a request for 10,000 shark pearls and 100 illusory seashells as payment, along with an apology, stating these were her most valuable possessions. These items are quite excellent, and Yi Lurin felt she had made a significant profit, responding that the items were splendid and expressing her delight in their collaboration. No one else had reached out to Yi Luren. So she closed the trading system and opened her phone to check the latest news. She had initially thought the headlines would focus on the medical pods, but to her surprise, they had been overshadowed by a nanometer chip. With medical pod news relegated to second place, she decided to first peruse the news regarding the medical pods, reading through various articles to understand the current operations of the state. They had exchanged medical pods for hundreds of millions of tons of supplies, with a single medical pod capable of trading for hundreds of tons of rice abroad. The price compared to the cost was exorbitant, yet the value of the medical pod was undeniable. It could treat 100 terminal cancer patients. Who wouldn't be tempted? A slight delay could mean missing the chance, as there are limited medical pods available from the state. It seemed that before long, Grandpa would request her to trade for a large number of medical pods. Turning her attention to the news about the nanometer chip, the state released official information regarding the sale of the chip abroad. And if the price was right, they might also sell lithography machines. After reviewing countless articles, she was disappointed to find no mention of the national pricing. Chapter 65. Celebratory dinner by the sea. Unbeknownst to them, it was already 8 o'clock when a knock at the door signaled Wen Xingqian's arrival. Yi Luren glanced at her phone, realizing she had spent over an hour engrossed in the news. She had transferred part of the delicacies from her space to Wen Xingqian, so by the time she stepped out, he had prepared breakfast, which included tomato beef porridge, soy milk, and eggs. Did you sleep well? Waking up at 8 must mean you had a good rest. Wen Xingqian smiled at Yi Luren, his eyes brimming with affection as he mused aloud. Yi Luren, feeling bashful, would never admit to her own shortcomings, claiming her excitement had led to a restless night, and simply nodded in tacit agreement with Wen Xingqian's assumption. However, as they leisurely finished their meal, she inadvertently revealed the truth when Wen Xingqian asked her to open the trading interface to see if anyone had contacted them. Only then did Yi Luren confess that she had risen at 6 and hadn't slept well after 3, prompting Wen Xingqian to burst into laughter. They checked for messages, finding none, and since there was still time, they decided to sell some of the delicacies from their backpacks to the system store. Their accumulated cloud currency reached 500 million, which, while still a substantial amount, felt modest compared to the 20 billion Yi Luren had once amassed, causing her to feel somewhat at ease. Glancing at their transaction amount, which was over 5 billion, they noted they were still nearly halfway from reaching level 5, realizing that not only would having one child be a challenge, but even having 3 might not suffice to reach level 10. Without the backing of the state, the difficulty of leveling up was evident. This was not something to rush. Yi Luren felt a slight pang of discomfort for only a moment. Her phone rang, a staff member from the marriage registration office informing her they would arrive in 5 minutes and urging them to prepare. Yi Luren and Wen Xingqian tidied up slightly and awaited their arrival in the apartment. The staff member was well equipped, accompanied by 2 soldiers to assist with the equipment. Following the staff's instructions, they first changed into formal attire for the registration photo, then proceeded to fill out forms, stamp documents, and finally take an oath. The process was somewhat tedious, yet neither felt displeased. As the staff member was leaving, as a token of appreciation, Yi Luren insisted on giving him 2 packets of beef jerky. She had wished to offer something more valuable, but the recipient hesitated to accept. The beef jerky was firmly pressed into his hands. Xingqian, we are married. The 2 gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their smiles radiant, filled with affection for one another. Some say marriage is the grave of love, while others believe it to be the fountain of happiness. In truth, the happiness of marriage depends on one's mindset and the choice of partner. In this moment, they felt immensely happy. Perhaps they were unaware of what the future held, but at least for now, they were content. Although they had married, the couple did not return to the starry sky house, but instead held hands and ventured into Wen Xingqian's space. The staff within were aware of Wen Xingqian's marriage registration today. Some offered congratulations while others playfully teased the couple, creating a lively atmosphere upon their arrival. Thank you all for your well wishes. Today, I bring you helpers, and you shall not tire as much in the future. Yi Luren expressed her gratitude, relaying some good news. The helpers she referred to were undoubtedly the robots, and amidst curious gazes and whispered discussions, they released 4,000 robots into the space, a truly grand spectacle. These robots will work for us from now on? What will we do then? A voice from the crowd posed a soul-stirring question, rendering the room momentarily silent. Wen Xingqian and Yi Luren were equally taken aback. Since the emergence of robots, The concern about whether human labor would be entirely replaced had become a significant worry. They were merely ordinary individuals, unable to provide profound answers to such complex inquiries. These robots are quite simple. They will assist with agricultural tasks and follow commands. They are not aware of specific tasks or locations for planting. You may consider them as working machines. However, the majority of the labor in the space will still require your efforts. Starting tomorrow, I will need your assistance in planting fruit trees on the mountain. There is still plenty of work for everyone, and even doubling the workforce would not suffice. Otherwise, I would not have spent a premium on the robots. Yilurin concocted a reasonable explanation to placate the crowd. The atmosphere noticeably relaxed as people exchanged glances. The newlywed couple, who initially intended to grant everyone a day off, altered their plan to alleviate any rising tensions and directed everyone to the mountains today to plant fruit trees. While the remaining saplings were few, they were sufficient for the day's planting. The robots would handle the planting of vegetables and grains. Yilurin noticed an absence of flowers in Wenxingchen's space, which was unacceptable, so she instructed him to allocate some individuals to plant flowers. The seeds and seedlings had long been delivered to Wenxingchen, yet he had not utilized them. After a day's labor, everyone would undoubtedly be weary. Reward their efforts. Wenxingchen contacted Xia Song in the afternoon, arranging for 100 grilling racks and 1,000 fishing rods to be delivered. That night, there would be no overtime. Everyone would head to the beach for fishing and a party, eliciting enthusiastic responses and cheers from the crowd. The opportunity to fish by the sea and grill fish was a dream for many, appealing to both the young and the elderly alike. Alas, there is a multitude of people here to claim their fishing rods, totaling over 2,400 individuals. A mere 1,000 rods are insufficient, and more than 200 have directly beseeched Wenxingchen to sell the rods to them. If the fishing rods can be sold, surely the grills can be sold as well. The distribution site has transformed into a marketplace, and the grills have been sold out. Since everyone is laboring in his space, they are all considered kin, thus high prices are out of the question. The fishing rods, priced at over 200 yuan, are sold by Wenxingchen for just 160. The rods worth over 2,300 are sold for merely 1,006. Both items were purchased from Wenxingchen's own pocket, signifying a significant loss of tens of thousands at once. Yilurin jested about her husband, teasing that if he were a merchant, he would undoubtedly face ruin. Ever since the advent of the illusory seashell, many high-end ingredients, previously inaccessible to the common populace, have fallen from their lofty heights, becoming much more approachable. Today, Xia Song has generously provided a plethora of fine ingredients, all cultivated from his illusory seashell. Delivered after receiving approval from higher authorities, in the words of Grandpa One, it is a congratulatory gift from the state to the newlyweds. The coastline is long and wide, and despite the presence of over 2,000 individuals, it does not feel crowded. Originally, everyone was organized into groups, each with a leader overseeing 20 members, for groups forming a team, managed by a captain. Although some groups were disbanded due to the insufficient grills, the gathering continued in an orderly fashion. Liren, here, have some Orleans chicken wings. I know you will love them. Yu Jia's group, along with Yilurin and her husband, had secured a grill, and while Yu Jia and others grilled meat, the young couple fished by the seaside, sharing their delicious finds with the others. Thank you. We caught a cod. Since you know how to gut fish, let us roast it and enjoy, Yilurin said, pointing at the basket of fish submerged in water beside Yu Jia, expressing her desire for grilled cod but lacking the courage to kill it. Chapter 66. The newlyweds Yu Jia approached the fish basket, curious to see how large the cod they had caught was. When she lifted it, it was quite heavy, and eventually, a sizable cod appeared before her. She couldn't help but exclaim in wonder at their good fortune. Initially, both had claimed they couldn't fished. A glance at the other anglers revealed many had reaped a bountiful catch, while some prepared to gut fish for grilling. Since Yilurin expressed her wish to eat, Yu Jia called for help to transport the cod to the designated fish gutting station. Today's barbecue party was a resounding success, leaving everyone craving more. The festivities, which began at 6, were still vibrant at 8. Yet it had been agreed that the party would end at 8:30. Wenxingchen did not rush anyone, trusting they would keep track of time. Although they lamented not having enough fun, at 8:30, everyone began to pack up voluntarily, leaving no trace of litter behind, showcasing their high level of conscientiousness. Some suggested that Wenxingchen should host parties periodically, to which he readily agreed. Today marked their wedding night. Having obtained their marriage certificate, They were now a legitimate couple. The wedding ceremony was secondary as the young couple accompanied Wen's parents back to their apartment in the residential building. They had initially planned to stay until 9:30, but the eager grandparents urged them to either return to their room or find a place to rest. When Xin chuckled at the amusing scene, as the couple blushed furiously, "Madam, shall I come to your room? Or will you enter mine?" When Xin inquired as they returned to the starlit abode, facing a slight dilemma with the adjoining rooms they had previously occupied, "I wish to return to my own room. I have organized my belongings there, and it is the largest and finest of all the rooms. Could we not compromise and have you stay in mine?" Yilurin remarked, having chosen her room for its superior qualities during their initial selection. When Xinqing's room, chosen merely for proximity to Yilurin, was thus comparatively less appealing. "Your reasoning is quite sound. Please, allow me a moment to move my things over. It won't take long?" When Xinqing chuckled heartily, having not intended for Yilurin to occupy his room, so his belongings were minimal, merely a few essentials. Blushing, Yilurin nodded and retreated to her room to run hot water for a bath. The starlit abode lacked running water, necessitating the use of fixed containers to fill and access water. Though equipped with a solar water heater, the supply was running low, and it seemed insufficient for a bath. Yilurin had filled a few buckets with water days prior. With no other option, Yilurin grabbed a bucket from her space and headed to the mountaintop to fetch water, deciding that the starlit abode would indeed require running water. She resolved to arrange for its installation the following day. When Xinqing, having moved his belongings, noticed Yilurin's absence and found it peculiar. Could she be hiding out of shyness? He pondered and promptly called her. "Lurin, where are you?" When Xinqing inquired anxiously, "Xinqing, I'm at the mountaintop fetching water. We've run out, but I'll be back shortly," Yilurin quickly answered, alleviating When Xinqing's worries. "Wait for me, I'll be right up. Why didn't you let me fetch the water? We'll have running water installed tomorrow," When Xinqing said as he strode towards the mountaintop, just as Yilurin filled her sixth bucket. There was no need for them to carry the water back. It could simply be placed in the space. Otherwise, Yilurin wouldn't dare venture alone to fetch water. Additionally, for safety, there was a small pond beside the heavenly pool specifically for water collection. Far less daunting than the deep and bottomless heavenly pool itself. Feeling bashful, Yilurin wasn't quite prepared to face When Xinqing candidly. She found a moment to slip into the bathing area, closing the door behind her. When Xinqing chuckled and shook his head, opting to wash up in the adjacent room first before joining her. When Xinqing washed quickly, and by the time he returned, Yilurin had yet to emerge. After drying his hair, he put some of his clothes away in the wardrobe, infusing the room with a homely essence. Yilurin had deliberately chosen an elegant long nightgown for the evening. Simple yet graceful, ready to fully surrender herself to When Xinqing this night. Timidly stepping out of the bathing area, she lowered her head, feeling slightly embarrassed. When Xinqing took the initiative, lifting her in a princess carry as she approached, and she was unaware of how long it would take her to overcome her shyness. "Lurin, let us not squander this beautiful evening. I regret to have put you in this position," When Xinqing said, gently placing Yilurin on the bed, caressing her face as he prepared to share a romantic night with her. Their night was filled with tender affection, solidifying their bond as a family. Their actions growing increasingly intimate as their hearts drew closer. The couple savored a rare opportunity to sleep in, awakening at 10 in the morning. Grandpa One, being understanding, did not disturb them. It was the rumbling of their stomachs that interrupted their blissful slumber. As both felt hunger pangs, "Lurin, go wash up first. I'll fetch some chicken soup and boxed meals," When Xinqing suggested, not daring to compete with his wife for the bathroom, thus graciously allowing her to go first. Yilurin, feeling sore from the previous day's activities, reluctantly rose to wash up, casting a resentful glance at When Xinqing, who merely turned his head, ruffling her hair, knowing he couldn't be too indulgent in front of his wife. "Surely someone must have contacted me by now," Yilurin mused while eating, opening her system to check for messages, unwilling to neglect her work. The first message was from Pengyu, requesting her to procure cleansing essence pills and supplies. The quantity of cleansing essence pills requested was substantial, and he was unsatisfied with the complimentary ones. The interstellar community sought cleansing essence pills, the state required them, and now Pengyu was also in need. Leaving Yilurin feeling quite overwhelmed, yet transactions must continue. The supply of cleansing essence pills was limited and precious. If one were to procure them, it would cost 1,000 first-tier crystal cores for one pill, 100 second-tier cores for one, and 10 third-tier cores for one cleansing essence pill. Are you willing? Yiluran pondered, reluctant to set the price too low, yet also hesitant to overcharge Peng Yu. She believed her pricing was already quite generous compared to the interstellar market. Peng Yu certainly understood the value of cleansing essence pills. He hadn't anticipated that these pills could restore health to those on the brink of becoming zombies, though they were utterly useless to those who had fully transformed. Nevertheless, for those around him, cleansing essence pills represented a lifeline, as they feared constant infection from the zombie virus lurking nearby, turning individuals into mindless monsters. Since discovering their utility, cleansing essence pills had become his most sought-after commodity, surpassing even supplies in desirability. All right, your offer is quite reasonable. I will take 1,000 cleansing essence pills, along with a portion of boxed meals and water. I will send you the crystal cores immediately, Peng Yu replied readily, recognizing that Yiluran would not charge her first impression very high. Peng Yu sent the crystal cores, and the quantity was indeed significant. With first-tier cores totaling a staggering 600,000, Yiluran couldn't help but worry about his situation. Acquiring such a large number of cores implied an equally great danger. Chapter 67. The demand for spirit veins is quite high should she be able to procure a protective shield next time. She intended to purchase some for Peng Yu, Yiluran thought, considering sending him some laser weapons and flying devices as well. Regrettably, these items are currently not in her possession. Yiluran is reluctant to engage in further transactions with the interstellar community in the short term, yet finds herself compelled to trade. She decides to give the body-cleansing elixir to Peng Yu first, instructing him to wait, while she calculates how to provide him with resources, assigning the task of delivery to Wenxinqing. Yiluran connects with the interstellar network. Hello? I require a secure dwelling or building to guard against intrusions. A protective shield would also suffice, along with flying vehicles and laser weaponry. Do you have these items? She sends this message, willingly assuming the risk of potential malicious price manipulation by the interstellar parties in order to assist Peng Yu. At that moment, when Xinqing's phone rings. It seems that Grandpa Wen has likely awakened and is calling to discuss trading medical pods and body-cleansing elixirs. They need to exchange at least 20 spirit veins, ideally ensuring that each spirit spring space contains one. Yiluran feels the weight of the task ahead. Having received no response from the interstellar contact, she recalls her previous inquiry with Long Chuan and Hua Huang regarding spirit veins. Hua Huang did reply, although she has yet to read the message, which could potentially contain good news. However, disappointment soon follows as Hua Huang states that there are no spirit veins available. Alas, it appears that acquiring spirit veins will be challenging. Wei Ren owes her a spirit vein but has yet to provide any updates. She realizes her search for spirit veins may be in vain. Regardless, she must muster the courage to contact Wei Ren. When she reaches out, Wei Ren responds that spirit veins are elusive unless they can negotiate using awakening elixirs as a bargaining chip. Several establishments have been known to trade spirit veins for awakening elixirs, but she has exhausted her supply, and the necessary herbal materials will take time to mature, leaving her at a stalemate. Though the availability of spirit veins remains uncertain, she receives a comforting message from Wei Ren, offering 50,000 body-cleansing elixirs. Is it possible that awakening one's spiritual roots can only be achieved with awakening elixirs? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Yiluran contacts Hua Huang once more to inquire about any treasures that could aid in awakening her spiritual roots. Hua Huang sends her a jade vial containing 2 jade breath elixirs, accompanied by a description of their effects, indicating that these elixirs serve as excellent remedies for awakening spiritual roots, functioning similarly to awakening elixirs. However, the catch is that the success of awakening is not guaranteed. It also depends on the individual's affinity for the celestial realm. Yiluran finds herself in a quandary, recognizing that this remedy falls short of the efficacy of awakening elixirs. Yiluran expresses her gratitude and sends 100 fire attribute crystal cores in return, opting not to engage in a large-scale trade for jade breath elixirs, suspecting their supply may be limited. Regardless of the slim chances, she shares her search for spirit veins with Hurin and Shui Kai, believing that even the faintest hope is better than none. Merely mentioning spirit veins seems somewhat ethereal. She also sends them images of the formed spirit vein entities, their crystalline worm-like shapes instantly captivating. At this juncture, she receives a response from the interstellar network, confirming that they possess all the requested items: aerial secure dwellings with a high safety level, protective shields capable of withstanding powerful weaponry and radiation, acid rain, and more. They express a desire for Yiluran to offer a fair price, as these items do not come cheaply in their minds. They likely believe that nothing is inexpensive. Y.E. Laren consults with Wenxinqing about pricing and proposes an exchange of 10,000 body-cleansing elixirs for 1,000 secure dwellings, 1,000 secure buildings, 1,000 flying vehicles, 1,000 protective shields, and 10,000 medical pods. She specifies that the protective shields must be substantial, covering a large area and with considerable height. Y.E. Laren's requests are numerous, and she aims to leave room for negotiation. However, the quantity of items she demands is excessive. The secure dwellings, secure buildings, and protective shields cannot be compared to previous transactions. They assert that the price must be at least 10 times higher, stating that anything less than 100,000 body-cleansing elixirs is unacceptable. Y.E. Laren ponders whether her proposed price is indeed unreasonable, as the interstellar representatives adopt a firm tone. Tenfold increase? Unthinkable. Y.E. Laren does not believe that those items warrant a price of 100,000 body-cleansing elixirs. Had there not been previous transactions, she might consider the price reasonable. However, given the context of past exchanges, she must reassess. I only possess 20,000 body-cleansing elixirs. Your price is exorbitant, and I cannot agree to such terms. If you insist on a tenfold increase, how can we proceed with our transaction? Y.E. Laren candidly informs them of her limited supply of body-cleansing elixirs, leaving the decision to trade dependent on their sincerity. Apologies, but that is simply untenable. Reducing your request by half is my utmost concession. The interstellar party retorts, unwilling to accept Y.E. Laren's initial offer. In business, unilateral concessions are unsustainable unless one wishes to forego the deal altogether. After careful consideration, Y.E. Laren resolves to agree to the trade, but insists that they must provide her with some weaponry. Otherwise, she would feel somewhat uneasy. Very well, I will trade 20,000 body-cleansing elixirs for half the quantity of the items I requested, but you must gift me some laser weaponry. Your proposed price is indeed steep, and I feel somewhat at a disadvantage, Y.E. Laren admits, expressing her genuine sentiment in that final statement. The interstellar representatives respond 10 minutes later, indicating that the transaction must be conducted in stages. They can only deliver 20 secure dwellings, 5 secure buildings, 500 protective shields, 5,000 medical pods, 500 flying vehicles, and 100 laser weapons for now, with delivery occurring in 3 hours. They hope Y.E. Laren can provide the body-cleansing elixirs in advance. Y.E. Laren is unperturbed by the prospect of default, agreeing to pay the body-cleansing elixirs upon trade completion in 3 hours, while requesting prompt delivery of the remaining secure dwellings and secure buildings. During the waiting period, she checks for responses from others and is unexpectedly met with a monumental piece of news from the Huron tribe, who she thought would be least likely to provide any good tidings. Hello, the items you sent seem familiar. I believe I've seen them atop the snowy mountain. The foot of the mountain is abundant with medicinal herbs. We have ventured to the summit once, hoping to seek treasures, and encountered this item there. However, the journey is perilous and prone to avalanches. Many have met their demise while foraging for herbs at the base due to such calamities. The Hurons send a video, their fear evident as they recount their experience, speaking to Y.E. Laren out of gratitude. The summit, avalanches, treacherous paths. Y.E. Laren seizes upon these critical details, realizing that there might indeed be a way forward. The flying vehicle she is about to acquire may prove beneficial to them. I understand. I possess a flying vehicle, and I can teach you how to operate it. If you encounter danger, it will ensure your safety. Are you willing to assist me in locating that item? I am prepared to offer you generous compensation. Y.E. Laren responds with a video message. The Huron quickly agree to her request, clarifying that it is merely an attempt and that success is not guaranteed. Should they fail, they hope Y.E. Laren will remain unperturbed. She assures them she will not be angry, as long as they make their best effort. They proceed to deliver the resources from Pengyu. Both awaiting the interstellar delivery point 3 hours later, the transaction proceeds as promised, ensuring that the goods are in order and the delivery goes smoothly. Chapter 68. Discovering spirit veins with Long Chuan. Y.E. Laren retrieves 1 secure dwelling, 1 secure building, 1 protective shield, and 1 flying vehicle, all accompanied by user manuals translated into comprehensible text for her. After thorough examination and discussion, they summarize the capabilities of these items. Both the secure dwelling and secure building are floating residences, equipped with advanced protective shields, while the living quarters inside are quite comfortable. However, travel necessitates the use of the flying vehicle. The standalone protective shield covers an area with a radius of 1,000 meters, not too large, yet not insignificant either. She first sends a set of the 4 items to Pengyu, designating them as complimentary gifts from the transaction, and the two continue to meticulously study the operational rules of the flying vehicle. The flying vehicle Yularen has retrieved is essentially a floating RV, capable of both aerial flight and terrestrial travel. Operating it is not straightforward, especially without a driver's license. Fortunately, its protective capabilities are robust, allowing it to automatically evade danger, and it features an autopilot mode. Theo provide the Huron with detailed instruction. They work diligently for an entire day, skipping lunch in their pursuit of creating a satisfactory instructional video to send to the Huron. The final video undergoes professional editing, and they manage to send the flying vehicle along with the video to the Huron by 8 o'clock in the evening. The professional video editor was personally brought in by Grandpa One, who accompanied them throughout the afternoon's work. Once the flying vehicle and video are dispatched to the Huron, Grandpa One allows Yularen to hand over the goods to his associates, departing only around 9 o'clock. New morning, brother. I am utterly exhausted. Today feels akin to the days leading up to the last lottery. I yearn for rest, Yularen admits, feeling drained after a long day. She staggers back to her room, collapsing onto her bed, too weary to wash up or eat. When Xinqing, aware of her fatigue, does not insist she wash up, instead changing her into sleepwear so she can rest easy. His stamina is evidently superior to Yularen's. While he too feels tired, he still has the energy to freshen up, consuming some fruit and a bottle of milk before finally washing up and retiring to bed. The next morning, Yularen awakens to hunger. Having only eaten one meal the previous day, it is already past 8 o'clock by the time she stirs, and it is no wonder she is famished. When Xinqing is already awake, sitting at the bedside with his phone, engrossed in the news, he is deeply interested in current affairs, wishing fervently to contribute to his country's endeavors. You're awake? Hurry and wash up, then have breakfast. What would you like to eat? When Xinqing inquires, ever alert to her movements, Yularen requests milk, eggs, and a porridge made with lean meat and vegetables, avoiding greasy or spicy foods in the morning. She is not particularly fond of buns or similar fare, so she opts for porridge and eggs each morning. As she eats, she checks for messages, fully aware that the Huron are unlikely to respond quickly, yet she cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment at the lack of replies. Long Chuan eventually responds, revealing that he does indeed have spirit veins, but they are difficult to capture and cannot be transported, as doing so would result in death. Cannot be transported? How did Wei Ren manage to bring them to me? I should inquire with Wei Ren. Wei Ren, do you know how to capture spirit vein sprites? Yularen was anxious to send a message to Wei Ren. With a lead on the spiritual vein, every passing minute felt like an eternity of torment. She had lost her appetite, yet when Xinqing insisted she eat, you must have your meal first. Your anxiety will not hasten the process. Could it be that Wei Ren has packaged the spiritual vein in a box? Perhaps the crucial details lie within that box, he reminded her. Indeed, the exquisite box containing her spatial spiritual vein was currently in her room, as she had intended to use it as a jewelry box but had yet to do so. When Xinqing offered to search for it, but Yularen, fearing he might not find it, hurried back to her room. With practiced ease, she located the box's hiding place. The system interface followed her closely. She promptly sent the box to Long Chuan, urging him to attempt to capture the spiritual vein sprite within it, as it might prove feasible. Long Chuan accepted the item but did not respond, leaving her in a state of anxious anticipation as when Xinqing urged her to consume 2 bowls of congee. With the spiritual vein still unaccounted for, Yularen found herself devoid of motivation, lingering before the system information interface, perusing the news while awaiting replies from Long Chuan and Hu Ran. When Xinqing, feeling helpless, returned to his space to assist his parents with their labor, in the meantime, someone delivered goods to Wen Xinqing, who had also ordered a considerable quantity of seeds and saplings, asking Yularen to accompany him to receive them. However, her mind was elsewhere, leaving Wen Xinqing uncertain whether her current state was beneficial or detrimental. Initially, Yularen had planned for Wen Xinqing to collect the goods alone while she returned to her space, but unexpectedly, her grandfather arranged for a batch of items to be delivered to her, including materials for installing running water in her space. After nearly 2 hours of waiting for the delivery, her anxiety surged, her primary concern still being the spiritual vein, a rare and precious find. To her dismay, her grandfather had set her an ambitious target of over 20 veins, which weighed heavily on her. Upon returning to her space, she checked for updates immediately. There was still no news from either party. However, Shuekai responded, revealing that she had never encountered such a thing before but had discovered new medicinal ingredients, 30 or so humanoid He Shou Wu. with few valuable items in her possession, including a portion of water attribute crystal nuclei that she owed to Long Chuan. Yi Laruan sent 200 nuclei to Shuaikai as a token of gratitude. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Yi Laruan found herself devoid of any desire to engage in activities. She was indifferent to her grandfather's arrangements for running water installation in her space, as everything was being managed by Wen Xinqing. Just when she thought there would be no hope that day, Long Chuan surprisingly replied, not with a message, but with a box. She quickly accepted the box, which contained a spiritual vein, while Yi Laruan urged Wen Xinqing to take her into his space, where the vein could be installed. With news of the spiritual vein's arrival, both felt an exhilarating anticipation as they sensed the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them. The immediate priority was to retrieve the box from her grandfather and negotiate a deal with Long Chuan, which she suspected would not be straightforward. When Xinqing contacted Grandpa Wen, insisting that he expedite the delivery of the boxes containing the spiritual veins to Yi Laruan's apartment. Aware of the box's significance, Grandpa Wen promptly made arrangements, noting that the boxes were in the hands of several individuals who had transported the spiritual veins into their spaces. With 4 boxes located in different places, Grandpa Wen dispatched several people to retrieve them, instructing them to return each box as soon as it was found. Thank you, Long Chuan. That item is of great importance to me. I am unsure what you require as compensation. Yi Laruan expressed, hesitant to downplay the value of the spiritual vein for negotiation. After all, its worth was not merely a matter of words. Long Chuan would surely recognize its rarity. I heard from Wei Ren that you found the spiritual spring space and the Qi Ling Dan. I also require those 2 items. How about trading 10 spiritual veins for 1 spiritual spring space and 10 Qi Ling Dan? Long Chuan, a close friend of Wei Ren, found it normal to communicate with him. And though Wei Ren held no fondness for Peng Yu, Long Chuan likely did. Chapter 69. The fiery negotiation progresses once again. The matter of the spiritual spring space and Qi Ling Dan arose. Yi Laruan currently lacked both items, and she was uncertain when she would acquire them again. I apologize. I truly do not have them at the moment. When I last won a prize, my cloud coins were insufficient, and I could not purchase many items. You are a crucial trading partner to me. If I had those items, I would certainly not withhold them. Please believe me, Yi Laruan implored, her tone humble, fearing that this deal could fall through. Long Chuan fell silent, causing Yi Laruan's palms to sweat with anxiety. She was unsure if he was upset, but she genuinely lacked those 2 items. Very well, I shall seek the spiritual veins for you. If next time you encounter those 2 items, remember to compensate me, Long Chuan replied, his tone tinged with disappointment, yet not anger. Yi Laruan sighed in relief. As long as he was not angry, she felt she could breathe easier. All right, I will certainly remember that I need 30 spiritual veins. Aside from those 2 items, do you require anything else, such as crystal nuclei? I need other attribute crystal nuclei besides water attribute. Do you need any? Yi Laruan sought to expand the terms of their trade, as she required more than just 10 spiritual veins. Long Chuan seemed to be deep in thought, as there was no immediate response. Yi Laruan anxiously awaited his reply. About 3 minutes later, he finally responded, all right, 3 spiritual spring spaces, 20 Qi Ling Dan, and 1 million various attribute crystal nuclei. Long Chuan had exchanged 10 Qi Ling Dan for 1 million crystal nuclei, which felt slightly disadvantageous for her. As a major client, Yi Laruan agreed to the deal, recognizing that incurring a loss was not a significant issue. The trade was confirmed, and she first paid 500,000 crystal nuclei. She did not impose a delivery deadline on Long Chuan, as spiritual veins were rare finds, and she hesitated to set a limit. With no response from Wei Ren, likely occupied with his cultivation, Yi Laruan's urgency shifted to how to unlock her lottery privileges, a debt that weighed heavily on her. Brother Xinqing, when do you think we can participate in the lottery again? What are the odds of winning the spiritual spring space and Qi Ling Dan? Yi Laruan voiced her concerns, seeking Wen Xinqing's analysis. The conditions for the lottery remained a mystery, and the probability of winning those 2 items was also uncertain, leaving Wen Xinqing unable to answer her queries. Let us not dwell on it. Once Grandpa's people deliver the boxes, you can give 1 to Hu Ran and send 2 to Long Chuan. Did you manage to send the box to Long Chuan again? I didn't notice, Wen Xinqing remarked, unable to clarify her doubts and instead focusing on organizing what Yi Laruan needed to accomplish. Yi Laruan had indeed sent the box to Long Chuan and was not so forgetful. Speaking of forgetfulness, she had just received electronic products, which she promptly dispatched, As the clock approached 10 in the evening, both prepared for bed, knowing that the delivery would call them when it arrived. After an exhilarating day, Yilaruan felt her tension ease, and before long, she slipped into a sweet slumber. When Xinqing watched her peaceful visage and followed suit, wishing he could venture out to collect the goods himself, yet recognizing that this was Yilaruan's space, he could not do so without her. He anticipated being disturbed from his rest that night. The couple slept soundly until dawn, yet when the phone remained silent. When Xinqing wondered if the delivery had failed to arrive, without time for morning rituals or breakfast, he called Grandpa One, who confirmed that the deliveries had indeed arrived and were resting at the apartment. He instructed them to handle the deliveries promptly, emphasizing that they should not let the couriers go without proper rest. Upon exiting their space to receive the goods, they found the delivery personnel waiting in the apartment's lobby, where breakfast was laid out, and they were already partaking of it. After a brief and polite introduction, since they all belonged to the same circle, exchanging pleasantries was necessary. The few individuals completed the delivery to the couple and hurriedly departed, leaving the two newlyweds to return to their space. After washing up and filming a video on how to use the boxes, Yilaruan uploaded the video alongside the boxes' details to Hu Ren and sent 2 boxes to Longchuan. Only then did they begin their breakfast. Today, Yilaruan was in the mood to work. Both ventured into Wen Xinqing's space, as planting fruit trees in the mountainous area was a significant undertaking, especially with the addition of spiritual flora in the area, now infused with spiritual veins. Everyone had their hands full for the time being. In the midst of their labors, Wei Ren responded to her message, confirming that the use of the boxes was indeed as they had speculated. He inquired if Yilaruan had located the spiritual veins, and she did not conceal her dealings with Longchuan. Whether Wei Ren would engage in trades with Longchuan, she could not say, as she believed in transparency with friends. Wei Ren also sent her 60,000 marrow cleansing pills, stating they were items Longchuan required, and she expressed her desire for them, urging not to forget her. Great, now I have another creditor, Yilaruan chuckled, shaking her head at her burgeoning debts. Am I becoming a debtor now? That day, Hua Huang sent her a trading request, seeking a vast quantity of crystal nuclei in exchange for liquor and elixirs. Without hesitation, Yilaruan agreed to the trade. After providing Peng Yu with a safe house, protective shield, and flying vessel, she was confident that an order from Peng Yu would soon follow, even if it had yet to materialize. As expected, that evening, Peng Yu messaged her, "Hello, I need 100 flying vessels, 100 safe houses, 100 security buildings, and for the protective shields, do you have smaller ones? I need thousands of those, and I also require 100 of the larger ones. I understand this is a significant order, which may be a bit challenging for you, but I am willing to pay a high price. I can offer you 100 million first-tier crystal nuclei, 1 million second-tier crystal nuclei, 100,000 third-tier crystal nuclei, 10,000 fourth-tier crystal nuclei, and 100 fifth-tier crystal nuclei. Please agree to my transaction. This deal may save our lives, and perhaps even the future of the entire planet." In the message from Peng Yu, there was an almost pleading tone by the end, indicating that the other party's situation was rather dire, possibly reaching the brink of life and death. Very well, but I will need to stock up. As soon as I can procure these items, I will deliver them to you in batches. Wei Yilaruan, unable to bear the thought of the other party's demise, impulsively agreed to the transaction. Despite the uncertainty of acquiring the small protective shields, she put aside her concerns. Wei Yilaruan ceased further communication with Peng Yu and opened the interstellar trading interface. "Hello, I would like to trade 10,000 cleansing pills for 100,000 small protective shields, both single and multi-person versions. Can this transaction be accepted? If not, I will contact others. I urgently need the goods." Yilaruan did not conceal her anxiety, making it clear to the other party that they were not her only option. The other party would undoubtedly demand a high price, at least 20,000 cleansing pills. Yet she felt compelled to facilitate the transaction. There are goods available, but only 20,000 single-person protective shields. There are more multi-person shields. 1,000 cleansing pills will not suffice. At least 30,000 are available in the interstellar market. This is indeed a cause for celebration, though the price has risen to 30,000 cleansing pills. Everyone knows this is merely a tactic in negotiations. It seems the other party's internal pricing may be around 20,000 cleansing pills as well. Chapter 70. The Great Transaction with the Tiger Clan that is hardly worth 30,000 cleansing pills. After all this time negotiating, how can you demand such an outrageous price? At most, I will offer you 20,000 cleansing pills. We wish to maintain a long-term trading relationship. Yularen's final words carried a hint of menace. However, this time, you must send us 10,000 gourmet meal sets. My friend, is that feasible? Yularen had a penchant for requesting gifts. And they had learned from her example. It seems the interstellar traders have adopted her tactics. Future transactions are bound to become increasingly troublesome. Yularen felt uneasy, yet she acquiesced to the deal, insisting they also provide her with a water purification device and deliver 100 safe houses and secure buildings within 3 days. The other party lamented, yet ultimately agreed. The interstellar traders delivered the goods within an hour, and Yularen promptly forwarded a portion to Pengyu. Only the safe houses remained. She had just contacted Grandpa Wan to request the return of several, leaving 20 as a reserve in her space. That evening, the Tiger Clan brought good news to Yularen. They had delivered a spiritual vein. Thank you. May I ask what reward you desire? Yularen was unperturbed by the Tiger Clan's potential exorbitant demands. Knowing the value of the spiritual vein was immeasurable, no price could be too high, especially given the Tiger Clan's current hardships. After considering for several minutes, the Tiger Clan sent a video message. We seek supplies. A substantial quantity of supplies, and we need you to provide 10 of the flying vessels. The Tiger Clan spoke hesitantly, perhaps feeling their demands were excessive. All right, I also require the spiritual vein, as it promotes the growth of medicinal materials. Seek out remote, uninhabited areas, as inhabited places may rely on these materials for survival. I will honor your proposed rewards. Yularen sent the video, readily agreeing to the terms of the transaction while reminding them to avoid harming innocents. The Tiger Clan responded affirmatively to Yularen's request. She immediately instructed Grandpa Wan to collect the spiritual vein and relayed the Tiger Clan's requirements, urging them to prepare a wide array of supplies. Considering what the Tiger Clan most desperately needed, Grandpa Wan assured her that the supplies would undoubtedly satisfy the Tiger Clan's needs. He sent someone to retrieve the spiritual vein, also bringing along a batch of supplies, which included 2 cloud rings and 2 storage plates. Yularen transferred all these supplies to the Tiger Clan and even sent them 1,000 portions of boxed meals from her space. The Tiger Clan quickly sent a video expressing their gratitude, vowing to do their utmost to assist Yularen in locating the spiritual vein. Today, she acquired yet another spiritual vein. If this continues, she may soon achieve Grandpa's goal. Yularen felt a genuine sense of joy to win a lottery for the spiritual spring space and cleansing pills. System cloud coins were essential. Yularen urged Grandpa to prepare ample supplies to exchange for cloud coins. Uncertain of when the lottery might be triggered, when that time came, she would be in a flurry, witnessing valuable items she could only admire but not purchase, and she would not regret it. Thus, beginning in the afternoon, Yularen received a series of delivery tasks, remaining busy until 10 o'clock that evening. Grandpa Wan informed her that the volume of deliveries would only increase the following day, prompting Yularen to brace herself. After 2 consecutive days of deliveries, her hands were sore, and although she saw the cloud coins had surged to over 70 billion, her mood did not improve. How are we supposed to live like this? Yularen felt utterly overwhelmed. Laren, Grandpa has arranged for someone to give you a massage. It's nothing to worry about, I will stay by your side. When Xinqing said, feeling distressed for Yularen, wishing he could help her in some way, and choosing to simply accompany her to provide some comfort. Tomorrow cannot continue like this, when Xinqing insisted, suggesting that Grandpa Wan grant Yularen a 2-day break. Otherwise, she might be utterly exhausted. Witnessing the gravity of the situation, Grandpa Wan came to check on Yularen personally. Being a man of few words, he struggled to find comforting phrases, choosing instead to simply be by her side. Grandpa, let's arrange for 3 hours of deliveries each day from now on, allowing me to rest during the remaining time. We are also planning to have a child, Yularen expressed, aware that her exhaustion extended beyond the physical. Her heart was weary as well. She understood that excessive busyness could hinder her ability to conceive. Having a child was the couple's top priority, and Grandpa Wan assured her he would make the necessary arrangements, promising that such a situation would not arise again. Tonight, let us have a massage, and you should rest early to regain your energy. The massage slightly alleviated Yularen's fatigue, yet she found it hard to fall asleep. Since sleep was elusive, when Xinqing suggested they meditate together to perhaps forget their physical and emotional fatigue, the two spent the night meditating in the courtyard. When Xinqing observed Yularen first, ensuring that the wood spirit energy flowed steadily into her body before commencing his own practice. Worried for Yularen, when Xinqing opened his eyes early, finding her peacefully meditating in place, a smile gracing her lips. With great power comes great responsibility, he mused, feeling the weight of Ylaren's burdens. He wished for her to lead a stable and happy life, while also desiring for the nation to seize opportunities. It was a difficult and contradictory position for him. Ylaren's meditation lasted a long time, finally ceasing at 4 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, she felt rejuvenated, as if she had transformed. All her fatigue had vanished, leaving her refreshed. The explanation from Tian Yuan was that with spirit energy was vibrant and life-giving. As Ylaren's cultivation level increased, her vitality would flourish even more, allowing her to withstand long nights without issue. As long as her mind could bear it. Even the most formidable individuals require rest, and Ylaren's mental resilience was not particularly strong. She resolved to avoid overexerting herself, as even if her body could handle it, she would not wish to burden her mind. When she inquired about making phone calls today, Wen Xinqing replied affirmatively, noting that they would not be working today. Starting tomorrow, they would only have 1 hour of deliveries in the morning and evening. The morning delivery would be from 9 to 10, and the evening from 7 to 8, with adjustments for any unforeseen circumstances. That sounds good, Yilaren sighed in relief. After washing up and having breakfast, Yilaren opted for porridge but added a cup of milk tea. After finishing her porridge, she opened the system and found several messages waiting for her. The first was from the interstellar traders. They had delivered a batch of goods, 80 safe houses and 25 secure buildings. While the quantity was not vast, it was the largest shipment they could manage. Yilaren forwarded the entire shipment to Peng Yu, realizing they were still far from the number of safe houses Peng Yu required. There was little she could do. This was all she could offer. Long Chuan sent another message regarding a dragon vein, indicating that his strength should not be underestimated. Although Yilaren had no intention of incurring debt, she felt uneasy about the prolonged duration of her obligation, fearing he might become displeased. The Tiger clan had not sent any updates, suggesting they were still in search of the spiritual vein, their capabilities evidently far inferior to Long Chuan's. Shui Kai sent over 30 ancient He Shou Wu roots and over 10 ancient ginseng roots, proactively requesting 500 crystal cores as compensation. Long Chuan's crystal cores had already been delivered, and Yilaren had retained a considerable amount from Peng Yu's generous supply, promptly transferring the payment to Shui Kai. Shui Kai was offline, but she knew he would collect the payment upon logging in. Chapter 71. Accumulating cloud coins for the lottery way, Rin contributed 60,000 cleansing pills and also provided a spiritual vein, though it was unclear whether he had enlisted Long Chuan's assistance in acquiring it. Regardless, he no longer owed Yilaren a spiritual vein. Originally, there were no deliveries scheduled for today, but with the arrival of the spiritual vein, Yilaren took the initiative to ask General One to arrange a delivery, setting the time for 7 to 8 in the evening. The two worked until 9 o'clock that evening, and the cloud coins had reached over 80 billion. Yilaren was too fatigued to focus on the exact figures, only concerned with the overall sum. Thanks to General Wen's meticulous planning, although her life was busy, it maintained a sense of order, significantly improving her mood, with Wen Xinqing accompanying her at all times. Whether by the sea for fishing or tending to flowers, life seemed to have returned to a tranquil state of bliss. Peng Yu's safe houses had all been delivered, and the security buildings were also expected to be fully delivered today. The substantial transaction was finally nearing completion. Yilaren opened the information interface, eagerly awaiting the scheduled delivery time from the interstellar system. The interstellar system was remarkably punctual. This time, there were still 20 security buildings and 100 safe houses being delivered, a quantity consistent with their recent deliveries, marking their maximum production output over the past 3 days. After handing over the final 20 security buildings to Peng Yu, the transaction was concluded. Peng Yu had already made the payment and, as a token of gratitude, sent Yilaren an additional 10,000 first-level crystal nuclei. Feeling somewhat obliged to respond, Yilaren recalled that she had a set of water purification devices specifically prepared for him, originally intended for negotiation, but decided to gift them outright. If he found them appealing, they could always discuss a trade later. With the water purification devices dispatched, Yilaren stretched lazily, contemplating whether to invite Wen Xinqing to watch a movie that afternoon. As she was in the mood for cinema. That moment, the voice of Tian Yuan echoed, "You have temporarily altered the command for the apocalypse, earning a chance for a draw. Please complete the draw within 3 days." The opportunity for a draw had arrived, and Yilaren widened her eyes in surprise, prompting Wen Xinqing, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, to rush out and confirm whether he had heard correctly. After several confirmations with Tianyuan, they realized they had indeed triggered a chance for a draw, and now they had more work to do. The accumulated system cloud coins now totaled an impressive 12 billion. However, should they encounter the Spirit Spring Space and Qilingdan, this amount would prove insufficient. Why Yiluran instructed Wen Xinqing to call his grandfather to increase the delivery volume over the next 3 days. Simultaneously, to express her gratitude to Wei Ran and the others, Yiluran informed Wei Ran, Shui Kai, Long Chuan, and Hua Huang that she had obtained a chance for a draw. The flow of time and measurement methods varied for each of them. So they agreed that when half the preparation time had elapsed, Yiluran would message them to estimate the precise draw time, at that moment. Everyone would be waiting in front of the system information interface, eager to select their desired items for trade. Each participant would also prepare their system cloud coins. Why Yiluran mentioned that her cloud coins might not suffice and that she might need to borrow from them. After 2.5 days of busyness, the draw was scheduled for 6 o'clock in the morning. Thanks to everyone's collective effort, Wei Ran and the others were online and ready, uncertain of what they might draw. Yiluran felt anxious and urged Grandpa Wen to select a prize box once more. General Wen believed the last box to be their lucky one and suggested they choose that again, prompting Yiluran to select the final box once more. The prize this time was an hour of shopping at a 10% discount, which seemed like a significant reward. However, when Yiluran searched for the Spirit Spring Space, it did not appear, only the Space Mustard. Upon searching for Qilingdan, this time it was available. Why Yiluran informed her friends about the availability of Qilingdan but not the Spirit Spring Space, promising to send them the inventory list shortly. Before taking the inventory list, she purchased 10,000 Qilingdan, placing an order 100 times. Thanks to Tianyuan's assistance, it didn't take long, about 15 minutes. It wasn't that Yiluran didn't want to buy more. Her total cloud coins amounted to just over 200 billion, and she had already spent 100 billion, even with the discount. Wei Ran was the first to send a message along with cloud coins, offering over 700 billion cloud coins and requesting an immediate purchase of 10,000 Qilingdan. Yiluran was taken aback, wondering if she had mistakenly added an extra 2 zeros, but she hadn't. She promptly instructed Tianyuan to place an order for 20,000 Qilingdan. The extra order was a precaution in case the others also wanted some, as time was of the essence, and she still needed to send the inventory list and select other desirable items. As expected, Shui Kai, Long Chuan, and Hua Huang all requested Qilingdan. Shui Kai wanted 200, Long Chuan requested 1,000, and Hua Huang asked for 5,000, although their total did not reach 10,000. Yiluran was not worried about overbuying. Any surplus could simply be hers. They all sent their cloud coins. Shui Kai had just over 2 billion, Long Chuan had nearly 90 billion, and Hua Huang possessed over 1,200 billion, indicating they were all affluent. With only 30 minutes remaining, Yiluran took a few minutes to take the inventory list, and everyone focused on reviewing the list, eager to find quality items swiftly. Wei Ran ordered 100 Feng Tian swords, a type of spiritual sword used for flying, priced at 1 million cloud coins each. Wei Yiluran also requested 100, while Shui Kai wanted 100 Fei Yun Deus and 100 Space Mustards. Long Chuan and Hua Huang both asked for Feng Tian swords and Fei Yun Deus, each requesting 100, with Long Chuan adding an extra 100 Space Mustards. With this, there were still surplus cloud coins. Seizing the final moments, Yiluran purchased an additional 100,000 Qilingdan, 1,000 Feng Tian swords, 1,000 Fei Yun Deus, and 1,000 Space Mustards. This exceeded her budget, utilizing a portion of the surplus cloud coins from Hua Huang and the others. But despite having time and coins left, Yiluran hesitated to spend further, watching the countdown reach zeroed. Why Yiluran instructed the experts present to calculate the cloud coins each had spent on their items, determining how much needed to be refunded and how much she had overspent, resulting in a flurry of chaos. Just then, the system voice announced, "System level has reached 5, granting another draw opportunity. Please complete the draw within 3 days." Yiluran nearly thought she was hallucinating. It was evident she was not, as everyone around her gaped in astonishment. Now, she had hoped to gradually return the cloud coins, but if the next draw yielded the Spirit Spring Space, where would she find the cloud coins to assist them in purchasing it? This situation was spiraling out of control. Wen Xinqing urged her not to panic, suggesting they calculate the accounts first. Yiluran had no choice but to hastily send the goods to her friends, explaining that the accounts would be settled in due time, with any excess cloud coins refunded and deficits covered. Regardless of how the next draw would unfold, Yilurin resolved to inform her friends about the cloud coins she had overspent and the new draw opportunity, promising to remind them halfway through the 3-day period based on Blue Star time. Chapter 72. Abundant Goods, Cloud Coins in Crisis. How much did you overspend, and what did you buy? Wei Run was the first to inquire. About 900 billion, purchasing 100,000 Qiling Dan. I have too many relatives. I'm sorry, Yilurin admitted candidly. Wei Run did not respond, leaving Yilurin uncertain of her feelings. She then relayed the details of her expenditures to Long Chuan and Hua Huang, awaiting their judgment, feeling quite helpless in the interim. Opening Hua Huang's message with trepidation, she found a reassuring reply. No worries, I'll find a way to earn cloud coins right away. Thankfully, she was not upset. If she could cover her debts with her own coins, she could settle what she owed Wei Ran and Long Chuan. However, Wei Ran soon messaged again, saying, "It's fine, but I need another 10,000 Qiling Dan urgently. Please earn back the cloud coins as quickly as possible." Long Chuan followed suit with a similar request, asking for 1,000 Qiling Dan, stating that he did not want any excess coins. Considering it a reward for Yilurin's efforts and promising to earn enough coins for the draw in a few days, she certainly could not take advantage of Long Chuan's generosity. So she promptly sent them the requested Qiling Dan, assuring them that the accounts would be settled and that she would repay what she owed, though they would need to wait a bit. After much calculation among the group, it was determined that Wei Rin's expenses amounted to 200 billion and 1 million, while Yilurin owed 563,570,000. Shui Kai's coins fell short, leaving her owing 3,826 million. Long Chuan's total was 20 billion 6 million, leading to Yilurin owing 75 billion 483 million. Hua Huang had the largest debt, needing only 50 billion 2 million, which meant Yilurin would owe her 156 billion 730 million cloud coins. Currently, the system had 900 billion 492 million coins remaining. With nearly 900 billion owed, Yilurin believed she could pay off her debts within a month, which was why she felt confident in her expenditures. However, now she had only 3 days. If the next draw yielded the Spirit Spring space, and everyone wanted to purchase it, how could she explain that? Lu Run, don't be anxious. This debt is something we can work on together. It is not solely yours, but the nation's, General Wen reassured her, not wanting Yilurin to bear too much responsibility as a young girl, while the men took advantage of the situation. When Xinqing took her hand, instilling courage in her to face the challenges ahead, there are still 3 days. Things can still turn around. They were inclined to sell food to the system store, but the nation still had many treasures that had not yet been appraised for sale, such as electronic products. Remembering the electronic products, which included standalone games and downloadable films, Yilurin speculated that the selling price to the system store would not be low. Luran, why don't you sell the electronic products we gathered to the system store for appraisal and see their value? When Xinqing suggested, why Yilurin, feeling desperate for solutions, found every idea to be a potential breakthrough. Following Wen Xinqing's advice, she organized a set of electronic products for system valuation. This set included a computer, a tablet, a smartphone, 10 hard drives, a solar-powered charger, and various smaller accessories. Why Yilurin surmised that such a product bundle would undoubtedly fetch a significant price. All present were eagerly anticipating the system store's valuation of this set of electronic products. The moment the price was revealed, everyone surged forward, eager to be the first to know the final figure. 20 million cloud coins. Who could tell how many zeros that entailed? A loud exclamation followed from an expert who had counted them, quickly followed by a chorus of confirmations as others joined in to verify the amount. When Xinqing was the first to react, pulling out his phone to calculate that in order to acquire 9 billion cloud coins, approximately 4,500 sets of electronic products would be needed. It didn't seem like an insurmountable task. If they exerted themselves fully within 3 days, it should be achievable. Laren, I calculated that selling 4,500 sets would suffice to clear the debt. You can rest easy now, he reassured. Grandfather, please arrange for the procurement of 4,500 sets of electronic products, including the data within. When Xinqing was anxious to alleviate Yilurin's worries and had already lost his characteristic calm, General Wen nodded, affirming that this request was feasible, and they could even gather more than that. General, I believe we can also offer other electronic products to the store for sale. I anticipate there will be surprises. One of the experts suggested, displaying quick wit. Others chimed in, expressing their thoughts in agreement. General Wen instructed Yilurin to immediately hand over the goods to those awaiting delivery while he commanded those facilitating the transactions. If all went well, within 3 days, they aimed to amass 200 billion cloud coins, ensuring that their shopping experience after the next lottery would be smooth and unencumbered. Upon learning the high valuation of the electronic products, Yularen felt a wave of relief wash over her as she confidently handed over the goods, simply needing to sell them to the system store. With the shopping event 3 days away, her anticipation grew. Replacing the previous dread eye in the afternoon, various appliances began arriving for sale at the system store. Yularen observed a pattern. Solar-powered appliances commanded high prices, while those requiring electricity were priced pitifully low. It was unrealistic to immediately convert those appliances to solar power. Thus, she decided to selectively choose some solar-powered devices for sale or bundle ordinary appliances with solar generators to create appealing sets. Remarkably, a set comprising a solar generator, a soy milk maker, an electric grill, a rice cooker, an induction cooker, an electric milk pot, a 4-door refrigerator, a kettle, and a washing machine was priced at an astonishing 100 million cloud coins, equivalent to the value of a spiritual spring space, which was quite startling. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, it paled in comparison to a complete set of electronic products, of which the country had only imported 20 sets. Regardless, within 2 days, Yularen sold items to the system store that yielded over 230 billion cloud coins. Repaying the 9 billion debt and leaving her with over 140 billion, she felt an immense sense of relief. Yet General Wen remained unsatisfied with the amount of cloud coins. He yearned for more precious items like spirit awakening pills and spiritual spring spaces, not wanting to waste a moment and fearing he might miss the opportunity, as the lottery chance was rare. The lottery was scheduled for 6 o'clock, and before it began, Yularen informed several friends that her additional expenditure of cloud coins had been balanced, sending them the bill without profiting from them. This time, General Wen urged Yularen to trust her instincts or rely on a woman's intuition to complete the lottery herself. Whatever prize she selected, it would be her fortune, as well as that of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 73. Purchasing a large batch of spiritual spring spaces upon hearing her grandfather's directive to undertake the lottery alone. Yularen's heart raced, her hands trembling as she flipped through the lottery page, unable to decide which box to choose. Laren, just pick one at random. Don't be afraid, Wen Xinqing encouraged her. With her eyes closed, Yularen randomly clicked on one, only to find that the prize was 3-hour shopping rights at the original price. What did original price mean? Yularen was so startled that she nearly cried. Her first lottery ticket hadn't yielded a discount of 10 or even 50. Laren, why are you so flustered? I don't think the original price is necessarily a bad thing. Quickly check if there is a spiritual spring space. If there is, the original price is worth it, General Wen admonished her for the first time. His tone softening at the end, which startled her. Trembling, she instructed Tian Yuan to search for the spiritual spring space, and to her surprise, it truly existed, prompting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Wife, you drew the spiritual spring space. You're incredible. Wen Xinqing couldn't help but spin Yularen around in excitement, and she was moved to tears. Tian Yuan, secure 2,000 spiritual spring spaces. With renewed confidence, Yularen knew that acquiring 2,000 would cost 200 billion, which he didn't have, but Long Chuan and the others would not let such a valuable opportunity slip away. After 10 minutes, Tian Yuan successfully procured the 2,000 spiritual spring spaces, and Yularen sent a message to her friends, sharing the good news. They promptly transferred cloud coins, requesting to buy them all as spiritual spring spaces. Shui Kai had accumulated over 3 billion cloud coins this time and wanted to purchase 30 spaces. Wei Ren sent over 1 billion, plus the remainder from before, totaling 1,563 spaces. Long Chuan sent over 280 billion, combined with his remaining 75 billion, allowing for the purchase of 356 spaces. Hua Huang transferred over 370 billion, adding this to the previous 156 billion, enabling the purchase of 1,528 spaces. Altogether, they could acquire over 3,300 spaces, prompting Yularen to instruct Tian Yuan to order an additional 2,700 spaces, leaving her curious about what other treasures might be available. After securing the spaces, Yularen didn't immediately ship to her friends, but instead photographed the inventory list and sent it to them. To her surprise, it included seamless garments. The seamless garments comprised an inner layer and an outer layer. The inner layer was soft and transparent, automatically conforming to the body, providing protection against all external harm, while the outer layer was as white as snow, ethereal yet elegant, capable of withstanding formidable weapons like laser guns. This meant that neither bullets nor lasers could penetrate it, making it highly coveted. And the nation intended to provide one for those serving in dangerous positions. Wei Ren already owned seamless garments, but had purchased too few last time, which left the others quite interested. Though sadly without spare funds. Ultimately, Yi Laren spent her remaining money to acquire 1,000 seamless garments, distributing 200 to each of her 4 friends, and keeping 200 for herself. Laren, there's still time. Buy the electronic products in your cloud ring as complete sets, and sell all the food items too. Let us see if we can procure more good things. Anyone with resources in their spaces? Quickly bring them forth and sell them. We have nearly 2 hours left, General Wen urged, unwilling to waste a moment. After an hour of bustling activity, the total sales from those with spaces amounted to nearly 2 billion cloud coins, allowing for the purchase of 1 spiritual spring space and 9 seamless garments, which still sufficed as General Wen conceded that 9 seamless garments were a good acquisition. As the lottery concluded. Yi Laren first dispatched the goods to her friends. Long Chuan was the most anxious, so she sent his items first, followed by Hua Huang, then Shui Kai, and lastly Wei Ren, whom she trusted the most. Hence the delay in his shipment. Thank you. I still owe you 28 spiritual veins. As for the payment we agreed upon, you needn't worry about the remaining portion. I'll add 2 more spiritual veins for you. Give me some time. I assure you 30 spiritual veins will be settled. Long Chuan was the first to receive his goods and promptly expressed his gratitude. Long Chuan, could you spare a few more spiritual veins? I am particularly in need of them. Without them, my clan and I cannot cultivate, Yi Laren insisted, being forthright where necessary and not shy when it came to her needs. After a few minutes of hesitation, Long Chuan increased the offering to 50 veins, recognizing her sincerity and reciprocating. During Long Chuan's pause, Hua Huang messaged, "A great favor requires no thanks. What kind of reward do you desire?" I won haggle. Hua Huang, too, had a generous disposition. Are you certain? Then I'll be bold and ask for those precious items in jade bottles. Let us say 1,000 or 1,800 bottles, Yi Laren jested, hoping he wouldn't take her words too seriously, as such banter was common in everyday life. All right, let us settle on 1,000 bottles. I'll send you 20 first, with the rest to follow. Came Hua Huang's swift reply. Yi Laren's eyes widened in astonishment. It seemed he was quite affluent. Since Hua Huang was willing to part with such treasures, she couldn't refuse the generous offer. How generous! Thank you, she replied. Next was Shui Kai. While her spending wasn't as grand as the others, her haunting seashell and shark pearl held significant value for the Dragon Kingdom, which was why Yi Laren was eager to cultivate a deeper relationship with her. She didn't even mention that she still owed her over 30 million cloud coins from the last transaction, yet Shui Kai sent her 200 seamless garments as usual. Dalu ran. I am grateful to you. From now on, whatever you require, if I possess it, do not hesitate to inform me. Shui Kai made a promise to Yi Ran, followed by the provision of 2,000 shark pearls, 10,000 natural pearls of various hues, and 100 million pieces of flame stones. This time, no illusory seashells were given, likely because her supply was running low. Finally, Wei Ren straightforwardly stated that he had nothing of value left. Having sold everything in exchange for cloud coins, he had 2 new trading spiritual veins on hand, which he generously offered to Yi Ran, promising to deliver another 100 million washing marrow pills in installments. He would also seek out 20 spiritual veins for her, and assured her that any small items such as storage tokens, fruits, and spiritual plants encountered would be shared with her. This was a grand promise. Leaving Yi Ran exhilarated, and the likes of General Wen and others were equally stirred upon receiving the message. Grandfather, could you reserve 24 of the 1,324 spiritual spring spaces for me? I fear that should I encounter friends again who wish to trade for spiritual spring spaces with goods we cannot refuse, I will be left empty-handed and indebted. Yi Ran detests owing debts. And having finally settled her accounts, she wishes to avoid any future obligations. Ran, in business, one inevitably encounters the need to incur debts. I cannot promise you the retention of 24 spiritual spring spaces, but I can temporarily ensure that 4 are set aside for you. You must understand the difficulties we face. Our nation is populous, and the demand for resources is great. General Wen explained earnestly to Yi Ran, emphasizing that reserving 24 spiritual spring spaces was unfeasible, as such treasures had numerous potential uses. All right, Yi Ran conceded, somewhat resigned. At least you have set aside 4 for me. aside from the 4 spiritual spring spaces and the 20 sets of seamless garments. Yilu Ran's storage and backpack were now utterly depleted. The washing marrow pills had also been taken away by Grandfather One, and there was no food in sight. Yilu Ran complained to Grandfather One about how she was to survive. "You shall live, rest assured. This afternoon, I will send you delicacies, along with electronic products and other provisions. No one should go hungry, especially not you," General One assured Yilu Ran. "What about lunch? I have not a single box of food left." Yilu Ran inquired, noting that it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Time for a meal and no lunch at all? How impoverished," General One exclaimed, surprised, and promptly instructed Xia Song to prepare a feast for Yilu Ran. Ensuring that milk tea, cake, and her favorite marinated dishes were included, Xia Song quickly went to make arrangements, while Yilu Ran and Wen Xi and Chun departed the conference room, returning to their apartment to rest. As Grandfather Wen had promised to deliver food on the way, Tian Yuan informed her that the Tiger Clan had sent a letter, along with another spiritual vein. Over this period, combined with today's offering, the Tiger Clan had gifted her 3 spiritual veins. The spiritual spring spaces Yilu Ran had requested actually included one from the Tiger Clan. Although their abilities were lesser than those of the Fire Phoenix, their sincerity endeared them to her, and she was more than willing to regard them as good friends. Upon returning to the apartment to respond, Yilu Ran transmitted a spiritual spring space to the Tiger Clan and recorded a video tutorial on how to utilize it. Shop at the system store and earn cloud coins. She explained that in the future, should opportunities for lottery draws arise, they could purchase such treasures at lower prices. Yilu Ran was puzzled as to why the Tiger Clan was so uninformed. Did their system sprite not teach them? Unbeknownst to her, the Tiger Clan had been unfortunate enough to encounter a system sprite that was utterly complacent and had no aspirations to progress, thus lacking the initiative to educate the Tiger Clan on system usage. Yilu Ran, "Thank you. My sprite hardly communicates with me. I will strive to ensure our Beastman clan thrives." The Tiger Clan expressed heartfelt gratitude to Yilu Ran. Yilu Ran replied, "There is no need for thanks. You have aided me greatly as well. It is a mutually beneficial relationship." Yilu Ran also wished to gift a spiritual spring space to Pengyu, believing that although such a space might not entirely transform their world, it could at least provide a sanctuary. Resolute in her decision, she transmitted a spiritual spring space to Pengyu. Pengyu was utterly taken aback that Yilu Ran was willing to gift him such a precious item, considering they had only conducted a few transactions, and it seemed Yilu Ran had incurred some loss in the process. "Yilu Ran, thank you for this sanctuary. I cannot adequately express my gratitude. You are like a beam of light illuminating my dark path." Pengyu sent his most sincere thanks. Yilu Ran smiled and replied, "No need for thanks. Just live well, and I look forward to the day we meet." Having completed her task, Yilu Ran prepared to close the messaging interface when Pengyu sent another message, this time a substantial quantity of crystal cores ranging from levels 1 to 5. Yilu Ran accepted the offering and responded, "Received. Remember, living is the utmost importance." Pengyu replied with a single word, "Good, husband. I feel a great sense of accomplishment. The Tiger Clan and Pengyu will surely thrive." Yilu Ran leaned against Wen Xian Chen's shoulder, envisioning their promising lives, discovering the meaning behind her arduous transactions. Both Yilu Ran and Wen Xian Chen were filled with joy, holding hands as they sat quietly on the sofa. Eyes closed, savoring the tranquility of the moment. As they remained nestled together, half an hour passed, and they both drifted into slumber, having been fatigued and under immense stress in recent days. "Captain One, Yilu Ran, what has transpired?" Xia Song entered, startled to see the two seated so closely on the sofa, fearing they had encountered some misfortune, urgently calling out to them. "What is it, Captain Xia? What brings you here?" Wen Xian Chen, quicker to awaken than Yilu Ran, responded with agility. "You two frightened me. I came to deliver provisions. It is already noon. Why are you sleeping here? In the future, you should return to your space to rest." Xia Song expressed concern for their safety, despite being within the Dragon Science Institute, for who knew if a spy had infiltrated. When Xian Chen glanced at the time and realized it was indeed noon, Yilu Ran awoke as well and stood to receive the goods from Xia Song. The items Xia Song brought were not numerous but quite diverse. Before departing, he reminded Yilu Ran to prioritize her safety, advising her to wear the seamless garments during the day. Yilu Ran chuckled, remarking on his overzealousness. In the days that followed, Yilu Ran diligently conducted her transactions. aside from occasionally receiving predetermined goods from a few friends. Her trading activities slowed down. The wedding plans were directly canceled due to the lottery draw, and now that when Xian Chun suggested selecting a new date, Yilu Ran felt it unnecessary. She arranged for several sets of wedding photos to be taken in her space, and with the wedding attire, she and Wen Xian Chun performed a simple ceremony by the seaside within her space. With plenty of witnesses, including many staff members, and even grandfather Wen graced the occasion, essentially constituting a wedding. Unbeknownst to Yilu Ran, Xia Song had indeed entered into a relationship with Wen Xian Yang. While Yu Jia had become a genuine couple with Ling Ku. Grandfather's discerning eye was truly remarkable, effortlessly pairing 3 couples, with his friends dubbing him the best matchmaker. General Wen laughed heartily, reveling in his role as a matchmaker. Luran, those who have acquired spiritual spring spaces wish for your assistance in procuring a batch of starry sky houses, fairy houses, and robots. Perhaps you should engage in more transactions with the interstellar market. General Wen remarked, reminding himself of his responsibilities. Grandfather, the recent trades with the interstellar market have become increasingly challenging. I will consider it and seek an opportunity to negotiate again. For now, let us arrange for a batch of fairy houses with Wei Ran. Yilu Ran decided to temporarily set aside her dealings with the interstellar market, as she had yet to conceive a solution for Dai Se. Fairy houses are acceptable, General Wen concurred, pleased with both fairy houses and starry sky houses. The Feiyun Palace is also quite good, albeit rather expensive at 200 units. It lacks the spaciousness of fairy houses and accommodates fewer residents. It is luxurious but impractical. Wei Run, do you still recall my request for fairy houses? Surely you haven't forgotten. I require a substantial quantity of them for the spiritual spring spaces. Yilu Ran contacted Wei Run, who happened to be online, and I apologize. I truly forgot as I was focused on locating spiritual veins. I will place an order for the fairy houses tomorrow. How many do you need? Wei Ran readily admitted his oversight and was willing to assist her in ordering the fairy houses. I need 20,000 fairy houses and 2,000 fairy yards, if possible. Yilu Ran maximized her request, reasoning that each spiritual spring space ought to have at least 1 fairy yard. Plus 10 fairy houses would be perfect. Such a quantity. 1 fairy house costs 10,000 spirit stones, and 1 fairy yard costs 100,000 spirit stones. Do you realize how many spirit stones that entails? 400 million. Nearly the equivalent of a spiritual vein. Wei Run calculated the costs for Yilu Ran. Buying 20,000 fairy houses and 2,000 fairy yards with a single spiritual vein seems quite worthwhile to me. I do not find it expensive. Then I shall proceed with the purchase. The clan members need a place to reside, or else you shall have to part with one of your spiritual veins. Yilu Ran engaged in negotiations with Wei Run. Determined to secure the Xinwu, Yilu Ran was resolute, and Wei Run could not dissuade her. Very well, I shall reserve 30,000 Xinwu and 2,000 Xianyuan for you. Just wait, it will take some time. Concerned that Yilu Ran might be at a disadvantage, Wei Ran added an extra 10,000 Xinwu. Once the Xinwu were finalized, Yilu Ran could not contain her excitement and began to wave her arms. Wanting to dance in celebration, when Xinqing sighed, allowing her to revel in her joy. Unbeknownst to them, the interstellar shipment was nearly complete, with only the final batch of secure buildings remaining. Yilu Ran refrained from mentioning any further transactions. And the interstellar party did not bring it up either. Yilu Ran speculated whether they no longer required the Shisui Dan, having traded for so many already. It seemed reasonable that they would not need more. Hello, today's delivery of secure buildings has been completed. Has our transaction come to an end? Do you require any new orders? The interstellar representative inquired, unable to contain their eagerness. I do not have any pressing needs at the moment. Perhaps we could take a break? Yilu Ran suggested tentatively, as she was, in fact, in need of a considerable number of robots. We have batteries, robots, aircraft, and other stock readily available. Are you certain you do not need any? Let us place a few new orders. The interstellar representative clearly wished to continue trading with Yilu Ran, but hesitated to be forthright, likely fearing her response during negotiations. Yilu Ran, wary of their sincerity in trading, wish to keep them on tenterhooks. I have enough supplies for the time being. Perhaps we can revisit this matter later, she replied, determined not to concede easily. We have developed a new type of bionic robot, indistinguishable from a real human. The female model possesses reproductive organs and can bear children. Would you be interested? The representative suggested, seemingly aware of Yilu Ran's potential interest in such robots, despite the fact that she preferred to bear children herself. I am afraid I do not require that. Agricultural robots would be far more beneficial to me, Yilurin responded, her tone slightly brusque, as she felt the representative was overstepping. Very well, would you like to order agricultural robots? We can provide them in bulk, the representative continued, attempting to promote their agricultural robots. I have sufficient agricultural robots for now. Perhaps we can discuss this later. Yilurin maintained her stance. After a lengthy silence from the interstellar representative, Yilurin closed the communication interface. If they were to trade, she would wait until tomorrow to see how urgently they would reach out to her. When Xinqing, do you think the robots they are promoting can really assist with childbirth? Is it different from surrogacy? Yilurin pondered, feeling comfortable discussing this with Wen Xinqing. The advanced technology of the interstellar community made such capabilities plausible. IT should be possible, and it likely differs from surrogacy, essentially functioning as an artificial womb. However, we do not require it. Now, let us meet with the people sent by grandfather to transfer the goods, and then we can go harvest vegetables. The first batch of seedlings you planted is surely ready for harvest by now. When Xinqing had already made arrangements for the date, Yilurin often accompanied Wen Xinqing to observe the growth of their crops. They had discovered just the previous day that the first batch of greens was ready for harvest, and today they were scheduled to meet with Yu Jia and others who had participated in the planting to share in the joy of their yield. Laren, are we still unable to trade for robots with the interstellar community? Many are urging General One to personally oversee the delivery, a cautious voice suggested to Yilurin. She was well aware of the efficiency robots could bring, having heard that educational robots had aided scientists in resolving numerous research challenges. Production and transportation robots were also incredibly useful. However, she worried whether the government could truly regulate their influx into society. Grandfather, can you ensure that robots do not infiltrate society? Is it truly wise to have so many? The country already possesses 120,000 robots. Acquiring more raises my concerns about national security. Yilurin had been postponing this transaction due to her many apprehensions. The nation indeed had a significant number of robots, complicating management. Yet, with more resources in the Linghuan space, they could not operate without robots, as productivity would falter. The shortage of manpower is pressing. Beyond robots, the state must invest in the development of production machinery, which still requires substantial human labor to operate. The military is feeling the strain, General Wen remarked, noting that the situation wasn't merely challenging but somewhat chaotic and overwhelming. Grandfather, do not fret. Brother Xinqing has discovered that planting with intention is becoming increasingly simple. He can now cultivate 3 to 4 acres of land with ease. Let those individuals refine their spiritual abilities. Production will become much simpler, Yilurin suggested, maintaining her opposition to purchasing robots. They presented robots to the public. Yet despite their silence on the matter, doubts and concerns persisted in their hearts. General One himself began to question whether their decision to purchase robots was indeed misguided. Yilurin remained steadfast in her refusal, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Without robots, she wondered if there existed advanced puppet techniques in the divine realm, capable of making puppets perform tasks, lacking souls and the intelligence of robots. Perhaps it was a viable solution. She decided to keep this thought from grandfather for the time being and would consult Hua Huang and the others later. The satisfaction of harvesting the vegetables one had cultivated was indescribable. The team led by Yu Jia gathered once more, eager to collect the greens, and they planned to chop some for dumplings at noon. Laren, do you not know how to make dumplings? Yu Jia inquired. Yilurin realized she could not even roll out the dough. She had assumed wrapping dumplings would be simpler. Yu Jia and the others managed to wrap one in mere seconds, while Yilurin found herself struggling. Not at all. How do you all manage it? Yilurin asked, intrigued by how effortlessly they accomplished the task, feeling rather inadequate in comparison. Yu Jia explained that they had to assist in the mess hall during their time in the military, and over time, they had learned various skills. Soldiers did not have anyone to cater to their needs. During missions, they often had to cook for themselves. Being a soldier is truly exhausting, Yilurin mused. Grateful she was not one, though her husband was. What if their future children inherited such traits? She felt a wave of melancholy. Husband, what if I enroll in a cooking class? I wish to learn how to cook. Yilurin said impulsively. Learn to cook? That sounds like self-inflicted hardship. When Xinqing frowned. You already have enough on your plate. Why add to your burdens? You nearly fell ill from exhaustion last time. His words shattered Yilurin's whimsical thoughts. As they engaged in playful banter, the dumplings were finally cooked. Though the filling was merely a simple blend of greens and shrimp, the culinary skills of Yu Jia and others ensured it was delectable. Delicious. After we eat, We can return to work and finish gathering the vegetables before planting again, Yilurin declared, not forgetting to impose responsibilities on her companions. Discussing this during mealtime is rather disheartening. If we do not hurry, we will finish before you, Zhang Duoduo pouted. While she did not mind working in the fields, there were moments she wished to avoid it. Why, Yilurin chuckled, devouring her dumplings, determined not to let them snatch all the food. Yet, their hopes of planting in the afternoon were dashed, as simply gathering the vegetables kept them busy until 5:30, leaving no time for planting unless they worked late into the night. Lurin, why not try planting with your intention? But remember, don't overdo it. Yu Jia encouraged Yilurin to take on the task. Surprisingly, Yilurin was persuaded. Focusing intently, she followed the steps of cultivation, tilling the soil, sowing seeds. Though she found the task arduous, her abilities seemed to surpass expectations, completing the planting and still having energy to frolic with her friends. That was nearly 6 acres of land, a feat that left Wen Xinqing astounded. Lurin, you are impressive. You surpass your husband, who can only manage 2 acres. You've done over 5. Yu Jia genuinely praised her, devoid of any teasing. Why? Yilurin glanced at Wen Xinqing for confirmation. Is that true? With his long absence from using intention to plant in her presence, he nodded, revealing to her just how remarkable her achievement was. She felt compelled to give her husband an out. I must be a natural at this. Being a wood spirit root, she rationalized, convinced of her reasoning, which Wen Xinqing and their friends readily accepted. Though it was somewhat embarrassing for Wen Xinqing to be outshined by his wife, he reported this finding to his grandfather, as it could potentially aid the nation. Unexpectedly, his decision would alter the predicament of Longhua. General Wen conducted experiments based on this information and found it to be accurate. Thus, a search for individuals with wood spirit roots began discreetly across Longhua. Starting at universities and high schools, they discovered over 60,000 students with such qualifications and unblemished backgrounds, all of whom were enlisted into the military, granted military benefits, and required to sign confidentiality agreements. They were administered Qilingdan and subsequently assigned to various Lingquan spaces to farm. Although this operation was conducted in secrecy, rumors began to circulate, raising questions internationally about whether Longhua intended to initiate conflict, leading to a chorus of condemnation against the nation. Patriotic individuals from the Dragon Kingdom have begun to voice their opinions, questioning whether the nation intends to conscript university and high school students should war arise. It is evident that the rise of technology in the Dragon Kingdom necessitates their contributions to scientific advancement. The clamor of debate has grown too loud, and if it persists, it may lead to complications. General Wen, representing the national level, has clarified that conscription is not aimed at waging war, but rather at fostering scientific research. The new recruits have not undergone training, and in my capacity as a general of the Dragon Kingdom, I assure both the nation and the international community that we shall not engage in reckless militarism. Our grand aspiration is to develop technology and enrich our nation. While the situation has been briefly subdued, external dissent remains, though it has not escalated significantly. The recent technological leaps made by the Dragon Kingdom are beyond the reach of any other nation, and the successful development of the medical pod alone dissuades other countries from antagonizing us. Over 60,000 new recruits with spiritual roots have enlisted, all dedicated to the Spirit Spring space. General Wen has also eased his urgency regarding the robots, allowing Yilurin to breathe a sigh of relief. He has not assigned any with spiritual root recruits to Yilurin and Wen Xinqing, as they already possess 4,000 robots, along with several individuals with spiritual roots who have begun cultivating their skills, providing substantial future support without the need for new additions. On this particular day, Yilurin, uninterested in purchasing additional robots, was approached by an interstellar trader who offered a batch of agricultural robots for exchange. Yilurin could not dismiss the opportunity outright and inquired about the quantity available. 200,000. The trader responded, maintaining a long-standing friendship, proposing a deal of 40,000 robots for 10,000 marrow cleansing pills. Despite having received word that Yilurin did not require robots, the interstellar trader continued to produce them, convinced of her ongoing need. Although the inclusion of cultivators has bolstered her resources, Yilurin was indeed tempted to accept the order of 200,000 robots. Yet it was far too much for her to handle alone, necessitating a resale. The price you proposed is acceptable, she replied, provided you include an additional 1,000 water purification devices as a part of the deal. Very well, as friends, how about you gift me something in return? The trader countered, under the guise of camaraderie. Daisy is indeed my friend. Please release him, Yi Lurin asserted directly, emphasizing that cooperation leads to mutual benefit. Without his involvement, trade would falter. Daisy, merely a tool for transactions, was surprised to learn that Yi Lurin still remembered him. He had assumed she had forgotten. He had already been released, but they required the goods for trade. He was doing well, otherwise, no one would assist them in transactions, no longer concealing the fact that he had indeed been confined. Reading the tone in the messages, Daisy realized that negotiating independently with him would not be feasible. Yi Lurin felt a pang of sadness, knowing the problem could not be resolved immediately. All right, I shall send you a snow lotus pill. This item holds great value, so you shall not be at a loss. Yi Lurin decided, relinquishing one of the snow lotus pills she had just received from Wei Run, aiming for a long-term gain. A snow lotus pill. Indeed, a precious commodity, the trader replied without hesitation, swiftly dispatching the goods. After Yi Lurin confirmed the quality, she promptly sent over the marrow-cleansing pills, along with an additional snow lotus pill, facilitating a swift transaction. Peng Yu had expressed a desire for water purification devices. With the Spirit Spring space now operational, the water issues had been resolved, yet long-term considerations still warranted the need for purification devices. Yi Lurin dispatched 500 units, retaining another 500 for her nation, with Peng Yu promising to settle the payment shortly. At 8 o'clock in the morning, with an hour remaining until the scheduled delivery, Yi Lurin contacted Grandfather One to inform him about the robots, advising him to come prepared with extra personnel. For those seeking engaging narratives, I recommend God of Light in the World of Souls, Rebirth in the Apocalypse, Zero-Cost Global Resources for Cultivation. Chapter 77. The Surge of Interstellar Transactions. This transaction proceeded smoothly, yet Yi Lurin feared that the interstellar traders might complicate future dealings by introducing charging boxes. She mentioned this concern to Grandfather One, inquiring about the progress on the charging boxes. The charging box is essentially a solar-powered device. However, the materials they use differ from ours, allowing them to store an astonishing amount of energy. Currently, we have only developed the means for the charging box to power other electrical devices. One box can supply power to an entire apartment building housing 1,000 residents. Remarkable, isn't it? If feasible, we would require such devices. We have successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries, but we lack materials for mass production. Given that you raised the issue of charging boxes, the state has refrained from pressuring you. Charging boxes are indeed valuable, as are controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries and solid hydrogen energy batteries. The technology from the interstellar realm far surpasses that of Blue Star, making it difficult to consider delaying transactions with them. Yi Lurin recognized that the trajectory of developments was not in her favor. Unless the interstellar traders could be transformed into formidable allies, her strategies would need adjustment. I understand. I shall find a way, Yi Lurin resolved, opting for subtle cooperation to forge a stronger trade relationship with the interstellar traders. Uncertain if the Snow Lotus pill would please them, she frequently checked for feedback regarding its usage, but by nightfall, there was still no response. Yi Lurin began to doubt her choice of gift. Realizing a Tianyin pill would have been a more appropriate offering. However, the herbs required to concoct the Snow Lotus pill were abundantly cultivated in the Spirit Spring space, allowing for mass production. While the ingredients for the Tianyin pill were numerous and could not be produced at scale, she would have to wait until the following day to devise a new plan. With a heavy heart, Yi Lurin returned to her room to rest, feeling unusually fatigued in recent days, perhaps due to exhaustion. The next morning at 7, she awoke and checked for messages. The interstellar traders had not contacted her. But Wei Run had sent word, delivering 10,000 celestial houses, 200 celestial academies, 100,000 marrow-cleansing pills, and 2 additional spirit veins. She had not heard from him for 2 days. Likely due to treasure hunting, no one else had reached out. Perhaps others would later, or perhaps today would yield no correspondence at all, a frequent occurrence for Yi Lurin. At 8:30, she checked again for messages from the interstellar traders, who often preferred to communicate at this hour. Indeed, a message arrived. Hello. I believe you still require charging boxes. I have 200,000 available at the original price, trading for 20,000 marrow-cleansing pills. How does that sound? The interstellar traders were indeed broaching the subject of charging boxes while neglecting to mention the Snow Lotus pill, leaving Yi Lurin uncertain of its value to them. That sounds acceptable, but could you also provide me with 1,000 controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries as a gift? Yi Lurin requested, her demand for additional gifts somewhat inflated, partly out of frustration at the traders' cunning. Certainly, But I would appreciate it if you could reciprocate with 100 Snow Lotus pills, the interstellar trader countered, indicating they were not disinterested in the Snow Lotus pills, but rather engaging in a psychological game with Yilurin. Yilurin, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped their intent. That is not feasible. The Snow Lotus pill is a premium product intended for those of high status. One Snow Lotus pill is equivalent in value to 100 marrow cleansing pills, making your request tantamount to demanding double the price from me, which is quite unreasonable. She exaggerated the value of the Snow Lotus pill to ensure they understood the gravity of her proposition. What about 10? They countered, perhaps not fully convinced by her argument, reducing the requested quantity tenfold. It seemed the interstellar traders genuinely desired the Snow Lotus pills. Why Yilurin contemplated enticing them into a larger transaction. Though it was not a substantial deal, as one might expect for a shipment of 100,000 marrow cleansing pills. You cannot expect me to provide 10 Snow Lotus pills for an order of merely 100,000 marrow cleansing pills, she implied, suggesting that the order size was insufficient. If they were eager to trade, they would naturally increase the order. Then let us negotiate a more significant deal, they responded, as anticipated, seeking to amplify the order size. While a large transaction was not feasible at the moment, Yilurin could not readily agree to their request for a substantial quantity, lest they perceive any weaknesses. Let us discuss orders and staggered shipments. I cannot presently fulfill a large-scale order. Pursuing a massive deal would facilitate our respective planning for production and pill refinement, benefiting us both, the interstellar trader noted, revealing their awareness of strategic planning. Yet Yilurin had no need for such measures. I am uncertain of what goods I will require in the future. Committing to such a large order risks acquiring items I may not need down the line. Yilurin countered, unwilling to be taken in. The more she appeared reluctant to engage in their trade, the less likely they would demand a high price, ultimately benefiting her. My inventory consists of items you will undoubtedly require. They will not go to waste, the interstellar trader insisted, displaying their acumen in business dealings. What size order are you considering? Yilurin probed, aware that persistent vague discussions without concrete exchanges would hinder progress. She intended to apply pressure rather than outright refuse the transaction. 1 million marrow cleansing pills, the interstellar trader proposed, aiming for the largest order in history. 1 million. Yilurin exclaimed in disbelief, questioning their need for such a vast quantity. Surely, marrow cleansing pills must be of significant benefit to them, impacting not only their citizens' well-being but potentially influencing national and planetary development as well. Your order is indeed massive. Your production capabilities may not keep pace. Yet I can assure you that my marrow cleansing pills are readily available. Moreover, I find myself in no need of such an abundance of goods. Even if they were of use, they would merely be set aside for a period of time. Yilurin once again expressed her predicament, having deliberately waited several minutes before responding to the other party's message. Rest assured, we are certainly capable of delivering 1 million cleansing pills on time, just as we did with the last delivery of safe houses and secure buildings, providing regular shipments. You can place your trust in our stellar reputation for timely deliveries as a guarantee. What you require is 1 million cleansing pills, while I, at the very least, require 10,000 safe houses, 2,000 secure buildings, 1 million starry houses, 1 million robots, 1 million charging stations, 1 million laser weapons, 1 million shields, 1 million water purification units, 10 million medical pods, 10 million hydrogen solid energy batteries, 10 million controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries, and 10 million flying vehicles. Can you expedite the production and delivery of all these items? Yilurin articulated her desired goods, thus facilitating the transaction. The quantity of items Yilurin requested was immense. The demand for 1 million cleansing pills was considerable as well. The absence of an immediate response from the other party indicated their deliberation. Yilurin was unperturbed by the possibility of their refusal, as all matters can be negotiated. If you are in search of an exhilarating read, I recommend The Divine Light of the Soul World. Rebirth in the Apocalypse, zero-cost acquisition of global resources to cultivate. In Chapter 78, Yilurin subtly hints at her pregnancy. Upon reviewing the information from others, Wei Ren transmitted 100,000 cleansing pills, maintaining this quantity daily. As for other items, Shui Kai provided 2,000 fish pearls and 200 illusory seashells, stating they were gifts from her kin, not her own. To uphold a good impression for her clan, Yilurin felt obliged to reciprocate, though she possessed little of value. Perhaps she would send a gift after finalizing her transactions with the Stellar faction. For now, she expressed her gratitude to the other party, saying, "Thank you. I shall select a gift in return shortly. Please bear with me. Long Chuan unexpectedly bestowed upon her 2 spiritual veins, and what a fortuitous day it was. With so many gifts being exchanged. Although Peng Yu and others had not contacted her, she found contentment in receiving several small gifts each day, provided they were safe and sound. I regret to inform you that your requested quantity is excessive. It is not a matter of production capability, but rather the feasibility of trading 1 million cleansing pills for such a plethora of goods. After deliberation, we believe you must increase your order to at least double the number of cleansing pills. The Stellar faction, without fail, has entered a bargaining mode. Engaging in business with the Stellar faction is always the most challenging endeavor. At this moment, I truly feel like a genuine merchant, a sentiment that does not arise when trading with other friends. I prefer not to engage in back-and-forth negotiations. 1,200,000 cleansing pills, accompanied by 100 snow lotus pills and 10 celestial face pills, the latter being of greater value than the former. If a transaction is feasible, let us draft a contract stipulating the frequency and quantity of deliveries. Yi Laren sincerely wished to avoid further entanglement with the other party. This was her bottom line. Should a deal not be struck, she would simply bide her time for future opportunities. Very well, we accept the trade. We can deliver 200 safe houses, 10,000 starry houses, 200,000 robots, 100,000 laser weapons, 10,000 shields, 10,000 water purification units, 20,000 medical pods, 1 million hydrogen solid energy batteries, 1 million controllable nuclear fusion energy batteries, and 10,000 flying vehicles within 3 hours. I hope you can provide 100,000 cleansing pills, 100 snow lotus pills, and 1 celestial face pill as payment. The Stellar faction's agreement to this transaction would place the initiative firmly in their hands. Having determined the terms of the payment, having perused the information, Yi Laren sighed deeply. The cleansing pills she had just acquired were already destined to depart. She felt a pang of reluctance, but, thinking of the substantial goods she was about to receive, decided to let go of her hesitation, disregarding any concerns about the equivalence of the transaction. Yi Laren acquiesced to the other party's demands. Very well, prepare the goods. I await your delivery, she succinctly replied. Tiang Yuan, does the flow of time in the Stellar realm correspond with ours? It seems that 3 hours there equates to 3 hours here. Yi Laren discovered a discrepancy regarding time, one she should have identified sooner. Not quite that I have adjusted the numerical representation of time to align with your temporal flow, for without this alteration, your transactions would be rendered impossible due to the time differential. Tiang Yuan replied, having never sought recognition from Yi Laren for his covert actions. So that is how it is. Yi Laren felt elated by Tiang Yuan's capability. Otherwise, it could have led to chaos. Henceforth, she need not fear the inability to notify her friends for collaborative endeavors in shopping or lotteries. Thank you, Tiang Yuan. When might you be able to manifest in a tangible form to join me in play? Yi Laren had longed to share adventures and cultivation experiences with Tiang Yuan. Even if it were inconvenient to take him outside, there would be ample opportunities within the spatial realm, where he would not be perceived as a monster and would surely be cherished. Once you reach level 10, I will be able to physically depart from your body, adopting a form akin to yours, though I shall appear to be no older than 9, Tiang Yuan assured Yi Laren. With this assurance, Yi Laren felt invigorated to await the moment, promising Tiang Yuan that she would strive diligently.